Chapter 1. The Radiant Moon. In a tranquil clearing within the mountainous woods, a robust man sat upon a massive stone. The man was in meditation, seemingly in harmony with the gentle undulations of the bright moon, from which a muffled sound emanated from his very core. The moon appeared to synchronize with the man, rhythmically emitting its silvery light in accordance with his breaths, as if sharing a breath of life. In this moment, the solitary figure and the luminous orb, or perhaps one man and one world, achieved an exquisitely profound balance. Abruptly, the man opened his eyes, his gaze as clear and sincere as that of a child, directed toward the distance. From beyond the cover of trees came the rustling sounds, hinting at the approach of some wild beast. The man was named Kong Nuo, originally an ordinary individual from the Huaxia nation of Blue Star, a martial arts enthusiast with no particular expertise, merely a bold spirit. His neighbor, a bald middle-aged man who claimed to be a lay disciple of Shaolin Temple, had encouraged him to practice meditation, stances, and breathing techniques based on the man's instructions. In time, Kong Nuo discovered an ancient remedy within dusty tomes, concocted it using an electromagnetic stove, and consumed it in pill form. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed into another person, taken in by an elderly hunter. This secluded mountain forest was home to the grumpy old man, whose temperament had been worn by years of hunting and the relentless agony inflicted by defiant prey. 3 years after Kong Nuo's arrival in this world, having adapted to life and language, the old hunter succumbed to illness and was laid to rest. Left alone, Kong Nuo was struck by a falling star one night, which bore a martial arts golden core that embedded itself in his mind. This golden core, likely derived from a lineage akin to that of Shaolin Temple, contained an array of martial techniques and philosophies, encompassing internal, external, and eclectic practices. Moreover, this golden core itself represented a miniature world filled with various rare materials. It was these precious resources that enabled him to transcend the acquired and innate realms in a mere 3 years. Having directly broken through to the master level, he now sought to condense his martial arts golden core. However, the precious materials had been entirely consumed, compelling him to venture forth from the mountains and traverse the world. Thus far, based on the old hunter's assessments, this world bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary Blue Star he once knew. Even the historical trajectory mirrored that of his former existence. The current year was 1991, and the Cold War was raging fiercely. It could be deemed a tumultuous era, as it was anticipated that the Soviet Union might dissolve this very year, perhaps allowing him to explore the land beyond and witness if the so-called fighting nation truly walked their bears like pets. With a snort, a colossal creature emerged from the thicket, standing before Kong Nuo. Bathed in moonlight, the bizarre beast, nearly 3 meters long and 2 meters high, fixed its piercing gaze upon him. Its shoulder blades and spine were pronounced, cloaked in a layer of iron gray, armor-like hide. The exposed skin, devoid of armor, appeared abnormal, a simple grayish-purple hue. The creature's form was peculiar, with a long tail reminiscent of a dinosaur, adorned with fleshy, tumor-like protrusions resembling a meteor hammer. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a horse, but where teeth should have been, slippery tentacles emerged, combining features of a horse's visage and octopus appendages. Above its fierce, glistening eyes, a row of shimmering golden horns adorned its head, with the 2 central horns being the sharpest and straightest. What manner of world is this? Why does such a bizarre beast exist here, and why did the old man never mention it? Kong Nuo locked eyes with the creature, a surge of combat fervor igniting within him. In this realm, the most formidable beings were the golden eagles soaring above. On land, the fauna consisted mainly of herbivores like red deer and yaks, with the only predators being wildcats. He was determined to vanquish this beast before him, eager to test the fruits of his training. Over the past 3 years, he had gained a fundamental understanding of most precious materials. This creature appeared to be a treasure trove, its horns, hide, and peculiar skin all promising valuable resources. With a sharp exhalation, he cast aside the upper portion of his garments, revealing a physique as solid as steel. The beast, sensing his battle intent, unleashed a roar akin to a dragon's, charging at him like a swift blade. Come forth. Behold my Taizu Long Quan. Taizu Long Quan, with each move countering the next, emphasized practical offense and defense, embodying a simplicity that revealed profound truths. Kong Nuo bellowed, executing a swift leap, finding himself behind the beast in an instant. A straightforward yet powerful punch struck its hind leg, producing a dull thud as the flesh caved in. Roar! The creature howled, its meteor hammer-like tail sweeping toward Kong Nuo with a rushing wind. Kong Nuo leapt high, evading the beast's assault. As the tail whizzed past him, he seized the moment when its former strength waned. With quick reflexes, he grasped the tail, swinging the creature toward the distant woods. Boom! With a resounding crash and the beast's anguished roar echoing like a dragon's lament, a swath of trees collapsed in the forest, raising a cloud of dust. This beast is intriguing. If I could fashion armor from its hide, it would surely be effective. Kong Nuo shook his right hand, easing the recoil from striking the creature's tough flesh. Its hide possessed formidable defense. He had utilized hidden strength in that punch, yet he could only penetrate the skin slightly, failing to damage its vital organs. Noticing the creature's cries growing weaker, he surmised it might be contemplating retreat, and he took off in pursuit. Indeed, the beast's momentum had significantly diminished, howling as it attempted to escape on unsteady limbs. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Nuo slid beneath the creature, launching a kick to its abdomen. The beast emitted a piercing wail, propelled into the air, its limbs flailing helplessly. Even the softest part of its abdomen is so resilient. Kong Nuo felt the creature's hide absorb much of his hidden strength, only a fraction reaching its internal organs. The impact forced the beast to expel a mouthful of congealed blood, which carried a peculiar fragrance, confirming to Kong Nuo that its blood harbored extraordinary energy. I have changed my mind. He positioned himself in a stance reminiscent of a mighty giant, catching the beast as it fell. Once it steadied itself, he unleashed a flurry of punches to its neck until its eyes rolled back and it succumbed to unconsciousness. This technique was one he had gleaned from the Golden Core, utilizing hidden and deft strength to effectively restrain an opponent's movements. Now, he intended to domesticate the creature, seeking methods for its care, so he could benefit from its blood daily to enhance his own vitality. Drop the wand. You are under arrest. Illegally hunting a protected magical creature. Prepare for Azkaban. Azkaban? What the hell is this, Harry Potter? Kong Nuo, startled by a man's voice, quickly turned to look. A flash of red light shot toward him before he could evade. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed to the ground. Smack! 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 A series of sounds heralding the arrival of several wizards echoed as they appeared beside the creature. I have knocked him out. Let's secure his wand. Be cautious, there may be other wizards lying in wait nearby. Such concerns from the magical creature's management office staff were not without merit. The horned beast, a dangerous and aggressive magical creature, posed a significant challenge for any lone wizard to subdue. Thus, hunts targeting the horned beast typically involved multiple wizards working in unison. The creature's skin exhibited a robust resistance to magic, and its massive stature rendered it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Facing the horned beast alone, or launching an attack, was akin to an ordinary person wielding a handgun against a tank, utterly ludicrous. The pair of wizards, cautious and patient, employed tracking spells, radiating outward from the spot where the creature had fallen. The wizard who had rendered Kong Nuo unconscious chose to inspect the horned beast's injuries, while his partner sought to ascertain the identity of the mysterious individual. A blood clot at the corner of the mouth indicates potential internal injuries. The epidermis shows minimal damage, but the abdomen bears 2 bruises. A preliminary assessment suggests that this is the cause of the internal harm to the horned camel. Moreover, there's a bruise on the hind leg, and the base of the tail exhibits clear signs of being torn. The connection between the horned camel's tail and body displays evident lacerations, as if someone had grasped the tail with the intent of forcibly severing it from the body. Speak clearly. He pressed against his throat, ensuring that the amplification charm could convey his voice to all present. Gentlemen, be vigilant. There may be giants in the vicinity who have joined the fray. Giant? What giant? Son Newall was startled awake by the booming voice, finally regaining consciousness. His head felt heavy, as though he had just been struck by a massive hammer. Is this the power of magic? It seems the world of Harry Potter is even more formidable than I had imagined. He was an enthusiast of martial arts, not a Harry Potter fan, possessing only a vague recollection of the plots from the 7 books. This was largely thanks to a fervent Harry Potter fan roommate during his university days, with whom he had casually watched all 8 films. Had it not been for the title of the 3rd book, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, he might not have immediately recognized that he was in the world of Harry Potter. Creak, creak. Footsteps echoed nearby to avoid alarming anyone. Kong Newall kept his eyes tightly shut, while his muscles began to tense in anticipation. As a master of the highest caliber, his body had reached a certain limit, and only by condensing the martial arts golden core could he achieve further breakthroughs in physical strength. At the master level, one can sense the imminent dangers lurking in the shadows. Had he not been momentarily distracted by the realization that he was in the world of Harry Potter, he would not have fallen prey to the magical attack. Analyzing the situation, the spell that had struck him was likely a stunning charm, thus causing his brief dizziness. He felt a pair of calloused hands probing his trousers, seemingly in search of something. Strange, where's his wand? Why is there no wand? What wand? I'm a martial arts master, do I cook hot pot with those 2 sticks? Kong Newall mused inwardly, contemplating a counterattack if the individual continued to rummage about. Luke, how's the situation on your end? Just as he prepared to retaliate, several voices emerged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals, or rather 5 wizards. The horned camel appears to have suffered internal injuries. We may need to request some potions from logistics. Horned camel? Wasn't that mentioned as a protected magical creature? If it's as rare as a giant panda, might I truly end up in Azkaban? Kong Newall thought, planning to make his escape. Mr. Scamander should be arriving soon. As he is the owner of the horned camel, I believe he will know how to handle the situation. While the wizards continued their discussion, Kong Newall swiftly executed a roll to his feet, simultaneously delivering a sweeping kick that sent them all sprawling. The kick sent debris flying, and seizing the opportunity, he grabbed several stones, deftly aimed, and shattered the wands in the wizard's hands before leaping away to make his exit. Crack! Upon hearing that peculiar sound, Kong Newall felt a surge of danger and quickened his pace to escape. This was the world of Harry Potter, a realm of magic. He recalled that in the films, wizards could perform spatial translocation. It was a spell known as apparition, enabling instant transportation at will. The fallen wizards gritted their teeth and shouted, "Mr. Scamander, that's the one. He broke our wands. Quickly, capture him." Newt Scamander seemed momentarily taken aback. He first confirmed the horned camel's vital signs before crouching down. Is the person atop the treetops the one who injured the horned camel? Yes, that's him. I had already stunned him, yet he recovered so swiftly. The individual named Luke exclaimed. Well, it appears he is a formidable wizard. Newt opened his portable case, and a niffler swiftly climbed onto him. Where's my bowtruckle? Come forth. A large, butterfly-like creature flew out of the case, its skeletal wings fluttering vigorously as it rapidly pursued Kong Newall atop the treetops. What manner of beast is this? Kong Newall swiftly leaped to another tree, evading the creature's eerie blue membranous wings. However, this beast moved with remarkable speed, akin to a fighter jet, swiftly pivoting and launching another attack at him. Intriguingly, Kono flipped onto another tree, simultaneously tearing countless leaves from its crown. At the master level, even falling blossoms and leaves can inflict harm. Employing the art of throwing concealed weapons, he launched those leaves with precision. The leaves, inherently light, barely made a sound as they fluttered down. When enhanced with the technique of concealed weaponry, they transformed into silent, yet deadly projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of leaves sliced through the skin of the curled-winged beast, causing blood to spray forth. Come back, Newt exclaimed, witnessing the creature's injury, his heart filled with concern. He turned to the nearby wizards, urging, stay back, or you will be harmed. The staff of the Magical Creatures Management Control Department understood the implications of losing their wands and quickly scrambled to the sidelines. Newt extended his wand, pointing forward, and the tree that Kono had previously alighted upon began to tremble violently. Kono decided to descend, realizing that he must first deal with the newcomer wizard to ensure his safe departure. To Newt's astonishment, the man before him appeared significantly younger than he had anticipated. He seemed to be under 25, with a robust physique radiating strength. His angular face and piercing eyes conveyed a resolute determination. Newt raised his hands, signaling that he meant no harm, and gently advised, "Ahem, young man, I have no desire to engage in conflict, yet you have harmed a protected magical creature. Thus we must escort you back." Kono gazed at the elderly man, his heart racing with instinctive awareness of the elder's danger, not solely due to the wand he wielded, but also because of the suitcase at his feet. He recalled the creature that resembled both a butterfly and a bat emerging from that very suitcase. Although they were still several meters apart, he shouted, "Why should I trust you? Furthermore, that beast invaded my territory and attacked me first. Its survival is merely a testament to my magnanimity." Such a peculiar wizard. Newt felt a headache forming. He sensed no magical fluctuations, yet he could hear every word distinctly. Even when the man flew through the trees moments ago, there was an absence of magical energy. Only during the attack on the curled-winged beast did he perceive a peculiar force. Reluctantly, he continued, "They have memorized your appearance. If you resist arrest, the Ministry of Magic will swiftly issue a warrant for your capture." What a nuisance, Kono thought to himself. He practiced the Shaolin Heart technique, the Heart Sutra of subduing dragons and taming tigers. If he were to regard human life as inconsequential, he would easily fall into madness. Although there were many heart techniques within martial arts, only this one could guide him to cultivate the golden core. For now, he could only subdue these individuals sufficiently to reason with them. Based on his limited understanding of the Harry Potter universe, even if he rendered these wizards unconscious, they would likely recover with a potion. The best course of action seemed to be incapacitating everyone present and fleeing with them in tow. He could not take lives, but he could render them senseless and care for them until they passed away, thus adhering to his principles. Suddenly, Newt felt an inexplicable chill, causing him to shiver. Just as he tightened his wizarding robe, Kono decisively charged toward him. "Ah, it must come to this." Newt sighed, gently waving his wand. "Picket, assist me." A nearby tree transformed into a tree-ant, positioning itself in front of Kono. From its chest pocket emerged a tiny guardian beetle, Picket, who deftly leaped down, using its slender, sharp claws to unlock the suitcase's brass clasp. 6 curled-winged beasts erupted from the suitcase, immediately lunging toward Kono, while Picket dove back inside the suitcase. As the trent's arm descended, it produced a rushing wind, relentlessly pounding toward Kono below. The tremendous impact stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring Kono's vision. However, this presented no challenge for him. Discerning sound was a fundamental skill of a master. With his eyes closed, Kono seized an opportunity, launching into the air and delivering a straightforward punch, employing internal force to cleave the tree-ant in two. The tree-ant split apart, its body riddled with cracks, shattering into countless wooden fragments upon hitting the ground. From a distance, Newt sensed the tree-ant he had conjured was utterly destroyed, sending a jolt of apprehension through him. He still felt no magical fluctuations, and amidst the swirling dust, he could not discern how Kono had dispatched the tree-ant with a single blow. When the tree-ant fell, he once again sensed that peculiar force. What could it be? It was utterly strange. Squeak. Picket, the guardian beetle, hopped onto Newt's shoulder, clutching 2 porcelain teapots. "Thank you, Picket." He grasped one teapot and swiftly lifted the lid. The 6 curled-winged beasts coordinated seamlessly, constantly darting in front of Kono, occasionally snapping their duck-bill-like jaws at him. Clearly, the beasts were well prepared and executed their movements flawlessly. He noticed their sharp teeth glimmering with a green sheen, indicative of their venomous nature. Faced with the unknown creatures, he prudently opted for evasion. Even with his martial prowess, he had no inclination to test the sharpness of the curled-winged beast's teeth, fearing a venomous bite. Just as he readied to unleash a barrage of stones and leaves to ensnare the beasts, they suddenly scattered in unison. From a distance, a massive blue boulder hurtled toward him, crashing down with determination. What on earth is this? Kono raised an eyebrow, narrowly evading the stone's descent. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a stone but rather another exotic beast. This creature, adorned with luminescent blue feathers, bore the head of an eagle yet possessed the elongated, muscular body of a titan python. He once again employed the art of concealed weaponry, flinging stones and leaves as if they were bullets from a shotgun. Such a colossal beast would surely be left battered by his barrage. However, he failed to strike the bird snake. It swiftly shrank in size, evading his attack as his projectiles fell short. In an instant, the bird snake expanded again, its enormous head lunging toward him. Kono formed his fingers into a talon, crushing a sizable stone from the ground and hurling it at the bird snake. The creature continued to shrink, but had already fallen for his ruse. With the path clear of the bird snake and curled winged beasts, Kono propelled himself forward, taking a bold leap toward Newt. What on earth is going on? Newt realized that this was not the time for astonishment, so he promptly cast a shield charm to defend himself, then hastily retreated. Corvus sensed an invisible barrier materialize before him, which he casually shattered with a single punch, continuing his pursuit of Newt. Get out of the way. Corvus heard the flapping of 6 Grindylows' wings. Using his eagle claw technique, he lacerated 2 of the Grindylows that lunged at him. However, he suddenly felt something constricting his waist. Looking down, he saw that it was the second Akami, released at some point. The Akami moved swiftly, instantly ensnaring Corvus. The immense constricting force of its massive body prevented him from breaking free, forcing him to watch as Newt raised his wand. A barrage of red light assailed him, and Corvus could only twist his head to evade, yet he was still struck by several jets of light. Having anticipated this, the stunning spell now merely made him dizzy. This is getting me nowhere, he thought. I'm getting drowsy. I might as well feign unconsciousness. If I'm taken to the ministry, I can probe their defenses. Resolving his plan, he pretended to be unable to dodge, deliberately allowing a red beam to strike his forehead. He then theatrically cried out and closed his eyes. Newt felt a sharp pain in his temples. It was the first time he had seen someone withstand so many stunning spells, but he had finally knocked Corvus out. Thank you for your service. Once we get the Erumpent home, I'll make sure you receive proper treatment. Newt tenderly picked up the 2 Grindylows lying on the ground, comforting them as he returned them to the case. The 2 Akamis had also sustained minor injuries. The one that had bound Corvus was still chirping, complaining to Newt. Understood. Understood. You've suffered internal injuries as well. Tonight, we'll have a midnight feast. Field mice galore. Eat your fill. I won't restrict your weight tonight. Newt continued to console them patiently, placing the 2 teapots containing the Akamis back into the suitcase. Mr. Scamander, what should we do? Asked an employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Take him back for now. Newt sighed. It would be best to brew a potion that induces weakness. I find this man peculiar. Perhaps I should bring Dumbledore to examine him. The employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures clicked his tongue in astonishment. Is he that dangerous? Isn't it obvious how dangerous he is? Newt couldn't help but roll his eyes, gesturing to the ravaged forest ahead. Nearby, trees lay scattered haphazardly, and the 2 deep craters caused by the Akami's impact bore testament to the ferocity of the battle. In the dim, stone-walled chamber, flickering candlelight danced on the torches, struggling to illuminate the room. In the meager light, various instruments of torture could be discerned hanging on the walls: thorny whips, iron hooks, chains, and clubs stained with dried blood. Name: Corvus. Residence: Scottish Highlands. Family: just me. Are you aware of your transgressions? No transgressions. This was self-defense. Lumos. A blinding light erupted from the tip of the interrogating Auror's wand, which he held directly in front of Corvus's eyes. The Auror repeated menacingly, Are you aware of your transgressions? Corvus stared unflinchingly at the glaring light, even yawning due to the pervasive weakness. This infiltration of the ministry was a success. The magical world indeed possessed means to suppress his power. This was encouraging because, if there were ways to diminish his strength, there must also be rare and potent substances to augment it. He drawled, Coerced confessions are futile against me. Hearing this, the Auror gnashed his teeth. He was not new to interrogating this peculiar wizard. In fact, he had employed every permissible method of coercion. He had used ordinary flames to scorch the skin, conjured large water globes to engulf the head, and even resorted to torture devices. All to no avail. Ordinary flames could not redden Corvus's skin. When submerged in a water globe for an hour, Corvus simply fell asleep, snoring and blowing bubbles. The torture devices hanging on the walls were merely decorative. Those that had been used invariably shattered or broke without leaving a mark on Corvus's skin. He suspected that this was not a normal human, but a human-dragon hybrid, or perhaps a dragon in human form. If it were not a time of peace, he would not hesitate to employ dark magic for interrogation, despite the risk of leaving indelible scars. If those indolent superiors discovered such actions, he would likely face a month's wage deduction. Williamson? Another Auror emerged from the shadows. Perhaps we should send him to Azkaban for a few days? A few days there would sober him up. Williamson raised an eyebrow, pacing the room and muttering, Azkaban. The truth is, he only inadvertently harmed an Aurrumpent. Such a minor offense wouldn't warrant his imprisonment. The other Auror continued, then we could say he assaulted you. Attacking an Auror is a serious crime that would justify his incarceration. Prout? Williamson hissed the Auror's name. Perhaps it would be better if the one devising the plan were assaulted? Are you trying to embarrass me in front of my colleagues? Prout scratched his head and offered another suggestion. What if we release him and then inform others that he's attempting to escape? That would legitimize his imprisonment in Azkaban. Williamson glanced at the snoring Corvus and then at the door at the end of the room, slowly nodding. Let's do it. While Corvus was asleep, he injected another dose of the weakening potion into Corvus's body before removing the restraints from his hands and feet. The two exchanged smiles, preparing to leave the room. Suddenly, they heard a languid voice from behind. I overheard that, but I prefer the first suggestion. Williamson and Prout whirled around, raising their wands in unison. Unfortunately, fists are faster than wands within 7 steps. A simple, unadorned Taijiquan punch knocked both men unconscious, watching the blood trickling from their nostrils. Corvus chuckled sincerely. I respect your opinions, he said. I personally favor the first proposal, but I'll adhere to the second. He kicked open the door and sauntered over to a young witch. Hello, I escaped from in there. What should I do? The witch appeared very young, almost like a recent graduate. Her hair turned a ghastly white at a visible pace, followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the corridor. Ah, someone has escaped from the interrogation room. Dumbledore, are you truly unaware of why this Aurrumpent lies in such a deep slumber? Newt knelt on the ground, stubbornly scanning the creature with his glowing wand. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. Newt, you are the world-renowned magizoologist, while I am merely the headmaster of a school. After scanning without results, a dejected Newt rose slowly with Dumbledore's assistance. You are Albus Dumbledore, universally recognized as the greatest wizard. Dumbledore casually reached into his pocket, retrieving a lemon drop, which he began to savor, mumbling indistinctly. There is a saying. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Why don't we pay a visit to that wizard named Kono? Perhaps he may possess the answer. Newt shivered at the thought, glancing at the bruises on the Aurrumpent's abdomen and the 3 curled-up nifflers nursing their wounds in the distance. I really do not wish to confront him again. His presence makes me question my very existence, and I cannot discern the origins of his magic. Aha! Dumbledore's eyes sparkled. A wizard whose methods elude even you? I find myself even more intrigued. Newt, furrowing his brow, paced the courtyard, first glancing at the nifflers, then at the snidget, circling around until he knelt to stroke the Aurrumpent's dusky skin. Finally, he resolved to store the creature in his suitcase. Very well, with you by my side. Should trouble arise, it shall be your burden to bear. On the 8th underground level, the main hall of the Ministry of Magic served as the reception area for ministry personnel and visitors alike. It was perpetually bustling, teeming with individuals coming and going. Aside from the telephone booth above ground, visitors could opt to use the Flu network, entering the ministry through the gilded fireplace on the left side of the main hall. Newt, carrying his suitcase, walked alongside Dumbledore to the reception desk situated in the center of the hall. Dumbledore smiled at the grand fountain sculpture before them and popped another lemon drop into his mouth. Newt gently tapped the front desk, clearing his throat. Excuse me, I wish to inquire about something. Yes, sir, please go ahead. The once lethargic receptionist's eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing Newt. Oh, Mr. Scamander, what can I assist you with? Newt scratched his head, coughing lightly before saying, I need to check on the status of a suspect. I believe his name is Kono, associated with a case from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Just a moment. I will look it up for you. The receptionist's quill began to write swiftly, and soon a paper airplane took flight from her chest. Shortly thereafter, the paper airplane returned to her, and she nervously inquired, Mr. Scamander, may I ask what your relationship is with him? I subdued him the night he committed the crime, and now I have a question that requires his resolution. The receptionist's tension eased. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but Mr. Kono is currently not in the ministry. He was imprisoned in Azkaban 3 days ago for assaulting an Auror and escaping from the interrogation room. Azkaban, Scamander echoed, astonished. You mean he was sent to Azkaban for his crimes? The receptionist wiped her brow, nodding repeatedly. Yes, if you have an urgent matter, we can expedite the process for you to visit Azkaban. Dumbledore, turning back, could not help but smile broadly. Newt, it seems that Mr. Kono is more intriguing than we initially thought. Newt, however, was not in the mood for banter with Dumbledore. He firmly nodded to the receptionist. Please expedite this. I need 2 passes. Both Dumbledore and I are visiting Mr. Kono in Azkaban. After speaking, he quickly ducked to avoid the hastily departing paper airplane. Half an hour later, in the waters of the North Sea, on an island rendered unchartable by magic. This island, shrouded in perpetual clouds and thick fog, exuded an aura of dread and terror, fitting descriptions for its ominous nature. It represented a nightmare for most wizards, being the infamous Azkaban Prison, overseen by Dementors, who guarded countless wizarding criminals. Dementors are among the most loathsome entities in existence, scarcely deserving the title of beings. Born from the darkest, most squalid places, they thrive in decay and despair, feasting upon peace, hope, and joy. In Azkaban, Dementors revel in draining the happiness and hope from their captives, leaving them to be consumed by their own negative emotions, ultimately leading to a wretched demise within the prison's confines. Newt and Dumbledore passed rows of tombstones belonging to the criminals, intercepted at the end of this grim path by two somber wizards. Mr. Scamander, Mr. Dumbledore, please present your visitation passes. 2 letters, stamped with the ministry's seal, floated into their hands. They produced their wands, lightly tapping the seals, which emitted a soft glow as the letters opened. Inside was a string of information regarding the visitors, concluding with the signature of Minister Fudge. The 2 wizards exchanged glances, and one, donning a gray wizard hat, gestured for them to follow. Very well, please accompany me. Azkaban resembled a tower enhanced by the undetectable extension charm. Its sharp spire piercing the clouds, the summit obscured from view. From the tower's peak, distant cries for help and maniacal laughter could occasionally be heard, while the bottom remained eerily silent, as if devoid of prisoners. Newt rubbed his nose and asked, "Are you specifically clearing the lower levels for Mr. Kono?" The gray-hatted wizard shook his head with a bemused expression. The situation is somewhat unusual. Please follow me this way." Before they could enter the prison gates, the first sound that greeted them was a chant, as if reciting some ancient tome in an archaic tongue. It resembles Chinese somewhat, Newt mused, recalling a few friends from China he had met while traveling there, who chanted in a similar tone. Upon opening the prison door, the anticipated chill did not manifest. Instead, it felt rather desolate. Aside from the chanting, there were no visible Dementors patrolling the lower levels. Newt turned to the gray-hatted wizard and inquired, "Where are the Dementors?" The gray-hatted wizard offered a wry smile. "They are stationed on the middle and upper levels." "Why?" Upon the arrival of the inmate known as Kono, the atmosphere within the lower levels of the prison underwent a subtle transformation. Observing the expression of the gray-hatted wizard, who appeared utterly helpless, Newt chose not to pursue the matter further and began to listen to the murmured chants echoing through the cell. As it is said, at one time, the Buddha was in the Yastria heaven, delivering teachings to his mother. At that moment, countless worlds, beyond description, were graced by the presence of all Buddhas and great bodhisattvas, gathering in reverence. They extolled the virtues of Shakyamuni Buddha, who, amidst the 5 turbidities of the world, displayed his extraordinary wisdom and supernatural powers, subduing the obstinate beings, understanding the nature of suffering and joy, each sending forth their attendants to inquire about the world-honored one. Dumbledore, too, was absorbed in listening. He leaned closer to Newt and inquired, "What do you discern? Is it comprehensible to you?" "I have no expertise in the Chinese language." Newt rubbed his brow, speculating. "It appears to be a Buddhist scripture. The magical system of the Chinese wizards differs somewhat from ours. That is all I can ascertain." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore turned to the gray-hatted wizard, "Mr. Furid, might you guide us to find Mr. Kono?" The gray-hatted wizard's demeanor brightened. "Professor Dumbledore, I am surprised you remember me." Dumbledore smiled. "Indeed, I remember every student who has graduated from Hogwarts." They discovered that the iron bars intended for isolation had been smashed open, as if assaulted by a colossal hammer. Dumbledore indicated the damage and asked, "Was this the work of Kono?" Furid replied with a faint smile, "Yes, he believed a larger gathering would bring liveliness, and thus he broke open the prison doors." Newt expressed astonishment. Were there no protective charms on these bars? How could he achieve this? Furid gestured simply. He merely struck down with his fist, and the locks fell apart. As they ventured deeper into the prison, the chanting grew louder. And in contrast to the earlier desolation, this area exuded an unexpected warmth. It was a comfort that could only be felt through the heart. Such comfort. In a prison, Newt suddenly considered retreating to the entrance, questioning whether he had inadvertently stumbled upon a unique retreat rather than the infamous Azkaban. Kono sat cross-legged on the bed of his cell, his body gently rising and falling, engaged in meditation. Surrounding him were over a dozen wizards, seated on the floor with their eyes fixed on the wall, rhythmically reciting verses. Upon closer inspection, a series of letters was inscribed upon the wall. However, any ordinary Englishman would be rendered bewildered by these letters, which failed to form any coherent words, merely a jumble of sounds like are you, sure, when, etc. A fortunate traveler from the East, upon entering Azkaban, would immediately comprehend the letters on the wall. To Kono's left were phonetic symbols, the very sounds that children in the East encounter in preschool or elementary school. As long as one could pronounce them correctly, the phonetic version of the Bardo Thodol could be recited seamlessly. To an ordinary wizard like Furid, Kono's actions since arriving in Azkaban could only be described as bizarre. However, to Dumbledore, universally acknowledged as the greatest wizard of the age, Kono appeared remarkably at ease. This was Dumbledore's initial impression. Kono seemed to have seamlessly integrated into the prison. It was challenging to discern whether Kono was within the prison or if the prison had become a part of Kono. Based on his extensive knowledge, such an ability to assimilate with the surrounding environment was reminiscent of the Centaur tribes or the long-extinct Druids. He began attempting to chant the Bardo Thodol according to the phonetics on the wall, and he found, to his surprise, that his heart gradually settled into tranquility. Every breath became peaceful, and the trivial concerns of his school duties seemed to diminish. A warm sensation enveloped his heart, rendering the painful memories of his lengthy life less piercing. It was not a form of forgetting, but rather an acceptance, a release regarding both himself and others. Abruptly, Kono opened his eyes, sensing a remarkable surge of faith power entering his mind. The purity of this faith overshadowed the beliefs of the lowly prisoners of Azkaban, akin to the sun's brilliance eclipsing the glow of a mere flashlight. Since encountering the magical world, he had discovered not only the treasures that could enhance him, but also the extraordinary talents of the wizards therein. The Bardo Thodol, initially a mundane mental practice, merely reducing the likelihood of inner demons in the magical realm, became a means to repel Dementors, with the chanters able to return the faith power back to him. Though his martial arts golden core had fractured, under the influence of this faith power, it showed signs of gradual recovery. Although he was unaware of the amount of faith required for complete restoration, it was certainly preferable to having no hope of recovery at all. May I inquire as to who you are? Kono asked the two elders before him, employing a respectful tone. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Newt. It seems he is not as impolite as you suggested. Newt felt a familiar tension in his temples as he addressed Kono. I am Newt Scamander, a magizoologist. The erumpent you previously harmed was one I had raised. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore introduced himself. I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Since Newt had begun to express his grievances, Dumbledore had grown increasingly curious about the uniquely exceptional individual he had heard of. Upon meeting Kono, he found him to remain an enigma. He sensed no magical aura emanating from Kono. Yet beneath the tight confines of his prison garb lay an astonishing potential for explosive power. If he were to describe it with the knowledge he possessed, Kono struck him as a fusion of a dragon and a unicorn, dangerous yet serene. He could hardly fathom how someone so ferocious, as described by Newt, could sit there, imparting a sense of calm. Not only was Dumbledore scrutinizing Kono, but Kono was equally assessing Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. His memory of Dumbledore's lengthy name was a testament to his fervent Harry Potter-obsessed roommate. In the series, his roommate extolled Dumbledore as unique, compassionate, gentle, possessing remarkable insight and wisdom, employing a plethora of laudatory adjectives. Now, Kono had to concede that even in this brief encounter, he could feel the affability radiating from Dumbledore. This charisma likely stemmed from Dumbledore's immense magical prowess, as well as his rich life experiences. You appear quite extraordinary, Mr. Kono. Dumbledore exhibited no air of dominance. Rather, he conversed as if with an old friend, suggesting they move to the adjacent cell for a more private discussion, so as not to disturb the others. Kono stretched languorously, hands tucked into his pockets, and ambled towards the neighboring cell. He settled cross-legged on the ground, mirroring Dumbledore's posture, while Newt perched upon his portable suitcase. Ferrite had much to attend to, needing to keep a watchful eye on the chanting prisoners while also ensuring the safety of Dumbledore and his companions. Kono spoke up. You may leave. Those prisoners pose no threat. Upon receiving Furide's questioning glance, Dumbledore nodded gently. After Furide secured the prison door, Dumbledore initiated the conversation. Mr. Kono, I find myself perplexed and wonder if you might elucidate a few matters for me. Go ahead, Kono replied. I am curious why I sense no magical resonance from you. Additionally, how were those characters inscribed upon the wall, and what is the source of their remarkable effects? The characters are quite simple. You merely write them as such. Kono extended his index finger and began inscribing on the ground. The hard stone surface transformed as if it were fine sand, offering no resistance to Kono's finger. He pointed at the characters he had inscribed in Chinese, which read dark energy, and explained, "This is it. As long as you master dark energy and practice diligently, you can achieve such effects." Dark energy. Dumbledore suddenly grasped the headache that Newt had described, realizing that after a lifetime of magical study, he had encountered an entirely unfamiliar power. To put it more simply, Kono said, having absorbed a significant amount of Dumbledore's faith, which put him in good spirits and inclined him to explain to the venerable elder. He curled his right hand into a claw and deftly extracted a large piece of stone from the ground, lightly slapping it with his left hand before placing it before the two astonished elders. "This stone has been compromised by my dark energy. You may feel it for yourselves. Just a gentle step will suffice." "Is that so?" Dumbledore mused, following Kono's instructions and stepping down. He expected a solid sensation beneath his foot, yet was surprised to find it gave way beneath him. A hollow formed in the stone, revealing powdery sand within. Dumbledore concluded, "Dark energy allows one to disrupt internal structures?" Partially, Kono nodded. "Dark energy has numerous applications, akin to what I used on that creature earlier." Finally encountering a subject he excelled in, Newt interjected, "The Erumpent. A remarkably rare magical creature." "Indeed. I understand now, and it is quite nourishing," Kono affirmed. "The Erumpent's hide is exceptionally thick, necessitating the use of dark energy to inflict harm on its internal organs. Otherwise, one cannot hope to slay it." Dumbledore's expression turned serious. "You can indeed use dark energy to disrupt even the innards of living beings?" Kono replied nonchalantly, "Internal injuries, after all. You can easily sustain such injuries if struck by a vehicle." Dumbledore gathered his thoughts. "Mr. Kono, may I interpret your words thusly? The dark energy you speak of, along with the characters inscribed with it, represent your magical heritage, correct?" Kono nodded. "If one must explain, that would be an accurate understanding. Both bright energy and dark energy are components of martial arts, which must also be practiced in conjunction with mental techniques." "Mental techniques? Are those the characters on the wall?" Dumbledore inquired, gesturing toward the distant wall. "Precisely," Kono confirmed. "The primary function of those mental techniques is to focus the mind and encourage benevolence. Additionally, it seems the Book of the Dead has a deterrent effect on Dementors. Those ghostly entities were quite bothersome, so I employed the Book of the Dead to drive them away," Kono continued. "Incredible." Dumbledore's voice wavered, the concepts of martial arts and mental techniques profoundly impacting him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Newt's head buzzed with excitement. Yet his focus remained clear. He hoped Kono could assist in healing the Erumpent. "Mr. Kono, did you injure the Erumpent using dark energy? Can you help me heal it? Its condition is deteriorating rapidly." The Erumpent had gone days without food, naturally leading to its weakened state. "If you can agree to a few conditions, I would be more than willing to help unlock its meridian points." "Unlock its meridian points? What does that entail?" Dumbledore transformed into a curious child, intrigued by Kono's novel terminology. Newt eagerly exclaimed, "Mr. Kono, please help me unlock the Erumpent's meridian points. I can agree to any conditions." He opened his suitcase and led Kono to the hidden habitat within. Emerging from the shed, they beheld the Erumpent collapsed on the ground. After days of unconsciousness, its feeding tendrils had withered, and its once modest gray-purple skin appeared even more dull. "Where can I find an Erumpent? I wish to raise one." Kono half-squatted beside the massive creature, searching its neck. "Only I have a breeding facility." Newt's face shone with pride. This creature was on the brink of extinction. It was my meticulous care that allowed its population to flourish once more. "Impressive. It is evident you have tended to it well," Kono remarked, locating the point to unlock its energy. With a gentle touch, he struck down, causing the previously unconscious Erumpent to cough and awaken. It seemed to sense Kono's familiar yet fearsome essence, hastily colliding with Newt's shed and retreating within. "It is clear it fears me. Perhaps you should simply give it to me?" "I shall treat it well," Kono suggested, gesturing toward the collapsed shed. Upon hearing this, Newt instinctively positioned himself in front of the shed, shouting at Kono, "You are indeed a heartless poacher. Do you covet its horn, its flesh, or perhaps its blood?" Kono clenched his fist, subconsciously thinking, "I desire it all." However, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, clearing his throat instead and remarking, "In truth, I simply feel a profound connection to it and wish to adopt it." Newt maintained a wary demeanor, unwavering in his protective stance. "You wish to adopt it? So you injure it, causing it to go days without sustenance?" From the shed, the sound of munching and the scent of blood wafted into Newt's nostrils. He realized the erumpent must be starving, gnawing on the meat he had prepared in advance. Kono stroked his chin, contemplating how best to persuade this so-called magical zoologist. From Newt's descriptions, it appeared that the erumpent was an exceedingly rare magical creature, and he was the sole successful breeder among magical zoologists. This suggested that Newt likely possessed more than just the few magical creatures they had encountered. Perhaps his breeding facility housed many creatures that could enhance Kono's own powers. What weaknesses might a magical zoologist have? Surveying the entire suitcase space, Kono noticed each habitat was uniquely designed. There existed a bamboo grove habitat, where several birds, not found on blue planets, flitted joyously among the bamboo. Beneath a grand tree, there lay a cave, adjacent to which glimmered a scattering of golden coins. A creature resembling a platypus seemed to sense Kono's gaze, swiftly burrowing into the cave. Nearby, a habitat reminiscent of a tropical rainforest revealed its shadowy depths, where Kono caught sight of a leopard with grotesque, tumor-like growths adorning its neck, growling ominously in his direction. Beside this verdant abode rested a large bubble, within which a group of green-skinned little monsters resided, their bodies a curious amalgamation of human torsos and octopus tentacles. Among all, Kono was particularly drawn to the formidable leopard, its toxic-looking growths and robust physique encapsulating one word: sustenance. He resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with Newt, for he was not merely a magizoologist. He was a veritable treasure trove. Kono believed that his aspirations of transcending to the pinnacle of martial arts could significantly hinge on Newt's influence. Faced with such a crucial ally, he understood that deceitful tactics would be futile. First and foremost, he could not engage this group of wizards in discussions of magic, as he was but an ordinary university student, having acquired only martial prowess, largely divorced from spells or sorcery. To earn Newt's trust, he must draw him into his own way of thinking, leveraging his wealth of knowledge from the 21st century to convince Newt of his fabrications. Yes, that shall be my course of action. Newt, it appears you harbor some preconceived notions about me, Kono remarked, adopting an expression of innocence, his dedication to martial arts rendering his eyes clear and childlike. In truth, I bear no malice. Upon hearing Kono's words, Newt inhaled deeply, striving to embody the persona of a world-renowned magizoologist. More importantly, he stood beside Dumbledore. What was there to fear? It is your demeanor that suggests ill intent, he retorted, averting his gaze from Kono's clear eyes to stave off the guilt surging within him. Moreover, your words are perilous, such phrases I typically hear from poachers. I completely empathize with your sentiments, Kono replied, feigning enlightenment. Firstly, I must clarify that I have amnesia. That is of utmost importance. Amnesia? Newt blinked, leaning closer to Dumbledore. Whispering, is Kono lying? Can you use legilimency to discern the truth? I am aware of your adeptness in that art, Newt continued. Dumbledore sighed, offering a wry smile as he raised his hands in resignation. When I first encountered Kono, I attempted to do just that. Care to guess what I discerned? What did you see? I couldn't tell if it was the sun or the moon. In any case, it appeared to be a large, luminous orb, akin to a golden sphere. Did you truly apply yourself? Kono found this peculiar. He was certain he could not be shielded from such scrutiny, as he felt no magical fluctuations. Perhaps it was indeed his martial arts training that thwarted Dumbledore's attempts at legilimency. As a martial arts master, Kono overheard Newt and Dumbledore's whispered exchanges, a weight lifting from his heart. He had heard from his roommate that legilimency was akin to a wizard's mind-reading ability. He had previously feared Dumbledore might uncover his manipulative intentions. Now, with Dumbledore conceding his inability to perceive Kono's thoughts, all apprehensions dissipated in an instant. With the power of discourse firmly in his grasp, he could spin a tale about being a disciple of Voldemort, confident that Dumbledore would need time to verify such a claim. Gratitude surged within him for the martial arts prowess he had attained and for the meteor shower that day. Kono's heart soared, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Feigning confusion, he raised his voice. What are you discussing? Do you not see that I am the true victim here? Alone in the mountains, I encounter a monstrous creature that attacks me first, causing me to forget a multitude of things. As a kind-hearted person, I merely defended myself, striking it but once, and yet you confine me in a cell. Is there no justice? Is there no law? At once, both Newt and Dumbledore felt a pounding at their temples. Kono's words, upon reflection, bore an unsettling logic, devoid of any apparent flaw. Newt, already ill at ease in social interactions, was the first to concede. I apologize. I truly did not anticipate that the erumpent would inflict such harm upon you. What compensation do you seek? I shall fulfill your request. Dumbledore remained silent, observing Kono intently, eager to discern his true intentions. Kono chuckled, stepping closer to embrace Newt's shoulders. Newt, there is an old saying, no fight, no acquaintance. We are, in a manner of speaking, brought together by the irrumpent. I merely felt a kinship with the creature and wished to take it home to nurture it. Consider it a parting gift from you to me, would you not agree? Faced with such an intimate gesture, Newt furrowed his brow. He sensed that the rationale did not favor him, yet he allowed Kono's advances. Still, he felt somewhat reluctant and pressed on. What exactly are your intentions regarding the irrumpent? If you seek its horn, I could procure a pair for you. Kono did not act without reason. He is a man of unwavering principles, harboring no unusual thoughts towards his same sex. The physical contact with Newt serves a purpose. Through this connection, he discerns the subtle changes in Newt's emotional state by observing variations in the flow of blood, respiration, and heartbeat. In essence, while wizards can read minds through legilimency, martial arts masters can perceive thoughts through the detection of physical changes. Presently, Kono senses a shift in Newt's demeanor, noting a decrease in his previous resistance, prompting him to press forward with his exploration. Isn't that rather cruel? Kono mused. If I am not mistaken, the increasing rarity of the horned beast stems from its valuable horns, which have led to rampant poaching. Newt cast Kono a peculiar glance, his eyes flickering with surprise. How did you know that? I have spent considerable time investigating to reach this conclusion. Thankfully, I managed to protect the remaining horned beasts in time. Of course, after all, I am a university student. How long have you wizards been hiding? Kono thought to himself, maintaining an outwardly simple smile. I am quite familiar with these magical creatures. In fact, I consider myself a druid. Are you familiar with druids? At this point, Dumbledore could not resist interjecting. Mr. Kono, are you implying that you are a druid? I recall that druids disappeared by the late Middle Ages. They were inherently animagi. What is that? Kono was momentarily taken aback by this term. Animagus. A magical ability to transform into an animal. Every druid possesses such a capability, Dumbledore elucidated. Kono quickly began to constrict his pores, attempting to prevent perspiration from forming on his brow. He had never anticipated the existence of druids in the world of Harry Potter. The druid he had referred to earlier was actually a profession from a different realm. No matter. Dumbledore cannot discern my thoughts. The advantage lies with me. Kono encouraged himself inwardly. As a martial arts master, controlling his body is fundamental. Even though he felt a surge of anxiety within, his exterior remained composed and genuine. As you mentioned, Dumbledore, that pertains to the druids of the Middle Ages, Kono pondered as he paced, finally crafting a coherent narrative. Indeed, druids were once renowned for their formidable magical abilities. However, as you are aware, the witch hunts proliferated during the Middle Ages. He sighed deeply, as if reminiscing about a painful past. Many druids who transformed into common animals met untimely ends, leading subsequent druids to abandon the practice of animagus transformation in favor of acquiring more beneficial knowledge. Dumbledore, upon hearing this, began to trust Kono's words, not only due to Kono's sincere demeanor, but also because it was well known that many wizards faced persecution in the Middle Ages. Thus, it was not surprising that druids would alter their traditional ways of life. Curious about this new knowledge Kono spoke of, he speculated, could it be martial arts? Indeed, you are astute. Kono praised, raising his thumb in admiration. As expected of the headmaster of Hogwarts, your intellect is remarkable. It is martial arts. Only by strengthening the body can one thrive. Dumbledore chuckled. You're too kind. The historical records of druids are scarce. I am delighted to hear such insights from you. Newt, observing their exchange, found himself increasingly convinced of Kono's identity. Druids, akin to centaur tribes, were protectors of nature, and their dwindling numbers had contributed to the decline of many magical creatures. Much of his knowledge regarding the care of magical creatures stemmed from druidic texts that still exist in other countries. Could you perhaps refrain from discussing this? Newt interjected, positioning himself between Dumbledore and Kono. Mr. Kono, given your profound understanding of horned beasts, how might we rectify this situation? Quite simple. Kono coughed lightly and continued. Your belief that the horns of the horned beast are non-renewable leads you to only harvest once. Am I correct? Newt nodded vigorously. This is indeed a misconception. How barbaric. Kono feigned sorrow. Even if you utilize the horns, you merely reduce them to powder. If that is the case, why not grind the powder from the horns of living horned beasts? But if we do that, their horns would still be worn down. Newt began to contemplate the feasibility of this approach. The beauty of a horned beast's horns lies in their role as mating tools. If the horns are lost for any reason, the horned beast may choose to end its life. Is it truly that alarming? Kono thought to himself. He then asked Newt, "What do you typically feed the horned beasts? Just meat chunks?" Newt nodded. "Yes, they are omnivorous. Primarily, I provide them with various cuts of livestock, and at night, I prepare fruits and vegetables. You must have conducted experiments on removing their horns. During this process, did you continue to feed them the same diet?" Newt nodded once more. "I would prepare more meat and select higher quality fruits and vegetables." Kono seized upon this detail, revealing a pained expression. "This is where you err. There is a saying among druids, 'You are what you eat.' Since the horns have been removed, how can you continue to feed them the same sustenance?" Newt paused, inquiring, "What else should I provide?" "Consider adding shrimp shells, bone broth, and similar items. You mentioned they are omnivorous, if necessary. You can supplement their diet with calcium tablets and vitamins." "Calcium tablets and vitamins? What are those?" Newt scratched his head in confusion. "It seems you have been disconnected from the world of muggles for quite some time, unaware of such beneficial substances," Kono lamented. "Individuals of your age should consume more calcium tablets and vitamins, as older age leads to nutrient depletion. It is vital to replenish." Dumbledore interjected. "Are you suggesting that these calcium tablets and vitamins are products of muggle origin? I believe my roommate referred to those wizards as muggles." "Yes, that must be the term," Kono recalled. He nodded. "Indeed. You should be able to find them in muggle pharmacies. These substances are calculated based on body size. Given that horned beasts weigh significantly more than ordinary humans, during the horn removal period, several bottles of calcium tablets would be required per meal." Newt had unknowingly squatted on the ground, notebook resting on his knees as he fervently took notes. Kono glanced at the contents of the notebook, realizing that while Newt appeared somewhat shy, his efficiency in execution was exceptional. In a short span, Newt had designed a series of experimental plans, including details on the duration of each trial and the appropriate doses of vitamins and calcium tablets to administer. Noticing Kono had fallen silent, Newt looked up expectantly. "Have you finished? Will you not add anything further? Your guidance has greatly expanded my perspective. I am truly grateful." Kono was momentarily at a loss for words. In this moment, he truly sensed the generational divide between the youth of the 21st century and the elders of the last century, as well as the distinction between ordinary individuals and wizards. It was akin to a modern person traversing back to the era of Homo sapiens, unable to teach those early humans the art of wearing shoes. Just as Homo sapiens were born with feet designed for walking, they had no need for the assistance of footwear. The same principle applied to wizards. They could resolve many issues directly with magic and seldom contemplated alternative methods. "I believe you should attempt it first," Kono expressed. "After all, the creatures from this era differ significantly from those of the medieval times. Only through practice can one uncover the truth." "Truly a druid," Newt exclaimed. "I must take note of that. You truly possess an unparalleled understanding of nature among wizards." Newt felt as if he had returned to his student days, nodding enthusiastically like an eager pupil. Kono waved his hands dismissively. "Let me clarify. I am now a martial artist and have not been referred to as a druid for many years." "Understood." Newt nodded vigorously, sensing the opportune moment. Kono half-squatted to converse with Newt. "Newt, do you recall what we discussed outside the box previously? You mentioned that if you could cure the creature, you would agree to a few of my conditions." Newt, still focused on his task, murmured, "I remember." Kono smiled. "That's splendid. My requests are quite simple. Firstly, your creature destroyed my home, so you must assist me in finding a place to reside." "Not an issue. How about Dorset? I live there. And you can choose any location you desire." Is this the generosity of a magizoologist or that of a farmer? Kono mused silently. To him, Newt's mention of a breeding base seemed comparable to the numerous farmers within the borders of Blue Star, each owning vast tracts of land where they could pursue their whims. "Well then, I shall decide on my residence later." Kono nodded and continued to lay out his conditions to Newt. Initially, he presented trivial demands, such as various requirements regarding accommodation or daily meals. Once Newt appeared almost numb from nodding, Kono finally revealed his true intent. "By the way, I would prefer if you could prepare a cup of the creature's blood for me daily." "Absolutely not." Newt suddenly froze, raising his voice. "What do you need that for?" "I cannot agree." "Ah, such wariness. It appears I must engage in some persuasion," Kono thought to himself. With a meaningful glance, he sighed while patting Newt's shoulder. "My dear Newt, you seem to entirely misunderstand. My intentions are solely for the well-being of the creature, and indeed, for all the magical beings in your breeding base." His ambitions extended beyond merely that one creature, They encompassed Newt's entire breeding establishment. Newt scratched his head, inquiring humbly, what benefits could that possibly entail? Newt, do you perceive any differences between your magical creatures in the breeding base and those in the wild? Newt pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. Because I care for them diligently, they are generally healthier, larger, and more beautiful than those outside. Those are merely superficial traits. I speak of substance. Do you grasp that? Newt shook his head. Have you ever considered that if your bred creatures encountered their wild counterparts, would your creatures emerge victorious in a confrontation? Newt's eyes widened, his voice trembling. How did you know I once arranged for them to interact with their wild kin? I don't understand why. They indeed seemed unable to prevail. After all, he was a renowned magizoologist, and such matters were somewhat embarrassing. Thus, he had never mentioned it to anyone. Have you contemplated allowing those bred creatures to return to the wild, including that creature? Newt gasped. You truly are a druid. No. A martial artist. You are indeed the most knowledgeable about magical creatures. Certainly, Kono shrugged slightly. We refer to this practice as rewilding. Ultimately, they belong to nature, do they not? No matter how much effort we expend, we merely construct a cage for them. Nature is their true home. Indeed. Indeed. Newt murmured excitedly. I must remember this. Rewilding. Nature is their true home. Please, continue. Thus, consider the distinctions between the wild counterparts and your bred creatures. What differences? Newt twisted his neck, uncertainly responding. Perhaps it is because the wild creatures endure various struggles, making them stronger? Exactly. Kono grinned. They endure countless struggles, sustaining injuries and shedding blood, which naturally fortifies them. Newt trembled with excitement, interrupting, I understand now. No wonder you mentioned needing a cup of blood daily. A cup is not excessive, but it can simulate the sensation of injury. This way, their bodies will recognize external threats and enhance their own resilience. Remarkable. Is this the wisdom of a druid? A martial artist? Not only that, you must introduce various elements to simulate their natural habitats, much like that bamboo grove. Kono indicated towards the forest. This dense bamboo grove presents no real threat, yet in the wild, various predators exist. Therefore, in the process of rewilding, we must not only allow them to bleed but also heighten their alertness, improve their flying capabilities, and so forth. Allow me to demonstrate. He scooped up several clumps of earth and, employing a standard throwing technique, hurled them. Do not harm them. Newt, although nearly convinced, could not suppress his compassion. Rest assured, I am a professional. Kono smiled gently, and the clumps of earth transformed into a cloud of smoke mid-air, causing no harm to the birds residing in the bamboo grove. However, due to the sudden noise and inexplicable smoke, the birds immediately ascended, perching at the highest point of the grove, chirping incessantly. With his head slightly raised and eyes closed, he calmly inquired, Do you understand now? Newt had never witnessed those birds fly so high or so swiftly, and his eyes began to glisten with emotion. He pressed his palm against his chest and solemnly nodded, Master, I have comprehended. The series of dialogues between Newt and the peculiar man named Kono left Dumbledore feeling somewhat anxious, despite Kono's demeanor exhibiting no flaws. As a wizard who had lived for over a century, he instinctively sensed a disquiet. This unease stemmed from the unknown, without the simplest of spells that could penetrate others' thoughts. He struggled to discern Kono's ultimate intentions. If the need for blood were merely a facade, Kono's true identity might well be that of a dark wizard, and a formidable one at that. He could ascertain with certainty that Kono was by no means a so-called druid, for he could not even fully recognize the names of those magical creatures at the outset. While the participant was mired in confusion, the observer saw clearly. Newt had devoted nearly all his attention to magical creatures, thus directly overlooking or failing to notice these discrepancies. As Newt's friend and mentor, he could not allow his pupil to be led astray by someone like Kono. What a bother, Dumbledore murmured, rubbing his temples. Clearing his throat, he said, Mr. Kono, I apologize for interrupting your conversation with Newt. I can see that you are a remarkably talented, martial artist. Might I have the honor of inviting you to join Hogwarts and become a part of our esteemed institution? His thoughts were simple. Since Newt was so invested in Kono, why not bind Kono to his side? This would allow him to continue observing Kono and ascertain his true intentions, while also protecting Newt. If both Kono and Newt were to reside in Dorset, it was not inconceivable that Kono might one day become the master of that breeding ground. Newt was too pure-hearted. As long as he could aid magical creatures, he would exert every ounce of his being without hesitation. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Kono furrowed his brow and thought to himself, what does this mean? Do they expect me to return to school? I am already in my 20s. Does it not seem inappropriate to learn magic alongside children of 11 or 12? Therefore, he waved his hand dismissively and declared, I refuse. Upon hearing Kono's response, Dumbledore became even more convinced of his earlier suspicion. Newt Scamander, you remain my student and friend. I cannot stand by and watch you become a destitute old man on the streets. To safeguard Newt and ensure his peaceful twilight years, his mind raced, contemplating ways to bring Kono into the school for surveillance. At its core, Kono's objective was quite clear. He sought materials from those magical creatures. Reflecting on this, Dumbledore felt somewhat vexed. In an attempt to probe Kono's background, he had deliberately engaged in discussions about druidic matters, the concepts Kono later introduced. Regarding supplementary nutrition and wild release, indeed echoed the druidic philosophy of giving back to nature what one has received. This left him at an impasse. Unable to dismantle Kono's fabrications unless he could locate a contemporary druid to disprove everything Kono had asserted. Since Kono yearned for materials from magical creatures, did he not also require other resources? Perhaps this angle warranted exploration. Mr. Kono, there is no need for you to hastily decline my invitation. As a modern druid, I trust you possess considerable knowledge of herbalism. Indeed, Hogwarts offers the most comprehensive selection of herbs in all of Europe, and you would be most welcome to conduct your research here. Newt chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, Mr. Kono, Hogwarts is the finest magical school in the world. You simply must experience it. Regarding the supplements you mentioned for magical creatures, Hogwarts herbs are truly exceptional and indeed worthy of consideration for your research. Kono stroked his chin. Pondering, I am somewhat intrigued. After all, a balanced diet cannot consist solely of meat. It must include vegetables, or how could it be deemed medicinal cuisine? Moreover, it seems Hogwarts frequently encounters an array of peculiar individuals. Perhaps I could also hone my skills there. It appears to be quite an appealing option. With a piercing gaze, he turned to Dumbledore and inquired, So, what is the price, Headmaster Dumbledore? If I wish to utilize those herbs, what must I offer in return? Dumbledore chuckled amiably, replying, Mr. Kono, we at Hogwarts merely provide a platform for you. There is no need to frame it in terms of price. I sense your expertise in druidic knowledge, since the druidic heritage has been lost. I would like to extend an invitation for you to become a professor at our school, teaching courses on druidic subjects. Druidic heritage? What could I possibly teach? How to instruct students in the powers of a bear? Kono mused, feeling a twinge of insecurity. The so-called druidic knowledge he had fabricated would likely unravel under scrutiny if he were to teach. However, there was not a lack of opportunity. Dumbledore had previously mentioned that the druidic lineage had been interrupted during the Middle Ages. Furthermore, the fact that Dumbledore had not contradicted him during his earlier discourse indicated that he, too, was not well versed in druidic matters. The martial arts of the East are profound and intricate, capable of strengthening both the body and the mind. Surely, this surpasses druidic traditions? If I were to promote the teachings of the Book of Rebirth, I could continue to nurture my martial spirit through the power of faith, truly a multifaceted gain. With this calculation in mind, Kono resolved to delve into Hogwarts. With determination, he clasped his hands behind his back, stepped forward, and gazed at the magical tapestry within the box, exhaling a long sigh. Indeed, you speak wisely. The loss of heritage is a grave concern. For the sake of all beings, it is imperative that I revitalize my lineage. So, does this mean you agree? Dumbledore inquired. Of course. Kono's gaze sparkled with clarity. In that moment, he embodied the compassionate martial master, declaring, If I do not enter hell, who will? Dumbledore's lips twitched, pondering. So, you find Hogwarts so terrifying that you must liken it to hell? How noble of you. Unbeknownst to Kono, Dumbledore's thoughts ran deep as he continued, however. Let us not mention the title of Druid any longer. I am willing to join Hogwarts as a martial arts professor. Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction, certainly. I will promptly coordinate with the Ministry of Magic to register this martial arts course. Well, Kono nodded, then shifted the conversation to ask, speaking of which, I believe I was incarcerated in Azkaban by the Ministry. Does this mean I will be the first professor who has been imprisoned in Azkaban? That seems rather thrilling. Ultimately, Kono's ambition to join Hogwarts as an outlaw did not materialize. The three of them departed the box, yet the chanting of the Azkaban prisoners continued unabated. Kono clapped his hands and called out, Everyone, I am preparing to leave. In my absence, do continue your chanting diligently, and when you are released, strive to be good individuals. Dumbledore and Newt exchanged astonished glances, realizing the shared surprise in each other's eyes. Within Azkaban, magic was suppressed. Even they had to wield wands in conjunction with incantations to cast spells. Kono's voice did not emanate from ahead of them, but rather appeared in their ears, suggesting the use of a sound amplification charm. However, Kono had neither drawn his wand nor uttered a spell. How had he performed such magic? Dumbledore could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Mr. Kono, may I inquire what magic you just employed?" "It is a form of transmission that allows me to convey my voice to whomever I wish," Kono replied. "This is an advanced martial art." Kono cleared his throat lightly, as if to announce. Dumbledore heard Kono's deep and resonant voice near his ear. "Headmaster Dumbledore, does Hogwarts provide meals? Are there midnight snacks? I tend to eat quite a lot." Dumbledore nodded in response. "Certainly, the house elves here are the finest in the world. They not only ensure you are well fed, but also serve delectable meals." Newt stepped back a pace, his voice tinged with confusion and fear as he inquired, "Dumbledore, who are you talking to?" Kono chuckled, saying, "Indeed, if I do not consciously control it, all of you can hear my voice clearly. If I wish for a specific individual to hear me, then the others will remain oblivious to my words." Dumbledore felt a genuine admiration. It was truly remarkable. Newt even applauded, exclaiming, "Kono, you are indeed impressive. The legacy of the Druids is extraordinarily powerful." The chanting had ceased, and the prisoners gathered before the cells of the three. "Master, what shall we do if you leave us?" Kono spoke soothingly to his subordinates, "Fear not. As long as you persist in your chants, the Dementors cannot harm you. Master, you must eat and drink while outside. Do not return here." Kono patted the shoulder of the prisoner who spoke, assuring him, "Of course, you must also strive to reform yourselves and seek to leave this place soon. Azkaban cannot exist without Mr. Kono, just as we cannot do without Jerusalem." Kono tentatively proposed, "What if I choose not to leave? Perhaps I could stay a few more days to accompany you all?" The previously sobbing prisoners fell silent, and the one who mentioned Jerusalem was dragged to a corner by several others, surrounded. Unintelligible murmurs arose, and the remaining prisoners shook their heads vigorously, declaring, "Mr. Kono, you should depart this troubled place swiftly. We shall manage well here. Indeed, in the future, we shall spread your sutra of the afterlife beyond these walls, ensuring your brilliance illuminates the world. We will remember your teachings and chant the sutra of the afterlife daily. Safe travels, Mr. Kono. Remaining here would only hinder your great future." In this fervent atmosphere, Kono shook hands with each prisoner before leisurely departing Azkaban. Before leaving, he magically restored the battered iron bars to their original form, explaining, "This is a repair spell. With proper control of power, such ordinary damage is trivial." Newt chimed in, "Truly remarkable, Mr. Kono. This is the first time I've witnessed such a repair spell." Dumbledore felt a pang of melancholy. Newt's admiration made him reflect on the perceived failures of his teaching career. Newt was indeed too kind, perhaps excessively so. He inquired, "Mr. Kono, why do I sense that those prisoners fear you somewhat?" Kono, hands clasped behind his back and exuding an air of mastery, replied, "They initially thought me easy to intimidate. I merely showcased a fraction of my abilities, and then we could communicate well." Dumbledore found himself momentarily speechless, feeling a familiar tension return to his temples. This was perhaps the moment he regretted most, having brought Kono to the school and appointed him as a martial arts professor. Should he perhaps seek an opportunity to expel him? Introduce him to Beau's Batons or Durmstrang, or even Ilvermorny across the ocean, letting Kono wreak havoc there? Massaging his temples, he asked, "Mr. Kono, what knowledge do you intend to impart to those children? I am rather curious." Kono, with calm assurance, responded, "The realm of martial arts is vast and profound. However, the deeper truths may be beyond their grasp. I plan to guide them through 5 fundamental aspects." Dumbledore pressed on, "What are these 5 aspects?" Kono raised 5 fingers, stating, "Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith. If they can grasp these concepts during their academic journey, their future should be bright." Newt interjected, "Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith? That sounds like a concept from the East. Mr. Kono, what materials will you use to teach the students? Will you need to order them from the East?" Kono raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the existence of a land called Huaxia. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a strong aversion to visiting it. Setting aside these convoluted thoughts, he stated, "I plan to create my own materials, allowing them to cultivate a foundational understanding of martial arts." Newt perked up. "Publishing your own materials requires a publisher, correct?" "I am well acquainted with MOMORAN Publishing Company. I can assist you in contacting them." 2 wizards responsible for guarding Azkaban had been waiting outside. Flitwick inquired, "Headmaster Dumbledore, are you preparing to leave?" Dumbledore nodded softly. Yes, we have clarified the situation regarding Mr. Kono. There was a misunderstanding with the Ministry of Magic, and I will take him there to resolve it. Even the dreary weather outside the island could not conceal the rapid flush of color on the faces of the two wizards. They exclaimed in unison, "Really? You are taking Mr. Kono away, right?" Dumbledore cast a complex glance at Kono, who remained nonchalant, feeling a deeper throb in his temples. He nodded yes. This is all a misunderstanding, so we should not return here. The two wizards quickly agreed, their voices filled with righteous indignation. Indeed, no innocent person should be imprisoned in Azkaban. Well done, Headmaster Dumbledore. In that moment, a gap appeared in the previously oppressive clouds, and golden sunlight bathed Kono, enveloping him in a shimmering aura. In Dorset at Newt's seaside manor, the moments just before dawn are often the darkest. Kono awoke from his slumber, swiftly leaping from his bed, donning his robe with remarkable agility, and leaping through the open window to the ground below. He moved with the grace of a cat, silently making his way to the beach. Having resided here for a week, he had memorized the route from the manor to the shore, able to traverse it even with his eyes closed. Kono arrived at the beach like a gust of wind, his feet propelling him upward like a seagull taking flight, landing lightly on the largest and highest rock at the water's edge. He then settled into a cross-legged position, transitioning from motion to stillness, embodying an unshakable mountain as he sat there, eyes shut, his chest rising and falling as he exhaled a long breath. A massive wave surged forth with a thunderous roar, crashing against the rock. Yet, as the waves could not dislodge the rock, so too could they not disturb him. The previously dark sea horizon began to reveal a faint blue hue, and before it could spread further, a radiant sunrise appeared. Kono keenly sensed the subtle shift in temperature at this moment, abruptly opening his eyes to gaze upon the emerging dawn. The expanse of the red sky widened, its brilliance intensifying. Only then did he begin to inhale, as his mind became enveloped by the newborn light of the morning. He engaged in a prolonged inhalation lasting over 2 minutes, his entire being seemingly inflated as if under the enchantment of an inflation spell. This technique, known as the sun and moon returning to oneself method, is employed in martial arts to gather the essence of the sun and moon. Before dawn, one must sit cross-legged upon the ground, expelling the impure air cultivated during sleep, and then remain still, holding the breath in anticipation of the sunrise. Once the sun rises, one immediately begins to inhale according to the method, thereby assimilating the essence birthed by the nascent sun into the body. Moreover, such a simple act of inhalation and exhalation can cleanse the body, purging it of impurities. At this moment, Kono resembled a balloon, as if any gentle lift could send him soaring into the sky. After fully inhaling, he began to exhale, his breath resonating like a powerful amplifier, transforming the hollow sound from his throat into a roar akin to that of a tiger. The volume of his exhalation was so immense that it drowned out even the thunderous roar of the ocean waves. As another colossal wave approached, Kono's expelled breath acted as an indomitable shield, parting the waters. Upon completing his cycle of breath, he forcefully pushed against the ground, effortlessly ascending to the sandy shore. He leapt upward along a steep cliff, swiftly scaling to its summit by utilizing the protruding stones. Suddenly, Kono glanced toward a massive boulder perched at the cliff's edge, sensing a gaze upon him. However, this feeling was fleeting. Casting aside these distractions, he hummed a tune and sprinted toward a distant estate, faint wisps of smoke rising from its chimneys. Meanwhile, the elderly figure, tormented by persistent headaches, gradually revealed himself beside the boulder. Dumbledore watched Kono's receding silhouette, instinctively rubbing his temples. It was puzzling. Why could he not perceive any trace of magical energy? Could Kono truly be a druid, capable of casting spells without a wand? This was unacceptable. He was determined to investigate further. A person devoid of magical fluctuations, yet possessing formidable power, was exceedingly perilous. Kono's existence nearly upended Dumbledore's understanding of the world. This world can be simplified into two categories of individuals: wizards, who wield magic to achieve feats that are unfathomable to muggles, and muggles, who utilize technology to accomplish tasks that may appear peculiar to wizards. Yet Kono represented an unforeseen third category, one who, without relying on magic, could perform seemingly incredible feats. In Dumbledore's estimation, Kono's threat level was only slightly lower than that of the hidden Voldemort. Though Kono currently appeared harmless, even capable of enhancing Newt's later years, the possibility lingered that should Kono's mindset falter, he might indeed enact a revolution within the magical realm. Perhaps it would be prudent to compose a letter to Newt. Kono seemed to have never possessed a wand. This was a point to test his magical abilities. Resolute, Dumbledore's form began to distort, and with a sharp sound, he vanished from sight. At Newt's estate, which also served as his breeding ground, Kono had become acquainted with the magical creatures described in Newt's book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Over the past week, the estate was divided into various habitats, where magical creatures from different countries and regions resided in environments best suited for their survival. For instance, the nearby bamboo grove was home to a plethora of magical beings, such as the bird snake, the nasty bird, the tree guardian, and the invisible beast. Passing through the dim pathways of the bamboo grove, one arrived at the main body of Newt's estate, a strikingly grand British-style villa. A giant pumpkin lay split in half on the ground. One half for you, the other half for him. If you refuse it, and he also declines, then neither shall have it. Newt practiced Tai Chi in the open space before the villa, while an elderly lady, somewhat flustered, attempted to follow his lead. This lady was Newt's wife, Tina, a former Auror from the United States. In Kono's understanding, Aurors were wizards who were more resilient than employees of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Oh no. I've become a combat assessment unit. Newt struggled to master the proper forms of the 24 posture Tai Chi. So Kono taught him the most straightforward mnemonic phrases. Once Newt completed his Tai Chi set and returned to a standing posture, Kono greeted him. Good morning. How are you feeling? Is it effective? Newt and Tina exchanged smiles, marveling at the wonders of martial arts. I truly feel more invigorated than before practicing Tai Chi. Kono encouraged Newt. The key to martial arts lies in persistence. The more you practice, the greater your rewards. After a round of applause, a diminutive house elf with a long nose, bulging eyes, and bat-like ears appeared, respectfully bowing to the three of them. Esteemed master, honored mistress, respected Mr. Kono, breakfast has been prepared for you. In a previous life as a person from Huaxia, Kong Nua had long been aware of the culinary delights of England. Having lived in the mountains, where an old hunter prepared meals sourced from the wilderness, he was fortunate enough not to have tasted the legendary stargazing pie. Later, when he lived alone in unfamiliar territory with limited ingredients, his diet primarily consisted of roasted meat. This roasted meat, paired with herbs suitable for potion making, evoked the flavors reminiscent of Korean barbecue. The diverse taste of the herbs added a certain richness to his otherwise simple life. Upon arriving at the estate, Kong Nua's meals were managed by a house elf named Rolex. Trained at Hogwarts, Rolex was renowned as one of the finest house elves in all of England. Unfortunately, England itself was a culinary desert, with cooking methods that were not only simplistic but also quite rudimentary. Boiling, stewing, roasting, frying, and steaming were the primary techniques that encompassed the entirety of English cuisine. Their approach to food was equally unpretentious, aiming to avoid unnecessary seasonings and preserve the original flavors of the dishes. A typical breakfast for the Newt couple consisted of a glass of warm milk, a small bowl of oatmeal porridge, a plate of fried eggs and bacon, accompanied by a slice of toast slathered in butter. This simple breakfast combination aligned perfectly with the dietary habits of the English. As a connoisseur of fine cuisine from Huaxia, Kong Nua found little interest in such Western breakfasts. Rolex placed a steaming bamboo steamer and a cup of peanut soy milk before him. Mr. Kong Nua, this is your 5th iteration of the soup dumpling. Following your instructions, I have added aspect to the filling, and the folds number precisely 36. Observing the plump, fist-sized dumplings, steaming with tantalizing aroma, Kong Nua nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Rolex, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. However, have you found the Italian balsamic vinegar? Yes, replied Rolex, signaling as a bottle resembling red wine floated into his hand. The balsamic's texture was akin to that of red wine, though its hue was deeper, offering not only acidity, but also a hint of grape fragrance. The balsamic vinegar, blended from wine vinegar and concentrated grape juice, differed fundamentally from the aged vinegar of Huaxia made from sorghum, yet it stood as the best substitute available in Europe. With a steamer containing 4 soup dumplings, Kong Nua grasped a pair of rough chopsticks and gently lifted one onto his plate. He delicately sliced through the translucent dough, allowing the amber broth to spill forth, filling the air with its rich aroma. He instinctively blew on the dumpling to cool it down, though he no longer feared its heat. Taking a sip of the broth, the exquisite flavor danced upon his palate, lingering enticingly and prompting him to open his mouth wide. Swallowing the entire dumpling in one go, without pausing for a moment's critique, he picked up another dumpling, its texture delightfully springy. After slicing open its skin and drizzling a few drops of balsamic vinegar over it, he swiftly devoured the steaming dumpling. The unique sweet and sour notes of the balsamic elevated the flavor of the broth and meat filling to new heights, leaving a lasting impression. Mr. Kong Nua, do you believe there are areas for improvement? Rolex inquired from the side. Kong Nua raised an eyebrow, noting that the meat filling could still use some refinement. European pigs were not castrated, and thus, despite careful attention, a certain gaminess persisted in the cooking. Setting aside that aspect, he would score this iteration of the soup dumpling at least 85 out of 100. Remarkable. Truly remarkable, he praised, acknowledging Rolex as the finest house elf in England who could achieve such flavors with these ingredients. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rolex bowed repeatedly in gratitude and then presented the remaining 4 baskets of dumplings before Kong Nua. Just as Kong Nua was about to attack the 3rd basket, Newt's voice suddenly resonated. Kong Nua, what is this dish called soup dumpling? Why does it smell so divine? Kong Nua glanced up to see the couple's plates untouched, their eyes fixated on the steamer beside him, swallowing in anticipation. Feeling sympathetic, he offered one of the dumplings to the Newt couple, urging them to try it, for tasting would be more persuasive than words. But be cautious, it may be hot. The Newt couple attempted to spear the dumpling with a fork, anxious that the fragrant broth might spill out. After trying forks, knives, and spoons, they finally drew their wands and cast a levitation charm on the dumpling, successfully landing it on their plate. They mimicked Kong Nua's actions, slicing open the dumpling skin and blowing on it until the steam dissipated before savoring the broth, their expressions revealing sheer delight. By Merlin's beard, exclaimed Newt after finishing a dumpling, I once encountered a similar dish in Huaxia, but regrettably, I was too rushed to taste it myself. Now, having experienced this soup dumpling, I finally understand why my Huaxia friends lamented my failure to try it. Huaxia? Kong Nua set down his chopsticks, pondering the existence of such a place. Do they also use wands? Or do they employ other means for magic? Peach with swords? Do they inscribe talismans? He paused, feeling an odd blankness. Strange. Why am I speaking of Huaxia? Newt scratched his head, suddenly appearing bewildered. What did I just say? Kong Nua also felt a sudden pain in his head as the essence of martial arts within him emitted a brief glow. In the fleeting pain that followed, he too forgot what he had just questioned. How does it taste? Surely this soup dumpling surpasses your eggs and bacon? Kong Nua asked with a cheerful smile. I believe even the renowned delicacies of French cuisine pale in comparison to this soup dumpling, Tina remarked, wiping her mouth. Rolex, how is such a delectable dish prepared? Rolex hurried to her side, gesticulating as he explained the preparation of the soup dumpling. Due to the complexity of the process, even with the assistance of house elf magic, the creation of such exquisite dumplings proved challenging. However, thanks to the house elf's innate dexterity, after 5 days of experimentation, Rolex finally produced the soup dumpling that brought Kong Nua utmost satisfaction. Suddenly, a series of coups startled Kong Nua, causing him to instinctively toss his chopsticks towards the source of the sound. Newt gasped in horror, exclaiming, Don't harm it. That's an owl. It's a messenger. Don't harm it. Hearing Newt's words, Kong Nua calmly flicked his fingers, and with a soft whoosh, an invisible force shot forth. The force stirred a gentle breeze, lifting Tina's shoulder-length white hair, as it darted toward the owl like a sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp sounds echoed as the chopsticks, deflected by the initial force, flew back into Kong Nua's hands. The brown-feathered owl, having narrowly escaped, gracefully landed on the table, nuzzling Newt's hand. In contrast to the owl's bewildered demeanor, the Newt couple reacted with heightened intensity. They simultaneously took a sip of the warm milk, glanced at the chopsticks in Kono's hand, and couldn't help but drink another mouthful of milk to calm their nerves. Ahem. Tina tidied her slightly disheveled hair and asked, Kono, what kind of magic did you just use? How can I learn it? Kono scratched his head. It's a bit complicated to explain. At your current age, being lively and energetic is the limit of my magic. If you want to perform feats like mine, you'd have to start life anew. Tina nodded, implying that the so-called martial arts magic is indeed difficult to achieve at his level. Kono twirled the chopsticks in the air with confidence, declaring, Absolutely. Martial arts is the best in the world. Hoot hoot. A brown owl stared with big, innocent eyes at Newt, gently pecking his hand with its sharp beak. Sorry. Newt broke off a small piece of the uneaten egg and fed it to the owl. After munching on it, the owl extended its claws and placed a letter it had been holding onto the table. Newt set down the parchment letter and smiled at Kono, saying, Good news. The Silent Book Company has notified me that they have begun printing your introduction to martial arts manual. Hoot hoot. After dismissing the first owl, A second one arrived in quick succession. This owl was noticeably larger, with mottled white feathers. It circled the ceiling before dropping off a package and flying out the window. How odd. Newt furrowed his brow as he opened the package. Who would send me a letter this early in the morning? Inside was a parchment envelope and a small pouch that clinked with sound. This is a letter from the Ministry of Magic. Newt pushed the entire package towards Kono. The ministry stated that their previous use of illegal interrogation methods was purely personal conduct, and to express their apologies, they have sent you a compensation for emotional distress. Additionally, the two Aurors will personally visit to apologize and will take you to buy a new wand. Is that so? Kono glanced at the letter before tearing open the pouch. Upon a quick scan, he found over 30 gold coins inside, and he could distinctly sense an unusual aura emanating from them. He sighed, how outdated. Why are you still using gold coins? Isn't that a bit cumbersome? Even if you can't use mobile payments, you could at least use paper currency, right? Newt rubbed his nose, acknowledging that Muggle currency is indeed more convenient. However, he explained that paper currency can be directly replicated using a duplication spell. While galleons are crafted by goblins and possess unique goblin magic, eliminating concerns about counterfeiting. That makes sense. Kono collected all the gold coins into the small world of his martial arts golden elixir. But I have a question. If you wizards were to replicate a Muggle's banknote, would the numbers also be replicated? Of course. Newt replied proudly, I can assure you that our replicated banknotes are identical to those printed by Muggles, though there is a risk of punishment from the ministry. He elaborated that wizards generally adhere to the laws of confidentiality and strive to avoid using magic to interfere with the Muggle world. Any acts of duplicating currency could lead to serious consequences if discovered, with larger amounts incurring harsher penalties, potentially even a one-way ticket to Azkaban for further education. Kono shook his peanut milk. Identical? Newt, do you know that the serial numbers on Muggle banknotes are all different? That's part of their anti-counterfeiting measures. Newt's expression faltered, and he quickly changed the subject. Well, I have to go give the winged serpent its medication this morning. The two Aurors should arrive at your seaside cottage after 2 this afternoon. In the leisurely afternoon, Kono held the so-called apology letter from the Ministry of Magic. Examining it closely, it wasn't that there was any peculiar magic contained within. Rather, it was the simplicity of the letter that caught his attention. Through their recent interactions, he had come to understand that Newt was a man of straightforward thoughts, akin to a researcher wholly devoted to his work, often oblivious to the complexities of social interactions. It was precisely this simplicity that had caused Newt to overlook the plainness of the ministry's letter, lacking the official seal one would expect from the ministry. It bore no additional magical embellishments, as if striving for an unassuming appearance to avoid drawing attention. Surely, no one wishes to probe my intentions? Kono mused, recalling that his roommate had mentioned the characters in this novel possess varying degrees of cunning. He reflected on his roommate's tales of the magical world, which primarily extolled the wonders of magic in the real world or lamented the absence of an owl to deliver their acceptance letters at the age of 11. Per child. You never received your enrollment letter, yet I was invited by Dumbledore to be a teacher. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be Dumbledore? He seemed quite amiable, though his roommate did mention his intellect overshadowed Voldemort's. Surely, he wouldn't be testing whether I am indeed a druid? After all, I have stated that my studies revolve around martial arts. Could it be that he wishes to ascertain my magical capabilities? Otherwise, why would he have me procure a wand without cause? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. A familiar voice called out, Is this Mr. Kono? We are Aurors from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, here to personally apologize. Outside stood Williamson and Plout, dressed in the ministry's standard robes, looking rather sprightly. They bowed deeply and, in unison, declared, Mr. Kono, we sincerely apologize for our previous disrespectful behavior. In contrast to their fierce demeanor in the interrogation room, Williamson and Plout now appeared as two amiable gentlemen. They looked somewhat undernourished, as if they had recently been ill, their faces pale. However, their expressions were sincere, and their tones rich with genuine remorse. Before his journey into this world, Kono had not only been an enthusiast of martial arts, but also a diligent worker for 5.5 years. If an intimidating Auror could experience such a drastic change in attitude within a few days, it was likely due to the burdens of life weighing them down. What unfortunate souls, Kono remarked as he patted their shoulders. The two exchanged puzzled glances. How much of your salary was docked? A month or 2? Their cheeks twitched. You express such sincerity in your apology, it truly touches me. Since we are all in this together, let us speak candidly. Otherwise, I might just report you to the ministry. Return my feelings of gratitude to me. You rascals. The two silently screamed in their minds, but ultimately continued to concede to life's demands. I've had half a year's salary docked. Plout has had 3 months. That seems rather severe. Is the internal discipline so stringent? Kono was somewhat taken aback. Not just internal sanctions. Williamson was irate, perplexed as to how the Daily Prophet acquired those photographs, remarking on the disgrace it brought upon the Ministry of Magic that Aurors could be incapacitated in an interrogation room. Plout was equally incensed. Were it not for the current low pass rate for Aurors, the old-timers at the Ministry would likely have dismissed them by now. Kono withdrew his hands, having felt the changes in their bodies through the grip he had placed on their shoulders, confirming that neither was lying at that moment. It appeared everyone had their struggles. Kono sighed, pondering how they would procure wands. Shall we use apparition to get there? The two nodded with difficulty, indicating that Diagon Alley was over 100 kilometers away, necessitating multiple uses of apparition to arrive. Oh, then let us set forth. Kono nodded. With a sharp crack, the two oars twisted and vanished from sight. The almost imperceptible spatial fluctuation made Kono reflect. If he were to encounter an opponent adept at apparition, he would need to remain vigilant. Magic indeed remains challenging to guard against. Kono mused, stroking his chin. He was currently at the pinnacle of martial prowess, possessing a formidable physique and keen reflexes, yet his capabilities were limited to delivering powerful blows. To shatter the void with a single strike and traverse space like those wizards, he would need to cultivate his own martial essence. With another loud crack, the two oars reappeared, prompting Kono to leap back instinctively. Both oars bent over, retching violently, even expelling the acid from their stomachs. Such severe side effects? Kono raised an eyebrow from a distance, inquiring if their reaction was always this intense after apparition. Williamson waved his hand dismissively, gesturing with his wand at the acidic liquid on the ground, which dissipated from sight. After casting the vanishing spell, he continued. It's due to the distance. We must jump at least 20 times. Any ordinary wizard would have been rendered incapacitated by now. This showcases the marvel of wizards. Even if their bodies were divided, they could receive treatment at their magical hospitals and recover completely. Kono recognized the drawbacks of apparition. It was impractical for rapid successive uses, and its distance appeared limited. Plout, supporting Williamson, gasped for breath and asked, Mr. Kono, why didn't you keep up with us? Kono shrugged. I cannot perform apparition. It was Newt and the others who brought me here last time. The two oars exchanged glances, realizing the predicament they faced. Williamson offered a wry smile, stating they had taken the day off and had no remaining leave. Plout appeared despondent, exclaiming, well, it's too late now. We've already lost 3 months' salary. What difference does a few more days make? Kono, puzzled, remarked, wasn't it said we could take the night bus? Newt informed me it travels quite swiftly. The two oarers exchanged awkward glances and simultaneously turned their pockets inside out, stating, we don't have a single Canute to our names. Wizarding currency is categorized into 3 types, the most expensive being the golden galleon, followed by the silver sickles, and the least expensive, the bronze nuts. 1 galleon can be exchanged for 17 sickles or 493 nuts. Since we're going together to buy wands, I shall cover the expenses, Kono declared, waving his hand. You go hail a ride. Once aboard, you can tell me more about Diagon Alley. They approached the roadside, and Williamson raised his wand. With a resounding bang, a garish purple, 3-tiered, British-style bus appeared before them. The door swung open to reveal an elderly wizard in a purple uniform. His face contorted in displeasure, mumbling, welcome to the night bus. Anything you need to discuss can be done aboard. Once the 3 boarded, the door promptly closed behind them. The old wizard scanned them with an odd expression, clearly taken aback that 2 oarers needed to use the night bus as well. The pallor of their faces turned an unhealthy shade of red as they prepared to justify themselves. But Kono interjected, spare us the pleasantries. How much for our trip to Diagon Alley? The old wizard responded swiftly, 3 passengers, each is 12 sickles. If you add 3 more, I can offer a chocolate bar. At 4, and we provide a hot water bottle and toothbrush. Kono tossed 3 coins, no change needed. Just add a few extra chocolates. Certainly, esteemed guest. The old wizard's demeanor brightened at the gleaming coins, akin to a wilting chrysanthemum. Please take a seat. We shall arrive shortly. The bus was equipped with nothing but a row of ladders and 6 copper-framed beds. The surface of the frames was coated in greenish-black rust, and the bedding appeared yellowed. Kono stood beside the bed and inquired of the two. I have been in the mountains practicing. I am from the martial branch of the Druids. Could you enlighten me about the purpose of Diagon Alley? The night bus lurched into motion, the sudden inertia causing the two aurors to lose their balance, their heads colliding with the copper frames. After their recent ordeal, witnessing Kono's childlike clarity and unwavering stance, they were inclined to believe at least 80% of what he had said. Williamson grasped the frame tightly, explaining, Diagon Alley is the most bustling commercial street in England. Virtually anything we need can be found there. Plout added enthusiastically, indeed. The only one maker in England resides in Diagon Alley, and his craftsmanship is unparalleled across Europe. The night bus, a true marvel of wizarding ingenuity, raced with astonishing speed, squeezing into a narrow alleyway. The three disembarked from the bus, which had contracted to a width of one person. The two oars rushed to the side, clutching the wall as they began to vomit. Unfortunately, they could expel no more, resorting to dry heaving in an attempt to alleviate their nausea. Kono. Mr. Kono. Williamson gazed vacantly at Kono, asking, why are you unaffected? Of course. It's due to my robust constitution, Kono replied, extracting 2 sheets of parchment on which he had already transcribed the phonetic version of the Buddhist scriptures during the ride. Follow my annotations to learn this technique. Once you have memorized it, purchase my textbook, and you too shall be able to stand firm as a mountain and remain steadfast. Williamson recalled Kono's remarkable display, questioning whether one could truly reach a level where they wouldn't drown without magic. Kono waved his hand dismissively. That depends on personal aptitude, but it will certainly enhance your reflexes, allowing you to adapt more swiftly to adverse environments than others. He was not one to freely dispense the teachings of the martial essence without cause. The primary purpose of the Buddhist scriptures is self-cultivation, and it only truly counters creatures like Dementors. More importantly, he must proliferate this knowledge, spreading the Buddhist scriptures far and wide. The more individuals who recite it, the greater the reservoir of faith he would garner. For now, he could only draw faith from those imprisoned in Azkaban. Having previously absorbed a significant amount of faith bestowed by Dumbledore, he now found himself less interested in these trivial offerings. The Aurors are indeed considered the elite among wizards, capable of providing substantial belief power. Furthermore, one of them is about to begin teaching at Hogwarts, where both teachers and students are likely to contribute significantly to this power. The two men, treating the parchment as a treasure, carefully tucked it into their coat pockets and led Connor out of the alley. Across the street, a dilapidated 2-story building in the 16th century English style emerged, wedged between a grand bookstore and a record store. The inn's sign flickered to life, revealing a worn-out cauldron motif beneath the name, the Leaky Cauldron. The decor inside and out was uniformly shabby, while sunlight filtered through the exterior. The interior was dimly lit by a few flickering candles. In the shadows, a man was drowning his sorrows in drink, his sobs punctuated by the sound of a bottle rolling to the floor. A group of men and women gathered around the candlelight, grumbling as they tossed a few copper coins onto a pile of playing cards. The overall ambience was not only grim but also suggested a rather unwelcoming clientele. Williamson, Plout. What brings you here? A bald man emerged from the shadows, his long, thin fingers delicately polishing a goblet. The two oars stiffened, quickly steering the bald man into a corner. In a hushed tone only they could hear, Williamson said, Old Tom, keep your voice down. Have you not seen how the Daily Prophet maligns us? Old Tom, understanding the cue, covered his mouth, his words escaping through his fingers. Apologies. I still believe in you. If that woman Skeeter spoke the truth, I would not be bald by now. You've been duped by her too? Plout inquired with curiosity. Old Tom scoffed. I have no idea how she obtained a photo of my kitchen back then. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had a few dragon eggs stored with me, and she accused me of engaging in illegal dragon trade. I remember that incident. Plout exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I was even sent here to conduct a search. How outrageous. The three men spat in unison onto the floor. Connor yawned and interjected, So, can we go to Diagon Alley now? This is, Old Tom inquired, eyeing Connor. Your friend? Williamson lowered his voice further. Yes, no more questions. We have a mission today. Oh, understood. Old Tom nodded, leading them to the back door of the pub. The courtyard behind the inn was empty except for a single trash bin in the corner. Williamson raised his wand and tapped the brick wall, which revealed a small hole that gradually formed into an archway. Beyond the arch lay a broad cobblestone path. Count 3 bricks from the trash bin and then 2 across, Williamson instructed. Connor committed the entry method to memory, but still had a question to pose. Turning to Old Tom, Connor asked, what if someone, not knowing the way into Diagon Alley, were to simply destroy this wall? What would happen? Haha. Old Tom's toothless grin widened, erupting in laughter. Plout explained, generally, It would be muggles who resort to such brute force. Some students may have muggle family members, and those muggles would be escorted by wizards, thus preventing any violent attempts at breaking down the wall. Has no one ever tried? Connor frowned, pressing for an answer. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Old Tom finally calmed his laughter. This is the magical world. Who would attempt to forcefully break down a wall? Connor raised an eyebrow. Shall I give it a try? Williamson quickly stepped in front of Connor. No need for that. We can simply go by a wand. As they conversed, the archway reverted back into a solid brick wall, having not been traversed by anyone. Let this gentleman give it a try. Tom wiped a tear of mirth from his eye. I'm quite curious to see if this wall can withstand brute force. If it breaks, will I have to pay? No. Are you certain? As the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, assure you that whatever happens, I will bear the consequences myself. Well, you said it. I swear by Merlin's name. Tom raised his wand towards the sky. Is it time? Plout furrowed his brow. Connor relaxed his wrist, inhaled deeply, and took a firm stance before delivering a powerful punch. Just as Tom extended his finger to say something, he was unexpectedly blown against the wall by the force surrounding Connor. With a light thud, Connor's fist made contact with the wall, as if merely brushing against its surface. As Tom regained his balance, a smile broke across his face, accompanied by the sound of cracking. From the point of impact, spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward, quickly enveloping the entire wall. With a gentle breath, Connor blew, and the original wall disintegrated into a cloud of dust. As the wall vanished, a large, ethereal barrier glowing with a blue hue appeared before them. Where Williamson had previously tapped the bricks, a magical inscription floated silently in the air. So this was the secret of the wall. Williamson leaned in closely to study the inscription, realizing it was a portal spell. I see. I had pondered this question in my youth. If the wall were to be shattered, could one still enter Diagon Alley? It seems that as long as this inscription remains intact, it matters not what else may block the passage. Williamson tapped the inscription with his wand, and the blue barrier began to rotate, coalescing into an illusory archway leading back to that broad cobblestone path. He gently patted the still-dazed old Tom on the shoulder. The function remains intact. See if you can restore it with a repair spell. We must take our leave. The Potage's Cauldron Shop was the nearest establishment to the Leaky Cauldron, with a sign prominently displayed outside its tidy facade. All sizes. Pure copper, brass, tin, silver, automatic stirring, expandable. Connor suddenly found himself intrigued. The cauldron resembled a hot pot. A sharply dressed wizard with glasses opened the shop door, greeting them with a warm smile. Welcome to the Potage's Cauldron Shop. We offer the cleanest cauldrons in all of England, complete with automatic cleaning charms. You see, a clean cauldron prevents potions from turning toxic. Very enticing. Connor stroked his chin. Do you offer custom cauldrons? Perhaps tailored to my specifications? The dapper wizard's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he grasped Connor's hand and pulled him inside, introducing himself. I am York Potage. May I ask how you are addressed, sir? Connor. York produced a sketch pad. Excellent. Mr. Connor, what kind of cauldron do you require? I can provide you with anything you need, including any special features. Recalling his memories from his previous life, Connor sketched a circular hot pot with a diameter of 1.5 meters on the sketch pad. York adjusted his glasses. It seems I have a very discerning customer. I have never encountered such a uniquely designed cauldron before. Is it impossible to create? Absolutely not. We are the finest cauldron shop in England. What features do you require? Where is your delivery address? We will deliver it to you as soon as we finish crafting the cauldron. Features? Kano stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Could it have an automatic heating function? It would be best if it could be adjusted to the appropriate temperature. York, trembling as he adjusted his glasses, spoke hesitantly. This functionality is feasible, albeit quite challenging. Hence, it will incur additional costs. Money is not an issue. Kano waved his hand dismissively. What about an automatic stirring function? Can it stir the bottom of the pot to prevent food from sticking? York let out a long sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. Of course, that is no problem. The magic for this function is patented by our patchy cauldron shop. Let me think. What other features are necessary? Kano racked his brain to recall what his dream cauldron had been like in his past life. Can it separate automatically in the middle? I wish to cook one item while ensuring that even if the aroma drifts away, it will be drawn back. York took a considerable amount of time to comprehend Kano's request, beginning to pinch the frames of his glasses as he said, certainly, that can be arranged. But again, it will require extra funds and time. Time is not an issue. Winter is still quite far away. Kano replied nonchalantly. An automatic cleaning function is essential. And there should be a timer as well. Once I set the time, it should serve the food into my bowl when the time is up. York felt as if he might crush his glasses in disbelief. He had never encountered a customer with such an array of peculiar demands. With a forced smile, he asked, Mr. Kano, do you need a cauldron or a cooking pot? Is there a difference? They both serve to cook. And I believe my requests are not unreasonable. Kano raised an eyebrow. Isn't the patchy cauldron shop supposed to be the finest in all of England? York's expression faltered, and he could only respond with a forced smile. That is certainly the case. I roughly calculated that for a completely customized cauldron with so many features, it would cost at least 100 galleons. 100 galleons, exclaimed Williamson, who had just entered. Are you purchasing a golden pot or a silver one? Is it guaranteed? Realizing Williamson was dressed in Oro attire, York instinctively shrank back and turned to Kano, asking, Mr. Kano, do you prefer a silver or a golden pot? Certainly a copper pot. Otherwise, the flavor will be off, Kano stated seriously. Please jot down all my requests. I will head to Gringotts to withdraw some money, and I shall return later to settle the payment. Upon hearing Kano's prompt agreement, York's spirits lifted once more. He nodded eagerly while escorting Kano and his companions out of the cauldron shop. Plout, standing nearby, expressed concern. Mr. Kano, are you truly prepared to purchase such an expensive cauldron? Are you well versed in potion making? I must acquire this perfect hot pot. Kano stretched lazily. However, I currently lack sufficient funds. Do you have any quick ways to make money? Williamson hesitated. 100 galleons is no small sum. It's nearly equivalent to our monthly salary. Kano looked at Williamson in surprise. Aren't you Aurors part of the high-income bracket? This indeed seems rather expensive. Clearly, you have no concept of money. Both Aurors thought in unison. Plout sighed. Yes, a regular cauldron for potion brewing would suffice. Even a cauldron with added features would only cost around 30 galleons. This hot pot must be perfect, Kano asserted. I am determined to obtain it. Do you have any means to earn money rapidly? The faster, the better. Are you serious about the kind of methods you mentioned? Williamson felt a twinge of discomfort. Of course, I mean the quickest and most unorthodox way. Kano raised an eyebrow. Plout rubbed his temples. Such unorthodox methods are outlined in criminal law. You know, we are Aurors, dedicated to capturing such unscrupulous wizards. Williamson nodded in agreement. Indeed, we have received professional training, and we would never cross our ethical boundaries. Kano cast a disdainful glance at the two Aurors and leisurely remarked, in truth, having known each other for so long, we ought to be considered brothers. I had initially thought to share my earnings with you. What a pity, as two Aurors who had recently had several months' worth of wages deducted. The allure of wealth was nearly irresistible, regardless of their past training. Williamson, maintaining a serious demeanor, remarked, recently, we have received reports about an illegal hideout at Gringotts. Perhaps we should investigate. Plout nodded vigorously. Indeed. After all, as Aurors, it is our duty to eradicate potential evils. Kano smiled, declaring, excellent. Our mission is to combat evil, not to seek profit. I must realign my mindset. Diagon Alley, in addition to its reputable shops, was adorned with various magical stalls displaying an array of trinkets upon tattered cloths, realizing the necessity of a mask to conceal their identities for their noble endeavor. The trio halted before a small stand, where Kano procured 3 masks capable of altering their forms at will, once adequately prepared. They proceeded along the bustling thoroughfare of Diagon Alley until a towering edifice of pristine white marble emerged before them. This building was strikingly conspicuous, its stark white marble contrasting sharply with the surrounding establishments. They stood before a dilapidated poster, its original content obscured, now marred by a multitude of graffiti. At the top of the poster, a gleaming aperture caught their attention. Williamson gestured towards it, stating, "There's an entrance fee, 3 galleons for an hour. The bartender will remind you to renew when the time is up." Plout, visibly anxious, queried, "Mr. Kano, are you certain we should enter? That totals 9 galleons for the 3 of us." Kano reassured them. "Are you certain that the activities within are suitable for mere mortals?" Williamson nodded emphatically, affirming, "Indeed. Many of the games are akin to those played by Muggles, having developed after the fall of the mysterious ones." "Then we shall proceed," Kano declared, tossing 9 coins into the radiant gap, which absorbed them entirely. He reiterated, "You shall call me Akon, Williamson will be Asen, and Plout shall be At." "Understood?" The two Aurors nodded vigorously in agreement. The graffiti on the poster swiftly vanished, revealing an opulent door that soon opened slightly, a pointed nose peeking through. As the door swung wide, a creature resembling a house elf, albeit with a more sinister demeanor, slightly bowed and beckoned. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please step inside." The two Aurors adjusted their masks and followed Kano through the entrance. The creature's eyes lacked the protrusion characteristic of house elves, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, exuding an air of cunning malice. Upon entering, they were met by two more creatures wielding sticks, who proceeded to inspect them. "Please surrender your wands. They will be returned upon your departure," one of the creatures insisted, pointing at the Aurors. Reluctantly, they complied, handing over their wands, and in return received 3 uneven iron tokens. "Place these tokens in your robes. Should you employ magic, they will turn red. Any wizard attempting deceit within these walls will face the harshest repercussions from us," the creature warned. "Moreover, all our entertainment devices are crafted from the materials of horned beasts and fire dragons, ensuring no magical cheating occurs. Enjoy your time." Inside, a vast hall buzzed with activity, an unusual and pungent aroma permeating the air. Disheveled individuals called out, watching as players at tables gradually unveiled their cards. Young attendants in uniforms, eyes darting nervously, hurriedly served cocktails to those engaged in gambling. This establishment was a clandestine venue, a collaboration between Gringotts and select wizarding families. Kano ambled leisurely through the hall, dismissing traditional wizarding games such as gobstones and exploding snap. He also bypassed games like blackjack and poker, which required both cunning and luck, elements unsuitable for his purely technical prowess. Ultimately, he halted before a roulette table, where the crowd was dense and the game straightforward, aligning perfectly with his skills. However, for precautionary measures, he reconfirmed the rules. "It is simply wagering on which number the ball will land, correct?" The creature in charge of the ball nodded, its slender fingers tossing a ball into the spinning wheel. "If a guest prefers, they may wager directly on a number. Typically, players choose to bet on red or black. A wager of 10 coins on color yields a return of 12 coins for a win. Should one guess the exact number, their stake doubles." Williamson grasped Kano's hand as he prepared to place a number bet, advising, "Akon, let us stick to betting on color for now. It's a more cautious approach." "Not a concern. You are here to accompany me in acquiring a wand. I shall set aside funds for 1 wand and use the rest for entertainment," Kano retorted, shaking off Williamson's hand. Plout joined in, pressing his hand over Kano's, imploring, "Perhaps start with just 1 galleon? Let us not be rash." Alas, such lack of ambition. Kano sighed, pressing his fingers to their pressure points. "Observe and learn. The points will release in half an hour. Do not be rash. Enjoyment is paramount. Yet do not overexert yourselves." The two Aurors could only continue their silent pleas with glances and words. "Akon, please reconsider. You cannot outmaneuver them." "Silence. Do not compel me to restrain your tongues as well." Kano boldly placed 5 coins directly on the number 20. "A bet is placed," the creature announced with a mocking tone, launching the ball into motion. The players, invigorated, had not witnessed such audacity in ages. Clank. The ball danced across the red and black segments of the wheel, swirling before gliding toward the center. The creature's long fingers flicked the wheel, causing it to spin wildly, rendering the numbers a blur. Kano closed his eyes, attuning himself to the wheel and confirming the absence of any magical fluctuations, just as the creature had claimed. However, even in such a skill-based endeavor, manipulating outcomes could prove deceptively simple. The creature's finger lifted slightly, slowing the wheel's rotation as the ball bounced between color segments. Red, 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 black, black, black. The surrounding players bellowed, their fervor intensifying. Compared to the complexities of blackjack, this simple and direct game stirred the players' emotions even more. The ball leapt once more, landing precariously on the number 1. "Victory! We have triumphed." The players who had wagered on red erupted in cheers. Suddenly, the wheel trembled imperceptibly, the ball seemingly gaining momentum, nudging forward with a thud, resting on the black segment numbered 20. 20, 20 on black, the creature stammered, its eyes widening as it fixated on the pitted iron token on Kano's chest. Kano stood tall and unflinching, completely unperturbed by the gaze of the fairy. The iron plate upon his chest remained a dull gray, showing no signs of turning red. This was a triumph of technique. Moments ago, he had deftly adjusted the roulette with a flick of his fingers, altering the original landing point of the ball. The skill of striking from a distance combined with martial arts, applied in a game of chance like roulette, was akin to a dimensional assault. The fairy's previous maneuver also exhibited a degree of skill. Otherwise, how could the ball have landed precisely on 1? Clearly an attempt by the fairy to exploit Kano. The two Aurors, struck dumb, began to cheer. "By Merlin's beard, this must be a miracle. Today is a day favored by Merlin." But this was merely the beginning. Kono pushed the 10 gold coins he had just won back onto the table, this time betting on the number 5. A firm bet. The fairy's voice grew shrill as he narrowed his eyes, fixating on the iron plate, simultaneously releasing the ball. The roulette slowed, the bouncing ball laboriously traversing its path, seemingly poised to settle on the black square marked 8. Yet, it sluggishly rolled over several intervals before finally coming to rest on the red square marked 5. By Merlin's beard. By Merlin's beard. Ploy muttered incessantly. Williamson, too, was left in a daze, gasping at the number 5. Goodness, am I seeing things? They soon realized they were not imagining it. In the subsequent 8 rounds, Kono accurately predicted the number each time, amassing over 5,000 gold coins. As they grew somewhat numb to the events unfolding, Kono leisurely selected another number, pushing the mountain of coins piled on the table to a single number, 36. The highest on the roulette. This time, several players, influenced by his success, gritted their teeth and wagered all their coins on 36. Some players abandoned their bets entirely, fixated solely on Kono's chosen number, while others, unwilling to concede, placed their entire fortunes on the black squares. The fairy presiding over the table was drenched in sweat. If Kono won again, it would mean a payout of 12,200 galleons. While this was not an exorbitant sum for Gringotts, the prospect of Kono continuing his winning streak suggested that the establishment might not only fail to profit that day but also incur losses. Word spread among players at other tables, and soon nearly half the hall congregated before the roulette, eagerly awaiting the next round. Within the bustling establishment, a well-dressed fairy was vociferously reprimanding the busy waitstaff at the tea table. Why are your movements so sluggish? How could you possibly spill the red tea I prepared? Do you wish for someone more adept? He bellowed. You are even less competent than a troll. The clock on the wall chimed loudly as the fairy kicked the waiter, hollering, "Get out. Leave this instant." As the waiter scrambled away, the flames in the fireplace flickered to a vibrant green. Lucius Malfoy, with his platinum, shoulder-length hair, emerged from the hearth. The fairy hastily approached, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Malfoy. Good afternoon. Why did you not inform us a day in advance? We are so busy today and had no time to attend to your arrival." As he spoke, he bowed deeply, his elongated nose nearly touching the floor, showing profound respect for Lucius. The Malfoy family was not only affluent, but also well-connected with other wealthy families, making them one of Gringotts' most significant patrons. For the establishment, Lucius was the true mastermind, having used his family's resources to gradually expand its operations. The fairy merely facilitated some magical services and assisted in staffing. He relished the sensation of wielding power over galleons, lamenting his inability to penetrate Gringotts' inner circle. Thus, the two were indeed complicit partners, a match made in heaven. "Good afternoon, Crabbe," Lucius said casually, glancing at the fairy as he settled into an armchair. He had just finished afternoon tea with Fudge and had thought to stop by and see how things were going. Crabbe continued to bow, praising, "You are truly tireless. Even amidst such busyness, still concerning yourself with the affairs here. It is truly commendable." "Indeed," Lucius replied nonchalantly, "I wish to review today's earnings before I depart." "Of course, sir." Crabbe straightened up, hastily retreating to his desk to fetch a speaking tube, instructing Bitter to compile today's revenue for his review. Regarding the Malfoy family, a saying circulated. People often claim that you will never find a Malfoy at a crime scene, even if the wand used in the crime is covered in their fingerprints. Lucius's identity as the proprietor of the establishment was known only to Crabbe. Should the Ministry of Magic ever change its leadership and send someone to investigate the establishment, the Aurors would only uncover Crabbe, who managed the entire operation, and would find no link between the establishment and Lucius. "Boss, Bitter is dealing with an unexpected situation," came a tentative voice through the speaking tube. Crabbe's irritation escalated. If someone was unable to handle their losses, they should let a troll manage it. Bitter's hands were better suited for such tasks. The voice continued hesitantly, "It's not a riot. 3 wizards came in. They were playing roulette, and they've already won over 10,000 galleons. Over 10,000 galleons. Crabbe roared. He won that much playing roulette? How long has he been here? A few hours? Why wasn't he thrown out sooner? He has only been here for less than an hour, boss. The voice from the tube grew even fainter. He has only been guessing numbers. This is the 11th round. Understanding what the voice was trying to convey only served to fuel Crabbe's anger further. Damn it. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. Get out. The farther away, the better. Lucius had approached him, his voice soothing as a gentle breeze. What has happened, Crabbe? I seem to have heard that a player merely guessing numbers has taken away 1,000 galleons. Crabbe felt as though he was being assailed by a frigid wind atop a mountain, trembling as he bowed once more, his nose nearly touching the floor. Mr. Malfoy, I will resolve the issue immediately. Bitter has already intervened. Lucius narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of malice evident in his gaze, sending a shiver down Crabbe's spine. Crabbe, how many times have I taught you? First, ascertain who the player is before deciding on a course of action. Go investigate their wants. Determine which wizards have come to cause trouble. The fairy clung to the table, striving to maintain his proud demeanor. Yet, the puddle of sweat before him, along with his dampened uniform, betrayed the facade of calm he desperately tried to uphold. Come on, isn't the next round about to start? Can your kind not even afford to lose this little amount of galleons? If you can't handle it, perhaps this establishment should cease its operations. Such a lack of integrity. The onlookers and participants at the roulette table began to jeer, eagerly anticipating the folly of the fairy. Most players in the casino had experienced more losses than wins, and were keen to witness the fairy's humiliation. As for how Connuo had amassed such wealth, they were indifferent as long as the iron plate on his chest did not turn crimson. This was their chance to reclaim all the galleons they had previously lost, and no one dared to question their compatriot. Shall we start already? Why the delay? The incessant urging made the fairy's complexion pale visibly, and suddenly, she collapsed, unconscious. Just as her head was about to strike the ground, another fairy appeared, deftly avoiding her falling body. In a cold tone, the newcomer declared, "Take her away. I will take over the roulette below." Is that Bitter? I can't believe he has come in person. Indeed. It seems there must be something amiss. Should we continue? Perhaps we should let it go? Do you not recall the two individuals from the Muggle realm last time? Isn't that the incident mentioned in the Prophet? Two Muggles experimenting with an invisibility creature's transfiguration magic, resulting in irreversible damage? That was merely a fabrication by the reporter. In truth, Bitter had uncovered the Muggles' deceit as they used the invisibility creature to predict the outcome. Exactly. Those two Muggles desperately attempted to argue, claiming if they truly cheated, they would consume the invisibility creature. Now that you mention it, I recall. Bitter even lent them 10,000 galleons for another round, under the condition that if they lost, they would have to merge half their bodies with the creature. Is that so? My friend works at St. Mungo's and mentioned two patients. One with an upper body transformed into an invisibility creature and the other with a lower body. Should we continue? Bitter's presence indicates that he has surely cheated. Why not continue? I wager 10 galleons. At most, we'll be rummaging through trash for a fortnight. What is there to fear? As discussions abounded, Connuo glanced at the fairy, who was equally assessing him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bitter. Shall we commence? His long, elegant fingers rhythmically tapped the edge of the roulette wheel. Very well, Connuo smiled faintly, placing 240 coins slowly on the number 8. Is it not a tad reckless to wager only the smallest denomination? Bitter maintained his cheerful demeanor. Connuo shrugged, dismissively stating, Your hands are clearly of a different caliber than the previous fairy. Naturally, I must test the waters. 2 Oris leaned in, cautioning, let it be. We have already won 20,000 galleons. It's best to quit while we're ahead. Look around. Do you think they will let us leave this easily? Connuo shook his head, gesturing towards the entrance. A grim fairy stood there, flanked by several wizards. His pointed nose had been truncated, and his muscular arms were riddled with scars. Is that Goliath? I can't believe he works here. Williamson gasped. Who is Goliath? Is he formidable? Connuo inquired. Once a goblin at Gringotts, he specialized in taming fire dragons. Those scars are from dragon burns, Plout explained. Williamson rubbed his temples. This is troublesome. I've heard the older folks in the office mention him. Goliath possesses extensive combat experience. During the Goblin Rebellion 5 or 6 years ago, he single-handedly faced 3 Oris. Is it possible that you Oris are simply too weak? Connuo adjusted. If you two represent the average, your reflexes and physical prowess seem somewhat lacking. I am not jesting. Williamson replied gravely. Their magic differs from ours. They can cast spells without wands, and their casting speed is rapid and hard to detect. Do not fret. Their skills are rather mediocre. Connuo chuckled. I've discerned Bitter's capabilities. He indeed possesses some talent, but I shall take this seriously. At that moment, Bitter's indifferent voice rang out. Number 30, red space. The entire hall erupted in astonishment. The ball had landed precisely beside number 8, almost mocking Connuo's audacity. Bitter glanced sideways at Connuo. Sir, shall we proceed? Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Connuo exclaimed, swiftly pushing half his coins forward. Let us continue. Number 4. As the wheel spun again, all eyes were fixated on the bouncing ball. It danced between 11, 30, and 8, akin to a child playing hide and seek. unable to settle. The other players sensed the peculiar scene and turned their attention to the expressions of Kanuo and Bitter. Kanuo's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead as he tapped the table lightly. Bitter fared worse, a sheen of perspiration coating his brow, his fingers drumming the table with greater intensity. The ball finally slowed, trembling at the edge of number 30, yet refusing to move further. With a voice tinged with reluctance, Bitter announced, "Number 30, red space." Merlin's beard. How exhilarating. Merlin's undergarments. This is even more thrilling than attempting to obtain my apparition license. The surrounding players erupted once more, having detected the rivalry unfolding between Kanuo and Bitter. Previously, it was Bitter toying with Kanuo. Now, it was Kanuo delivering a resounding blow to Bitter's pride. 20,000 galleons spilled across the table, nearly obscuring Kanuo's figure. Bitter helplessly supported himself against the table, his eyes flickering with anxiety. Shall we continue? This time, I will wager all. Kanuo's voice resonated clearly in Bitter's ear. Bitter startled, nearly losing his grip on the table, stammering, "Sir, you may take your galleons and leave. Since we seek excitement, let us fully embrace it." Kanuo grinned, pushing aside the coins to reveal a smiling face. "Are you afraid your esteemed establishment cannot handle the stakes? Are you preparing to expel us? Indeed. Is this not a way to usher us out? It appears you cannot afford to lose." "Precisely. How could we dare return to play here if you would expel me for winning so many galleons?" Bitter cautiously leaped down from the table. Producing a pristine handkerchief to wipe his brow, "I must consult with my superior. Please hold on." In the shadows, a furious Krabi, witnessing Bitter's approach, exclaimed, "How could you falter? Did you not use magic?" Though initially pale and sweating profusely, Bitter regained his composure. "His skills are decent, but somewhat naive. I intend to play with him." Facing the confident Bitter, Krabi inquired skeptically, "Was that all an act? You did not falter at all?" "Certainly not." Bitter shrugged, employing a common muggle sleight of hand, which ensured that the iron disc remained unlit. "Soon, I shall compel him to concede wholeheartedly." Upon hearing Bitter's assurance, Krabi suddenly conceived an idea. Could this individual be retained? A contract must be signed, obliging him to divulge all his techniques, and he shall remain here until his demise. "No problem. Count on me." Bitter patted his chest. Returning to the roulette table, the fairy Bitter cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Our establishment prides itself on professionalism, so please, sir, continue placing your bets." Embracing the spirit of merriment, the onlookers began to applaud, eagerly anticipating the next round of play. 30 is a fortunate number. Shall we commence? Kano leaned on his hand, yawning deeply. Nearby players were eager to join in. The timid ones cautiously wagered on the red squares, while the audacious boldly placed their gold coins on the number 30. Clatter. The ball once again danced upon the roulette, heralding the commencement of a fresh contest. This time, both parties were utterly engrossed, beads of sweat cascading from their brows. The attendant beside the fairy Bitter began to wipe his sweat, while the two aurors quickly seized the handkerchiefs offered by the attendant to wipe Kano's brow. The ball clattered incessantly, lingering before each square, rendering the majority of spectators breathless with anticipation. Kano's situation appeared increasingly dire. He needed to ensure that the ball landed on number 30, while the fairy Bitter could dictate its resting place. Snap! A fragment of the roulette was struck away by the ball, which ultimately settled just shy of 30, landing on 27. Damn it! Damn it! I should not have followed through with the bet. Everything is lost. All gone. All wiped out. Merlin preserve us. Thankfully, it still landed on a red square. No loss, no loss. Are you in cahoots with the establishment, intentionally leading me to squander my galleons? An irate player approached Kano, only to be halted by the two aurors. Hey, hey. The fairy Bitter, supported by two attendants, smiled weakly and said, "What a pity, sir. I am simply the superior player." Infuriated, Kano watched as 3 mountains of gold were whisked away, his face a portrait of regret as he pounded the table. Teeth clenched, glaring at Bitter. So close. This wretched roulette is of such poor quality. Sir. The fairy Bitter raised an eyebrow. I truly admire your tenacity. If you are willing, we could engage in another round. Would you truly be so benevolent? Kano's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Your kind has a rather dubious reputation. That is merely a misconception. We are the most trustworthy of races, the fairy Bitter replied with an earnest smile. If you agree, we can play another game. Kano's eyes gleamed as he interjected, Do I still have that 30,000 galleons? Can I wager once more? The fairy Bitter nodded. Indeed. But this will be considered a loan of 30,000 from our house. Should you lose, you will need to work here for a lifetime to repay it. Then, Kano wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze flickering as he inquired, could we change the roulette? This one appears worn out. Otherwise, I could not possibly have lost. The two oars quickly grasped Kano's shoulders, urging him, let it go. There is no need to be so reckless. After buying our wands, we shall return home. The fairy bidder smacked his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Kano. Sir, your friends offer sound advice. This indeed carries significant risk. He continued, his tone laced with regret. However, I shall surely remember that last game for a long time, as it was the most thrilling I have experienced in this establishment. So exhilarating. Did you hear that? I may not necessarily lose. With a defiant shake of his hand, Kano dismissed the two, slamming his palm on the table. Bring me a new roulette. I shall play you once more. The fairy bidder appeared astonished. Of course, that is not an issue. But to ensure our agreement is binding, we must draft a magical contract. With eyes ablaze, Kano stood and thumped the table, shouting, sign? Of course, I shall sign. Hurry up. A pristine new roulette was installed, alongside a yellowed parchment resting on the table. Clabby, a picture of composure, stood opposite Kano. I am the proprietor of this establishment. I shall sign this contract on your behalf. With that, he leaned down and inscribed an elegant flourish upon the contract with a quill. The document was then presented to Kano, whose two Auror companions leaned in to scrutinize its contents. Is this genuine? Are there any hidden clauses? Kano queried, peering at the cryptic script that resembled a child's scrawl. As they had mentioned, it grants you 30,000 galleons for wagering, with the stipulation that should you lose, you must work here for a lifetime. Williamson confirmed with a nod. What is this script? It is quite unsightly. Kano inquired as he grasped the quill. It is runic, a form of magical script. Contracts are typically inscribed in this manner, ensuring the enchantment guarantees its efficacy. Williamson explained. Plout raised a hand to block the quill, once more urging, let it go. We should head back now. It truly is unnecessary. Williamson nodded in agreement. Indeed. Should you lose, your entire life will be forfeited here. I have a measure of control. He cannot defeat me. I merely let my guard down. With eyes ablaze, Kano swatted Plout's hand away and scrawled his name upon the contract. Despite his confident declaration, when the fairy bidder prepared to release the ball, Kano intervened. Wait, I wish to inspect the ball and the roulette. I cannot allow you to manipulate them. At this juncture, the two oars could only assist. Clabby and Bidder exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of smug satisfaction. If Kano had not taken the initiative to inspect, they might have worried about potential tricks. His insistence on checking indicated his underlying anxiety, a true concern about losing. Wizards find it challenging to cast spells without wands, especially when needing to deceive the watchful eye of the iron disc. This was nearly impossible. Conversely, fairies, as inherently magical beings, often cast spells without wands as a matter of routine. The trio spent considerable time examining the ball and the roulette, finally ceasing when the onlooking players began to jeer. Kano inquired, is there an issue? The two oars shook their heads. No problem. There are no traces of magic. Commence. Begin. Kano, agitated, waved his hand, declaring, I still wish to bet on number 30. I am firmly committed to this number. Clatter. The ball was tossed into the roulette, tracing a delightful arc. The fairy bidder, one hand behind his back, gently spun the wheel. The roulette whirled rapidly, the boundaries of the red and black squares becoming indistinct. A whooshing sound emanating from the wheel and filling the hushed gaming hall. This time, all eyes were glued to the roulette, fixated on the silver-tinged ball. They were witnessing a wager of unprecedented magnitude in the realm of roulette games. Once the casino incurs a loss, a payment of 60,000 galleons must be made in one lump sum. Should Kano falter, he would be condemned to toil here for eternity. These are fairies, a cunning and merciless race. Throughout the ages of interaction between wizards and fairies, the sentiments exchanged have seldom been cordial. In numerous fairy rebellions, they have brutally slaughtered wizards and made various avaricious demands. The players have already foreseen the inhumane treatment that awaits Kano should he fall into the fairies' grasp. He would certainly be drained of every ounce of his roulette expertise, subjected to torment and beatings while laboring for the casino. The fairies possess a high intellect, and within their community, many torturous punishments are whispered about, enough to make even wizards shudder. Contemplating this, the onlookers keenly observed the expressions exchanged between the fairy and Kano. At this moment, both bore unexpectedly similar looks of assured victory. The fairy, Bitter, kept one hand clasped behind his back, his slender fingers never touching the table, presenting himself as both a gentleman and a strategist. Kono's fingers also refrained from contacting the table, his arms crossed, with only his right leg twitching slightly, yawning as if he were an oracle already aware of the outcome, finding the affair tedious. Bitter did not intervene to slow the roulette, and the time until it came to a halt seemed to pass swiftly. The surrounding players were fixated on the rolling ball, eager to see where it would ultimately settle. Clabby leaned closer to Bitter, whispering, "Has it begun?" "Indeed, it has commenced. He is doomed. Regardless of any underhanded tricks he may attempt, defeat is his fate." Bitter's fingers, hidden behind his back, rhythmically curled, his fairy magic ensnaring the ball. He was confident that even should Dumbledore be present, without his wand, he would be powerless against Bitter's fairy sorcery. Fairies are innately capable of casting spells, unlike frail humans who require wands to perform most magic. Bitter decided to prolong Kono's suspense, as the ball leisurely hopped from slot to slot, finally landing on number 11, right next to number 30. "It is concluded." A dramatic smile crept across Bitter's face, and he was poised to feign some words of regret. Just as Kono yawned, a thunderous roar akin to that of a lion echoed in his ears, the immense sound nearly shattering his eardrums. He let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, his sustaining magic abruptly disrupted. Simultaneously, the ball, poised to settle on number 11, suddenly moved again, playfully landing on number 30, vibrating as if in triumph. As the ball quivered, the players initially presumed a renewed contest, bracing themselves to cheer. "Ah, my ears!" A shrill scream pierced the air, reminiscent of chalk scraping against a blackboard. Turning, they beheld Bitter sprawled on the ground, clutching his ears and writhing in agony. They quickly turned back to the ball, its vibrant presence in the red slot strikingly apparent, prompting immediate realization. Number 30. They erupted in jubilation, even though the 60,000 galleons did not belong to them. For this was not merely a victory. It signified yet another round in the ongoing struggle between wizards and fairies, with the outcome favoring the wizards resoundingly. "You cheated. You manipulated the game," Clabby screamed. "How could you possibly win? Damn it, Bitter. You've ruined the casino." Kono, with an air of triumph, raised his chin and flexed his chest muscles, declaring, "Look at your tokens. They remain untainted. Shall we have another round? This time, we'll both wear the tokens." Clabby, consumed by rage, could hardly bear the thought of 60,000 galleons vanishing before him. This was utterly intolerable. It was akin to a fate worse than death. "Those are my galleons. My coins. You cannot take them." He howled hysterically. "They are mine. All mine. Stone. Stone. Have everyone here killed." Suddenly, Clabby fell backward, the contract still resting on the table emanating a dark purple glow. The glow morphed into chains, binding Clabby and constricting tightly. Countless green droplets of blood seeped from Clabby's skin, the excruciating pain jolting him back to reality. Unexpectedly, the contract he had intended to use to enslave Kono had transformed into chains that now restrained him. Should he perish due to violating the contract's magic, he would never have the chance to earn coins again. Clabby's mind raced, and all his thoughts coalesced into a bitter compromise. "Stone, open the door. Let this damned wizard leave. And don't forget our wands." Kono stood, stretching lazily, addressing one of the attendants. 6 bags brimming with coins have already arrived at the door, looking quite impressive. He nonchalantly collected all the coins into his martial arts pouch, and cheerfully said to the panting Clabby, "Farewell. I shall return for another game. Get out. Get out. Get out." Clabby frantically waved his fingers, various objects around him levitating and hurtling toward Kono. However, the contract emitted its black-purple glow once more, wrapping another chain around Clabby. The pain caused him to roll on the ground, and the fairy magic could no longer sustain itself, several balls striking his forehead, leaving red welts. As the sun dipped closer to the horizon, its rays grew warm and gentle, casting a comforting light upon Kono and his companions. The 2 Aurors remained entranced by the surreal experience of having won 60,000 galleons, despite the fact that the coins were not theirs. Kono, meanwhile, appeared relaxed, reflecting on his performance. The tension was palpable, capturing the players' fervor and irrational exuberance perfectly. Beads of sweat appeared on his brow, just enough to convey the moment without overdoing it. "Ah, and that feigned scrutiny of the roulette wheel was quite effective too." He patted the 2 Aurors. "What do you think of my performance? How would you rate it?" "Huh?" The Aurors paused, finally snapping back to reality, exclaiming in unison, "You were just acting." "Indeed." Kono replied with a smile, "What a trivial spectacle. I wouldn't lose my composure over something so trivial. However, it seems my acting was quite convincing, otherwise you wouldn't have cooperated so well." Williamson smacked his forehead in annoyance. I knew it. You were so at ease in the interrogation room. How could you possibly sweat over a game of roulette? Putlaw burst into laughter. Those fairies must have never suspected you were putting on an act. I've long grown weary of those cunning little creatures. It's delightful to see them come to grief this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are quite a few of us, Kono murmured, squinting his eyes. Williamson scratched his head and inquired, What are you talking about? Kono shook his head. It's nothing. I just suddenly have a bit of a stomachache. Do you know where the restroom is? Plout pointed towards a nearby ice cream shop not far from the leaky cauldron and said, There should be a restroom over there. Well, you two help me pay the full amount at the cauldron shop first, Kono instructed, handing the 2 oars a sack. The address and coins are inside. You can split the remaining money. After uttering these words, Kono dashed away, leaving the 2 oars bewildered in the wind. Is he really feeling unwell? Williamson questioned skeptically as he opened the sack, immediately blinded by a dazzling array of gold. Plout leaned in for a closer look, his eyes watering from the brightness. Merlin Esbeard, how many galleons do you think are in there? At least. Williamson weighed the sack and concluded, certainly over 2,000 galleons. It wouldn't weigh this much otherwise. The last time I helped Mr. Lucius deliver goods, I handled a sack of this weight. He truly intends to share those galleons with us. Plout exclaimed in disbelief, pinching his cheek and grinning broadly. He is incredibly generous. Indeed, Williamson remarked. Although it's merely a drop in the bucket, this money will sustain us for many months. Plout, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and declared, Let us go. We'll take care of his business first, and then we'll split the rest. Kono navigated through the crowd, the aura of the 6 pursuers remaining ever present, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters. For an ordinary wizard, it would be challenging to detect being followed at this distance. However, the pursuer was met with a martial arts master. Confirming the presence of the stalkers, Kono veered into a dilapidated alleyway, ultimately halting at a dead end. This dead end was littered with debris, broken wands, tattered robes, shards of glass, and other refuse scattered about. Even the surrounding walls appeared weary and abandoned, as if no one had ventured here in ages. The 6 pursuers silently blocked the entrance, their shadows elongated by the setting sun, resembling soul-harvesting specters emerging from the depths of hell. You cannot escape. A sharp, raspy voice declared coldly. Come with us, and you may suffer less. Kono narrowed his eyes, recognizing the speaker as the imp named Goliath, who had previously obstructed the entrance. According to the 2 oars, this imp was a legendary figure capable of taming fire dragons. Kono smirked. I heard you were responsible for training dogs at the bank. What a formidable dog trainer you are, managing to bring so many hounds to block my path. Hee. Goliath's countenance darkened, gritting his teeth. I tamed fire dragons at the leaky cauldron, not dogs. Are you seeking death? Kono remained unfazed, reciting. As Confucius said, if you have come, then settle. Since you are here, let us prepare for burial. Upon hearing this, Goliath understood that Kono would not submit easily, and with a flick of his hand commanded, Attack. The surrounding wizards and imps recognized the mockery in Kono's words, and at Goliath's command, they charged forward. A pungent cloud of powder erupted from 2 wands, smelling of quicklime. From the initial powder assault, Kono deduced that this group frequently engaged in such underhanded tactics. If they encountered someone inexperienced, this cloud alone could mesmerize and incapacitate them. With a roar, Kono unleashed the lion's roar technique, sending the powder back towards Goliath and his followers in a powerful shockwave. Shield charm. Shield charm. Goliath, seasoned in battle, instinctively directed his subordinates despite not knowing Kono's technique. Protego tot alum. The 2 wizards who had cast the quicklime powder hastily conjured transparent shields resembling eggshells, successfully blocking both the powder and sound waves. Crack. Before they could rejoice, the outer shield shattered, and the inner shield developed cracks as the sound of the lion's roar penetrated the barrier, assaulting Goliath and his companions' eardrums. However, due to the shield charm absorbing much of the force, the lion's roar ended up being merely sound, lacking any physical attack. Kono grabbed several tattered robes, twisting them into a makeshift whip, and struck the shields twice. Thud, thud. The whip lashed against the barrier, leaving it battered and on the verge of collapse. What kind of magic is this? Goliath's eyes flashed with panic as he thrust a slender finger forward, sending a green beam racing toward Kono. Unfazed, Kono sidestepped the speeding green light, continuing to whip at the barrier. He twisted his arm, muscles tensing as he unleashed a series of sharp cracks. Then abruptly thrust the whip forward. What was once a limp whip transformed into a spear, piercing through the barrier and striking Goliath's arm. Capture the leader first, Kono thought, wanting to explore the wonders of the magical world, but knowing he must eliminate the greatest threat first. With a sound reminiscent of breaking bones, Goliath screamed in agony as a gaping wound opened on his injured arm, green blood gushing forth. Hurry, heal me. Where's the transformation magic? Use animals to restrain him, Goliath commanded while retreating. Two imps rushed to his side, producing a vial and dripping a few drops of a transparent liquid onto his wound. The two wizards flicked their wands, and Kono's whip transformed into a giant python, completely ensnaring him. Such power pales in comparison to a bird snake. Kono shuddered, unleashing a series of explosive cracks, then forcefully extended his arms, stretching the python. Under the control of the two wizards, the python morphed into an elephant, once again pinning Kono down. After receiving treatment, Goliath's wound emitted thick green smoke, and once the mist dissipated, the bleeding ceased, replaced by a layer of new skin. This potion works quite well. Kono exerted his strength, employing the technique of the Overlord's giant cauldron to hurl the elephant toward Goliath. Damn it, is he a monster? What kind of power is this? Goliath cursed, utterly bewildered as to how someone who had yet to use magic could unleash such formidable strength. Goliath, alongside his 5 subordinates, charged once more. Although Goliath's arm had been temporarily healed, the fractured bones still required treatment at St. Mungo's, leaving him unable to unleash powerful fairy magic, forcing him to command his remaining 5 companions to continue their assault. Cancel the transformation magic. Are you trying to crush us with that elephant? Goliath commanded in a sharp, raspy voice, and maintain the shield charm. Do not cease. Absolutely do not cease. The elephant vanished in midair, transforming back into 2 broken wands, while a transparent eggshell-like barrier reformed to protect them once more. Fire tongs. Create a puddle of water beneath him. Hammer. Freeze the water created by the fire tongs. Leave him with no escape. 2 fairies hastily complied, and a large puddle suddenly appeared beneath Kono's feet. Just as he leaped onto the wall, he discovered that the ground had transformed into a sheet of ice, remarkably smooth. Magic is indeed wondrous. Is there anything else? Show me more of your spells, Kono jested, poking at the crevice of the wall with his fingers. The giant cursed under his breath. Damn it. Damn it. Jack, cast a silent spell on him. I don't want to hear him speak. Silencio. A subtle wave of energy radiated around Kono, and he suddenly found himself unable to produce any sound. Not even a lion's roar. The giant noticed Kono's mouth moving without a sound, and his expression shifted to one of realization. I understand now. Those directional spells are useless. Use a fireball. I refuse to believe he can dodge them all. A barrage of fireballs, water spheres, and whirling winds descended upon Kono. He continued to maneuver deftly along the walls of the dead end, his excitement palpable. Here, a plethora of spells existed, many of which could directly counter his martial arts techniques, much like the air shield that Newt had conjured, impervious to brute force. And the spell that nullified his lion's roar. Kono found this magical realm far more intriguing than he had anticipated. He suddenly felt akin to a boss, while the 6 individuals opposite him were merely players attempting to vanquish him. Alas, they ought to have chosen a less formidable foe instead of confronting him head-on. How amusing. A smile blossomed on Kono's face. Though no sound escaped his lips, the grin instilled terror in the hearts of the 6 adversaries. They exerted their utmost efforts to attack Kono, yet couldn't even graze the hem of his garments. The giant, once brimming with confidence, now wore a mask of fear as he glanced at the 2 sweat-drenched wizards beside him. Can you suppress him? His speed is too great. We must restrain him. No. The 2 wizards shook their heads in unison. Damn it. He cursed again, contemplating retreat. In his eyes, Kono now seemed more terrifying than a fire dragon. At least a fire dragon, with its massive size, moved more slowly and could be hindered by various spells. In contrast, Kono was far too agile. Even with the ground frozen, he could still nimbly evade magical assaults. Oh, someone is coming. It seems I must wrap this up. Kono sighed regretfully as he kicked off from the wall. Using the momentum, he assumed a stance akin to Iron Mountain and slammed into the barrier. Silencio. The entire shield was forcefully breached, creating a massive gap. Neither the giant nor the others anticipated Kono's rapid approach, their faces instantly filled with panic. Kono displayed a radiant smile, reminiscent of a child who has just savored cake. Confucius said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? With friends visiting to spar, how could one not be delighted? My dear friends, I have thoroughly enjoyed myself today. Magic is fascinating. The word fascinating echoed with the resonance of his lion's roar, sending a shockwave throughout the barrier. The already cracked shield could not withstand the force of Kono's roar and shattered entirely. The giant and his subordinates collapsed to the ground, writhing as if subjected to torture. There's the sound. Hurry. Several anxious voices called from the alleyway. Kono bowed to the fallen individuals, bidding farewell. Goodbye. Perhaps we shall play again another time. The giant, clutching his ear, struggled to rise and looked at Kono, who was already ascending the wall with remarkable agility, eventually disappearing from sight. The giant lay on the ground, eyes wide and mouth agape, as he gradually lost his sheen. In his fading vision, he beheld several pairs of shoe-clad feet. The sun dipped low, and the moon began to rise. Kono cradled a cup of chocolate hazelnut peanut sundae, stirring it while observing the passers-by. Kono. Williamson collapsed onto the table, drenched in sweat. Thank goodness you're here. You scared us to death. Plout's condition was little better than Williamson's. He slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. We just passed through an alleyway. And you won't believe what we saw. I don't know. Kono continued stirring his sundae. I just bumped into 6 friends. I was so busy catching up that I didn't notice anything else. Plout lowered his voice. I saw the security wizards enter the alley and carry the giant out. It was terrifying. They didn't know which wizard had attacked them with mental magic. Blood was streaming from their ears. I've never seen the giant so frantic, shouting, "Monster! That S.A. monster!" He flew away. He vanished. A monster. And then? Kono asked, shoveling a large spoonful of sundae into his mouth, his words slightly muffled. I suspect they'll be sent to St. Mungo S. Fairies can cast spells without wands. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't sustain such severe injuries. Especially since the giant is capable of taming fire dragons. Kono remarked dismissively, my assessment is that it's all for show. It's possible his injuries weren't caused by a fire dragon, but rather from accidentally burning himself while baking cookies. By the way, here is the receipt, Mr. Patchy provided for you. The package will be delivered accurately to the address you provided, Williamson said, handing Kono a piece of parchment. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Mr. Kono, are you actually a staff member at Hogwarts? Well, I suppose so, Kono replied, extending his fingers as he began to calculate. The books for martial arts classes are ready and currently in printing, and I'll pick up a one later. Preparations before the school year should be nearly complete. And martial arts classes? Williamson leaned forward, adjusting his chair closer to Kono. You are the martial arts professor for the newly established martial arts course at Hogwarts? Lucius paced back and forth, his expression inscrutable, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Tap, tap, tap. To the fairy crab, the sound of handcrafted leather shoes striking the marble floor resonated like a hammer upon his heart, each strike sending shivers through him. Having narrowly avoided a breach of contract and suffering magical retribution, he bore numerous wounds. The combination of internal strife and external threats tempted him to simply lie down and sleep. Crab. Lucius called his name in a low voice, holding the magical contract. 60,000 galleons, a full 60,000 galleons, exchanged for a mere piece of paper. And don't forget the injuries you and Goyle sustained. They'll need treatment at St. Mungo's, which will incur yet another significant expense. Crab was acutely aware of what this entailed. 60,000 galleons could purchase a plot of land in Diagon Alley. Enough to sustain a person for a lifetime with careful spending. He quickly bowed deeply, resembling an acute triangle. Mr. Malfoy. We were careless this time. No need for explanations, Crab. Lucius interrupted him, stating that it was merely 60,000 galleons, for money is something that can always be earned back. Crab was elated, as if he had ascended to paradise. Mr. Malfoy, you truly possess profound wisdom. You are indeed a great wizard. But in the next moment, he found himself plunged into despair. Lucius coldly pronounced, this time, I shall not punish you, but I will deduct this loss from your commission. Crab's voice became increasingly shrill. Mr. Malfoy, are you dissatisfied with this outcome? Lucius raised an eyebrow. You were dismissed by Gringotts for embezzlement, and I took you in. If I were to expel you now, what do you think would be your fate? Crab shuddered, inwardly cursing Lucius for his treachery, daring to threaten him with such reasoning. Simultaneously, his resentment towards the wizard who had taken away the 60,000 galleons intensified, wishing he could tear that wizard apart. The gravest mistake you made was to break your promise and publicly declare your intent to kill them, Lucius sighed. This is an entertainment venue, where trust is paramount. Crab inquired, should I find someone to erase the memories of these players? No need, Lucius waved his hand. This is the only entertainment venue in Diagon Alley. And our offerings are far more diverse than those of other establishments. They are still dependent on us for now. Just as Crab let out a slight sigh of relief. Lucius's tone shifted. Have you sent someone to deal with those 3 individuals? Crabbe looked up at Lucius, and upon seeing the glint in his gray eyes, he bowed once more. Yes, I have sent Goyle to handle it personally. There will be no trace left. At that moment, the flames in the fireplace suddenly surged, turning a vibrant green. A burnt-edged parchment slowly flew out, landing in Lucius's hand. The parchment contained investigative results regarding a wand, sent by a friend at the Ministry of Magic. Williamson and Plout? Those 2 newly appointed Aurors? Lucius scoffed coldly. I thought them merely foolish, but it seems they possess a talent for courting death. Crabbe asked Mr. Malfoy, what about the player who took the 60,000 galleons? Is he also an Auror? Lucius crumpled the parchment in his hand and tossed it into the fireplace as fuel. That individual is wandless. Let Goyle deal with him first. Of course. I've already dispatched Goyle and the others, Crabbe replied, bowing deeper, believing they would return shortly. Just then, a clear sound emanated from the speaking tube. Crabbe quickly straightened, saying, It must be Goyle and the others returning. As Crabbe picked up the speaking tube, the fireplace flames transformed once more into a vivid green, and a new parchment flew out, gently landing on the desk. It seems we have also uncovered that individual's identity, Lucius remarked as he picked up the parchment. Connor, a mysterious wizard residing in the depths of the mountains, currently living near Newt Scamander's estate. Albus Dumbledore has appointed Connor as a professor at Hogwarts, and he has already passed the ministry's review. Lucius's gaze flickered. Dumbledore? And Newt? This Connor certainly has impressive connections. Crabbe had already set down the speaking tube, and his expression was a tapestry of resentment, confusion, fear, and astonishment. Mr. Malfoy, my subordinates just informed me that those we sent out were all injured. It seems Goyle is having some mental issues. You mean to say that your hired thugs were easily dispatched by 3 wizards? Lucius's voice turned chillingly quiet. That individual who won the 60,000 galleons, he single-handedly injured all those thugs, Crabbe spoke, trembling with trepidation. Heh, Lucius chuckled coldly. Well done. Those thugs earn more in commission each month than an Auror's salary, and now they are all injured? Crabbe, what do you think I should do? Mr. Malfoy. Crabbe's body shook uncontrollably. I beg you, grant us one more chance. We have now found an infallible method. Lucius inquired, an infallible method? Is his magic particularly unique? Have you never encountered it before? Crabbe nodded fervently. Yes. One of the recently awakened thugs said that individual emits a lion's roar and can directly breach shield charms. His speed is akin to that of a golden snitch. Druid? At Crabbe's description, Lucius instantly thought of the Druids still active in the medieval period. It made no sense for Dumbledore to recruit such a mysterious wizard to Hogwarts without some extraordinary ability. Crabbe, sensing a glimmer of hope, shouted, Yes, it is a Druid. Next time, we will surely capture him. We will make him return all the stolen money. No need. This wizard is not a concern for now. I shall administer a slight punishment to those 2 Aurors. Lucius slowly approached the fireplace and took a handful of flue powder. As the flue powder met the flames, it transformed into a lively emerald green. Your commission will be reduced by 5%. Be more astute in the future, Lucius declared as he stepped into the fireplace. Upon hearing this, Crabbe immediately let out a wail. Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy. He lunged toward Lucius, but Lucius was quicker, vanishing into the emerald flames. The scorching flames obstructed Crabbe's advance, and his resentment peaked. He noticed a crumpled piece of parchment on the ground and hastily unfolded it. As Connor finished his chocolate hazelnut peanut sundae, an owl descended from the sky, delivering a letter of employment from Hogwarts. Dear Mr. Connor, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to teach at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The term is set to commence on September 1st. Please make preparations to assume your duties at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Mr. Connor, you truly are a teacher at Hogwarts. Williamson gazed at the fiery sunset, seemingly assessing the authenticity of the letter. The outer envelope bore a red wax seal, emblazoned with a heraldic crest. At its center was a capital H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent. Though merely a simple wax seal, the magical essence it contained was irrefutable. The 2 Aurors exchanged glances, somewhat bemused. Connor had originally been their suspect for interrogation, but had now transformed into a professor of martial arts at Hogwarts. Especially since they had recently won 60,000 galleons from a nearby entertainment venue together, this hardly seemed the conduct of a professor. Furrowing his brow, Connor remarked, I am quite displeased with their tone. What do they mean by granted? It was Dumbledore who invited me. It should have been phrased as it is my honor to inform you. That would be more appropriate. Mr. Connor, being able to teach at Hogwarts is an extraordinary opportunity, Cloud explained. Within its walls are the formidable Professor McGonagall, an expert in enigmatic transformation, the youngest master of potions, and a former dueling champion. They're all incredibly powerful wizards. Let us not forget the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore. Williamson's eyes sparkled with admiration. He is universally recognized as the most formidable wizard in the world, the man who vanquished Grindelwald. Grindelwald? That name rings a bell. Kono scratched his head, recalling how his roommate often lamented, "Gad, I'm dying of laughter." Once the most powerful dark wizard in existence, he single-handedly instigated the Great Wizarding War. The two Aurors chimed in unison, but that was over 50 years ago. Kono and the two Aurors engaged in light-hearted conversation. After spending the afternoon together, particularly after their escapade to the entertainment venue, the distance between them had significantly diminished. Not to mention, Kono had generously provided them with over 2,000 galleons, a sum that had surely melted away any lingering animosities. One can only say, having wealth truly shines. By the way, is this shop truly a wand shop? The so-called best wand shop in England? Even in the world? Kono furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the small, dilapidated store before him, contrasting it with the nearby junk shop emanating an unpleasant odor, making it hard not to suspect that this establishment was merely a branch of the latter. Mr. Kono, you must not speak so carelessly. Williamson quickly tugged at Kono's sleeve. This is the pride of our English wizards. It is indeed the finest wand shop in the entire world. Plout nodded in agreement. Do not be misled by its unassuming appearance. You are bound to find the wand that satisfies you here. I assure you. As the daylight waned, the sun sank fully below the horizon, and the magical light bulbs, sensing the absence of twilight, immediately began to glow. A beam of light illuminated the sign above the door, where the gilded lettering had begun to peel, reading, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. It certainly appeared to have an ancient legacy, boasting over 2 millennia of history. Quite impressive. Kono stepped into the modest wand shop. The interior was small, with shelves brimming with wand boxes on either side, stacked nearly to the ceiling. A long, polished wooden bench, worn with age, stood to the side for weary patrons to rest. Upon entering, an elderly man with a head of silver hair suddenly appeared before them. His eyes were remarkable, with irises shimmering like 2 radiant moons. His greeting was equally distinctive. He first appraised the two Aurors before speaking in a lyrical manner reminiscent of a bard. Williamson, you wood, unicorn tail hair, 9 3/4 inches, Plout, fir wood, also unicorn tail hair, 10 inches. I still remember your wands. Before the two Aurors could respond, he turned his attention to Kono, his silver eyes betraying a hint of confusion. This gentleman seems quite unfamiliar. You have not purchased a wand from me before, have you? Kono scrutinized the seemingly eccentric elder while elevating his opinion of Ollivander's wand shop. The contrast between the shabby exterior and the illustrious history etched on the peeling sign was striking. He justified to himself, how could such an ancient shop not look worn? These signs of age are merely the marks of history. The shop's decor adhered to simplicity, with the lone bench and the countless wand boxes yielding an impression of understated grandeur. The moment a customer arrived, the proprietor emerged to greet them, effortlessly recalling the wand details of loyal patrons, thus fostering an atmosphere of exceptional craftsmanship. One must admit, even setting aside the artistry involved, the proprietor's understanding of customer psychology is remarkably astute. Following this well-crafted process, any customer would undoubtedly leave with an indelible impression. No wonder the two Aurors spoke of this establishment with such pride, as if it were their own creation. With this thought, Kono was suddenly curious to see how the elderly gentleman would react to an unconventional customer. Kono half-jokingly remarked, "Indeed, I have been training in the mountains and have not developed a habit of using a wand until recently." The elder nodded, a diligent practitioner. Such wizards are rare. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Garrick Ollivander. May I ask your name, sir? Kono. Mr. Kono, since this is your first visit, I must take some measurements of your physical attributes. Which hand do you favor? I possess ambidexterity, so I am proficient with both hands. Ollivander coughed to mask his embarrassment. Ah, a nimble practitioner, that is commendable. A tape measure flew from his waist, extending itself automatically to encircle Kono, measuring his dimensions. The data gleaned from the tape seemed to transfer directly into Ollivander's mind. As the tape began its work, he glided between the shelves, retrieving box after box of wands. Although Ollivander swayed slightly, while carrying an armful of wand boxes, he approached Kono without incident. It is essential for even first-time wand users to possess certain knowledge. With great ceremony, he slowly drew a wand from its box, his slender fingers deftly curling around it. Due to the diverse materials used in wand shafts and cores, as well as different makers and lengths, no two wands in existence are identical. Try this one. Given your robust stature, this combination should suit you well. It is made of alder wood, with a dragon heartstring core, 14 inches in length, immensely powerful. As Kono reached for the wand, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if touching the wand would provoke dire consequences. This was the first time he had experienced such a premonition since becoming a martial arts master. Thus, his hand hesitated, refraining from grasping the wand immediately. Do you find it unsuitable? Ollivander blinked. I am the finest wand maker in all of England, and I believe Mr. Kono should trust my judgment. He gestured to the myriad of wand boxes. There are many more options here. I am certain that Ollivander's wand shop will help you find the wand of your dreams. No. Kono blinked. I believe we should venture outside to test this wand. Otherwise, I sense something unfortunate may occur. Upon hearing this, Ollivander opened his mouth with difficulty, replying dryly. That is quite perceptive of you. First-time wand users are indeed prone to unforeseen mishaps, though these are typically aimed at 11-year-olds. A wizard like you, having trained in the mountains, who has been invited to Hogwarts by Dumbledore, should be capable of controlling the magic within. Dumbledore? Kono felt a familiar name escape Ollivander's lips, and suddenly the situation appeared far more complex. The Ministry of Magic had dispatched the two Aurors to accompany him in procuring a wand. If Ollivander were to mention this matter, he would likely refer to the Ministry's directives rather than Dumbledore. Since the name Dumbledore now graced the elder's speech, it could only signify one thing. Dumbledore had already conferred with Ollivander, presumably seeking to glean some insights from him. Kono's mind raced, and he suddenly recalled something he had long overlooked. Did he truly belong among the muggles that these wizards spoke of as unable to wield magic, or was he, in fact, a wizard himself? His extensive experience as a corporate worker in his previous life, spanning 5.5 years, had taught him never to underestimate any employer. The peculiarities of these bosses were often beyond the comprehension of their subordinates. Was Dumbledore curious about whether he possessed magical abilities? Or had that old man already seen through the facade, aware that Kono's identity as a druid was fabricated, and wished to ascertain whether he was truly a wizard? Ollivander once again extended the grayish-yellow wand, urging, Mr. Kono, do give it a try. Time is of the essence. Kono slowly smiled, echoing Ollivander's words. To give it a try. Time is of the essence. Why are you so impatient? Ollivander's silver-white eyes dared not meet Kono's gaze, drifting nervously in other directions. I am always like this. The arrival of a new client signifies that a wand is about to shine brightly in the magical world. What a splendid event. Two Aurors chimed in, indeed. Mr. Ollivander has always embodied the spirit of craftsmanship. Very well, Kono shrugged. I shall speak first. I am now indoors attempting to wield this wand. Should anything untoward occur, do not seek to blame me. Trusting his instincts as a martial arts master, he felt it necessary to clarify this with Ollivander, lest Ollivander shift the blame onto him later. Of course, Ollivander nodded. Please proceed, Mr. Kono. A hazel wand, with a core of dragon heartstring, 14 inches in length, possessing a sturdy texture. Whoosh. The moment Kono grasped the wand, it felt as though something within him surged forth. The sound akin to a tempest rustling through the treetops emanated from the wand, accompanied by a violent tremor. The unique grayish-yellow wood grain of the hazel began to radiate light. The brightness intensified, the grayish wood became purer, and the yellow grain shone ever more brilliantly. The interplay of gray-white and golden-yellow conferred a metallic quality upon the wand. Kono was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the wand had awakened a dormant power within him. A gentle breeze began to stir within the confines of the shop, swiftly escalating into a fierce gale that enveloped him. The wand in his hand trembled violently, almost as if an urgent anticipation, compelling him to swing it forward and release this power. A razor-sharp energy transformed into a blade of light, cleaving through the air from the wand. With a single stroke, it rent the heavens. The silver beam of light surged unimpeded, slicing diagonally through the walls of Ollivander's shop. The luminous arc broke through the barriers, echoing like the roar of a dragon throughout Diagon Alley. As night fell, the foot traffic in Diagon Alley dwindled, with passers-by lifting their gazes skyward to behold the diagonal beam of light piercing the firmament. The beam ascended toward the clouds, vanishing into the abyss above. In the distance, Ollivander's wand shop erupted with a thunderous roar, engulfed in clouds of dust. A gust of wind burst forth from within the shop, followed closely by a cacophony reminiscent of a ferocious howl. The walls and ceiling of the wand shop barely had time to crumble before being swept away by the shockwave generated by the unleashed force. The security wizards of Diagon Alley had hastened to the scene, with the wizard captain directing his subordinates to commence repairs on the damaged structures. The captain then entered the shop, calling out, "Mr. Ollivander, what has transpired here?" The two Aurors and the wand maker turned in unison, their expressions blank as they regarded the newly arrived wizard. Kano had already set down the wand, stealthily concealing himself within the shadows of the shop. The captain, who had likely been enjoying dinner moments before, bore crumbs of fried potatoes upon his beard and a few splatters of ketchup upon his attire. "By Merlin's beard!" the captain exclaimed, surveying the disheveled trio. "Mr. Ollivander, do you require our assistance?" He clearly recognized the two Aurors and waved in greeting. "Williamson, what are you doing here? What on earth just happened?" Concealed in the corner, Kano flicked his fingers, sending forth a subtle wave of energy that struck the back of the two Aurors' heads. "Ouch!" They winced, rubbing their sore spots. Williamson quickly shook his head. "It was merely an accident. The power of a wand, well, exceeded our expectations." Plout glanced nervously at Ollivander, who remained in a daze, and could only nod in agreement with Williamson's statement. The captain could not help but regard Ollivander with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, your wand-making skills continue to reach new heights." Finally, Ollivander shook himself from his stupor, gritting his teeth as he said, "Do not mention wands again." Kono stood in the shadows, indifferent to the conversation between the two Aurors and the security captain, intently examining the wand in his hand. Originally, the wand was seamless, leaving one to wonder how Ollivander managed to embed the core within its body. Now, however, the wand was marred with cracks, allowing glimpses of its inner filling, a substance as thick as a pinky finger, resembling a rubber tube. This rubbery material was likely the dragon heartstring that Ollivander had just mentioned. Gripping both ends of the wand, Kono exerted force and effortlessly split it in two, revealing the dragon heartstring within. The translucent heartstring shimmered a vivid red, warm to the touch and possessing a delightful elasticity. He could sense the energy contained within, which could be succinctly summarized in a single word: replenishment. Kono's entry into the magical realm was driven by a desire to utilize its wondrous creatures to nourish his body and strengthen his foundation. Despite having reached the pinnacle of mastery, he found himself utterly unable to wield his internal energy known as Qi. Qi was a hallmark of a martial arts master. Yet he had only ever been able to utilize dark energy, as if his Qi lay dormant within him, utterly elusive. The moment he grasped the wand, a blade of light erupted from his body, manifesting as his Qi. Only when it left his body could it inflict significant damage, qualifying it as true Qi. Moreover, he discovered that a flicker of fiery power dwelled within his Qi. Thus, he surmised that it was the wand's core, the dragon heartstring, that imparted its inherent strength to his Qi. If other wands fashioned from different cores were used, would they not also imbue his Qi with the powers of other magical creatures? "My word, what have you done?" Ollivander suddenly shrieked. The security captain had already departed, while the two Aurors busied themselves collecting the damaged wands strewn across the floor. Only Ollivander remained before Kono, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at the dragon heartstring Kono held. "It broke due to poor quality," Kono replied calmly. He surveyed the surrounding wand boxes, preparing to extract another for further experimentation to validate his earlier hypothesis. The two Aurors gathered the scattered wands, cradling the broken ones in their arms. Mr. Ollivander," Williamson stammered, "a total of over 100 wands have been damaged." Ollivander nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back. "Merlin's trousers. What on earth have you done? Why am I subjected to this calamity?" Plout raised his gaze to the ceiling, his tone laced with a sense of shattered illusion. "Mr. Ollivander, please consider your reputation. You are a craftsman. Could you not maintain a bit of aloofness? I find your exuberance quite overwhelming. 700 galleons." Ollivander's voice erupted through gritted teeth. "Will you be able to compensate me?" Kono had already discovered two appealing wand boxes, each hand grasping a crooked wand resembling a gnarled branch. Once again channeling energy into his right hand's wand. Whoosh! The familiar sound of a blade echoed, and just as Ollivander sensed the commotion and prepared to intervene, another silvery red sword light shot forth. The beam darted towards a wall, poised to wreak havoc upon the wands displayed there. Whoosh! An even more urgent sword sound emerged as a silver-orange beam rushed forward, intercepting the previous one. Protego! The two Aurors discarded the wands, swiftly casting the shield charm to protect themselves against the tempest generated by the collision of the two sword lights. Ollivander, desperate to halt Kono's wand usage, had no time to react before the fierce wind swept him off his feet, bringing his back perilously close to the wall. Fortunately, The two aurors, quick on their feet, each grabbed Ollivander, pulling him within the protective barrier of the shield charm just in time to avoid injury. Dark Lord, you are a dark wizard. Ollivander appeared to be on the brink of a breakdown, his gaze wandering, devoid of its usual brilliance, mumbling this phrase repeatedly. Crack. As anticipated, two wands shattered once more. Though this time the breaks were considerably smaller, requiring Kono to exert some effort to extract the core within. This time, besides the dragon heartstring, there was also a feather that appeared to be ablaze. Kono held the warm feather, scratching his ear. Mr. Ollivander, what feather is this? It's rather extraordinary. Phoenix feather. Ollivander swallowed hard. Could you leave now? I doubt I have a wand suitable for you. Kono withdrew a wand from a box, revealing a milky white wand. Relax. I am controlling my energy. I find this wand truly remarkable. I am quite fond of it. The wand in his hand once again emitted a sword light. This time a purer silver beam, exuding a quality reminiscent of moonlight. Kono's control over his energy was impeccable, condensing a blade of light without damaging the wand. Interesting. It seems this energy is not suited for such aggressive attacks. Perhaps I should try a technique for invigorating the blood? He murmured to himself. As the sword light dissipated from the wand's tip, a swirling mass of chi reappeared at its end. He executed the 8 steps to catch the cicada, swiftly arriving beside the startled Ollivander, and gently pressed the tip of the wand against the acupoint on Ollivander's forehead. Kono. His motion was so swift that the two aurors barely had time to call out before the chi from the wand's tip made contact with Ollivander's brow. This will calm your mind. I am a professional. No need for concern, Kono reassured him. Oh. Ollivander blinked, the terror and confusion in his eyes significantly fading. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed that the wand in Kono's hand remained intact and could not help but exclaim, Merlin's beard. At last, a wand has escaped unscathed. Kono raised the wand he held and inquired, Mr. Ollivander, what core does this wand possess? Now fully alert, Ollivander showcased his expertise. Ashwood, unicorn hair. 12 3/4 inches, Ashwood is the ideal companion for unicorn hair. Kono pinched the wand's tip, beginning to bend it. Ashwood was indeed a superior material, strong yet flexible, making it particularly suitable for crafting a staff. Mr. Ollivander, your craftsmanship is truly impressive. This piece of wood is wonderfully resilient. The hardness is just right. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The spark of inspiration reignited in Ollivander's eyes. Mr. Kono, this is astonishing. Why is it that each one seems to accept you so readily? I have never encountered anything like this. Kono continued to toy with the wand in his hand, paying little heed to Ollivander's words. Ollivander, on the other hand, was noticeably agitated. He swiftly extracted several wand boxes and presented the wands to Kono. Mr. Kono, give this one a try. Made of beechwood, with a phoenix feather core, 13 inches. Kono flicked the wand, and a shaft of shimmering energy manifested at its tip, a silvery aura intertwined with a warm orange glow. Odd. Ollivander handed him another wand, crafted from vinewood, containing a unicorn tail hair core, 9 3/4 inches long. Kono gave it a swing, producing a whispering rush of wind. The vinewood was notably more flexible, akin to a supple whip. As he waved it, the wand was enveloped in a soft, silvery aura. Something felt amiss. Ollivander's brow furrowed tightly. Try this one. Pinewood, with a dragon heartstring core, 11 inches. Kono unleashed a piercing beam of energy, a sword-like brilliance that silently penetrated the floor, leaving a long, slender gouge. Incredible, astonishing. Ollivander wiped the sweat from his brow, his pupils seeming to lose focus. And this one? Made of hornbeam, with a unicorn tail hair core, 13.5 inches. Once more. Kono sent forth a silent sword-like beam that vanished into the ground, mirroring the previous incision perfectly. These wands are quite impressive. They feel splendid in hand. Kono handed the straight wand back to Ollivander. How many types of wood do you have for wands? Please pack several of each for me. Ollivander remained lost in his own thoughts, entirely disregarding Kono's mention of a significant order. Each one he had offered Kono to try was meticulously chosen. The beechwood wand, for instance, favored those of exceptional merit for its master, while it would resist the grasp of the narrow-minded. The vinewood wand was even more discerning, actively selecting only the most visionary and outstanding wizards as its owner. The straight pine wand preferred those who were unconventional, and it was also the most receptive to newly invented spells. The hornbeam would have its own preferences, gravitating towards wizards with a singular and pure passion, while showing aversion to those who were indecisive. It was precisely because each type of wand had its own selection criteria that Ollivander was left in profound shock after Kono experimented with various wands. Every wand was unique, with differing lengths, woods, cores, and makers, all of which influence the final product. Wand lore is a complex and enigmatic field of magic, studied by every wand maker. For them, the ultimate truth of this discipline is that wands choose their wizards. This has always been Ollivander's guiding principle, from the moment a wand finds its master. A mutual growth begins between the wand and the wizard. Different species of fish thrive in their ideal aquatic environments, much like the relationship between wizards and wands. A freshwater fish cannot survive in the sea, nor can a saltwater fish endure the river's flow. However, Kano's presence seemed to negate the ultimate truth of wands choosing their wizards. As a wand maker, Ollivander could sense the feedback from wands once a wizard grasped them. Whether it was joy, resistance, calmness, or other emotions, he could perceive them all. Yet, the emotions emanating from the wands in Kano's hands were astonishingly uniform, mutually complementary. It seemed that Kano and each wand did not require a period of adjustment. Upon contact, their synergy reached an optimal state. The most alarming aspect was that each wand's strong preference for selection, upon encountering Kano, instinctively chose to disregard its own inclinations. These wands overlooked their intrinsic biases, instinctively aligning to assist Kano in casting spells. The appearance of this individual threatened to shatter the worldview that Ollivander had painstakingly constructed over a lifetime, delivering a heavy blow to the principle that wands select wizards. Unaware of the tempest of thoughts swirling in Ollivander's mind, Kano began selecting wands. Ollivander's wands were of excellent quality, polished to a high sheen, devoid of any unpleasant odors from varnish or the like. Thus his expectations for the wands were considerably simpler. Firstly, the wand must be perfectly straight. The straighter, the better, for ease of use. Secondly, he sought pairs of wands made from the same type of wood. To prevent misplacing one of the wands, he needed to select wands that appeared nearly identical, ensuring he could readily access a spare wand when needed. Williamson, standing nearby, urged, "Mr. Kano, wands choose their wizards. This has been Mr. Ollivander's steadfast belief. Perhaps you should select your favorite." Kano tilted his head to glance at Williamson. "Is this not a wand shop? As a customer, I believe I have the right to make requests, especially since I like every wand here." He then patted the contemplative Ollivander on the shoulder. "Mr. Ollivander, is it all right if I purchase several more?" Williamson scratched his head, continuing to persuade. "Previously, I accompanied some wizards from the States to Diagon Alley, and they were also interested in Mr. Ollivander's wands, wanting to make a bulk purchase. However, as a craftsman, Ollivander did not wish for his wands to fall into the hands of unsuitable wizards, so he turned them down." "No, I agreed," Ollivander interjected, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, letting out a long sigh. "Choose the wands you desire." He appeared to age significantly in that moment, losing some of his former vigor, now bearing a few more lines of weariness. Ollivander's voice elongated as he began to describe the materials of the wands. His eyes, once as luminous as the moon, now appeared dull and lackluster. Kano succinctly articulated his requirements, and the wand maker commenced his swift traversal between the shelves. What was most astonishing about Ollivander was his remarkable memory. The shop housed thousands of wands, made from 40 different types of wood. Yet he could accurately retrieve the boxes that matched Kano's specifications without error. Soon, a small mountain of wand boxes formed in the center of the shop. Ollivander wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes scanning the pile of wand boxes as he muttered to himself, seemingly counting. A total of 40 types of wands, each with 20 pieces. Each wand cost 7 galleons, totaling 5,600 galleons. "So inexpensive?" Kano exclaimed, astonished. As the most vital tool for a wizard, a wand priced at merely 7 galleons seemed remarkably cheaper than a cauldron. Suddenly, he realized why those individuals were seeking to confront him. At this rate, 60,000 galleons appeared to be a substantial sum. The establishment in question is scarcely a respectable venue, and the winnings acquired from a host of fairies do not weigh heavily on one's conscience. Two Aurors could not help but slap their palms against their faces, the sharp sting serving as a reminder that they were indeed awake. To them, 5,600 galleons represented a substantial fortune, sufficient to sustain a solitary existence for 3 to 5 years. Astonishingly, the funds required for such a comfortable life were squandered on the purchase of 800 wands. Connor, unaware of the two Aurors' scheming, pondered whether, since a cauldron could be customized for hot pot, wands might also be tailored to one's specifications. It seemed that wizards often soared through the skies on enchanted brooms. Could those too be personalized? He considered his stash of gold coins, realizing he had barely touched 10,000. With a sense of enthusiasm, he clasped Ollivander's shoulder and inquired, Mr. Ollivander, do you offer customized wands? These wands seem rather delicate. Could you assist me in creating something more ornate? Departing Ollivander's wand shop alongside the two Aurors, Connor resolved to explore Diagon Alley further. Eager to discover how many establishments supported customization, today's excursion had ignited a spark of anticipation within him for this magical realm, which appeared far less tedious than he had initially imagined. As midnight approached, the bustling Diagon Alley gradually succumbed to tranquility, accompanied by the warm summer breeze. Dumbledore, having concluded his day's endeavors, arrived at the leaky cauldron. Standing before the shimmering, dreamlike barrier, he fell into contemplation. The proprietor, Tom, wore a mournful expression as he stammered, "I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore. An unforeseen incident occurred today. I have already arranged for a repairman to come tomorrow." Was it Connor who caused this? Dumbledore sighed heavily, feeling a familiar throb at his temples. "I do not know, Headmaster." Tom sniffled, revealing himself to be a tall and robust wizard. He recounted, somehow he shattered the wall with a single punch, leaving barely any dust behind. Dumbledore nodded gently, drawing forth his wand. "Tom, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. The repair costs must be exorbitant." Tom nodded somberly. "Indeed, this month. It seems I shall have no revenue at all." Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Tom's shoulder, lifting his wand with a flick, uttering, "Restoration." A gust of wind swept through the leaky cauldron, conjuring a formidable whirlwind that gathered the barely perceptible dust and wove it back into the barrier. In mere moments, the familiar brick wall, known to every English wizard, reappeared before Tom. "My word. Thank you immensely, Headmaster Dumbledore. You truly are the greatest wizard of our time." Dumbledore offered a modest smile, suggesting Tom cancel the repair appointment to avoid any last-minute changes of mind. Of course. Tom stumbled away, and Dumbledore gently tapped the bricks, stepping through the archway. The Owl Emporium swung open its doors, releasing the owls confined in their cages all day, allowing them to soar into the night to hunt. The resplendent wooden door of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions had long since closed, while the magical menagerie occasionally echoed with the sounds of meowing cats and barking dogs. The staff at Flourish and Blots had just secured their entrance for the night. However, this evening, Diagon Alley lacked its usual calm, with several shops still aglow. The lights at the Cauldron shop remained lit, accompanied by the proprietor's voice, brass with automatic heating, stirring, and cleaning functions. The Quidditch supplies store had yet to close, its illuminated interior buzzing with commotion. A raspy voice was heard bellowing, "Merlin's beard." What was he thinking? The broomstick's design is so classic. Why did he choose to customize it into a sword shape? This sword cannot merely be made of wood. It must be crafted entirely from goblin silver. The hilt must be wrapped in dragon hide. And why on earth add a tassel at the end? A younger, softer voice interjected, "Boss, calm down. You don't want to strain yourself." The raspy voice continued its tirade. "Those goblin silvers require enchantments. Just the sight of those greedy goblins turns my stomach." The youthful voice timidly replied, "But that customer offered 15,000 galleons, as long as we meet the specifications. The rest will be our tip." The raspy voice fell silent, contemplating. "He is certainly generous. Let us call it a night. Tomorrow I'll send someone to deal with those wretched goblins." Gringotts had already closed for the evening, and the cobblestone streets were patrolled by a few security wizards. The captain of the guard walked ahead, turning to caution his subordinates. "Today has been peculiar. Stay alert. The injured fairy must have been a victim of a dark scheme. But if Gringotts is involved, we may be in deep trouble." Dumbledore approached them, illuminating the tip of his wand. "Good evening. What transpired today? You mentioned an injured fairy?" "Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore." The captain doffed his hat in respect. "Yes. Do you know a wizard named Goliath?" "Certainly. A powerful fairy. Once responsible for taming dragons in the underground vaults." "That's him. Goliath has since left Gringotts and become an enforcer at an entertainment venue. He seems to have encountered some formidable opposition today. When we found them, they were bleeding from their ears and noses, truly horrific." "Dark wizards, you say? Do you know what kind of magic was used against them?" "That's not entirely clear. In my years of service, this is the first time I've encountered such magic. It doesn't seem like the Dark Lord. It resembles a repelling charm or something similar." After bidding farewell to the security wizards, Dumbledore spotted Ollivander's wand shop, still open. He retrieved a lemon drop, savoring its sweetness as it filled his mouth, alleviating the throbbing in his temples. Inside the dimly lit shop, Ollivander sat on a bench, facing away from the door. The air was thick with a suffocating scent, and a plume of white smoke curled upwards from Ollivander's direction. "Scourgify." Dumbledore waved his wand, dispersing the oppressive odor, though the white smoke continued to rise slowly. Ollivander. Good evening. He observed Ollivander cradling a large pipe, filled with a vibrant green herb being ignited. Dumbledore's tone shifted to one of seriousness. You should refrain from smoking that. Over time, it may lead to dependency on the herb. This herb bears effects akin to those of tobacco produced by muggles. It can soothe emotions, alleviate anxiety, and sharpen the mind. Yet, such effects come at a cost. While the herb may not harm the body like tobacco, it gradually erodes the soul of the wizard. Once a dependency on this herb is established, failure to consume it at regular intervals will lead to a sluggish mind and an irritable temperament in the wizard. The Ministry of Magic has long since enacted regulations concerning this herb, stipulating that no wizard may carry more than 10 ounces. Exceeding this limit could result in the dire consequence of imprisonment in Azkaban. I find it perplexing. Ollivander's dim gray eyes blinked. I was born into a family of wand makers, and from a young age, my life has revolved around the study of magic and the art of wand crafting. I simply wish to challenge myself by exploring how to utilize materials from the nightmare to create a wand. Why must you subject me to such an ordeal with this wizard? Ollivander. Perhaps it was the sight of Ollivander's weathered visage or the lingering sweetness of the candy he had just consumed, but Dumbledore felt a dryness in his throat. Dumbledore. Do not speak yet. Let me finish, Ollivander said, gripping his pipe tightly, his veins standing out. What manner of wizard is he, to possess such peculiar thoughts? Why would he desire a wand so cumbersome to wield? And what is this staff of equal height? From his feet to his brow, he exceeds 6 feet. He expects me to craft him a wand of such magnitude. I have never constructed a wand of such size. Even without enchantments, it could likely be a lethal weapon. Connor. Dumbledore was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the situation. Nonetheless, he grasped 2 crucial points. First, Connor could indeed wield a wand to cast spells, and second, he wished to commission a wand from Ollivander. Listen to me, Dumbledore, Ollivander exclaimed, biting down on his pipe and inhaling deeply the white smoke produced by the herb, half closing his eyes as he exhaled a slightly murky cloud. From his pocket, he produced a piece of parchment. Besides the staff of equal height, he requested that I create an item capable of channeling magic. Dumbledore took the parchment, which depicted an apparatus akin to Muggle combat gloves, with protective plates accentuated at the joints, exuding a wild and fearsome aura. Ollivander inhaled once more from the herb, suggesting that I fashion the wand's body from leather and incorporate hair as the core within its layers. A brilliant idea. One I had contemplated in the past, but never had the opportunity to realize. Dumbledore, where on earth did you unearth such a gem? Dumbledore couldn't help but chuckle. I too am curious. Where did Newt find such a treasure? Was there anything unusual when he grasped the wand? Ollivander shuddered, releasing irregular puffs of smoke from his mouth. It was astonishing. I have never witnessed such a spectacle. The moment he touched the wand, he dismantled my shop, damaging many wands, an absolute nightmare. A true sorcerer. Dismantled? Dumbledore glanced around, noting the significant number of wand boxes missing from the shelves. No wonder the security wizards remarked on the peculiar occurrences today. Ollivander. May I interpret this as him lacking control over his own power? Therefore, he requires a larger one to restrain it? No. Ollivander shook his head decisively, on the contrary. It was initially an accident. He later managed to wield the wand with precision. His magical control is remarkable. He can even create 2 identical and parallel cuts. Dumbledore looked down and spotted 2 sword marks left by Connor. He crouched to examine them closely, his brow furrowing tightly. He could sense the magic. But it was of an unprecedented kind, one he struggled to articulate. The most critical point is that Ollivander could harmonize perfectly with every wand. Every single wand. Ollivander's free hand grasped Dumbledore's shoulder. Dumbledore, where on earth did you find such an oddity? I merely sought some nightmare materials for research. Why must you impose this wizard upon me? Dumbledore felt a throbbing pain at his temples as he gazed at the agitated Ollivander, whose eyes were wide and face flushed, exuding a sense of surrender to madness. Reluctantly, Dumbledore snatched away Ollivander's pipe and stuffed it back into his mouth. Calm down, Ollivander. Has he not departed? Ollivander inhaled deeply, until the herb turned grayish-white, and his exaggerated expression visibly relaxed. Phew. My apologies. Ollivander exhaled a long breath. I must admit, I was rather agitated. Can you enlighten me about this wizard's true identity? My curiosity is piqued. Dumbledore found himself in a quandary. If he were to bluntly inform Ollivander that Connor was his prime suspect, seeking his assistance in probing, would Ollivander perhaps lose his composure and harm himself with his wand? To protect Ollivander's mental state, Dumbledore cleared his throat, placing his hand in his pocket, and spoke in a somewhat vague tone. He is a druid discovered by Newt in the remote mountains. He is likely the only druid known to date. As for further details, I confess I am not well versed. By the way, he will soon be teaching at Hogwarts, conducting martial arts classes. It will be intriguing to see what knowledge he possesses regarding druidic traditions. Martial arts classes? Ollivander scratched his ear, finding the combination of martial arts and druid rather odd. Yet if Connor truly is a druid, many things would fall into place. No wonder he devised such unique magical equipment. It seems that when the time comes to collect materials together, one could witness the legacy of the druids. Collect materials together? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Are you both to gather wand-making materials? The type of wand he wishes to commission is beyond my personal capabilities. Therefore, once I receive news of available materials, I will inform him to join in the search. Dumbledore nodded silently, relieved to see Ollivander regain his composure. However, the thought of Ollivander accompanying Connor rekindled his concerns about Ollivander's mental state. Kono chose to return to the seaside cottage via the night bus. True to the nature of the magical world, he found himself standing on the path beside the cottage in no time. This time, his ventures in Diagon Alley proved fruitful, as he ordered numerous items that had previously existed only in the realm of his imagination. Considering he needed to report to Hogwarts in just over a month, he made a substantial purchase at Flourish and Blots. With the assistance of 2 oars, he obtained all the books required for the 7 years of study from 1st to 7th grade. Once his wand summoned the essence of magic, he became increasingly curious about this new and unfamiliar world, recognizing that reading was an excellent way to deepen his understanding. According to the 2 oars, during their time at Hogwarts, the school offered a total of 15 subjects. Among these, alchemy and apparition were only available to students in their 6th year and above. The most critical subjects included transfiguration, charms, herbology, history of magic, astronomy, potions, and defense against the dark arts. Mastery of these 6 disciplines, along with obtaining a certificate known as the OWL, would suffice for a stable life in the magical realm. Thus, Kono resolved to focus on these 6 subjects, striving to comprehend them thoroughly, which would also grant him a general understanding of the magical world. A week swiftly passed, and he had read through these texts. The results were remarkable. He had indeed developed a basic understanding of the magical universe. The subjects of history of magic and astronomy resembled the perfect remedy for insomniacs, as their sole requirement was to hold a book and softly read its contents. In less than 10 minutes, these insomniacs could gently drift into slumber. Kono perceived these 2 subjects as akin to the pointless class meetings of his elementary school days, mere filler that wasted time. Transfiguration, however, was far more engaging. Allowing for the transformation of various objects through magic, one could transmute living beings into inanimate ones and vice versa, akin to changing a chicken into a chair or a chair into a chicken. The aspect of transfiguration that captivated Kono most was a sophisticated form known as animagus. This advanced magic bore a slight resemblance to the legendary transformations of the Monkey King, though animagus was not quite on par with his powers. Typically, once a wizard successfully mastered animagus, they could only transform into a single animal. Charms could be viewed as a boon for the lazy, enabling various enchanted objects to obey commands. For instance, first-year students learned the levitation charm, which essentially commanded an object to float. By continuously channeling magic through the incantation Wingardium Leviosa, the enchanted object would ascend and descend according to the wizard's will. A myriad of everyday charms existed, facilitating the tasks of furniture within the home. Herbology and potions complemented each other, as the potion-making process required a variety of herbs. To identify and cultivate these herbs, one needed to study herbology. Among the core subjects was defense against the dark arts, regarded as the most formal combat course. This subject introduced methods to counter dark magic, including dark magical creatures, curses, hexes, and jinxes, as well as dueling techniques. Although the name suggested a focus on defense, Kono viewed it as a course on combat. With less than a week until his departure for Hogwarts, Kono held a straight wand in his hand, awkwardly uttering the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. He felt a small surge of energy emanate from within, flowing through the wand and connecting to a massive boulder before him. Newt, who was nearby practicing his meditation to absorb sunlight, noticed the towering stone and cautioned, "Ahem, Mr. Kono, typically wizards do not employ basic levitation charms to move such large objects. You might consider using transfiguration to reduce it to a smaller size first." Kono understood Newt's good intentions, but was merely experimenting with the distinction between spells and martial arts techniques. Patience, perhaps this spell isn't quite right. Let me try my own incantation. Newt was taken aback. Was there another levitation spell? Something akin to a super levitation spell? Dragon Grasp. Kono concentrated, channeling energy from his dantian through the meridians of his arm, ultimately releasing it through his wand. With a resounding boom, the wand erupted in a burst of light, and a golden dragon made of mist sprang forth. The dragon emitted a powerful roar, coiling around the boulder and gradually lifting it. Kono felt his energy depleting rapidly. After elevating the stone 3 meters off the ground, he released it and withdrew his focus. How was that? Is this incantation reasonable? Newt's expression was one of disbelief, prompting Kono to feel somewhat guilty. After all, Newt was a venerable 94 years old and had shown him considerable trust and care during their time together. Should I really be providing him with such stimulation? Kono pondered. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Newt exclaimed, regaining his composure and applauding. Indeed, possessing the heritage of a druid. I have never witnessed such a formidable levitation charm. Kono stroked his chin, noting that these wizards appeared to be more accepting of such phenomena than he had anticipated. Newt, let us switch to another stone, and I shall demonstrate how to perform this dragon grasp levitation spell. Newt eagerly nodded. I would be honored to learn the magic of the druids. Correction. This is martial arts. The name has been changed. Kono reiterated with emphasis. While the title of druid offered an excellent entry point, it was imperative to swiftly establish the concept of martial arts. He was a bona fide master of the martial way, not a mere druidic practitioner of the medieval era. Approaching Newt, he placed a hand on his shoulder. I need to assess your capabilities before determining the size of the stone we will work with. Understood. Newt nodded vigorously. What would you like to know? The material of my wand? Or shall I demonstrate some spells for you? Kono extended his index finger and shook it, exclaiming, No. This examination is, of course, to assess your meridian endurance. Newt nodded affirmatively and assumed the initial stance of Tai Chi. Mr. Kono, I am ready. Raising his wand, Kono directed a stream of energy into Newt's body through acupoint techniques. With the wand's assistance, this energy could circulate within Newt's meridians without causing harm. Upon completion of the cycle, Kono was astonished to discover that Newt's physical condition rivaled that of individuals in their 30s or 40s from his previous life. It was no wonder that, despite being 94 years old, Newt could chase after various magical creatures around the estate like a robust young farmer. Moreover, the strength of Newt's meridians had reached the pinnacle of postnatal development, suggesting that with further cultivation, he could transcend into the realm of innate mastery. This presented a paradox. According to Kono's martial arts knowledge, if Newt possessed meridian strength at its peak, his physical capabilities should surpass that of a mere middle-aged man. Subsequently, he guided the energy to Newt's dantian, where it was also stored. For these wizards, the energy Kono perceived was akin to their understanding of magical power. The breadth of Newt's dantian was at least at the level of innate mastery, yet the magical power within was precisely at the pinnacle of postnatal development. This revelation piqued Kono's curiosity, as he seemed to have uncovered a commonality between wizards and martial artists. Newt, try casting a spell that lasts longer, be it an offensive type or any kind. All right, Newt replied, nodding. Ventus. A surge of magical energy roiled within Newt's dantian, dividing into countless strands that surged through his meridians and converged in his right hand gripping the wand. A fierce gust of wind erupted, crashing against the boulder Kono had previously used to demonstrate his grappling technique, causing it to sway violently. A few breaths later, the wind continued to howl, and the magical energy from Newt's dantian persisted in its flow, causing the boulder to begin rolling slowly. Kono, intrigued, inquired, Can you maintain this spell while conversing with me? Newt turned to Kono. At the sound of his simple reply, the magical energy in his dantian abruptly ceased its tumult, and the boulder came to a standstill. Newt shook his head. I must concentrate to sustain the spell. I cannot chat and maintain this gale simultaneously. Kono pressed on. Does every spell require such focus? Newt tilted his head in contemplation before responding. Not necessarily. If a spell requires continuous maintenance, then yes. However, for transformation spells, one needs a concept in mind. And once successfully cast, it does not require ongoing concentration. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Kono exclaimed, laughing with delight. Through their brief exchange, he discerned an intriguing pattern. To wield magic. While one does engage the energy within their body, this energy merely serves as a catalyst. Magic necessitates a synergy between mental focus and internal energy, which is then mediated through the wand to harness the ambient magical forces. This is a complex process to articulate. In essence, it resembles a lever system. Once this process is accomplished, a wizard can successfully cast their spell. In contrast, Kano's grappling technique operates differently. He channels energy through fixed meridians, releasing the stored power via his wand. The wizard's casting resembles an individual leveraging a stone, though it facilitates ease. Reliance on the lever limits the speed of casting. In contrast, by channeling energy through his meridians and releasing it through the wand, Kano's approach is akin to wielding a firearm, swift and powerful. Each method possesses its unique advantages. Wizardry is not solely for offense, but encompasses a myriad of magical effects achievable through leverage. Meanwhile, Kano's technique is rapid and fierce, allowing him to seize a wizard before they can summon the ambient magic. Indeed, this merely scratches the surface of wand usage. In the current context, free from the constraints of these slender sticks, Kano could unleash his full combat potential. With this thought, he began to ponder the wand maker Ollivander, contemplating when Ollivander would summon him to seek materials for wand crafting. He wished to experiment with creating a wand that resonated with his intentions, curious whether the sensation of channeling energy would differ. "Mr. Kano, how do you intend to teach me that spell?" Newt interrupted Kano's reverie. "Now is the time. Pay attention to the changes in your body." Kano did not withdraw his wand, but continued to manipulate the energy still residing within Newt. The energy stirred the magical power in Newt's dantian, following the pathway of the three young meridians, ultimately released through the wand. The grappling technique he assisted Newt in performing lacked the grandeur of his own execution, merely manifesting as a serpent-like form that could not uproot the massive boulder. However, it sufficed to deal with the bamboo that Newt had cultivated. From the tip of Newt's wand emerged a golden, serpentine mist, which flew towards a moderately sized bamboo, uprooting it effortlessly. Newt gaped in astonishment, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. "How does it feel?" Kano retracted his energy, simultaneously devising a preliminary plan for future lessons. "Remarkable," Newt mused, touching his right hand, feeling an entirely new sensation, akin to magic emanating from his own body. "It truly is wondrous. I only feel the flow of magic in my arm. It's extraordinary. Moreover, this is a spell that does not require incantations. It's significantly faster than the standard levitation charm. Practice diligently," Kano encouraged, patting Newt's shoulder with an air of mystery. "Maintain your Tai Chi practice daily and absorb the essence of the sun and moon as I instructed. I suspect you may ascend to even greater heights." Newt smiled. Appearing content, "I have no further aspirations. I find great satisfaction in caring for magical creatures with Tina." On September 1st, the day all Hogwarts students prepared to return to school, Kano was also set to assume his position. With the existence of a martial arts microcosm, he needed no luggage. "Newt, I shall borrow your house elf for a few days. Once he masters his culinary skills, I will return him whole. No, I cannot do without him for my meals. I have no further aspirations. I find great satisfaction in caring for magical creatures with Tina." Kano mockingly mimicked Newt's tone, shaking his head. "At that moment, I truly believed you to be a magnificent magical zoologist, yet you have utterly disappointed me. Alas, such accolades are but hollow." After spending some time together, Newt had grown quite familiar with Kano, playfully delivering a light punch to Kono's shoulder. "Ouch. Your shoulder is as hard as iron. Have you embedded a protective charm within?" "It's muscle. Thank you very much." Kono rolled his eyes. "You ought to exercise more. Among the elder crowd, you are quite the robust figure. At least more so than Dumbledore." "Well, that's something." Newt's face crinkled into a smile, akin to blooming flowers. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted the time was growing late. If they tarried, they would miss the Hogwarts Express. "All right then." Kono produced a handful of flue powder, waving his other hand at Newt. "See you later. Remember the blood of those Arumpents." I know. Newt waved back, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. "Your theories will greatly benefit the future of magical creatures. We shall all be grateful to you. Don't make it sound like a farewell." Kono tossed the flue powder into the flames, watching as the orange flames transformed into a vibrant green before stepping into the fireplace. The Leaky Cauldron. The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron greeted Kono with little warmth. Upon exiting, Kono donned an invisibility cloak and soared through the steel jungle of London. Observing the bustling traffic below, he suddenly felt a sense of dislocation. Since his arrival in this world, he had spent 6 years in the mountains, followed by a brief incarceration in Azkaban. Aside from a few visits to Diagon Alley, he had primarily remained near Newt's estate, which was also rather secluded, inhabited only by the couple and a variety of magical creatures. He chose to traverse the rooftops of London not out of whimsy, but rather because he had forgotten to exchange currency at Gringotts and found himself with only gleaming gold coins in hand. It was the early 1990s, and the streets of England were alive with traffic, the sky veiled in a thin layer of smog. Having lived for so long in the pristine air of the mountains and the estate, he found himself unaccustomed to the stench of exhaust fumes. King's Cross Station, located in the heart of London, had long served as the city's transportation hub. The station had undergone renovations in the 19th century, significantly expanding its footprint. Meanwhile, the wizards of the magical realm had seized the opportunity during the renovations to covertly claim a railway line and a steam train for themselves. To successfully pilfer the fruits of the ordinary folks' labor, these wizards had employed elaborate strategies, casting 167 obliviate spells and a grand concealment charm to ensure the populace forgot about the missing railway and train. Nevertheless, Kono preferred the more traditional mode of transport, such as the night bus. Yet, his former roommate had often raved about the Hogwarts Express, and thus Kono felt compelled to experience the magical train that had captured his friend's imagination. As he approached the entrance, he was suddenly intercepted by two individuals. One wore a coxcomb hat while the other sported a horned cap. Their lower halves were clad in traditional Scottish kilts, while their upper halves donned shirts and floral padded jackets, creating an utterly bizarre spectacle. Hold on. Adult wizards must undergo inspection before entering. Remove your invisibility cloak. Kono shrugged off the cloak and regarded the two oddly dressed individuals, only to realize they were familiar faces, Williamson and Ployd. You two again. Mr. Kono, Williamson sighed deeply. It's a long story. Apparently, someone reported us to the Auror office, and now we've been reassigned here. Indeed, Ployd added. We're tasked with ensuring the safety of students during the school year. Such duties are typically reserved for the lowest tier of wizards. Yet here we are. Two Aurors on the job. Kono pointed to their ludicrous hats. What on earth are you wearing? Are you cosplaying some mythological figures? Shouldn't muggles be the ones dressed like this? Williamson looked bewildered, even spinning around to get a better view. Even if you wore wizard robes and a pointed hat, that would be more acceptable than your current attire. Kono sighed. Can we at least try to appear normal? Just walk into any clothing store and ask for a complete outfit. Spare us your peculiar wizarding notions of what muggles should wear. Thank you ever so much. Ployd bowed gratefully. You are always so helpful. The Hogwarts Express is set to depart in less than half an hour. Mr. Kono, you ought to hurry inside. Kono tossed 2 gold coins to the Aurors. Do you have any pounds on you? I forgot to exchange my currency. Of course, they replied, rummaging through their pockets until they managed to gather 10 pounds. Listen to me, and don't let your bizarre thoughts dictate how ordinary people dress. Go buy some normal clothes before you return to your post. Kono advised earnestly before rushing toward the ticket booth. As a professor at Hogwarts, he possessed a ticket for the magical train, but he still needed to acquire a ticket through proper channels to enter the station. Once on the platform, he began searching for the name of the platform indicated on his ticket. Platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4. Ah, here it is. His roommate had recounted the method of entry countless times, so he needed no further guidance. As the surrounding travelers hurried past, Kono activated his senses and dashed toward the pillar between platforms 9 and 10. He felt an unusual force enveloping him, a sensation that even stirred the martial essence within his mind. In the blink of an eye, a train station exclusive to the magical world materialized before him. Parents sending their children off to school filled the bustling platform, exchanging farewells amidst the crowd. The platform lacked novelty, yet the Hogwarts Express certainly exuded a steampunk aura. In his past life, the transportation in his homeland was exceedingly convenient, with subways and trains connecting every city. However, the high-speed trains he had witnessed were imbued with modern sensibilities, designed with speed and stability in mind, predominantly featuring streamlined carriages. The Hogwarts Express, in stark contrast, was a pure relic of the previous century, a vibrant red steam train, its chimney billowing large clouds of white smoke. Yet, this smoke seemed merely ornamental, devoid of the acrid scent of burning coal. According to Newt's description, although it appeared to be a steam train, it was powered entirely by magic, making it a truly eco-friendly marvel. However, upon selecting a compartment in the middle of the train and taking a seat, Kono found himself reassessing his opinion of the train. The seats installed within the carriage lacked the comfort of those found in the trains of ancient Huaxia, presenting a rather rigid seating experience overall. For ordinary individuals embarking on a long journey in such conditions, it would indeed be quite challenging. It seems that the wizards merely focused on the exterior modifications of this train, neglecting the enhancement of its interior decor. seizing the opportunity before arrival at the school. Kono began to close his eyes and ponder how to conduct his first class effectively. After a while, the sound of the train's whistle signaled its imminent departure, accompanied by the cries of children, both from parents and offspring. The carriage in which he sat had already welcomed several students, whose animated chatter suggested they were not first-year newcomers, eagerly discussing their intriguing summer experiences. Was White Island enjoyable? I heard it is home to numerous wizarding relics. The homework from magical history was overwhelming, leaving hardly any time for leisure. My parents, however, seemed to have had a splendid time. Later, my father gifted me a quill, purportedly used by ancient wizards. That wasn't too shabby. My father took us to Ilfracombe for a vacation, and we even got to see that mad muggle. Mad muggle? You mean the one whose memory wasn't entirely erased? Indeed. This year's summer homework included an essay about the Ilfracombe incident, and my father took me there. Jordan, why don't you share what you did over the break? Right. Jordan, you seem to have gotten darker, almost like a piece of charcoal. Did you travel to Africa? Haha. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. Jordan really is darkened. Be careful when you go out at night. You might bump into him without realizing it. The boy named Jordan had a distinct accent, and he replied, You are correct. I did visit Africa and returned with a treasure. Treasure? Is that the bag you're holding? What's inside? Show us. You urged me to open it. I didn't force you. Just don't go complaining to Professor McGonagall later. How could anything frighten a wizard? Suddenly, there was the sound of a rope being pulled. Don't come near. Get it away. It jumped onto my nose. The two boys who had initially spoken erupted into screams. Jordan burst into laughter. Calm down. It only has a slight venom. At most, it might take off your nose. Get away. The two boys continued to shriek. Hey, don't drop my treasure. I still need to show it to George and Fred. The carriage fell silent once more, the boys' cries fading into the distance until they vanished entirely. And yet they claim I'm as dark as charcoal. If a black person isn't dark, what then makes them black? Jordan mused to himself, cheerfully humming a tune. The train clattered forward, the sliding door of the carriage pushed open. Hey, I heard Fred say you brought back a giant bag spider? Let me see. Another boy's voice chimed in, and just from the tone, it was evident he was quite mischievous. Jordan grinned proudly. Here. This is a remarkable specimen. I had quite the struggle bringing it back from Africa, as those inspecting wizards wouldn't let these creatures cross borders. Oh, you have a female. Look. Your bag has laid many eggs. George, show me. I want to see too. Another voice, slightly rougher than George's, likely belonging to Fred, chimed in. George eagerly asked, if we could hatch the spiderlings, wouldn't that provide us with ample venom samples? That toffee with the fat tongue? Jordan inquired. It should work, right? I heard from locals that the venom of this spider isn't lethal, making it quite suitable as raw material. The trio engaged in a vigorous discussion, all centered around potion making, which began to lull Kono into a drowsy state. Jordan, who is that person lurking in the corner? Do you know him? George suddenly questioned. I encountered him when I entered this carriage. He seems to be dressed like a professor from some subject. A professor? Perhaps the new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, or the newly established martial arts course instructor, Fred speculated. It must be the martial arts professor. Just look at his physique. He resembles those fitness enthusiasts among muggles. George deduced. Speaking of martial arts class, the required textbooks amount to 3. And they don't come cheap. I didn't even buy new clothes this year. Fred complained. With so many children in your family, it must be tough. Would you like me to lend you some clothes? Jordan chuckled. My attire from Africa would fit you perfectly. Get lost. George retorted. Do you think we should release that spider? Fred whispered suddenly. Is that advisable? After all, he is a professor. Jordan hesitated. Well, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor changes every year. We'll only have to endure it for a year at most, Fred said nonchalantly. If he asked the martial arts instructor, wouldn't it be a perfect chance to test his skills? Let us see if he is worthy of being a professor. That might not be wise. Jordan remained uncertain. At worst, we'll toss the spider behind him and make a quick escape, Fred continued to propose. We'll observe from outside the carriage. If he gets frightened, we can claim we were rescuing him. That would change the nature of things entirely. Jordan found himself persuaded by Fred's argument. Oh, right. He is still sleeping. Those two rascals screamed and didn't wake him. He must be in a deep slumber. He likely won't notice us. At this juncture, Kono felt a surge of alertness. It seemed that some little rascals intended to play tricks on him, and he should engage with them thoroughly. He sensed the 3 individuals drawing nearer, accompanied by the rustling of skin against the bag, producing a soft shushing sound. One of them was evidently extracting the spider from the bag, preparing to place it upon him. Kono abruptly opened his eyes, and before him appeared a large, dark, furry spider, flailing its limbs in the air. He slightly turned his head to avoid being ensnared by its hairy legs, executing a graceful maneuver and employing a technique to immobilize all three individuals in place. "Ah, good afternoon," he said with a cheerful smile, observing the three who were now frozen, already contemplating teasing the teachers before arriving at school. Such promise. The trio appeared to be about 13 or 14 years of age. Two boys with red hair and freckled faces stood a head taller than the dark-skinned boy, their handsome features accentuated by their identical twin status, even their panicked expressions mirroring each other. "Teacher, we made a mistake. It was all an accident. Please spare us." They were startled by Kono's sudden awakening, their mouths slightly agape in shock, only their tongues and throats able to move, drool dripping from their mouths onto their robes. "Let us follow the procedure," Kono said, arms crossed and leg crossed over the other, scrutinizing the three. "Names: Percy, Charlie, Lee." "Oh." Kono smiled slyly. "Do you know what you've done wrong?" One of the red-headed boys gasped. "Why do you sound like an auror interrogating a dark wizard?" Kono raised an eyebrow. Realizing these twins were quite knowledgeable, these inquiries were reminiscent of those posed during Williamson's questioning. "Indeed, I'm a retired auror," he fabricated. "I sense the aroma of deceit among you. Let me guess, which of you is lying?" "Impossible," the three chimed in unison, forcing smiles. "We are exemplary Slytherin students. We would never lie." Kono stroked his chin, effortlessly dismantling their little schemes with a single remark. TSK, how intriguing. A habitual offender." "Are we?" He pointed at the two red-haired boys. "You are Fred, and you are George. What relation do Percy and Charlie bear to you?" Panic flickered in their eyes as they exclaimed in unison, "How do you know that so well? Have you seen us before? Isn't this our first meeting?" Kono grinned mischievously, feigning a threat to contact his colleagues and suggest they imprison them in Azkaban. "No, please don't." The three, unable to move, turned pale visibly, their faces draining of color. The boy named Jordan, however, betrayed no visible change, yet his thick lips gradually turned a grayish hue. "Good," Kono remarked, satisfied with their expressions. "Now, shall we have an earnest conversation? Names. Full names. Fred Weasley. George Weasley. Lee Jordan. What house?" "Gryffindor." Their responses were in unison. Kono blinked, realizing that Slytherin must be their rival. Most of what he knew about Hogwarts came from Newt, who had described the inter-house competition as relatively amicable. However, it appeared that at least Gryffindor and Slytherin were at odds, making it imperative to extract some insights from these students. "Are you not a native wizard of England?" George inquired. "Indeed, I hail from abroad." "Professor, could you please lift the enchantment on us? This is quite exhausting," Fred pleaded. "Surely you wouldn't want us drooling all over ourselves while conversing with you?" "Fair point, quite unbecoming indeed." Kono formed his fingers into a point and tapped the three to release them from their immobilization. The trio collapsed into their seats, quickly retrieving their wands to eliminate the traces of drool from their robes. George sat upright and asked, "Professor, may I inquire your name? How should we address you?" "I am Kono. You may call me Professor Kono," he replied, continuing to swing his leg. Fred, less disciplined than George, leaned halfway out of his chair, eagerly asking, "Professor Kono, what spell did you just use? It doesn't seem like wandless magic, but has the effect of a full-body bind curse. How did you achieve that?" Kono chuckled. "You understand martial arts, I presume? It is an extensive subject that you will gradually comprehend." "Oh." The three exchanged glances, realizing he was the new professor for that subject. "What an honor. Enough pleasantries, let us return to the matter at hand." Kono waved his hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "What are your impressions of the four houses at Hogwarts? Speaking of which, you've come to the right people. We can claim to be the most knowledgeable about Hogwarts." Fred and George animatedly joined forces with Jordan, summarizing the happenings at Hogwarts over the past 2 to 3 years. Unbeknownst to them, afternoon had slipped away. A food cart passed by, and had Fred and the others not intervened, Kono would have purchased every morsel available. "Professor Kono, we can manage with just a little. We need to save room for the opening feast, that's where the real delicacies await," Fred exclaimed, taking a bite of a cauldron cake, his words slightly muffled. George patted his chest, declaring, "Indeed. I can guarantee, Hogwarts boasts the finest culinary skills in all of England." "Absolutely. Especially the lamb chops. They are extraordinarily delicious." Jordan's eyes sparkled with longing. "Is it truly that sensational?" Fred and George exchanged glances, bemused by George's enthusiasm, as if he had never eaten before. George, with tears in his eyes, replied, "You simply do not understand. I traveled to Africa, where both muggles and wizards consume nothing but insects and lizards. The first few days were novel, but if you eat the same thing every day, especially insects and lizards, you would understand my plight." Fred and George comforted Jordan, patting him on the back. "You've endured much, brother. We shall not forget your contribution to the creation of the Birdie Bots every flavor beans." With snacks bridging their camaraderie, the three students relaxed before Kono, revealing their lively and mischievous true selves. What culinary delights can exist in a food desert? Kono sighed inwardly, reminiscing about Rolex. It was all Newt's fault for being so stingy. He merely wished to borrow Rolex for a few days, yet was met with staunch refusal. Kono unwrapped a chocolate frog, a snack devoid of culinary finesse yet delightfully tasty. Relishing the rich and smooth flavors, he cleared his throat and remarked, "Now, let me summarize your evaluations of the four houses." Kono pointed at Fred and the other two, exclaiming, "You are from Gryffindor House, whose emblem is the lion. Only those brimming with courage can enter. It is indeed the finest house at Hogwarts, is it not?" They nodded vigorously, "Of course. Headmaster Dumbledore knows, right? He is the greatest wizard of our time, a proud Gryffindor alumnus." Kono raised an eyebrow, responding with an air of skepticism. "So your definition of courage is placing a spider on a professor's face on the very first day of school?" Fred and George's faces flushed crimson, while Jordan, despite being black, exhibited a similar reddening of his cheeks. "That was an accident. We merely intended to jest." Fred laughed awkwardly. "Regardless, Gryffindor is the best. You'll see soon enough." "Is that so?" A nasally, youthful voice drifted from the sliding door. Following the sound, Kono and the others turned to see a pale, slender boy leaning against the doorway, arms crossed, his striking platinum hair catching the light. Behind him trailed two stout companions, mimicking his posture in an exaggerated show of bravado, seemingly playing the role of bodyguards. The blond boy continued in a drawn-out tone, "Gryffindor? My father told me Gryffindors are merely a band of brutes, lacking any semblance of wizardly grace." Furrowing his brow, Fred stood up. "Who are you? I've never seen you around school." George quickly intervened. "Don't be rash. Just look at his dirty blonde hair. He must belong to the Malfoy family." "Dirty blonde?" The blond boy's complexion paled further, a hint of crimson surfacing on his cheeks. "I know you. Blood traitors, the Weasleys. I've heard your family is so large, you can barely afford to feed them all." Now it was Jordan's turn to restrain the Weasley twins. "Professor Kono is right here. Do you wish to embarrass Gryffindor?" "Why, yes, the blond boy continued to speak languidly. "If you wish to showcase Gryffindor's brutish nature, feel free to act." He sauntered closer to Kono, performing a rather formal bow. "Professor, greetings. I am Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy family." "Professor, I presume you have just joined Hogwarts? You ought to be cautious about whom you befriend. Some blood traitors will offer you no assistance." Kono nodded nonchalantly. This Draco Malfoy appeared quite pretentious, attempting to project an air of sophistication. "Which house do you belong to? Since you deem Gryffindor a band of brutes, which house do you consider superior?" This question piqued Kono's interest. The information provided by Newt was outdated, and he sought real evaluations of the houses from current students. Being a professor, he needed a comprehensive understanding of the present Hogwarts landscape. "I have yet to enroll." Malfoy adjusted a lock of hair that had fallen over his forehead. "But I shall undoubtedly join the esteemed Slytherin house, as only students from Slytherin are worthy. That is because your father is a Death Eater. Slytherin is notorious for producing them." George scoffed. "Those are bygone days." Malfoy waved dismissively. "Professor, they're merely envious of me. Most Slytherin students hail from noble lineages and do not toil for their daily bread. You." At this, the three Gryffindors could no longer contain themselves, launching into a heated exchange. With a professor present, they refrained from physical confrontation, resorting instead to verbal sparring. The debate was fervent, and Kono gleaned much about Hogwarts realities. For instance, Gryffindor's common room resided on the 8th floor, accessible only after a long climb, while Slytherin's was in the damp, chilly dungeon. Gryffindor students frequently lost points for their mischievous antics, whereas Slytherin had retained the House Cup for several consecutive years. "Ah, now I understand the origin of the Gryffindor jibe. I had previously struggled to comprehend it." Kono mused, clutching a bag of Birdie Bots every flavor beans, watching the spectacle unfold. Despite their incessant bickering, they seemed to neglect mentioning the other two houses. Meanwhile, Malfoy's companions, seemingly devoid of intellect, failed to contribute to the conversation, allowing Fred and his friends to dominate. Reddening Malfoy's face further. Cough, cough. Kono burst the bag of beans with a loud pop, startling both sides into silence. "That is enough. You're all students of the same school. Why must you argue as if you're divided by family? Why not speak of the other two houses? Are they not part of this institution? Fred, animated, replied, Hufflepuffs are quite amiable. When we host parties at night, they eagerly share their treats with us from the tower. Malfoy snorted disdainfully. Hufflepuff has the largest number of students, typically the ones the other three houses overlook. Cast off to Hufflepuff. Kano opened a box of chocolate frogs, nodding thoughtfully. And what of the other house? Ravenclaw, was it? Fred shrugged. They reside very high up and spend much of their time in the library, excelling academically. But otherwise, they're quite ordinary. Malfoy's demeanor softened as he returned to his languid tone. Ravenclaw is commendable. Like us Slytherins, they possess great poise. When faced with problems, they consider their options rather than rushing in recklessly. Thus, Kano began to form an initial impression of the four Hogwarts houses. Gryffindor's lions were spirited, brave, and passionate, often engaging in mischief, resulting in frequent point deductions, which had led to other houses claiming the House Cup in recent years. Slytherin's serpents were competitive, placing high value on honor, though their past association with a dark wizard tainted their reputation. Hufflepuff, with a badger as its emblem, had the most students and, as Fred described, was helpful and earnest, embodying the archetype of the good-natured. Ravenclaw, represented by an eagle, was relatively aloof, residing in lofty quarters, and exhibited a fervent passion for academia, achieving the highest grades among the four houses. As dusk fell, an announcement echoed through the carriage, instructing students to don their uniforms and prepare to disembark. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was finally within reach. Outside, the sky had darkened entirely, and the Hogwarts Express came to a halt at the platform. The station bore the characteristic charm of Wizards and Diagon Alley, with irregularly laid bricks and a modest area, forcing all students to gather in the middle of the train to alight. Professor Kano, won't you join us? Fred and George inquired in unison. Kano waved them off. You go ahead. I have no desire to experience the crush of the crowd. Quite reasonable, they agreed. Initially intending to rise, Malfoy ultimately settled back down, clearing his throat softly. You may proceed at your leisure. I shan't be following behind you. The three Gryffindor students, naturally unimpressed by Malfoy's pretentious demeanor, waved dismissively at Connor and melded into the throng. The carriage was left with Malfoy and his two rather inept bodyguards, who were now snoring, leaning against each other. Malfoy's gaze fell upon Professor Connor's pristine white coat. Professor Connor, I presume that exquisite garment is not sourced from Madame Malkin's robe shop? It appears to bear the craftsmanship of the tailored enchantment atelier, far more refined and fitting for individuals of our stature. Connor raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The attire he wore was custom-made from the tailored enchantment atelier, designed to accommodate all seasons. He had considered donning a robe, but found the cumbersome nature of such garments intolerable. Instead, he had sketched a design for a tailored enchanted coat and shirt that retained the essence of wizarding robes while presenting no risk in the presence of muggles. He recognized that as a forthcoming professor at the magical institution, engaging with the magical realm's unique fauna and flora necessitated a degree of conformity to local customs. Indeed, the attire from there does not come cheaply. A single ensemble could fund quite a lavish feast, Connor replied. A feast? Malfoy queried, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he encountered the peculiar term. It refers to a type of cauldron, quite versatile, capable of self-heating, and the like. Malfoy struggled to recall his father's words, eventually murmuring, as noble wizards, our pursuit should be nothing short of uniqueness, should we possess the means. Nevertheless, he harbored curiosity about the multitude of designs that one robe could encompass. Although he was aware of the tailored enchantment atelier, he had never ventured within, as his youthful frame rendered any purchases impractical. My purchases have been from Madame Malkin's, as they are designed to withstand the rigors of growth, ensuring durability while maintaining flexibility. Moreover, there exists a temperature-regulating charm, which I have had the seamstress incorporate. And what of an automatic dust-repelling feature? It requires no laundering, yet carries a subtle hint of lavender fragrance. If one desires a different scent, it can be exchanged, all for a sum exceeding 100 gold coins. Malfoy gasped. Over 100 gold coins? You mean galleons? Indeed, galleons is rather cumbersome. Gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins roll off the tongue much more pleasantly. Malfoy rubbed his temples. Although he typically lacked for nothing, spending 100 galleons on a single garment was an unprecedented experience for him. He recalled his father's advice to cultivate beneficial relationships at school to secure a prosperous future. observing the professor's mannerisms, while slightly eccentric, revealed a generosity toward expenditure indicative of someone not financially constrained. Moreover, being appointed as a professor at Hogwarts signified a level of competence worthy of his father's endorsement. As Malfoy's thoughts spiraled, he reflected on his father's counsel regarding the importance of networking. However, the young Malfoy, yet to partake in the sorting ceremony, remained oblivious to the fact that Professor Connor was, in reality, harboring a grudge against his father. The average elevation of the Scottish Highlands exceeded 600 meters, and as night fell, the temperature plummeted to single digits. Connor was the last to exit the carriage, and the moment his foot touched the platform, a cacophony of popping sounds erupted from within. These sounds, now familiar to him, were the result of apparition. Upon re-entering the carriage, he discovered a multitude of house elves bustling about, levitating the students' luggage. "What are you doing?" Connor's voice startled the house elves, who emitted high-pitched squeals. The nearest house elf hurriedly approached, bowing deeply before responding, "Good evening, sir. We are assisting with the luggage. The path here is quite treacherous, and we are helping the students." "Very well. Your assistance is appreciated," Connor acknowledged, stepping out of the carriage once more. "Not at all. Not at all," the house elf exclaimed, seemingly flabbergasted by the professor's civility, bowing repeatedly as it squealed. However, Connor had no time to correct the house elf's astonishment as he realized he had lost his bearings. The departing students had split into two groups, but due to a brief delay, both had vanished from sight. A gust of cold wind swept by, almost mocking him. He contemplated seeking the house elves' help, yet they had already sped away, managing the various pieces of luggage. As one on the brink of becoming a teacher, I find myself lost. How troublesome, Connor mused, stroking his chin and deciding to follow his instincts down one of the paths. "First-year students, follow me. Do not lag behind. We are about to turn." A booming voice, reminiscent of a great horn, echoed through the air. Connor confirmed his direction and approached a grand tree. He climbed its branches, ascending to its highest point, where he beheld a group of students moving in the distance. Leading them was an exceptionally tall figure, holding a large lantern. Estimating the leader's height to exceed 3 meters, Connor marveled at the extraordinary stature, atypical of an ordinary person. Yet, in the realm of magic, where wonders abound, such things were not unimaginable. "First-year students, follow me. Do not lag behind. We are about to turn," Hagrid bellowed, swinging the lantern. As the school's keeper of keys and grounds, he also served as the guide for new students. Dumbledore's rationale for this arrangement stemmed not only from his trust in Hagrid, but also from his impressive height of 11.5 feet, which served to intimidate the little ones. This year's welcoming task bore special significance, as a certain boy, renowned throughout the magical world of England, Harry Potter, was set to enroll. "Harry, be cautious. The path is rather uneven, but bear with me, for we shall soon reach the lake, where we must take a boat." Hagrid's gaze occasionally drifted from the path to monitor the small, unsteady boy walking beside him. Just then, a deep, authoritative voice interrupted. "Excuse me, big fellow, are you also from Hogwarts?" Hagrid turned to the direction of the voice, catching sight of a shadow gliding past the moonlight, landing gracefully before him. "A wizard? Halt!" Hagrid immediately became vigilant, as the man before him instinctively exuded an aura of danger. He held the lantern up to the man's face. His other hand clenched into a fist. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "This is rather unfriendly behavior," the man replied. "I am known as Kono, a martial arts professor summoned by Dumbledore." As he spoke, he lightly tapped Hagrid's joint, a seemingly effortless gesture that rendered Hagrid's arm suddenly powerless, leaving him unable to grasp the lantern. It appeared that despite his imposing stature, the acupoints of this man were akin to those of an ordinary individual. The man caught the lantern and, with another light tap on Hagrid's joint, restored his strength. Amidst his astonishment, Hagrid heard the man continue. "You are the new martial arts professor? Professor Kono? I have heard Headmaster Dumbledore mention you." In truth, it was not only Dumbledore who had spoken of Kono. Hagrid had become quite familiar with this peculiar wizard during his journey to Diagon Alley with Harry. Kono's name appeared in various establishments, from the Potage's Cauldron shop to the Quidditch supplies store, and even at the world-renowned Ollivander's wand shop. Kono's name graced the first page of an order at the Potage's Cauldron shop, while the Quidditch supplies store was in the midst of packaging an exceptionally slender broomstick addressed to Kono. Most astonishing to Hagrid was Ollivander, the meticulous wand maker, who remained engrossed in his designs irrespective of the customers before him. Hagrid had, from his advantageous height, glimpsed Kono's name on one of those blueprints. Even Tom, The old barkeeper at the Leaky Cauldron would occasionally mention a wizard named Kono in his musings. Had he not subscribed to the Daily Prophet, he might have assumed that this wizard Kono was quite renowned. Kono waved the lantern in front of the dazed Hagrid. Big fellow, what is your name? Oh, Hagrid took the lantern. Good evening, Professor Kono. I am Rubius Hagrid. How is it that you find yourself here? Kono rubbed his nose, contemplating whether to admit his state of being lost. After much deliberation, he adopted the aloof demeanor he had previously displayed before Newt and Dumbledore. I wish to witness what the future of the magical world holds. Then let us walk together. Hagrid nodded. This path is rather treacherous, so you must tread carefully. The group of newcomers resumed their journey, with Hagrid leading the way, now accompanied by an unexpected guest. Hagrid, I have a question, Kono said, pulling up a small boy who had nearly stumbled. Why must the newcomers traverse this route? These children are so young, and you possess but a single lantern. Have you not considered what would happen if they were to trip and fall, transforming from clever children to foolish ones? Hagrid nearly stumbled himself. Professor Kono, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Kono swiftly caught a little girl who was sliding down the slope by her collar, hoisting her up. I have heard Newt mention that this is the only magical school in England, the very best in the world. Is this truly the standard of your infrastructure? For instance, this path could easily be improved with magic, or at the very least, paved to mitigate danger. Since we began, how many students have I had to catch from falling? Even if the path remains unpaved, some streetlights would at least allow us to see more clearly. Hagrid chuckled dryly, his laughter rumbling like distant thunder. Ha. Well, Professor Kono, I shall convey these matters to the headmaster. Ha. Forgive my laughter. Ahem. The little girl in Kono's grasp coughed. Hello, Professor. There is a reason for this. According to what I read in Hogwarts, a history, this path has been intentionally configured to retrace the route taken by the 4 founders upon discovering the castle. I see, Kono nodded. You are quite an interesting little girl. What is your name? The girl's voice lifted slightly, brimming with excitement. Hello, Professor. I am Hermione Granger. Very well. I shall remember you, Kono smiled. However, I believe this further necessitates the installation of streetlights. Otherwise, how can we discern the path we must tread? That would lend significance to the journey. So, the castle was discovered. Kono mused. Hermione, does that book mention who the original owner of the castle was? This query rendered not only Hagrid speechless, but also left the young girl named Hermione in thoughtful silence. However, the silence did not linger for long. As they finally descended the slope and stepped onto a more level dirt path, this path was noticeably colder than the one before, and before long, Kono spotted a lake at the end of the road, dotted with several small boats. Yet, the most astonishing sight was not the boats gliding towards them, but the grand castle that loomed majestically across the lake. The warm glow emanating from each small window of the castle, against the backdrop of a starry sky, created an enchanting and magical atmosphere, even as darkness temporarily obscured the castle's true form. Hagrid raised his arms high and turned to the little ones trailing behind him, calling out, All right, we can take a break now. Prepare to board. Boom. Dumbledore glanced at the trembling door. Please, come in. Severus Snape, clad in a voluminous black robe, drifted into the headmaster's office like a bat. His face was taut, and his narrowed eyes glimmered with anger. Dumbledore set aside his quill. Good evening, Severus. Why have you not yet gone to the Great Hall? I was hoping to begin the feast once the newcomers were seated. Snape halted abruptly before him, his robe still billowing. Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe if I do not receive an explanation, I will not feel comfortable at this feast. Snape's tone was low, his words sharp and terse, each syllable akin to a silver needle, brimming with aggression. Dumbledore pushed aside his desk items. Oh, is it about Harry? Have you seen Professor McGonagall's list of new students? I indeed forgot to inform you. Snape, impatient, retorted, I am aware he is enrolling this year. Such matters do not require your reminder. I speak of the new instructor. Queerness quarrel, is it not? Dumbledore rubbed his forehead. I apologize. I did see your application for the defense against the dark arts position, but I believe it best to appoint Quirrell. Snape leaned over the desk, fixing him with an intense stare. You know whom I refer to. That wizard named Kono. An inexplicable individual. Why would you invite him to the school? I initially thought that the Kono Lucius mentioned was the new defense against the dark arts teacher. However, upon returning today, I discovered a new subject called martial arts. We are wizards. Why must we study martial prowess? Are such matters not achievable with a flick of a wand? Why necessitate a separate subject? I know you well. Headmaster Dumbledore, I perceive that you harbor concerns regarding that Connor, Hence you took it upon yourself to bring him to the school, facilitating your observation of him. Am I correct? It is akin to your perpetual vigilance over me, permitting me to teach at the school while denying me the opportunity to seek traces of the Dark Lord. Severus, please, take a seat and calm yourself. Dumbledore gestured towards a chair, simultaneously rubbing his temples. He discovered that the mere mention of Connor would cause his temples to throb painfully. If you had encountered Connor, you would understand that everything diverges from your imagination. I believe it to be a form of magic that has long been lost to time. Snape, seated across from him, remained silent, his expression dark and arms crossed, as if awaiting further elaboration. Dumbledore continued earnestly, Severus, he is a druid whom I discovered in the deep mountains. If my judgment serves me correctly, he is likely the sole remaining bearer of the druidic legacy. I have contemplated numerous explanations. Yet this one stands as the most magical and plausible to convince others after all. It was my belief in Connor's fantastical claims that led me to invite him to the school as a professor. Druid? Snape raised an eyebrow. To my knowledge, druids should have virtually vanished following the witch hunt. Indeed. Would I deceive you? Dumbledore replied, extending a hand beneath the table, resting his index finger upon his middle finger. At that time, Newt was present. Connor employed a druidic spell that rendered a crumplehorn snorcack unconscious. This magic is so enigmatic that even Newt could not revive the creature. Snape placed his hand on the table, fingers tapping rhythmically. Newt? Newt's commander? The globally renowned magizoologist? Yes, Dumbledore affirmed. I witnessed Connor strike the crumplehorn snorcack's neck with a palm, casting a spell called Unblock the Meridian, causing the creature, which had been unconscious for days, to awaken instantly. Unblock the Meridian? Snape squinted, leaning back slightly. He had never heard of such magic. Furthermore, Connor indeed possesses a profound understanding of magical creatures. Newt recently wrote to me, stating that some magical creatures at the manor can now be considered for rewilding. Snape straightened the table, pondering for a moment before replying. Rewilding? It certainly sounds like a concept only a druid would propose. He also possesses a remarkable meditation technique. Newt has been utilizing this method, combined with some peculiar movements, and his health has significantly improved. Meditation technique? Snape's expression relaxed further, indicating a tendency to be persuaded. Such a concept indeed seems to belong to the druids. The druidic community is fascinating. Although their magic shares a common origin with that of wizards, it possesses its unique characteristics. Longevity, health, tranquility, and mystery are all hallmarks of the druids. Typically, druids reside deep within forests, allowing them to connect intimately with nature. They have also derived an exceptionally unique meditation method from nature, capable of cleansing the mind of distractions, enhancing mental acuity, and facilitating the casting of spells. During the Middle Ages, Muggles exploited the druids' affinity for nature, leading to the destruction of their habitats. Deprived of their natural environment, the druids became increasingly rare, and their meditation methods gradually faded into the annals of history. If you harbor doubts, you may peruse the textbooks he authored. Dumbledore beckoned, and several textbooks slowly materialized in his hands. Snape glanced at the peculiar characters adorning the covers. If druids no longer existed, whence came these textbooks? Naturally, he authored them himself. Dumbledore coughed and blinked. It took him over a month to compile this curriculum. I have examined it, and the knowledge within is profoundly mysterious. Some theories are highly practical, and I believe it is imperative for our students to learn them. Indeed, Snape's countenance regained its composure. I shall accept it, hoping he can truly shoulder the responsibility of teaching a subject. It should be feasible. Yes? For some reason, Dumbledore suddenly recalled the golden, snitch-like object he had glimpsed in Connor's mind while employing the pensieve. Why do you seem uncertain all of a sudden? Snape narrowed his eyes once more. The words you just spoke, were you attempting to deceive me? Of course not. Dumbledore quickly adjusted his tone, becoming exceedingly earnest and resolute. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a streak of silvery light slicing through the sky outside, resembling a shooting star just gracing the earth. Yet, the trajectory of this star appeared peculiar. Why was it ascending rather than descending? Look, a meteor. Snape did not turn his head. Do you believe I am still a 3-year-old child? A meteor riding the wind upon my sword, banishing evil across the realm, accompanying that silvery streak. A grandiose poetic proclamation echoed into the headmaster's office. The scene shifted back to Hagrid, who was preparing to ferry the new students across the lake. Professor Connor, I presume this is your first visit to Hogwarts? Hagrid beamed a charming yet somewhat intimidating smile, given his formidable stature. Indeed, Connor nodded, gesturing as if gazing afar. He noticed a brightly lit room on one of the castle's upper floors. What is that room used for? Hagrid squinted, straining to look in the direction of Connor's finger. Finally responding in an uncertain tone, it's probably the headmaster's office, where Professor Dumbledore usually works. Connor nodded, affirming that he had indeed seen Dumbledore. Your vision seems a bit poor, does it not? Consume more blueberries and red cabbage. They are beneficial for your eyesight. Oh, Hagrid nodded eagerly, his tone turning more fervent. Professor Connor, let us prepare to cross the lake. It is getting colder. The sky had turned completely dark, and being by the lakeshore, the chill wind enveloped the new students, who huddled into their oversized robes, shivering. Look at how cold the children are. They turned into quail. Connor clicked his tongue, suggesting, have them hold hands and stand close together. I shall impart some inner strength to them. It will be more comfortable. Hagrid scratched his head. Impart some inner strength magic, blessings, auras, buffs, do you understand? Just have them hold hands and gather together. Very well. Hagrid clapped his hands, producing a thunderous sound. Children, join hands and stand together. Professor Connor will cast a blessing upon you. With Hagrid's imposing presence instilling confidence, the new students quickly formed a circle, trembling together like little chicks huddled in winter. Perhaps by design, the child before Connor was a small, slender boy with black hair, bearing a distinctive lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Harry Potter, is it? Even if Connor was unfamiliar with the Harry Potter series, he recognized that this boy was the protagonist of the tales. Harry looked up at Connor, his emerald green eyes sparkling. Professor, you know my name. Kono withdrew a rarely used cypress wand, for he was a figure of renown, widely acknowledged by all. Come, grasp the wand tightly. Utilizing the wand to channel his inner strength, particularly with the wand core made from unicorn tail hair, would render his power gentler, minimizing harm to the trembling novices. The Dragon Suppression Heart Sutra instilled a sense of tranquility within him. However, should anger arise, he would not hesitate to embody the wrathful Vajra. The wand's tip emanated a soft glow, reminiscent of the silvery moonlight on a full moon night. This light radiated from Harry, passing from one person to the next, until all the newcomers were enveloped in its warmth. Their pale cheeks, chilled by the cold, regained color, their lips blossomed with vitality, and their drooping eyelids opened wide, revealing expressions of delight. How marvelous! I feel so warm. My knees no longer ache. Yes, I'm not tired at all. I'm no longer cold, but I am hungry. Professor Kono is incredible. You are my idol. Kono, however, was oblivious to the joyous exclamations of the novices as his thoughts were consumed by the martial arts essence within his mind. He sensed a new influx of faith energy within the essence. Although it paled in comparison to the contributions made by Dumbledore and Newt, it was sufficiently pure, requiring no refinement. He also discerned that the acquisition of this faith energy could occur not only through the Sutra of Rebirth, but also through sincere expressions of gratitude towards him. How extraordinary! How extraordinary! Hagrid clapped his hands in awe, having never witnessed such wondrous magic before. He approached Kono, a hint of shyness in his demeanor, and inquired, Professor Kono, may I also experience this blessing for the newcomers? Of course, no problem. Kono glanced at Hagrid and instructed, turn around and face away from me, treating Hagrid with less caution than the novices. He delivered a firm slap to Hagrid's kidney area, providing him with a direct jolt of energy. Hagrid shivered, feeling an unusual force surge through his lower back. Distinctly different from any magic he had encountered before, a gentle warmth coursed through his limbs, a sensation so relaxing and comforting that even the healing spells from St. Mungo's could not replicate it. Revitalized, the newcomers boarded the small boats under Hagrid's guidance. Once fatigue and cold were dispelled, their wide eyes gazed curiously over the calm surface of the lake. Professor Kono, please choose a boat. We have no spare ones left. Here, apparition is impossible. We can only cross the lake by broom or boat, Hagrid stated with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, the previously curious novices turned in unison, their eyes sparkling with hope, as if wishing Kono would select the boat they occupied. Broomsticks, you say? Kono was suddenly reminded that in early August, the Quidditch shop had delivered the custom flying sword he had ordered. He had forgotten to unbox it amidst his busyness, summoning the oiled paper package from the essence. He prepared to cross the lake on his sword, a scene he had once only dared to dream of. With a sudden burst of energy, the oiled paper disintegrated into countless fragments, revealing a magnificent silver-white sword in his grasp. The blade was adorned with intricate patterns, and embedded within the guard was a palm-sized crimson gemstone, faintly radiating fiery energy. The character's Chihua could be discerned on the blade. Kono could not help but whistle in admiration. The craftsmanship of those fairies was indeed commendable, perfectly aligning with his initial design specifications. "Professor, what is that?" Hagrid, nestled in the small boat, gazed intently at the sword. A flying sword, custom-made from the Quidditch shop. Kono tossed the sword into the air. It traced a flawless arc before gracefully settling before him, gently undulating. The blade measured 2.5 meters in length and 30 centimeters in width. As Kono leaped onto its surface, the sword maintained a slight undulation, remarkably stable. "What a fine sword!" Kono exclaimed, further enamored. There existed a profound connection between him and the sword, allowing him to wield it with exquisite precision. "Let us go. Let us go." Kono directed the sword forward. "We shall cross the lake." The waters of the Black Lake were crystal clear, and even in the darkness, the faint glow from the crimson sword illuminated the depths. In the little boat, the restless novices watched with bright, eager eyes as Kono stood on the giant sword, hands clasped behind his back. Some of the more knowledgeable novices began to boast about their understanding of Quidditch in relation to the sword. "Hagrid, I'm curious about this pristine, unpolluted lake. How many types of fish inhabit the Black Lake?" "Fish?" Hagrid scratched the back of his head. "There's a merfolk colony at the lake's bottom. And those little creatures with tentacles are the Grindylows tamed by the merfolk." "Grindylows?" Kono followed Hagrid's pointing finger, spotting several small green-skinned creatures lurking in the water. The Grindylows, swaying their tentacles, trailed behind the crimson sword, their eyes fixed on its glow. As the water rippled, Kono noticed new creatures emerging from the depths. Their skin was dull and rough, resembling fish heads adorned with wild, aquatic vegetation. Hagrid whistled in amazement, exclaiming, "Look! What luck! We've encountered a mermaid." The mermaid he referred to held a spear crafted from shells and stones. It shot a fierce glare at Kono with its dark yellow eyes before opening its mouth full of yellowed teeth, barking commands at the Grindylows. The Grindylows glanced at the crimson sword before hastily following the mermaid deeper into the lake until they vanished completely. Kono could not help but feel exasperated. "You dare to call these unsightly creatures mermaids?" "Ahem." Hagrid cleared his throat. "These are Irish mermaids, also known as selkies. As we are situated in a cold water lake, only this type of mermaid resides here. If you were to visit Greece, you would encounter far more beautiful mermaids known as sirens, captivating in both appearance and form. Let us maintain decorum. There are new students present." Kono coughed lightly, thinking he might as well visit Greece himself someday, as he had never seen such wonders. He suddenly recalled that their conversation had veered off course due to Hagrid's interruption and quickly redirected it. "What I intended to ask was not about magical creatures, but rather about edible fish. Do you know what types of freshwater delicacies reside in this lake?" Having been a person from Huaxia in his past life, he was naturally curious about the culinary potential of this vast, pristine lake. Furthermore, Hagrid had mentioned it was a cold water lake, which implied that its fish would not grow as rapidly as those in warmer waters. Thus, the texture of the meat becomes firmer, as it must accumulate fat to withstand the cold, resulting in a more delectable flavor. Hagrid's brain momentarily faltered before rebooting. This was not something he was particularly knowledgeable about. "Kono, aren't you the gamekeeper? How could you be unaware of such matters? By the way, isn't Hogwarts a boarding school? Don't you usually use the fish from the Black Lake for your meals?" Hagrid, once again caught in a mental loop, awkwardly replied, "Well, actually, we procure our ingredients from Muggles. It has been quite some time since anyone fished in the Black Lake." "Procure ingredients?" Kono seized upon the inconsistency. "When you say procure, do you mean to buy them? Or is it a matter of magical appropriation?" Hagrid covered his face, shaking his head, yet nodding at the same time. "Professor Kono, can we discuss some magic instead? This topic is becoming rather disgraceful." As a modern individual, Kono inadvertently employed contemporary common sense, leading to an awkward silence in his conversation with Hagrid, the half-giant. The Black Lake was vast, and they had only just reached its center, still a distance from the opposite shore. The new students suddenly pointed towards the distance, exclaiming at the bubbles rising from the lake bed. "What is that? Look, look, over there. I heard from the older students that there are monsters in the lake that will eat us." "Quiet, quiet," Hagrid bellowed in response to the commotion. "Nothing will happen. The Black Lake is quite safe. The bottom is connected to the outer sea. It's probably just a water exchange." "Indeed, what a splendid place," Kono mused. The connection to the ocean implied the potential for seafood in the Black Lake, which would be a shame not to develop. Just as he was brainstorming, a sense of danger suddenly washed over him, an unmistakable and imminent threat directed toward him. From the area bubbling in the distance, an enormous tentacle emerged, its suckers contracting and expanding as it struck toward Kano. What Cthulhu? Kano cursed inwardly. To prevent the students from being harmed, he commanded the flame sword to soar upward. As anticipated, the tentacle's target was him. Shifting his direction, it lunged toward him like a colossal spear. The flame sword, essentially a flying broom enhanced by fairy craftsmanship, could achieve a speed of 240 kilometers per hour in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended high into the air, surpassing the height of Hogwarts Castle. The starry sky above reminded him of a poetic line, riding the sword upon the wind, vanquishing evil across the land. In that moment, he felt a surge of heroism within his chest. There were few things left that could instill a sense of danger, and he was surprised to encounter a tentacle capable of doing so soon after arriving at Hogwarts. Faced with such an adversary, how could he not engage in a proper battle? With that thought, he swiftly changed course, diving toward the tentacle while channeling his internal energy into his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the tentacle was upon him once more, a straightforward punch aimed at the nearly human-wide appendage. Professor Kano. I can't bear to watch. The watching first years instinctively covered their eyes, perceiving the immense size difference as akin to a needle colliding with a wooden beam. Boom. Kano's fist collided with the gigantic tentacle, producing a sound reminiscent of a bell tolling. Yet, it was not satisfying enough. Although flying allowed for forceful strikes, it lacked the thrill of combat on solid ground. His fist pierced the tentacle, and with a swift transformation from fist to palm, he unleashed a hidden force, cleaving the tentacle in two. A bizarre roar erupted from the depths, akin to a man's scream or a lion's roar. The bubbles in the lake multiplied, and a colossal figure slowly emerged, creating towering waves. A whirlpool formed in the lake, revealing an enormous head that glistened under the moonlight like a javelin, both terrifying and divine. It was an unprecedented giant squid, measuring over 10 meters just above the water's surface. Known as an octopus, it could be transformed into various delicacies, whether sought after being cut, minced into octopus balls, or dried for soup. As long as it was not a genuine Cthulhu, any dish crafted from this squid would surely be delectable. This thought surfaced in Kano's mind, for in the magical world, ideas flowed freely. Moreover, he was well acquainted with a globally renowned magical zoologist and two unfortunate Aurors. The giant squid seemed to sense the malice within him. Its enormous eyes reflected anger as it extended its tentacles to strike the water's surface. The lake became increasingly tumultuous, waves rising in succession. Behind Kano, the uninitiated first year screamed in terror. Hagrid, despite his imposing physique, was helpless against the tumultuous lake, bellowing, "Hold onto the boat. Don't let go. Don't let go." The giant squid conjured a wave as tall as itself, surging toward Kano with unstoppable force. How rude. Kano frowned. These first years were my source of belief. No, they are my future students. I cannot allow harm to come to them. He opened his mouth wide, gathering all his strength for a deep breath, his body swelling like a balloon. Then came a resounding roar, his cloak billowing violently, as countless golden lights emanated from every pore. The lion's roar. The flame sword beneath him echoed in harmony with his shout. This roar unleashed a continuous wave of power. The water before him seemed to boil, surging and roaring, intertwining tumultuously. Remarkably, the lake behind him returned to calm, and the once panicked first years, along with the anxious Hagrid, stood agape, staring at the man before them, who resembled a deity. As the waters churned to their zenith, a colossal wave erupted, hurtling toward the giant squid with overwhelming force. The two waves collided with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire black lake and sending ripples cascading outward. Kano unleashed the lion's roar once more, deflecting the approaching waves while casting a cold gaze toward the suddenly motionless giant squid. The squid's lively eyes seemed to observe him. Then the first year sheltered behind him. Ultimately, its gaze returned to him, filled with complex meanings. Accompanied by the re-emerging whirlpool, the giant squid slowly descended into the depths, vanishing from sight. The fierce battle that Kano had anticipated came to an unexpectedly dramatic conclusion, leaving him momentarily disoriented. It appeared that his plans for savoring squid balls had fallen through. Kano let out a long sigh and withdrew a wand from the martial arts golden core. Moments ago, the golden core had absorbed a measure of belief power, presumably from the new students he had safeguarded behind him. This time, the belief power was indeed pure. Yet it was nearly 2/3 less than the initial absorption. Such a scenario was anticipated. Akin to consuming supplements, the first dose often has the most significant effect, with subsequent doses yielding diminishing returns. How did that incantation go? That spell. Kono's thoughts lingered on the severed squid tentacle. Oh, Right. Lumos. The illumination charm was cast, and he began to search the lake's surface for traces of the earlier tentacle. However, within the crystalline waters, he could only see the grotesque merfolk baring their teeth at him, along with the Grindylows drawn to the light at the tip of his wand. Quite bothersome. Kono brandished another wand, and a golden dragon erupted from it, diving into the lake to capture a merfolk. As the merfolk surfaced, it emitted a piercing, shrill cry, somewhat rhythmic, yet lacking in substance. Speak in human tongue. Kono struck the merfolk's cheek with another wand, demanding, "Where have you hidden my ingredient?" The merfolk continued to struggle, only able to produce that rhythmic wailing, unable to articulate a single word. Suddenly, a melodious phoenix song accompanied by a burst of fire appeared, followed closely by a bird the size of a swan. Its feathers were a brilliant crimson, shining even in the dark of night. This was a phoenix, known in the Harry Potter magical realm, and Kono had long been familiar with this marvelous creature from Newt's work, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The phoenix had long beak and talons, and a human hand tightly grasped its claws, revealing none other than the long-absent Dumbledore. "Ah, good evening, Dumbledore." Kono turned to greet him, continuing his interrogation of the merfolk. "Speak quickly. Where's that tentacle?" The merfolk stuck out its yellow-green tongue, continuing to flail and screech. "Good evening, Kono." Dumbledore rubbed his throbbing temples, suggesting, "I think you can let that merfolk go. That tentacle belongs to the giant squid, the guardian of the Black Lake, and it will return to it." "What about the ginseng fruit?" Kono furrowed his brow, though he found Dumbledore's words credible. He retracted the wand that had captured the merfolk into the martial arts golden core, and the now unsupported merfolk floundered helplessly back into the lake. Observing the massive splash it created, he remarked, "If I were to score this out of 10, I could only give you 1 point. It feels inferior to the Filipino fried fish team." Dumbledore felt a sharp pain in his temples and grew weary from holding the phoenix, so he suggested, "Shall we converse at the shore?" The phoenix carried him back, and shortly thereafter, Kono appeared at the bank, executing a remarkably graceful roll off the giant sword. Dumbledore pointed at the massive sword Kono held and inquired, "Is that a flying broom?" "Technically, it is called a flying sword," Kono corrected, sheathing the massive sword behind him. Dumbledore watched in astonishment as the sword vanished behind Kono, the pain in his temples intensifying. "Let us proceed. We should attend the banquet. We have already delayed long enough." He gazed into the distance, pondering with a hint of melancholy. "Have I grown senile? How did I ever invite Kono to the school?" As a weathered centenarian, Dumbledore possessed a formidable spirit and an equally resilient capacity for pressure. He quickly adjusted his mental state and led Kono along the path extending from the main entrance to the castle. Before they could step into the entrance hall, 2 tall boys with red hair suddenly emerged, halting them. Fred and George moved in perfect synchronization, slightly bowing and grinning broadly. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." "Good evening." Dumbledore responded with a smile. Encountering the Weasley twins lifted his spirits considerably. Although Fred and George often indulged in mischief, he held a fondness for their spirited nature as fellow Gryffindor graduates. "Professor Kono." "Good evening." After greeting him, the twins eagerly approached Kono, who was observing the castle from behind. Fred grasped Kono's arm, exclaiming, "We just heard a tremendous noise." George nodded in agreement. "Yes, an enormous sound." The castle trembled. The twins began to play off each other. "So, we ventured out to investigate, curious if the legendary dark wizard had returned, eager to see if he intended to assault this grand castle. Then we discovered you, and we put our minds to work, eliminating all impossibilities. We concluded that the commotion must have been caused by you." Finally, Fred and George chorused, "So are we correct?" "Good evening." Kono smiled slightly. "Indeed. I just flew over from the Black Lake with Hagrid and encountered an attack from a giant squid, resulting in a brief skirmish. Unfortunately, it ended inconclusively. I severed one of its tentacles, and it inexplicably fled. Quite a shame. Stir-fried squid or squid balls would have been delightful. I regrettably lack the opportunity to treat you." "Thrilling. Unbelievable." The twins applauded in unison, and Fred remarked, "We know about that giant squid. It's rather friendly. Occasionally, when we fish by the lake, it tosses a few cod our way." George nodded in agreement. Yes. The cod in the Black Lake is quite tasty. When we grill it, we find it even superior to the fish served in the Great Hall." "Is that so? It seems you are well acquainted with the ingredients of the Black Lake." Kono's eyes sparkled. "Please, tell me more. What kinds of fish are there?" "The fish in this cold water lake are far more delectable. In terms of texture and taste, they surpass those from warmer lakes." "I just asked Hagrid, but he was utterly clueless." George replied, "You simply asked the wrong person. You should inquire with Hagrid regarding the Forbidden Forest He knows those matters best, along with the magical creatures. Fred added, indeed. When it comes to the lake, no one knows better than us. Our mother often goes fishing by the sea, and we assist with the processing. Kono blinked in surprise, exclaiming, that is splendid. Let us have a thorough discussion. You mentioned cod. What about lobsters? I recall Hagrid mentioning that the lake's bottom connects to the ocean. Dumbledore observed the three engaging in a culinary conversation and felt his previous good mood dissipate suddenly. From the reactions of the three conversing individuals, it is evident that they had already established acquaintance on the Hogwarts Express. Their rapport is not merely superficial. The intimacy among them suggests a familiarity that blossomed during their journey on the train. The Weasley twins are quite the characters, often engaging in a battle of wits with Filch and orchestrating harmless pranks. However, the thought of Fred and George associating with Connor causes him concern, as the combination of these three unpredictable elements could lead to mischief. As a principal, he should find more flattering terms to describe his students and the professors he personally recruited. Terms like colluding in mischief or feline and rodent sharing the same bed are fitting, yet they lack positivity. He sighed again, recognizing that if these three were to band together, it would likely not bode well. The path was not particularly long, yet Dumbledore felt as though he were trudging through it. Laughter and merriment from Connor and the Weasley twins echoed behind him, while his calm eyes reflected a sense of melancholy. The wind was particularly boisterous that day, its exuberance amplified by the swirling of a few yellowed leaves that danced before him. At last, the grand oak doors loomed ahead. He gently knocked, and the doors swung open. Inside stood a tall, slender witch clad in a vibrant green robe, with a serious expression and pursed lips. She displayed a hint of surprise upon their arrival. Headmaster, what brings you here? I thought you were in the Great Hall preparing your opening address. Also, the castle just trembled. Do you know what caused it? Dumbledore nodded, gesturing towards Connor. Yes, I was just attending to that matter. It has been resolved. Allow me to introduce the new professor of combat, Connor. The witch remained solemn, extending her hand. Good evening. I am Minerva McGonagall, responsible for teaching Transfiguration. I had anticipated that the combat class would be on hold, as I had not received your reply and had not seen you in the castle, leading me to believe you were otherwise occupied. Dumbledore lightly patted his rising left thumb, unable to suppress his admiration for Professor McGonagall's straightforwardness. Good evening. Good evening. Connor stepped forward, offering an apologetic smile. I apologize, as I have been in the mountains and am not well acquainted with Outpost. There was much to attend to on the night I received your letter, and I completely forgot. I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault. I will certainly be more attentive next time. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. McGonagall's demeanor softened considerably, her lips relaxing slightly. Well, we shall be colleagues from now on. Come inside. After the sorting ceremony, the feast will commence. Her eyes widened as she noticed the Weasley twins, Fred and George, sneaking away. Fred, George, how dare you slip out of the Great Hall again? You should be grateful that the school year has not officially begun. Otherwise, I would deduct 50 points from each of you. Do you wish for Gryffindor to go 7 years without winning the House Cup? Fred and George jumped in fright, wearing expressions of guilt akin to Connor's, exclaiming, Sorry, Professor McGonagall. It's all my fault. We will be more careful next time. Dumbledore felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Connor's mannerisms had evidently been quickly adopted by the twins. The Great Hall was adorned splendidly, showcasing medieval characteristics, with thousands of candles floating mid-air, adding a touch of enchantment to the already magical atmosphere. Dumbledore led Connor towards the staff table at the opposite end of the hall. The students, engaged in their conversations, lowered their voices upon noticing the headmaster's arrival, their gazes filled with curiosity regarding the man in the white cloak following him. Fred, George, and their close friend, Jordan, stood up, waving towards Connor and forming exaggerated shapes with their mouths to indicate that they were seated at the Gryffindor table. Connor nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to survey the hall's layout. Dominating the hall were 4 long tables for the houses, each set with gleaming golden plates and goblets. Opposite these tables stood a modestly sized eagle statue, appearing remarkably lifelike. However, what captivated Connor's attention most was the ceiling above, crafted from transparent glass, revealing the brilliant starry sky beyond. He could not help but exclaim, "The quality of this glass is remarkable. So clear." Dumbledore smiled slightly, explaining, "It has been enchanted to reflect the celestial panorama outside." Connor closed his eyes to absorb the faint magical vibrations emanating from the ceiling. "Headmaster, may I inquire about the effects of this enchantment? I mean, Does it solely reflect the weather outside the castle, or can it be altered according to a wizard's thoughts? Dumbledore pondered briefly before responding. It can indeed be modified according to a wizard's intent. However, we typically refrain from excessive interference, allowing the dome to simply reflect the weather outside. That is quite impressive, Connor remarked. Could you enlighten me on how this enchantment is cast? It would be splendid for watching films. He recognized that his initial thought upon witnessing the ceiling's effect was indeed cinematic. The clarity of the stars exceeded even the finest displays he had encountered in his previous life. Certainly, Dumbledore said, tugging at his sleeve. Let me introduce you to the faculty. He led Connor to the staff table, beginning the introductions. The study of charms encompasses a vast array of magical principles, and understanding these fundamentals is essential for executing various spells. Professor Phileas Flitwick, an adept in charms, although notably diminutive in stature, standing at merely 107 centimeters, epitomizes the truth that great things come in small packages. His mastery of spells is unparalleled, having won a prestigious wizarding duel championship in his youth. Dumbledore had crafted Connor's persona as a modern druid heir, an identity that would endear him to most of the faculty, except for one. A middle-aged man clad in black robes, with slick hair and a prominent hooked nose. Severus Snape, as he was called, greeted Connor with a cold gaze and indifferent tone, his waxen complexion betraying no emotion. The most discomforting teacher for Connor, however, was Professor Quirinus Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. To put it simply, Connor found Quirrell's demeanor unsettling, akin to someone who had encountered a ghost and lost their spirit, appearing rather neurotic. Simultaneously, his own instincts reacted against engaging too closely with Quirrell. Just as he was about to extend his hand for a greeting, Professor McGonagall abruptly pushed open the Great Hall doors, leading the group of new students into the hall. Kono sat beside Professor Flitwick, seizing the opportunity to inquire about the magical tapestry. A throng of new students entered the Great Hall, feeling somewhat timid upon witnessing the multitude of attendees. However, their apprehension quickly dissipated upon spotting Kono at the far end, their faces lighting up with smiles. A girl named Hermione waved at Kono, as did a boy named Draco, whom Kono had encountered on the train, though his gesture was less pronounced. In previous years, new students typically appeared shivering with fear upon entering the hall. But this year's cohort, seemingly undaunted, piqued the curiosity of the other faculty members. They instinctively turned their heads towards Kono, perceiving him as a congenial and modern druid with genuine abilities. According to legend, druids are favored by nature, and all living beings exhibit goodwill towards them. However, Dumbledore held a contrary view. He was aware that Kono was not a druid and that he had once single-handedly subdued a Snargaluff. Of course, Dumbledore refrained from mentioning such matters now, for Kono's behavior thus far had been quite normal, and he had managed to interact positively with the other teachers. He recalled the scene from a decade ago when Snape joined the faculty, his face impassive as he greeted the other teachers, who responded with indifference. At least it was a decent beginning. Dumbledore silently consoled himself. Professor McGonagall brought forth a triangular stool, upon which rested a tattered wizard's hat. Just as Kono anticipated the next step, the hat suddenly perked up, and a seam along its center burst open, emitting an exceedingly unpleasant sound from within. The noise resembled that of a creature from the netherworld, something no ordinary carbon-based being could produce. However, Kono reconsidered. Perhaps the hat itself was not a carbon-based entity, thus rendering its infernal song more plausible. He cupped one ear and leaned closer to Professor Flitwick, inquiring, "Professor Flitwick, is this hat malfunctioning? Its singing is utterly dreadful. It lacks even a melody." Flitwick chuckled heartily, explaining that this was a cherished tradition of the Hogwarts sorting ceremony. The hat was known as the sorting hat, and new students would wear it to be assigned to one of the four houses. Flitwick, being quite loquacious, shared numerous anecdotes about the sorting ceremony while the hat sang. He mentioned that the sorting hat had been a magical artifact since the school's inception, infused with the essence of the four founders, which enabled it to conduct the sorting ceremony. Furthermore, no one would inform the new students how the sorting worked, allowing them to witness their anxious reactions. Additionally, composing lyrics was a pastime for the hat, which crafted a new song about the four houses each year, once the sorting had concluded its year-long composition. The majority of the audience erupted in applause, with some new students even shedding tears of joy. Kono speculated that those weeping students were likely overwhelmed by the song's atrociousness. McGonagall unfurled a scroll of parchment and, with remarkable fluency, announced, "When I call a name, please sit on the stool and await the sorting hat's decision." She glanced at the parchment. Hannah Abbott. The sorting ceremony proceeded methodically, with each new student receiving enthusiastic applause from their respective houses. Kono observed that the Sorting Hat's speed varied for each student. Some were assigned their houses almost instantaneously, while others sat there for what felt like an eternity. Their faces flushed before the hat finally revealed their house. For instance, the girl Kono had previously met took nearly 4 minutes before it announced Gryffindor. Eager Professor Flitwick promptly explained, the Sorting Hat considers the unique needs of each house, so if a student possesses traits of multiple houses, it may become indecisive. The hat might deliberate and, based on its judgment, either select or consult the student before declaring their house. Magic is indeed astonishing. Kono marveled. Professor Flitwick, how do you know so much? Flitwick coughed lightly, somewhat bashful, and replied, the Sorting Hat had its moments of indecision with me as well. Eventually, I silently wished to be in Ravenclaw, and it honored my desire. He gestured toward McGonagall, who was applauding in the distance. Minerva was a true Sorting Dilemma student. The hat took over 5 minutes to place her in Gryffindor. The term Sorting Dilemma student is an ancient term at Hogwarts, reserved for those students whom the hat struggles to categorize for over 5 minutes. Kono nodded, reflecting. It appears that those who perplex the Sorting Hat are destined for great achievements. Just look at you and Professor McGonagall. Both have become heads of your houses. Upon hearing this, Flitwick's cheeks flushed visibly, and he quickly waved his hands. No. You flatter me too much. I haven't met a wizard as congenial as you in ages. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore adjusted his robes and stood behind the eagle statue, addressing all seated students. The statue trembled and then unfurled its wings, transforming into an imposing podium. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, amplifying his voice through the eagle statue so that the entire hall could hear. He smiled and began, "Welcome back to Hogwarts for a brand new academic year. Before the feast commences, I shall share a few brief words." Kono couldn't help but yawn. It reminded him of past meetings where leaders would claim to say a few words, which typically lasted at least an hour. However, Dumbledore was a man of his word. He had invited Kono to teach at the school and had never wavered on that decision, despite any regrets. Thus, he genuinely shared just a few words. Fools. Crybabies. Rubbish. Cheers. Thank you all. Now enjoy the feast. As Dumbledore returned to his seat, the hall erupted in applause. Even Kono found himself clapping earnestly, thinking that this must be a commendable leader, for he truly meant what he said. A peculiar wave rippled across Kono's plate, and Flitwick promptly advised him. Our dining experience differs from that of the students. Simply speak aloud what you wish to eat, and it will appear on your plate. Allow me to demonstrate. Pumpkin juice. Roast lamb. Flitwick's cup instantly filled with pumpkin juice, and a steaming plate of roast lamb drizzled with black pepper sauce appeared before him. After savoring a sip of pumpkin juice, he continued, "Anything you desire can typically be found at Hogwarts." "Anything I desire can be found at Hogwarts?" Kono questioned, still skeptical. But he focused on his plate and slowly said, "Tofu with literary essence?" On the golden platter, a subtle ripple emerged, and then there was nothing more. The dish sparkled, yet was entirely empty. Was it necessary to conjure specific dishes in one's imagination? Kanuo stroked his chin and began to envision a steaming plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables before exclaiming, "Braised pork with preserved vegetables." Still, the platter remained unresponsive. He glanced at the other teachers' plates, which were adorned with roasted meats and fried fish, and let out a soft sigh. Flitwick wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, perplexed. "Kanuo, why haven't you ordered any food? Is it because you are new here and not quite accustomed to it, thus lacking an appetite?" "I have tried, but to no avail," Kanuo replied, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, whispering, "Isn't it said that one can order whatever one desires? Has it malfunctioned?" Flitwick picked up the platter to inspect it, discovering it was indeed intact, the enchantment still perfectly in place. It should function properly. "What dishes did you order?" he inquired. Kanuo responded, "Silken tofu, and braised pork with preserved vegetables." "Wait, what tofu? And what kind of meat is braised pork?" Before Kanuo could answer, a house elf resembling a Rolex appeared beside him, trembling as it bowed repeatedly. It chanted incessantly, I'm sorry. Bad labby. I cannot provide you with the food you wish for. So very bad labby." Upon witnessing this scene, Kanuo immediately grasped the situation. It turned out that the food at Hogwarts was prepared by house elves, not conjured through one's imagination. He quickly reassured the house elf. "It's perfectly understandable that you haven't prepared these dishes. Let us order something you can make instead." The house elf, named Labby, had a swollen forehead, and its tennis ball-sized eyes were brimming with tears. Sir Kanuo concentrated his energy and gently rubbed Labby's forehead. It's nothing serious, after all. It's just a meal. How about clear broth and roasted beef ribs? Indeed. When he ordered some traditional English fare, the cup and platter responded. Labby blinked, touched its naughty puffed forehead, and bowed deeply to Kanuo. Thank you, sir. Great, sir. You are so selfless. So magnificent. All right, you may go now. It's just a minor issue. There's no need for such formality. Kanuo felt a surge of faith power, albeit in a remarkably scarce quantity, as his martial arts essence deepened. Flitwick chuckled. Ah, Kanuo, you are so cultured and amiable. Truly, you embody the legendary druid. It's far more impressive in person. From a distance, Dumbledore, hearing the words cultured and amiable, nearly dropped his knife, reflecting inwardly, Flitwick, do not be deceived by his appearance. Cultured and amiable? If you witnessed him stirring waves and shaking the Black Lake, you would not utter such words. Had Labby not received guidance, the house elves of Hogwarts would indeed have superior culinary skills compared to Rolex. House elves learn rapidly, within just over a month. Newt's Rolex had successfully mastered several authentic Chinese home dishes, having already reverted to his Chinese dietary habits. Kanuo began to contemplate how to train the Hogwarts house elves in culinary arts. As the desserts from the long table in the Great Hall vanished from the platters, the dinner finally approached its conclusion. The eagle statue transformed once more into a podium, and as Dumbledore approached, the hall swiftly fell silent. He cleared his throat and began. Now that everyone is satisfied, I will announce this year's personnel changes. Firstly, Professor Charity Burbage will now be overseeing the Muggle Studies Department, while Professor Quirinus Quirrell will take on the role of Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Scattered applause erupted from the audience. Muggle studies was a rather niche subject, and most students were unfamiliar with Professor Quirrell. He continued, furthermore, Hogwarts will be introducing a new subject, martial arts studies, abbreviated as martial arts. The position of its professor will be filled by Professor Kanuo. In stark contrast to the initial announcement, this revelation was met with a resounding wave of applause. Particularly enthusiastic were the first-year students who had shared remarkable experiences with Kanuo. They sprang to their feet, clapping fervently, their hands turning crimson, unable to cease. Moreover, the applause from the Gryffindor table was the loudest, and judging by Fred and George's mischievous expressions, it was likely connected to their own promotions. All right. Dumbledore raised his hand, calming the crowd once more. He shifted the conversation, adopting a tone familiar to Kanuo from his past life. Lastly, before we commence the new academic year, I have some important notices regarding the school. Upon hearing a few keywords, Kanuo instinctively began to yawn. Having attended countless meetings announcing regulations in his previous life, he felt little need to pay close attention, as these notices primarily concerned students, affecting points and the allocation of the House Cup at year's end. Actions such as trespassing into the Forbidden Forest or diving into the Black Lake were perilous, not only risking rule violations but also one's life. It must be said, the magical world seemed particularly indifferent to safety. Dumbledore did not even employ a serious tone to announce these warnings. He even took a moment to wink at Fred and George at the Gryffindor table, as if to subtly remind them. Once the series of regulations was concluded, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted to seriousness. If you wish to avoid any mishaps, do not venture to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. This statement appeared to startle the students, but he soon broke into a smile. Before we return to our common rooms, let us conclude this evening's feast with our school song. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a long golden ribbon, which hovered beneath the candles, transforming into an ornate script. Thus, the opening feast's speeches came to an end. Kanuo noticed Severus Snape, seated in the far corner, suddenly casting a spell in his direction. Not only that, but the expressions of the other professors also seemed less than pleased. He quickly inquired, Professor Flitwick, why does it seem like you all are not very happy? Aren't we singing? Flitwick covered his ears, because it's time to sing. The Hogwarts school song has no melody. Before Flitwick could finish, a cacophony began assaulting Kanuo's eardrums. What happens when a song has lyrics, but no melody? The answer is evident. The singers will each sing their own tune, influenced by those around them, leading to utter chaos just like the current situation in the hall. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the floating lyrics, each singing in their familiar tones, resembling a swarm of hornets buzzing chaotically throughout the hall. Covering his ears, Kanuo observed that among the entire faculty table, only Dumbledore reveled in the chaos, even shedding tears of emotion. Truly remarkable. The man who has been spoken of by my roommate is indeed extraordinary. In the midst of Kono's reflections, The opening banquet finally came to a close. The heads of the 4 houses began to lead their respective students out of the hall, and Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated. Kono, please accompany me to the headmaster's office. You need to review your class schedule, and we must also arrange your accommodation, lest you find yourself without a place to sleep tonight. As they walked side by side out of the hall, Dumbledore clasped his hands behind his back. Kono, what do you think? Was the food not to your taste? Kono gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, exclaiming, it was quite delectable, indeed. Though, I find myself yearning for something from home. I could really go for some braised pork with preserved vegetables, he mused. With his martial arts prowess, Dumbledore remained oblivious to Kono's inner thoughts, nodding in agreement. Indeed, one's homeland is always the most beautiful. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw resided on the upper levels of the castle, and the 2 houses ascended the marble staircase in succession. Kono inquired, Headmaster, shall we not be leaving? On which floor is the headmaster's office? Dumbledore gestured towards the grand staircase, saying, we can proceed now. The headmaster's office is on the 8th floor, which is quite a distance. 8th floor? That's not too high, but these stairs are rather cumbersome. Suddenly, Dumbledore felt a gust of wind beside him, and upon turning, he realized that Kono, who had just been speaking, had vanished. An exclamation erupted above him. Wow, did you see that? Someone is flying. Could it be a ghost? Or perhaps Fred and the others are daring enough to ride their brooms within the castle. Hey, we're still here. That's Professor Kono. Have you forgotten? Professor Kono? Where? A teacher is marvelous. They can ride brooms in the castle. Wait, I didn't see a broom. I just saw someone flying up. It must be a ghost. Professor Kono is using a sword. He must be flying on his sword. The innocent voices converged. Professor Kono, please take us with you. I want to fly too. Dumbledore raised his head, only to see the students leaning over the banister of the staircase, incessantly shouting at the moving stairs. He suddenly felt a familiar throb at his temples and pondered whether he should consult Madame Pomfrey to ascertain whether his headache was merely an illusion or a genuine ailment. Wow, Professor Kono is coming down again. He is not riding a broom. Indeed, and he is not flying on a sword. What do you even mean by flying on a sword? Haha, we want to tell you. We saw Professor Kono battling a squid as large as the castle. Yes, the Great Lake was trembling. How terrifying. Amidst the students clamoring, Dumbledore spotted a figure darting down the moving staircase, descending rapidly. As Kono neared the ground, he abruptly slowed, landing as lightly as a feather. Ah, Headmaster, I saw a gargoyle statue, but after waiting a while without seeing you, I returned. Why are you still here? Dumbledore exhaled softly, his century of experience preventing him from being overly astonished. What magic was that you just performed? Kono explained, it's called lightness skill. By adjusting the rhythm of the body, combined with internal energy and agility, one can enhance their speed. In essence, that's the gist of it. Oh. Dumbledore nodded. Can we ascend using more conventional means? Kono looked puzzled. Can't you apparate? Your speed should surpass mine, and typically, ordinary folks would need to climb the stairs, right? Surely you can fly up? I have yet to cultivate my martial arts to the level of flight. I can only use lightness skill to augment my speed, which pales in comparison to magic. Dumbledore clarified, that makes sense, but Hogwarts is protected by numerous enchantments, making apparition impossible under normal circumstances. Ah, I see. No wonder Newt claimed this is the safest place in the world. The protections are indeed thorough. Kono's eyes lit up. How about I teach you the lightness skill? Would that not be inconvenient? Dumbledore felt a flicker of interest. He had assumed Kono would be somewhat reserved regarding such magic. After all, to move at such speed while disregarding constraints in this place seemed like a closely guarded secret. Not at all. Kono waved his hand. I will include it in the curriculum. Sharing martial knowledge ensures its future. There is no merit in hoarding it. Well said. Dumbledore wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, what should I do? Kono drew a wand, stating, I will first guide your internal energy. Do not resist or reject my influence. Dumbledore gazed at the wand, noting its distinct hue, and couldn't he help but ask, is this your wand? It feels different from the one you used at the lake. Suddenly, he remembered that Kono had not merely wielded one wand, but had held two, casting two different spells. One was a Lumos spell, while the other was a spell he could not comprehend, which had miraculously drawn a mermaid from the lake. Quite extraordinary. Kono replied, oh yes, I purchased several. I simply use whichever one I draw. You bought many wands. Dumbledore felt the throbbing in his temples intensify. No, tomorrow, I must consult Madame Pomfrey. Kono then asked, Headmaster, may we begin? Dumbledore sighed, involuntarily angling his gaze upward and closing his eyes. Let us proceed. All right, Headmaster. Remember the route of your internal energy as it emerges from your dantian, which you refer to as magical energy. Kono's voice echoed in his ear, the tip of the wand resting against his right arm. Dumbledore felt a force akin to magical energy emanating from his right arm, following a pathway to his abdomen, his dantian. As Kono described, "What the?" Kono uttered a peculiar phrase in his ear, leaving Dumbledore puzzled. "What is it?" "Ahem. Truly, you are the greatest wizard of our time. I am gradually understanding everything." Kono coughed lightly. "Let us continue. We shall commence now. Remember the path of my guided energy." Dumbledore sensed his internal magical energy being stirred for the first time, as he now felt the source of energy from his dantian. Previously, he had always gathered energy from his entire body when casting spells. This sensation was remarkably unique, an entirely new concept for him. As he felt the magical energy divide intricately, flowing into his limbs, the most substantial portion entered his legs, extending through to his feet, creating a warm sensation. "Do you remember?" Kono inquired. "I do." For Dumbledore, this sensation was indelibly etched in his memory. It had been ages since he had experienced something so profound. Very well. With Kono's affirmation, the internal energy dissipated within him. Kono continued, "You might first attempt to follow the flow of the meridians in this direction. Then regulate the output of your magic. Try to jump a little and feel it." Dumbledore kept his eyes closed, nodding silently as he endeavored to recreate the sensation from earlier. He harnessed his mental strength to draw forth his magic, following the sensation that coursed through his limbs. That warm feeling returned, prompting him to bend his knees and gently leap upward, a sensation of unprecedented lightness enveloping him. This feeling transcended mere youthfulness. It was akin to transforming from a person into a sheet of paper, a fundamental transformation. He heard the rush of wind by his ear, followed by a sudden thud and a sharp pain from above. Only then did he open his eyes, realizing he had leapt into midair, having collided with the ceiling. "Merlin's beard!" Dumbledore exclaimed, as a large, soft cushion materialized below him, breaking his fall. "Ahem. You mentioned the need to control the output of magic." Kono chuckled helplessly. "Your magical capacity is astonishing. I had previously advised you to exercise control." "Apologies. I believed I was being quite restrained," Dumbledore replied, still lost in the ethereal sensation. "Let us proceed. We have already lingered too long." Kono pointed upward and leapt effortlessly to the second floor. Dumbledore recalled the earlier path of his magic, positioned himself beneath the moving staircase, and leapt forcefully. He landed beside Kono, but lost his footing. Had Kono not caught him, he surely would have tumbled down. Kono explained, "You have merely learned to use your inner strength for agility. You must also coordinate your body movements to navigate various terrains adeptly. However, mastering body movements is no simple task. Once your physical agility and inner strength become second nature, you will be able to use agility effortlessly, even without conscious control." Through this brief interaction, Kono formed a foundational understanding of the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Setting aside the numerous praises he had heard from his former classmates, the sheer magnitude of Dumbledore's magical prowess could only be described with one term: master. His recent studies revealed that both magic and inner strength originated from the same source in this world. If Kono represented a martial arts master, then Dumbledore epitomized a master of magic. In essence, if one were to compare the latent power within them, they were evenly matched. The Harry Potter series offered little discourse on the concept of magic, leaving Kono to rely on his own understanding. "Shall we continue?" Dumbledore suggested, his azure eyes sparkling. Kono felt he could contribute to the accolades surrounding Dumbledore. In addition to his formidable strength, he possessed a remarkable capacity for absorption. Those with greater receptivity could engage with and assimilate more knowledge, which explained why Dumbledore was regarded as the greatest wizard of his time. Yet, Kono felt compelled to caution the eager centenarian, "Do take care. If you fall, I shall not be there to catch you." Regrettably, Dumbledore did not grasp the humor in this and simply replied, "No problem." Thus, what began as an elegant display of agility devolved into mere high jumps. As Kono had to pause each time he ascended a level, ensuring Dumbledore did not genuinely fall down the stairs. Dumbledore's progress was swift. Although he required a moment to gather strength before each leap, he no longer wobbled upon landing. The two soon caught up with the students from the other houses still climbing the stairs. The twins Kono recognized were the first to shout, "Look! The headmaster is flying up with Professor Kono." Where? It's true. The headmaster is actually flying. The exuberant Gryffindors were easily captivated by such spectacle and turned their attention to Fred's pointing finger. George cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, "Professor Kono, what kind of magic is this? Can we learn it too?" Kono felt the force of his martial arts once again infused with a surge of belief. Smiling as he replied, "Of course. If you practice diligently, there will be an opportunity." The Ravenclaw students were quieter. Having witnessed Kono and Dumbledore leaping between the moving stairs without making a ruckus, though their eyes unmistakably reflected a yearning for the same ability. Flying indeed surpassed running. Dumbledore had already reached the 8th floor, leaning over the railing to gaze downward as the students craned their necks to look up at him. "How marvelous," Dumbledore mused softly. "Perhaps our original assumptions were misguided. Kono, let us proceed." Kono followed Dumbledore through corridor after corridor until they finally halted at the end of one. Before them stood a statue, a gargoyle, wings folded, crouching on a platform with a menacing expression. "Since you are now a member of the school, take this." Dumbledore produced a slip of parchment from his pocket and lightly tapped it with his wand. Kono felt an uneasy sensation upon seeing Dumbledore's wand, sensing it had an unsettling aura, as if it were anything but an ordinary wand. Dumbledore extended the parchment toward him, seemingly aware of Kono's discomfort, and inquired curiously, "What is the matter?" "Your wand. It feels rather peculiar," Kono admitted, accepting the parchment. "It seems ominous, and it doesn't quite suit your stature." "Is that so?" Dumbledore replied calmly, proudly displaying the wand. "Do you recognize it?" Kono raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Dumbledore's question. To him, a wand was merely a consumable item, particularly if it were made of wood. By his standards, Dumbledore's wand clearly belonged to the category of inferior products. Not only was it thin and long, but it also featured several bulges, uneven and unappealing, certainly not conducive to the art of handling objects. Such a wand could find no companionship with another. Only wands that could pair with one another were worthy in his eyes. He shook his head. "I do not recognize it. It simply does not seem a quality item." Dumbledore's gaze remained steady. "The Elder Wand, the Wand of Destiny. Have you heard of them?" Kono rolled his eyes. "I know of the Fairy Wand from Bala Bala Little Fairy." A cryptic expression flickered in Dumbledore's bright blue eyes, seemingly relieved as he tucked the odd wand into his pocket. "Let us speak of something else, Kono. Read aloud what the parchment says." Not dwelling on the earlier conversation, Kono picked up the parchment. Gradually, words began to emerge on the once blank paper. Kono read aloud, "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans?" Upon uttering this phrase, the fearsome gargoyle statue suddenly sprang to life, vaulting aside with all its limbs. The wall behind the statue cracked open, revealing a spiraling staircase that ascended endlessly. Hogwarts Castle is vast, yet it extends even further at its summit and elsewhere, with the headmaster's office situated atop a tower that juts out from the castle. Dumbledore gestured to a note, saying, "I will provide each teacher with such a note, which contains the password to enter the headmaster's office. The password changes occasionally, so if you forget it, simply refer to the note." How bothersome, Connor thought to himself. However, he would never voice such sentiments to his superior. Instead, he nodded in understanding and followed Dumbledore onto the spiral staircase. As the headmaster's office of a magical school, this place undoubtedly held intrigue. Various peculiar silverware adorned the surfaces, some emitting whimsical sounds and releasing clouds of vibrant smoke. At the far end of the circular room hung an array of portraits depicting former headmasters of Hogwarts, each name inscribed beneath their likenesses. Many of these portraits had their eyes closed and their bodies gently rising and falling, as if in slumber. Yet, these portraits were indeed alive in a sense. They could not only sleep and awaken but also greet visitors, offer counsel, and even engage in disputes. Such were the insights Newt had previously shared with Connor. If one were to lose their way within the castle, they could seek assistance from these portraits. "Please, have a seat," Dumbledore said, conjuring an exquisite armchair with a flick of his wand. "I need to amend the timetable, so please bear with me for a moment." Dumbledore settled into the headmaster's chair and began sifting through the piles of thick documents on his desk until he extracted a folder. He pushed a fruit platter forward, laden with an assortment of snacks, hard candies, soft sweets, chocolates, cookies, and small cakes, all manner of delights. He smiled gently, recommending, "These are my personal favorites. Do feel free to indulge. The house elf's culinary skills are truly exceptional. You may explore the office at your leisure. Just wait a moment for me." Connor cast a glance at the fruit platter, which solely contained a dazzling array of confections, devoid of any peanuts or sunflower seeds. He shook his head in refusal, refraining from reaching for any. Rising from his seat, Connor began to pace the room, lost in thought. "This is excessively sweet. Do renowned experts possess peculiar quirks? Should I cultivate an unusual idiosyncrasy of my own?" The whimsical silverware emitting smoke and sound was quite fascinating, reminiscent of incense with its invigorating properties. He picked up one item resembling a teapot and gave it a shake, catching a glimpse of a light brown liquid through its seams. If he was not mistaken, this liquid was likely a potion crafted by a wizard, comprised of several ingredients. Curious, he inquired, "Dumbledore, what is contained within this? Rosemary, holly leaves, mint, cinnamon, and why lavender? Wouldn't it be better to use Platilla striata?" Dumbledore looked up, his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he asked, "Have you concocted this potion before?" "The recipe is entirely correct." Connor nodded. One must engage with potion making to enhance one's health, as both exercise and proper nutrition are crucial. The legacy of martial arts contains much wisdom, encompassing not only techniques but also the art of alchemy and even the secrets of crafting magical artifacts. The adage wealth and martial prowess, poverty in literature holds true, for enhancing oneself with various rare materials is essential alongside physical training. Although he had brewed few potions, he had tasted many, and he was well acquainted with the scents of various herbs and their combinations. It was merely a matter of familiarity. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with appreciation, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, my decision to modify the timetable was wise. Please wait a moment longer." The silverware that emitted smoke had a similar effect. It seemed that as the occupant of this room, Dumbledore required ample doses of invigorating potions. This realization stirred a twinge of concern within Connor. Based on his 5.5 years of corporate experience in his previous life, a boss who was so harsh on themselves would likely not be lenient with their employees. The office was filled with various magical items. Within an open black cabinet, there lay a roughly carved stone basin, a tattered hat, and an exquisitely crafted silver sword. Connor immediately recognized the tattered hat as the sorting hat. After inspecting it for any odd odors and finding none, he placed it upon his head. No response came. He removed the hat, examined it again, and then donned it once more. After a moment, a faint, raspy voice filled his ears, identical to the sound the sorting hat made while singing equally unmelodic. What is it you wish to do?" "Sort me," Connor replied, somewhat perplexed. "Are you not the sorting hat?" The sorting hat hesitated. "Could you perhaps open your mind? If you continue to close off your thoughts, I cannot ascertain your house affiliation." "Open my mind." Connor raised an eyebrow, realizing that the sorting process was akin to gathering data and utilizing that information to accurately determine which house a new student belonged to. The sorting hat seemed momentarily flustered, repeating the same filler phrase, "I do not quite understand what you just said." Yet, Connor grasped the sorting hat's methodology. No wonder his roommates could determine their potential house assignments at Hogwarts through an extensive questionnaire. It turned out that the sorting was somewhat akin to a psychological evaluation. But the sorting hat possessed the unique ability to read the true thoughts of a student's subconscious, thereby making a more precise judgment of their rightful house. He had initially imagined the sorting hat to be a more magical artifact, one that would allocate students through an even more mystical means. This time, the sorting hat reacted much quicker, defensively asserting, "I am undoubtedly the most exceptional magical artifact in existence. Not only can I sort, but I can also summon treasures." "Summon treasures?" Connor queried, intrigued. "How does one summon treasures?" "It is a most magical process, more magical than you can fathom," the sorting hat proclaimed with pride. "If you are truly a Gryffindor, you can draw forth the Gryffindor sword from me." Connor expressed curiosity. "Is it truly that marvelous? How do I go about it?" The sorting hat scoffed. "It is futile. You have not yet been sorted. The Gryffindor sword will not acknowledge you. How can you know unless I try?" Connor replied with a mischievous grin. "Surely you aren't deceiving me? Do you feel compelled to trick me because you think I lack your magical prowess?" The sorting hat, now agitated, retorted rapidly, "Absolutely not. If you are truly a Gryffindor and in need of assistance, simply reach into the hat, and you shall draw the Gryffindor sword. I shall give it a go," Connor declared, removing the sorting hat and plunging his right hand into it to explore. The sorting hat proved to be a remarkable magical artifact. As he rummaged within, he felt no boundaries, nor did he encounter the fabled Gryffindor sword. Connor frowned, pondering, could I be using the wrong method? The gap in the sorting hat's seam widened, and it smugly declared, "Give up. You are neither a student of Hogwarts nor a member of Gryffindor, and thus, you shall not succeed." Silence. Kono cast a glance at the sorting hat, pondering the moments when one might truly require assistance. So far, he had not encountered any formidable adversaries, rendering him unable to fathom the sentiment of needing help. Perhaps he could approach the matter from another angle. For instance, he desired fish fillets, yet lacked a suitable chef's knife. Indeed, that was a moment in which help was warranted. Resolute, he focused his intent on the need for a knife and continued to rummage within the hat. The space within the hat seemed infinite, yet he soon felt the cold, hard edge of an object brush against his palm, prompting him to seize it and pull it forth. Clang! A sharp, resonant note echoed. A sword, its hilt adorned with a ruby the size of an egg, shimmering with silvery light, had indeed been drawn from the hat. The Sorting Hat, which had been chuckling moments before, suddenly froze, then shouted at the top of its voice, "Professor Dumbledore! He has drawn the Sword of Gryffindor!" Not solely Dumbledore, but also the portraits of former headmasters hanging on the walls, as well as the phoenix perched behind the door, were roused by the Sorting Hat's exclamation. From one portrait, a dark-haired wizard in green robes opened his deep-set eyes, stroking his goatee while muttering in discontent, "This is the headmaster's office. Not a place for your antics. Who dares to be so bold? Expel him." Beside him, a witch clad in a scarlet robe quipped, "Phineas, are you planning to expel the Sorting Hat? If you do, there may be no one left to choose Slytherin." The goateed wizard seemed to be caught off guard, his agitation rising as he roared, "Hogwarts only needs pure-blood wizards. Half-breeds and mudbloods should be expelled from this school." Several other portraits joined the fray, echoing the sentiments of the witch in red, shouting, "Shut your foul mouth, mudblood! What a despicable notion! Phineas, silence does not render you mute. Eupraxia, you all." The goateed wizard's face reddened visibly, momentarily at a loss for words. A few other wizards in green robes also awoke, asserting, "Phineas is correct. Those vile mudbloods, who learn magic only to slaughter us with muggle ways, should indeed be driven out." The two factions clashed vehemently, while other awakened portraits seemed to find the uproar excessive, gradually fading into the edges of the canvas, leaving only a blank space behind. "Silence!" Dumbledore commanded, his tone brooking no argument. In an instant, all portraits ceased their chatter. Dumbledore glanced at the black cabinet, noticing that the Sword of Gryffindor had vanished from its shelf. He turned his gaze to Kono, who was now holding the glistening sword, momentarily taken aback. Only a true Gryffindor could draw the Sword of Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat, and a true Gryffindor must have attended Hogwarts. Yet, Kono had appeared from the depths of the mountains, implying he could not possibly have studied at Hogwarts, making the act of drawing the sword utterly improbable. However, the sword was in Kono's grasp, and the evidence was irrefutable, leaving Dumbledore momentarily bewildered. Was this sword truly significant? I could simply return it. Kono placed the sword back into the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore observed the black cabinet once more, and the Sword of Gryffindor had indeed returned to its rightful place. Tentatively, he inquired, "Would you like to draw it again?" Clang! The sword's ringing echoed once more as Kono extracted it from the Sorting Hat. All right. Return it now." Dumbledore exhaled a long breath and reached for his favorite lemon drop from the fruit bowl. The sweet indulgence alleviated the throbbing at his temples. Madame Pomfrey would not return until tomorrow, and he would have to endure a little longer, he mused. Kono was indeed a rather peculiar talent, not only having single-handedly shaken the hippogriff, but also having recently caused a stir on the Black Lake. Additionally, he had exchanged several letters with Newt, who praised Kono and noted that the study of magical creatures had taken a new direction. Furthermore, Kono's unusual magic had been frequently mentioned by Newt. Initially, Dumbledore had harbored doubts about these matters, but the spell known as lightness had truly astonished him. Moreover, Kono appeared to have an extensive knowledge of potions, easily discerning the formulas for invigorating elixirs merely by scent. Dumbledore felt as though he was becoming increasingly bewildered. He had been confident that Kono did not inherit the so-called Druidic legacy, yet now it seemed the only explanation. After all, the Druidic heritage had become extinct, leaving only fragments of descriptions in ancient texts. Accepting the premise of Druidic lineage would absolve him of the need to grapple with Kono's true identity. By attributing all of Kono's extraordinary attributes to Druidic heritage, he could resolve a significant portion of his internal inquiries. Indeed, if he could shift the burden of all questions onto the Druidic legacy, then everything would fall into place. Since their initial encounter by the Black Lake, Dumbledore had come to realize that aside from Kono's eccentricity, he was quite impressive in other respects. He exhibited a sense of responsibility towards the new students, bravely standing up to protect them against the giant squid. He was polite to fellow teachers and had swiftly forged a friendship with Flitwick. This was certainly a marked improvement over Snape. Throughout Snape's tenure at the school, his interactions with other teachers had been minimal, often exploiting his position as head of house to ensure Slytherin's dominance in the House Cup for years. Dumbledore had lost count of the complaints he had received from the other three houses regarding this matter. Furthermore, Dumbledore discerned that Kono harbored little selfishness, willing to impart the powerful magic of lightness without reservation. Moreover, Kono was already an adult, possessing a complete value system and worldview. Thus, he would not follow the path of Voldemort, whose obsession with immortality and dark magic had led to his mental unraveling. Dumbledore now felt that his initial insight in recruiting Kono to the school was indeed a judicious choice. Resolute in his thoughts, he called out to Kono, who was currently amusing the Phoenix Fox, "Come, let us discuss the curriculum. You may rest shortly." Kono took a curriculum sheet, scrutinizing the schedule while casting a glance at Dumbledore, his brow furrowing in concern. His suspicions were confirmed. If the leadership was overly ambitious, then the staff would be compelled to match that intensity. Dumbledore inquired, "What troubles you? Do you have any questions about the curriculum?" Kono straightened up, clinging to a final glimmer of hope as he asked, "Is this the revised version? Or have you picked up the wrong schedule? Is there something amiss?" Dumbledore's demeanor remained calm, though a hint of perplexity creased his brow. Kono unfolded the schedule and pointed to the numerous revisions it bore, saying, "I am uncertain how many times you have amended this, but judging by the initial scrawls, the martial arts course should be akin to the flying class, a subject intended for the amusement and enjoyment of the students. Moreover, based on my observations of you over this period, the so-called OWL examination does not encompass the martial arts curriculum, correct?" Dumbledore nodded in affirmation. "That is referred to as the OWL examination, which indeed comprises only 12 subjects. If you are particularly concerned, I can promptly submit a request to the Ministry of Magic. The process should take approximately a year, after which martial arts could be included among the OWL subjects. Surely, that would satisfy you?" Kono felt a headache beginning to form. He had initially hoped that his teaching responsibilities would not be overly burdensome, only to find that Dumbledore's revised schedule required him to teach every single day. Not only that, but each lesson was to last 2 hours. Kono gazed at Dumbledore's earnest expression, feeling a headache beginning to form. Dumbledore now seemed to hold Kono in high regard, preparing to elevate the status of martial arts studies to be on par with subjects like charms, thus establishing it as a core course. This meant that students would not only have to grapple with the already intricate knowledge of magic, but also immerse themselves in the vast realm of martial arts. Originally, Kono had intended to select a few promising students from the school to cultivate, allowing them to develop their own branches. Yes, to train other students in order to swiftly attain the status of a master. Was there anything amiss? Dumbledore twirled his wrist, gently blinked, and an expression of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Having perused several of Kono's textbooks and just mastered a technique known as lightness skill, he assessed that the weight of martial arts studies should indeed increase. Kono pinched the bridge of his nose, suddenly realizing that Dumbledore must have misunderstood, believing that martial arts was a discipline that could be quickly grasped and wielded with great power. However, one must not underestimate martial arts. He retrieved his textbook from the Taoist Golden Core, opened the Introduction to Martial Arts, flipped to page 365, and pointed at the meridian chart, asking, "Headmaster Dumbledore, may I inquire if you utilize the meridians and acupoints depicted here while performing the lightness skill?" Meridians? Acupoints? Dumbledore turned the book over, meticulously transcribing the meridian chart onto a fresh piece of parchment, one hand wielding a quill while the other explored the specific acupoints beneath the table. Seeing Dumbledore's earnest demeanor, Kono understood that he must have been a diligent scholar in his youth. First, he transcribed the entire meridian chart to grasp its overall layout, then modified it through tactile exploration. This method of study was indeed commendable. Just as Kono began to yawn, preparing to amuse the nearby Phoenix, Dumbledore finally pushed the Introduction to Martial Arts and his meticulously revised parchment towards him. The outlined flow of meridians and acupoints was flawless, making it hard to believe that this was accomplished by someone who had just encountered the concept of martial arts. Do you now comprehend? Martial arts are far more intricate than you might imagine, akin to the concept of wandless magic. One must be profoundly familiar with the fundamentals to master such complexity. Moreover, the path of martial arts does not possess significant power until one fully grasps the foundational concepts. It encompasses not only the written content, but also specific training methods, perseverance, dietary considerations, and more. Dumbledore sighed deeply. I understand your point. In reality, martial arts studies resemble advanced subjects like alchemy, necessitating a comprehensive understanding to extract their essence, correct? Indeed. Kono flipped back to the first page of the Introduction to Martial Arts, pointing to the preface, stating, thus, Strengthening the body is the most immediate benefit that martial arts can offer. Dumbledore's gaze softened, revealing a contrite smile as he humbly asked, "How do you envision this subject being structured? I would like to hear your thoughts, as my previous notions were indeed rather one-sided. Quite simply, it should be experience-oriented." Kono realized that the initiative was now firmly in his hands, with the goal of achieving a balanced approach within reach. Experience-oriented? Dumbledore echoed, remaining silent, his demeanor indicating he was all ears. Kono raised a finger. "First, this is an entirely new concept. One cannot expect all students to embrace it. Is that agreeable?" Dumbledore nodded. "Of course. However, I have faith in you. The new students have a favorable attitude towards you. Even those from Slytherin house hold you in good regard." Ahem. Such sentiments may inflate my ego. Kono scratched the back of his head, returning to the topic at hand. "I would prefer to postpone the first class by a week or two until I have organized the entire teaching approach." "No problem." Dumbledore nodded again, acknowledging that such foresight indicated Kono's genuine concern for the students. The first class indeed required thorough preparation. Kono rubbed his temples, pondering what Dumbledore had conjured in his mind. In truth, he was uncertain how to conduct lessons for these novice wizards and intended to observe other teachers' methods to adapt them for his own classroom. No, not copying, borrowing. Cultural practitioners must not call it copying. My first class will not differentiate between houses. I reject such notions. Any student unwilling to accept this can forego attendance on that day. Furthermore, the subsequent classes will also follow suit. I will only teach one class per week, open to all students. Those uninterested need not attend. Dumbledore refrained from nodding this time, clearing his throat to interject. "May I ask what the purpose of such an approach is?" Kono smiled slightly. "This is a new subject, thus all students will start from the same line. I believe there is no need for excessive differentiation. Ultimately, the number of those who can persist will, I feel, be a handful." Dumbledore rested his chin on his hand, producing a fresh class schedule. "That makes sense. How long do you anticipate this class will last?" "For hours." Kono cleared his throat, having weighed his options, deciding on 4 hours, roughly half a day. Dumbledore glanced at the schedule, still hesitant. "But is one class per week not too sparse? Will they truly learn anything?" "Martial arts require not just talent but persistence," Kono explained. "Being admitted to Hogwarts indicates they possess magical potential. Talent is undoubtedly present. Thus, what matters most is perseverance and dedication. The introduction to martial arts encompasses most of the foundational knowledge. The remainder relies on practice, continuous practice. Whether it's the most fundamental stances or absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, all must be diligently maintained daily. How many students do you think can achieve that?" "Dumbledore, you must have been a teacher once. How many students can you envision practicing the same spell daily until mastery is attained?" "Martial arts demand unwavering commitment. I have not missed a single exercise in my daily regimen, regardless of the weather. What must be accomplished must be done. Only those who can endure these monotonous practices are truly qualified to embark on the path of martial arts." Kono, with an unwavering demeanor, recounted this segment while secretly expressing gratitude towards his middle school language teacher. Had it not been for the teacher's assignment of a 20,000-character reflection, he could not have possibly conjured such an elaborate discourse. The essence of deception lies in the delicate balance of truth and falsehood. A blend of the two makes it less susceptible to scrutiny. Dumbledore could not help but applaud, acknowledging the wisdom in Kono's words. Indeed, perseverance is a vital step in scholarly pursuits. Only through unwavering dedication can one achieve greatness. However, gathering the entire school together might be somewhat impractical. You must understand that the sorting hat divides students into 4 houses. Are you concerned about potential rifts among them? Kono inquired, perplexed by the house system. From what he had heard from Fred and his companions, Gryffindor and Slytherin seemed to be inherently at odds, each viewing the other with disdain. As a traveler from Huaxia, unacquainted with foreign educational systems, he found it difficult to comprehend why this house system could foster such division. Moreover, there existed a concept called the House Cup, which, to Kono, resembled a mere class trophy that ultimately held little significance. Dumbledore sighed softly, clapping his hands as he began to explain. This matter likely traces back to the founding history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry during the Middle Ages. As he recounted the history of the magical world, a set of tea utensils appeared on the table, releasing the fragrant aroma of black tea from the spout. This was undoubtedly a lengthy history, one that required Kono to sip tea and nibble on cookies to endure the tale of the sorcerer's tribulations. Initially, he had believed that wizards chose to conceal themselves, akin to reclusive sages dwelling in the mountains. exuding an air of serene detachment. Yet, the harsh truth was that the number of wizards was quite limited, allowing ordinary individuals to dominate in number, leading to a fervent witch hunt. During this witch hunt, wizards suffered severe blows, compelling them to unite and collectively sign the Statute of Secrecy, thereafter retreating into obscurity. These wizards would either inhabit communities designated for their kind or blend into ordinary villages. Should they choose to coexist with muggles, they would need to fabricate an ordinary identity to avoid detection. All children born to wizards could potentially possess magical abilities, even if one parent was a wizard and the other a muggle. If these magically gifted children did not learn magic or control their powers, they could inadvertently give rise to a dark force known as the Murmur, a powerful and uncontrollable form of dark magic. Generally, wizards who manifested this Murmur power did not survive past the age of 11. One of the reasons for establishing Hogwarts was to prevent these underage wizards from succumbing to the Murmur. As for the origins of the Hogwarts house system, it stemmed from the three founders' desire to impose certain requirements on the students entering their houses. They infused a hat with magical power and thought, ensuring that even after their deaths, the sorting hat would continue to select suitable candidates for each house in accordance with the founders' wishes. As a traveler accustomed to the Huaxia educational system, Kono found it somewhat challenging to grasp this system, yet he could empathize with Dumbledore's concerns. Dumbledore was indeed worried that when the four houses congregated, differing philosophies could easily lead to disputes. Yet, was it not the magical world? Why concern oneself with such trivial matters? The principle of teaching without discrimination implied that during his instruction, Kono would not regard which house a student belonged to. Should any cause trouble, he would simply discipline them, teaching them the essence of propriety. As the preface to the Introduction to Martial Arts, each theoretical point is imbued with practical significance. Of course, the interpretation of teaching without discrimination could not be articulated directly to Dumbledore. It required a more tactful approach. Clearing his throat, Kono stated, "It is precisely due to the existence of the house system that it leads to their mutual fragmentation. I understand this, and I will address this issue in my first class." Dumbledore's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "You perceive the issue with clarity, and I trust in your capabilities. In that case, I can grant you a week's time. I look forward to your inaugural lesson next week." Thus, Kono departed the headmaster's office just before 11, adhering to his own principles and catching the last moments of moonlight. Dumbledore stood by the window, watching Kono ascend to the pinnacle of the tower, exhaling a long breath. For reasons unknown, he felt a deep-seated sense that Kono's arrival might herald profound changes in this world. With that thought, he retrieved a copy of the Introduction to Martial Arts. Turning to page 389, marking the section on basic light-footed techniques, he began to practice these steps slowly within his office. Though seemingly chaotic, the more he practiced, the more he sensed the subtle intricacies within. Dumbledore closed his eyes, attempting to immerse himself in a past battle, contemplating the effects of employing these steps against an adversary. Fawkes, the phoenix, soared into the air, curiously observing Dumbledore's clumsy movements, and began to sing. As Dumbledore listened to Fawkes' melodious voice, he reminisced about the familiar light-footed techniques, gradually sinking into an indescribable, enchanting experience. Had Kono been present, he would have recognized that Dumbledore had entered a rare state of oblivion, where self and world were one. Until a cold, nasal, and resonant voice interrupted. Snape observed Dumbledore's awkward jumps and turns with skepticism, questioning whether the headmaster was under the influence of the Imperius curse, compelled to engage in such incomprehensible actions. "Headmaster Dumbledore? Headmaster Dumbledore?" Snape attempted to call out. But seeing no response, he drew his wand, casting a commonly effective counter-curse, Finite Incantum. To his astonishment, Dumbledore clumsily evaded his once reliable spell with an awkward maneuver. Undeterred, Snape cast the counter-curse twice more, each time met with Dumbledore's ungraceful dodges. Thus, he shifted his focus to the hovering, singing Fawkes. "Can you help me awaken Headmaster Dumbledore? I have matters to discuss." Fawkes ceased his song, and Dumbledore gradually emerged from his wondrous state, slowly opening his eyes. The remnants of magical energy lingered in the air, suggesting that during his extraordinary reverie, someone had cast a spell in the office. Before him stood Snape, draped in a black, sheer robe at the door, his expression somewhat peculiar. Dumbledore settled back into his chair, his demeanor calm as he inquired, "Did you witness everything? What brings you here at this late hour without knocking?" "In truth, I did knock." Snape stood at the doorway, refraining from responding to his initial inquiry. "I could hear footsteps within the office, accompanied by the voice of Fawkes. Yet there was no sound granting me entry." Dumbledore adjusted his somewhat disheveled robes, acknowledging that he had indeed been rather engrossed moments ago. Was there something amiss that required my report at such a late hour? Yes. Snape expressed no intention of stepping further inside, stating from a distance. The behavior of Quirinus Quirrell is quite suspect. Wandering the fourth floor of the castle at this hour is decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Quirrell had always confined himself to his office or the library during class hours, rarely meandering about the castle. I pondered aloud. Why have you admitted two peculiar individuals this year? One stands atop the tower gazing at the moon in the middle of the night, while the other roams the castle aimlessly. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Severus, why are you still awake at such an hour? I recall you have a potions class with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tomorrow morning. Snape replied softly. I require no preparation. If those students could absorb every word I utter, there would be no concerns regarding the potions class. Rather, how do you intend to schedule the new course you have arranged? With 14 subjects already filling the curriculum, how do you propose to integrate the martial arts class? Just moments ago, Connor and I concluded our discussion regarding the inaugural lesson. Dumbledore gestured toward the window, indicating the figure that had leapt from the tower. The first martial arts class would be postponed until next week, as Connor needed time to introduce this novel subject to all students. Trust me, this course will exceed your expectations. Snape pursed his lips, retorting, Indeed. It is quite beyond my expectations, resembling some strange and clumsy dance. Dumbledore, understanding Snape's implications, chose not to contest, gently shaking his head. It is truly worth studying. The knowledge within that textbook is remarkably practical. Additionally, I recall there exists a beginner's guide to martial arts, nutritional supplements, which discusses potion concoction, revealing that the final states of these potions diverge from our current understanding. Is that so? Snape's expression shifted to one of contemplation. It seemed more akin to a cookbook. Perhaps the house elves would take a liking to that textbook. That is merely a portion, Dumbledore corrected. Perhaps I perused it more thoroughly during my review. There exists a potion-making technique known as Jadon, which allows for the concentration of potions into thumb-sized pellets post-completion. This form is more suitable for transport, consumption, and preservation, representing an unprecedented and innovative method. As Snape turned to exit the headmaster's office, he remarked, Well, I seem to be starting to look forward to Professor Connor's inaugural martial arts lesson. Dumbledore carefully placed the beginner's guide to martial arts into his drawer, intending to delve deeper into its contents at a later time. Presently, Connor had transformed from a source of concern into a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. He needed to focus on how best to address the peculiarities surrounding Quirinus Quirrell. Since Quirrell's return from the Black Forest of Albania, he had exhibited increasingly erratic behavior. It was entirely out of character for him to voluntarily apply for a transfer to the still recruiting Defense Against the Dark Arts Department. Quirrell had always been a timid and cautious wizard, perfectly suited for the Muggle study subject. Perhaps a probe was in order. Dumbledore retrieved a copy of the Daily Prophet from another drawer, featuring a report on the theft at Gringotts. He moved to the bookshelf and tapped one of its compartments with his wand. The compartment gradually vanished, revealing a crystalline red gem within. This gem, known as the Philosopher's Stone, was an immensely powerful alchemical artifact with boundless applications. Not only could it turn stone to gold, but it could also produce the elixir of life. The stone's creator, Nicholas Flamel, was a dear friend and a legendary alchemist who had lived for 6 centuries. Thanks to the stone, Dumbledore had received intelligence that a goblin had gone missing from Gringotts, with the location of the disappearance being none other than the Black Forest of Albania. This forest had long been the subject of a legend, claiming that Voldemort did not perish when he fell but instead lurked within its depths. Consequently, after conferring with Nicholas Flamel, Dumbledore decided to relocate the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts for safekeeping. On the very day of its transfer, Gringotts experienced a theft, prompting him to connect the recent incidents there. Furthermore, Quirrell had, during the summer, ventured into the Black Forest of Albania. Perhaps these 3 events were intertwined. Returning to his desk, Dumbledore extracted a sheet of paper and inscribed several words. Voldemort, Black Forest of Albania, the missing goblin, Gringotts theft, Philosopher's Stone, elixir of life, Quirinus Quirrell. He drew a line connecting Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, marking it with a question mark. Snape had mentioned Quirrell's aimless wandering within the castle. Such behavior was uncharacteristic for him. He also linked the words Voldemort, the missing goblin, and the Philosopher's Stone together. Voldemort still lived and encountered a vacationing goblin, thereby learning of the stone's whereabouts. Did he seek resurrection? Quirrell had also visited Albania, Dumbledore drew 2 more lines, connecting Voldemort, Quirrell, and the Black Forest of Albania. The intricate web of connections began to materialize on the paper, and he had roughly deduced the causal relationships among these occurrences. Of course, this was but a bold hypothesis, and careful verification was essential. His remarks at the opening feast had served as a trial, for the 4th floor currently harbored no tangible evidence. Now, a suspect had emerged. Thus, the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor required genuine arrangements worthy of a forbidden zone. Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone beneath Quirrell's name, whispering to himself, "I sincerely hope you have not strayed from the right path. A splendid day commences with a delectable breakfast. However, one must first eliminate the option of a traditional English breakfast. To be fair, Hogwarts does boast a commendable breakfast selection. With the aid of magic, Connor could discern that the ingredients used were remarkably fresh. Yet, it was still an English breakfast. Porridge, buttered toast, fried eggs, sautéed meats, and milk were arrayed upon the long table, creating a grand spectacle. In addition to these standard offerings, there were also numerous servings of pickled herring. Yes, the kind from a tin. The preparation of pickled herring is not particularly complex. Cleaned herring is mixed with sour cream and light cream, along with chopped onions, black peppercorns, and diced apples, and left to marinate for 4 hours before serving. According to Flitwick, if a teacher has morning classes and feels somewhat lethargic, this pickled herring serves as the ideal remedy to awaken the mind. With this notion in mind, Connor resolved to personally sample this invigorating dish of pickled herring. Pickled herring. He spoke softly to his plate, gazing at a piece of seemingly uncooked, pallid fish. He scooped a small morsel with a spoon and placed it in his mouth. With just that single bite, he immediately comprehended why Flivvy had proclaimed this dish to be invigorating. The first sensation that flooded his nostrils was the lingering briny aroma of the sea, not entirely purged, followed closely by the pungent tang of sour cream, creating an experience that was both sour and fishy. As he swallowed a bite of pickled herring, the amalgamation of fishy and sour flavors felt as though a spoon were stirring incessantly in his mind. This was not merely a refreshing effect. It felt akin to the potential for instantaneous demise followed by rapid rebirth. Herring, a common marine fish, is known as qingyu in China. Although there are methods in China to prepare qingyu as salted fish, such practices are not as crude and straightforward as simply pickling it and serving it. However, cleaning the fish and adding a few seasonings before presenting it on the table perfectly aligns with the English culinary tradition that values simplicity and authenticity. Kono rinsed his mouth with several gulps of milk, finally banishing the taste from his palate. He took a deep breath and addressed Flivvy. "Professor Flivvy, could you assist me in summoning a house elf? I have some tasks I wish to assign." Flivvy clapped his hands and remarked, "This method is quite simple. Any teacher in the school can summon a house elf by simply clapping and calling out house elf, and they will appear." No sooner had he spoken than the house elf named Labby from yesterday materialized, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. "Apologies. Is there something we have failed to do?" Kono shook his head. "Labby, if I provide you with a recipe, will you be able to prepare the herring accordingly? Or must any changes to the school menu receive the principal's approval?" Labby's eyes sparkled with delight. "You know my name. This is the first time a professor has accurately called me by name. What manner of cooking do you desire? I shall ensure your wishes are fulfilled. I would never let the esteemed sir down." Kono found Labby's manner of speaking somewhat overwhelming. He briefly explained the methods for braising and dry frying to Labby, instructing him to prepare the herring using both techniques. While Labby busied himself with the cooking, Flivvy curiously inquired, "Kono, how did you come to know that house elf's name? Isn't it easy to recognize?" Kono took a sip of milk. "The house elf that apologized yesterday is easily identifiable. Its nose length, ear width, and eye size make it quite distinguishable. Easily identifiable." Flivvy choked momentarily, chuckling awkwardly. To notice such minute details is truly impressive. Kono's good mood had nearly been depleted by the pickled herring. He now hoped Labby would diligently adhere to the methods for dry frying and braising, giving the herring a remarkable transformation. Before long, 2 golden plates appeared before him, showcasing 2 distinct herring dishes. One featured a glossy red sauce glistening on the fish's surface, steam rising invitingly from it. The other was adorned with a scattering of green and red peppers, its vibrant red oil underneath enticingly visible, causing his mouth to water. Most importantly, the aromatic allure of both dishes overpowered the sense of breakfast. Flivvy, gazing at the 2 herring preparations, expressed curiosity. "Kono, what distinguishes these 2 dishes? They appear quite similar to me." Kono smiled faintly and pointed to the dishes. "The one with only oil beneath is the dry-fried herring, the other, with a sauce, is the braised herring. Observe, the braised herring features a single-cut pattern, allowing it to maintain its form and essence during frying, emphasizing tenderness and freshness. The dry-fried herring, on the other hand, showcases a cross-cut pattern, ensuring the fish is thoroughly cooked, allowing it to absorb the broth and create a rich, flavorful dish. Sounds delightful, Flivvy said. His eyes fixated on the two plates, his nose twitching in anticipation. I wonder how many bones there are. Despite his efforts to conceal his curiosity, Kono noticed Flivvy's Adam's apple bobbing. He took up his knife and fork, portioning out pieces of fish onto Flivvy's plate. Give it a taste, you'll understand what I mean. Labby had already removed the bones, so there was no need for concern. Magic proves to be a marvelous tool, capable of eliminating bones and fish spines without compromising the texture or integrity of the meat. Flivvy nodded appreciatively as he scooped a piece of fish with his spoon. Upon his first refusal of the fish, his eyes shone like light bulbs, sparkling with excitement. He nodded eagerly, yes, yes. I can truly sense the tenderness and freshness you spoke of. By Merlin's beard, how is such a level of excellence achieved? What is this magic called braised? Why is it so extraordinary? I have never regarded herring as this exquisite. No, it has been far too long since I have experienced such joy in eating. The renowned couple, Newt and his wife, had previously lauded Kono's soup dumplings, so Flivvy's enthusiastic praises no longer struck him as novel. Yet, his mind remained earnest, diligently absorbing the faith energy emanating from Flivvy. However, the cracks in his cultivation core were numerous. Since arriving in the magical realm, although he occasionally received replenishments of faith energy, the core's appearance remained precariously close to shattering. After finishing breakfast, Kono was finally ready to embark on his first day of life in the castle. The students began to exit the hall, gathering their textbooks and heading towards their respective classrooms, preparing to embrace the first lesson of the new academic year. Kono took out his class schedule, preparing to select a classroom nearby for observation. After filtering through the options, he found that the potions classroom located in the basement of the castle perfectly met his criteria. Not only was it close to the Great Hall, but it was also a class for first-year students. He was eager to see how Professor Snape, with his prominent hawkish nose, would leave a lasting impression on the newcomers. Upon entering the potions classroom, Kono could distinctly sense that both the temperature and atmosphere were significantly colder than in the Great Hall. The classroom was spacious, filled with wooden shelves leaned against the walls, and student desks cluttered with cauldrons, making it feel somewhat cramped. These shelves displayed rows of enormous glass jars, each containing peculiar specimens. Among these specimens were various embryos and internal organs, each unique, yet all shared the commonality of being submerged in a murky preservative potion. The specimens floated and sank erratically within the potion, creating an eerie spectacle in conjunction with the naturally cold ambience of the underground classroom. As Kono stepped into the classroom, the first-year students, who had previously been huddled together, suddenly straightened up, turning towards him like sunflowers following the sun. He settled into an empty seat and waved at the students who were gazing at him, saying, "Just pretend I am not here. I am merely here to observe your class." A girl with rosy cheeks and two golden braids, sitting closest to him, leaned in to ask, "Professor Kono, when will your class start? I didn't see it on the first week schedule. I really want to learn that blessing magic. It's so creepy here. I'm a bit scared." Kono recognized the girl as Hannah Abbott, the first to be sorted into Hufflepuff during the sorting ceremony. "I probably won't be teaching until next week," Kono replied softly, glancing at the classroom entrance. "If you wish to learn blessing magic, it may take a while. It's not an easy skill to master." This was a splendid opportunity to gather a following, while Snape had yet to enter the classroom. He encouraged the trembling newcomers to hold hands and huddle closer together, providing them with a comforting boost. He glanced at his magical watch, and just as the clock struck 9, the classroom door was violently swung open with a resounding bang. The abrupt noise startled all the first-year students, drawing their attention to Snape, who appeared in his flowing black robe that seemed identical to the one he wore yesterday. As he walked to the podium, his robe billowed like a bat gliding through the air. Standing at the front, Snape clasped his fingers together and coldly declared, "Attendance will now be taken. Let us hope there are no fools arriving late on the first day of class." Kono began jotting down the procedure that Snape had just demonstrated in his notebook, contemplating how he might improve it. The dramatic entrance, slamming the door, effectively captured the students' attention, while Snape's distinctive mannerisms and attire served to intimidate them. As for the attendance taking, Kono decided it was best to eliminate that aspect from the process altogether. Addressing an entire school's worth of students would certainly take more than half an hour. Snape picked up the attendance roster and began calling out names. After all the first-year students had responded, Kono caught a brief exchange of glances with him. Snape's expression suddenly shifted, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Following that, Snape cleared his throat and inquired, "Professor Kono, may I ask why you are here?" Seated at a student's desk, Kono rested his chin on his hand and smiled slightly. "I am here to admire Professor Snape's prowess and observe your teaching techniques. I saw you visit the Headmaster's office last night. He must have mentioned my presence to you. If I am an inconvenience, I can leave." The first-year students collectively turned to him, their eyes pleading, as if they wished for him to remain, not one to disregard a friendly face. Snape let out a cold huff and shifted his focus back to the timid students, who had begun to shrink back again. "Let us dismiss any distractions and formally commence today's lesson. First, I must correct a common misconception. Magic is not merely the mindless waving of wands. That is far too simplistic. You are here to learn the art of potion making, a subject that demands immense talent, patience, and memory. In truth, I do not expect any of you to possess significant potion-making aptitude. What you must do now is focus. Listen intently. Rigorously adhere to every step I inscribe on the blackboard. Etch every word I utter into your minds. Only then may you learn how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death." Kono diligently transcribed Snape's flawless opening remarks into his notebook. Given Snape's earlier demeanor, he knew it was unwise to raise his hand and request a repeat of that statement. Aside from the sound of Kono's pen scratching against the paper, the potions classroom fell into a profound silence, the first-year students utterly captivated by Snape's commanding introduction. In less than 10 minutes since Snape entered the classroom, he had established an undeniably authoritative presence among the students. However, Kono could keenly observe that Snape did not seem to relish the teaching profession. He appeared to prefer imposing his knowledge of potions directly into the students' minds. This impression stemmed from his conversations with Flitwick, where Flitwick's eyes would gleam with excitement at the mere mention of student anecdotes. In contrast, Snape's eyes were filled with indifference and emptiness, resembling two endless dark tunnels. Overall, Kono gleaned a wealth of valuable insights from Snape's inaugural lesson. For instance, creating a dramatic entrance to capture attention, employing theatrical movements to establish an imposing persona, and delivering a captivatingly intimidating introduction to astonish the students. The potions class for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had only just begun the potion-making segment, and Kono was not keen on lingering in such a chilling environment for too long. Seizing the moment while Snape was occupied in the adjacent office with the lesson materials, Kono waved goodbye to the first-year students and exited the potions classroom. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Kono was about to experience his first weekend at Hogwarts. He had made the most of his week, exploring various floors and classrooms, immersing himself in a diverse array of teaching methods, and reaping substantial rewards. Severus Snape, the potions professor, was a singular figure. His classes were notoriously arduous. It could be said that aside from the Slytherin students, the experiences of the other three houses in Snape's classroom could be likened to those of prisoners languishing in Azkaban. This atmosphere had its advantages, however. The students were remarkably obedient, diligently engrossed in brewing potions throughout the lesson, with scarcely a whisper exchanged among them. As the head of Slytherin House, Snape not only exhibits favoritism towards his own house, but displays an even harsher demeanor towards Gryffindor than towards Hufflepuff. A simple illustration of this can be seen whenever a Slytherin student earns points. It invariably coincides with a deduction of points from a Gryffindor student. Particularly, the new Gryffindor student, Harry Potter, faced the brunt of Snape's disdain during the potions class on Friday, where Snape posed several advanced questions, resulting in yet another loss of points for Gryffindor. In response, Connor could only acknowledge Snape's expertise. Naturally, such behavior from Snape does not escape the notice of other faculty members, who rarely engage him in conversation outside of necessary professional exchanges. However, for every teacher as cold and detached as Snape, there are others like Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, who embody warmth and friendliness. Flitwick, having been introduced to Connor by Dumbledore at the beginning of the term, quickly formed a bond with him, often taking the initiative to explain various aspects of Hogwarts. Professor Sprout, with her rosy complexion and ever-present smile, is an exceedingly amiable witch. On a Monday afternoon, Connor attended a herbology class shared by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. At the end of the lesson, Sprout gifted him several pots of magical lavender, suggesting he place them in his bedroom. The lavender, with its subtle fragrance, possesses a calming magic that promotes restful sleep. Sprout's extensive knowledge in herbology makes her akin to a living encyclopedia on the subject, and Connor finds a great deal of common ground with her. Whenever he encounters herbs he does not understand, he eagerly seeks her guidance in the greenhouse. where she generously shares the properties and effects of various magical plants. Not all subjects at Hogwarts are equally engaging, however. Professor Binns, the sole ghost teacher and the longest-serving faculty member at Hogwarts, teaches history of magic in a manner that is decidedly uninspiring, despite the rich history of the subject, including the Goblin Rebellions and significant events like the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Binns delivers his lectures with an emotionless monotone, rendering even the most fascinating topics utterly lifeless. Connor suspects that Binns has remained at Hogwarts since its founding solely because he is a ghost, thus incurring no salary costs. Indeed, a rather economical arrangement. Then there is Professor Trelawney, who teaches divination from the castle's highest tower and is also not particularly easy to interact with. Trelawney, with her gaunt frame and oversized glasses that make her eyes appear unnaturally prominent, adorns herself with a plethora of jewelry, her untamed hair adding to her eccentricity, qualities that certainly align with her role as a divination instructor. Upon observing the myriad of necklaces around her neck and the multitude of bangles and rings on her arms, Connor briefly worries that her decorations might overwhelm her frail form. However, all apprehensions dissipate when Trelawney greets him with her soft, ethereal voice. He recalls vividly how during their divination class on Tuesday, she grasped his hand and exclaimed, "Professor Connor, how terrifying! Why do you still exist in this world? I see a void upon your brow, and shadows from beyond, from a realm that does not belong to this world. You should not be here." Connor's face darkened at this peculiar greeting, as it was the first time someone had addressed him as if he were already deceased. Later, at a gathering on Friday evening, he recounted this encounter to Flitwick and Sprout, who both erupted in laughter. Flitwick, while clearing spilled tea from the table with his wand, offered reassurance. "We have heard similar tales from students before. Do not take it to heart. You are in far better shape than anyone else and will come to no harm." Sprout nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Professor Trelawney often predicts death for new faces. However, I must admit, it's the first time she has spoken such words to a teacher." Flitwick patted Connor on the shoulder, encouraging him not to dwell on it, suggesting that Trelawney mistook him for a student due to the long absence of young teachers at Hogwarts. Sprout sighed, lamenting the solitary presence of Snape as the only young instructor, remarking on his unapproachable nature. "When I visit the common room, I often hear complaints from students who, despite their innocence, find themselves losing points to Snape's whims." Flitwick concurred, "My students are generally well-behaved, yet they too occasionally lose points over minor mistakes." Connor stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering, if he can deduct points from other houses at will, why not reclaim them from Slytherin's students? What is there to fret about? Flitwick shook his head, explaining that such an approach would only exacerbate tensions among the four houses. "Indeed," Sprout added, "the situation among the houses has grown exceedingly strained due to the Dark Lord's influence, with Slytherin nearly isolated from the others." Flitwick reminisced about the days when Dumbledore taught defense against the dark arts, recalling how harmonious the inter-house relationships once were. "Ah, those were the days," Sprout gently interrupted, "Phileas, let us not dwell on such heavy matters." She then turned to Connor, inquiring about his preparations for his first class. As the new students had been eagerly discussing it for a week, Connor placed a large pot on the table and lifted the lid, releasing a delightful aroma of scallions and sesame oil that filled the room, familiar with both Flitwick and Sprout. He saw this weekend gathering as a perfect opportunity to indulge in camaraderie without the burden of lesson preparations. Wiping his hands dry, he exhaled a satisfied sigh, almost ready. "I tested Professor Flitwick's magical curtain earlier today, and it works splendidly. It seems that in a castle that has stood for a millennium, all the dining ware is fashioned from gold." He used a slotted spoon to serve dumplings from the pot onto plates, presenting them to the professors. "Please, try this. These are Chinese dumplings. They will differ from what you might expect. House elf, Dobby." He clapped his hands, summoning the only house elf he had encountered at Hogwarts. Upon appearing, Dobby executed a deep bow, his nose nearly touching the ground. "Professor Connor, how may I assist you?" Connor handed Dobby a plate of dumplings along with a recipe, instructing, "Please taste this, and then try to replicate the flavor according to the recipe I've written. Can you manage that?" Rabbi straightened up, carefully balancing the tray, as a recipe fluttered around him like a bird, assuring the successful completion of the task. "We shall not disappoint you." By the time Rabbi departed, the two professors had already begun savoring the dumplings. A sheet of paper whirled around Flitwick like a fan, continually dispersing the steam rising from 2 plates of dumplings. On his spoon rested half a dumpling, from which fragrant steam wafted, emanating from the green-orange filling, delightful. "Kono, I feel that our friendship will continue." My robe will soon become snug. Who would have thought you were such a culinary maestro? Sprout squinted, steam escaping from her lips. Is this the dumpling made with chives and salmon? The chives Sprout referred to were actually a common ingredient in Kono's previous life. Wizards would soak chives in alcohol to create a tincture, adding them to a cauldron along with other ingredients to brew a potion capable of alleviating nausea. The scent of chives is rather distinctive, and Sprout was initially astonished to learn that this herb was edible and quite palatable. The Black Lake is home to various fish. Yet the mackerel that pairs best with chives is nowhere to be found here. Thus, Kono substituted salmon, which, after being deboned and mixed with minced chives, though slightly inferior in flavor, still constituted a delightful dish. Previously, he had to make do with limited resources. But with the vast treasures of the Black Lake and Forbidden Forest at hand, there was no reason not to take full advantage. Moreover, with his improving relationship with Sprout, the greenhouse could also be utilized, creating a bright path free from concerns of scarcity. Kono retrieved a suitably sized wand from his martial arts pouch and picked up a salmon chive dumpling. I must thank you, Professor Sprout, for helping me cultivate the vegetables. It is your expertise that has allowed the chives to flourish so splendidly. Flitwick glanced curiously at Kono's wand. If I am not mistaken, that is indeed a wand, correct? Kono chuckled. As a wizard, one should never confine the imagination. A wand ought to illuminate a multitude of realms, should it not? Flitwick's expression turned serious, indeed. A wizard cannot afford to lack imagination. Kono, your creativity is the most wondrous I have encountered among wizards. He pointed at the paper still spinning. To cool in such a gentle manner. Had you not inspired me, I would never have devised the fan charm. Kono found it amusing. These wizards had likely been detached from the ordinary world for too long, rendering what he deemed commonplace as extraordinary to them. Just as he explained the principles of a fan using the floating and rotating charms, Flitwick immediately concocted such a spell. Wizards can directly strip temperature from objects using magic, but this method is rather crude, reducing temperature to zero. Thus, few wizards employ it. The fan charm emerged from Kono's suggestion, employing scientific principles for cooling. And Flitwick even submitted a patent application to the Ministry of Magic, ensuring that more wizards would learn this spell in the future. In a display of generosity, Flitwick included Kono's name as a co-inventor on the patent application, ensuring that Kono would receive half of any future profits. Before long, the three had polished off an entire pot of dumplings, and the cleanup for wizards was considerably simpler. Flitwick utilized a cleaning charm, causing the grease on the large pot and plates to vanish at a visibly rapid pace, a marvel to behold. This was also something Kono was currently studying. Practical magic offers no shortcuts. Without correctly pronouncing the incantations, one cannot achieve the desired effects. In contrast, aggressive spells, be they jinxes, hexes, or curses, are far simpler. And Kono could easily substitute them with his fists. The visceral impact of a punch surpasses any form of attack magic. Once the professors departed, Kono resumed his usual routine, retreating to the top of the tower to absorb the moonlight. From this vantage point, he could see Dumbledore's office in the distance, its lights still aglow, while a phoenix danced above him, twirling in harmony with Dumbledore. Dumbledore had been practicing basic light-footed steps, and though still somewhat stiff, he had shed his former clumsiness. Kono couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of such a remarkable individual. Despite being hailed as the greatest wizard of his time, he approached new studies with such humility. Naturally, Dumbledore maintained his own dedication to martial arts, for he would not persist with his daily exercises if he did not believe in their merit, even when physical progress seemed negligible. Now, everything was in place, and Kono lacked only a sufficiently impressive teaching demonstration. After days of observation and study, he resolved that his first lesson must commence with a spectacular opening, akin to Snape's renowned style. Hogwarts remained quiet at night, and as he strolled through the ancient castle, leaping between the moving staircases, there was an unusual charm to the experience. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a shadow darted past him at the end of a corridor. Come here. Ha. Look. Your cat is so famished it hasn't made a sound. The figure's voice rang out, piercing yet ethereal. Peeves. For heaven's sake. Put down Mrs. Norris. Came the breathless response of another voice. Kono took 2 swift strides to the corridor's end, just in time to see Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, hunched over and desperately pursuing the shadow. Filch, the so-called caretaker, was essentially a handyman, available for any cleaning chores or assistance with transporting textbooks. However, afflicted by rheumatism and not particularly appealing in appearance, he was often bypassed for favors, unlike professors such as Flitwick. Kono had exchanged few words with the caretaker, and his impressions largely stemmed from Fred and George, as well as his observations over the past week. The twins frequently recounted Filch's shortcomings during their conversations on the train, highlighting his disdain for students at Hogwarts. According to George, this animosity stemmed from Filch's inability to perform magic, despite being able to perceive the wonders of the magical world. This placed him in a natural state of opposition to those who could learn magic. As the twins put it, Filch is simply envious. He envies our ability to summon a bath with a mere flick of our wands, while he must brave his rheumatism to draw water from the lake. Kono shared a similarly unfavorable view of the man, having witnessed Filch several times accosting chatting students, roaring accusations of their supposed conspiracies to breach school rules. The sounds of pursuit faded into the distance, suggesting Filch was chasing the shadow elsewhere. However, it was not long before a sudden, sharp, and ethereal voice pierced the air beside him. Aha! A new professor. Young one, do you know where I am? With each segment of the voice, it emanated from different directions. Had such an occurrence transpired in a previous life, Kono might have instinctively reached for a tome of Marxism-Leninism to attempt to counteract the disembodied sound with materialist philosophy. Yet now, he possessed an alternative approach. If you can guess where I am, I shall reward you with candy. I know you. Fred and the others have been mentioning you frequently. Is there anyone more intriguing than me? I must see. Before the voice could finish, Kono, with his eyes tightly shut, leaped forward, grasping at the void, suddenly feeling a tangible form in his grip. So, am I amusing enough? It asked with a smile. A dwarf dressed as a jester materialized in his grasp. And Kono realized he was clutching the creature's neck. It was Peeves, the poltergeist, the only one with such a palpable presence. Peeves had existed in Hogwarts for nearly as long as the ghost of Professor Binns, but unlike the other spirits within the castle, he was not a remnant of a deceased being. This peculiarity was revealed to Kono by Newt, who was curious about how Kono could use the Book of the Dead to disperse the Dementors dwelling in the lower levels. Both Dementors and Peeves shared similarities as entities transcending life and death. Devoid of a concept of mortality, they proved difficult to eradicate with magic. Kono's Book of the Dead, akin to the Patronus charm, seemed to affect Dementors, and it appeared even more potent, as evidenced by the group of wandless Azkaban prisoners who could drive away Dementors using the same text. Thus, would the Book of the Dead also hold sway over Peeves? This mischievous spirit? Why do you look so serious? I am merely a passing poltergeist. Peeves, sensing Kono's dark amusement, grasped his wrists, attempting to struggle free. You're quite chilly. Kono was astonished to find that the hands gripping him emitted an icy sensation, momentarily evoking the image of an air conditioning unit. Chilly? I can be even colder. Peeves, perhaps mistaking Kono's surprise for fear, grinned wickedly, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Ah, quite impressive. This could serve as a refrigerator. Kono was further astonished to discover that Peeves radiated an intense cold. The chill enveloped him from all sides, as if attempting to freeze him solid. Such remarkable cooling capabilities seemed a waste if not harnessed for refrigeration. As a modern individual, Kono preferred the convenience of foolproof machines that required no intellectual effort, operating solely on their inherent logic. This poltergeist, however, appeared to offer a similar effect, even surpassing it. Ah, so cold. Too cold. If it gets any colder, I might have to let go. Kono controlled his blood circulation and pores, conjuring a sensation akin to frostbite, yet his grip on Peeves' neck remained firm. Haha, have you come to realize my prowess? I am the most entertaining being at Hogwarts. Fred and the others will surely be disappointed to see you like this. The chilling aura emanating from Peeves intensified, and crystalline water vapor began to swirl in the air like snowflakes, an astonishing spectacle. Observing this scene, Kono mused. It appears we have reached freezing point. What if we could raise the temperature? Would it not serve both as a refrigerator and an oven? He began to grit his teeth, his voice trembling as he exclaimed. So cold, but I seem to be adapting. If it were a bit warmer, would I not boil like water? The glimmer in Peeves' eyes intensified, the pale halo surrounding him morphing from white to pink, then orange, and finally to a scorching red. Kono could distinctly feel the air around him growing hot, the water vapor crystals rapidly melting, even beginning to bubble. Excellent. Kono's expression suddenly returned to normal. Peeves, would you care to become my appliance? An AI-controlled dual-function temperature-regulating refrigerator oven? Peeves' expression shifted dramatically as he finally sensed something amiss. His once resounding voice diminished to a whisper. What are you talking about? A what oven? You need not comprehend that term, Kono replied with a slight smile. Peeves, I hold you in high regard. Would you consider assisting me? You wish to command me. I shall not allow you teachers to order me around. Let me go, or I shall scream. Peeves protested, yet his hands showed no genuine effort to escape, nor did he continue to emit extreme temperatures. Such demeanor suggested a contradiction between his words and actions. Perhaps a touch of additional persuasion was warranted, such as the Book of the Dead. Dementors could be seen as aggregations of all things vile in the world. And the Book of the Dead, embodying pure positive energy, stood in stark opposition to the entirely negative essence of Dementors. It is said that righteousness prevails over evil. Hence, Dementors could be subdued by the Book of the Dead. Those prisoners merely needed to sincerely chant the text to ensure that Dementors would not continue to torment them. The Book of the Dead also possessed the power to cleanse the soul, allowing those prisoners, upon their eventual release, to emerge less tainted by darkness, making it unlikely for them to return to incarceration. Kono had verified all of this during his time in Azkaban. Thus, he could now test whether the cleansing effect of the Book of the Dead would also be effective on a mischievous spirit like Peeves. He began to chant the Book of the Dead in his mind, his tone softening. I do not command you. I invite you. I can see the hidden qualities within you, remarkable attributes. Referring to the ability to both cool and heat, showcasing versatility that could be further developed, upper half as an oven, lower half as a refrigerator. The pallid halo surrounding Peeves began to transform, softening into a warmth akin to sunlight. Furthermore, the section of his neck Kono was gripping ceased to be frigid, gradually warming instead. At this moment, Kono could genuinely ascertain why Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had given rise to such mischievous spirits. Magic is wondrous. When numerous young witches and wizards gather to learn and reside together within the castle, a qualitative change inevitably arises from quantitative accumulation. As students, they are bound to experience a myriad of emotions in their daily lives, and these emotions coalesce to form Peeves. Peeves symbolizes the negative emotions of the majority of Hogwarts students. They often worry about whether their voices are loud enough when communicating with others, fearing they might not be heard. Thus, Peeves possesses a loud, piercing voice, ensuring that all are aware of his presence. Students fret over being overlooked, struggling with how to capture the attention of their teachers and peers. The arrival of Peeves is invariably accompanied by a plethora of mischievous antics. Whether he wields chalk or branches to tease others, or tosses water balloons for amusement, students often harbor a disdain for the wandering school administrators, as these figures perpetually seek to impose various restrictions on student behavior. Consequently, Peeves harbors a particular aversion towards each successive school administrator, directing his most malevolent intentions towards them. In essence, Peeves embodies the archetype of an extreme student, often resorting to actions that lack subtlety. However, as long as he emerges from the student body, what he craves most is one thing: recognition. Had Peeves not incessantly mentioned the mischievous twins, Connor would not have made this connection. Peeves frequently alludes to Fred and George, fearing that the emergence of a formidable new teacher like Connor might jeopardize their acknowledgement of him. Having discerned the root of Peeves' behavior, the next step is to gradually guide him towards sincere submission, transforming him into an AI-powered, dual-function temperature-regulating oven. Naturally, were it not for Peeves' unique existence, he would not wish to engage in reasoned discourse with a non-human entity. What have you done to me? Peeves' voice, previously grating, now sounds softer, his eerie grin becoming more benign. Connor refrains from answering directly, instead stating, "Look, you are unlike the ghosts within the castle. You are truly special. The most unique within these walls." "I am special?" Peeves blinks, his tone softening further. "Indeed. Consider your ability to move objects and to appear and vanish at will. Is that not extraordinary?" Connor counters, "When classes commence, why not join me in teaching? I shall provide you with a passage, and you can relay it to those students in need. Would that be agreeable?" This idea stems from a spark of inspiration from the ghost, Bins. Such entities have no need for monetary compensation, functioning as free labor. What an opportunity for exploitation. Teach? To those in need? Peeves' eyes brighten, resembling bulbs igniting with enthusiasm. Can I truly? I can be a teacher? Not merely a teacher. If the students take a liking to you, you may even attend feasts alongside them, Connor encourages. Consider the welcome feast. Did you not miss it? Connor had overheard the ghosts discussing their concerns about Peeves' disruptive behavior, which had prompted the blood-stained ghost, Barrow, to constrain Peeves' movements during significant events like the welcoming feast. "Attend a feast," Peeves exclaims, his voice elevated yet not grating. "I have longed to join a feast. I wish for students to gather around me." With the aid of the Buddhist scriptures, his jester-like appearance seemed less absurd and even exuded a certain earnestness. "Professor Connor, what shall you teach me? I can do it all. I shall be a good teacher." "Hoped." Connor beams, Now, remember the following passage. Let us also test your memory and intelligence. Peeves nods vigorously. No problem. I am Peeves. Of course, it is no issue. Connor exhales gently. Very well, let us begin. Thus have I heard. At one time, the Buddha was in the Tavatimsa heaven, teaching the Dharma to his mother. At that moment, in countless worlds, the negative emotions generated by students tend to persist, and without the Buddhist scriptures for prolonged evolution, Peeves would swiftly revert to a state of malevolence. By imparting the entirety of the Buddhist scriptures to Peeves, he could engage in daily self-purification, significantly easing the process. So, might this be considered deceiving a ghost into reciting scriptures? It seems rather amusing upon reflection. Observing Peeves, now resembling a small sun as he hums the Buddhist scriptures while floating away, Connor suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat incongruous with the ancient castle of Hogwarts. Yet, these are not matters for him to fret over, especially with Dumbledore as the headmaster. It seems even Dumbledore's demeanor is shifting. A master wizard practicing lightfootedness may soon find himself transitioning into a white-robed mage, akin to Gandalf, mastering both magic and martial prowess. As for a wand, if it could be made somewhat sturdier, it could indeed serve as an effective weapon for pressure points. No, Connor clenches his fists, resolutely deciding to strive for excellence. At the very least, he must grasp the fundamentals of domestic magic, envisioning the joy of cooking without the hassle of cleaning pots. As he leapt from the 5th floor to the 4th, he spotted a familiar figure. Though this figure appeared large, it exuded a secretive air, clutching a blood-soaked wooden barrel. Hagrid. Perhaps due to his earlier encounter with Peeves, Connor's playful spirit surged, and he lightly landed behind this figure before delivering a hearty slap on the back. Ouch! Hagrid exclaimed dramatically, nearly spilling the contents of the barrel. In that moment, Connor truly felt the robustness of the half-giant Hagrid. His earlier slap could have easily toppled a horse, yet landing upon Hagrid merely elicited a pained cry. Professor Connor, it's you. You nearly scared me to death. Hagrid's eyes, glimmering like shiny beetles, blinked rapidly. Why are you still awake at this hour? As he spoke, he hastily concealed the barrel behind him, his bright eyes fluttering even more. Connor found this amusing. Hagrid was evidently not adept at deception, as both his gaze and fidgeting revealed his secrets. Raw chicken and some magical creature's meat, appearing similar to that which is consumed by a niffler, wafted a distinct odor. Hagrid, you seem to be up to something dangerous. Those who consume such fare may not be easily trifled with, Connor remarked. Hagrid chuckled. Well, Professor, I merely happened to be passing by. Speaking of which, how did you know what nifflers eat? TSK, diverting the topic. Though Connor stood at an impressive height of 2 meters, facing Hagrid, a half-giant, he could only pat his own arms. Clearing his throat, he said, Hagrid, I have a good rapport with Newt. I often assist him in feeding the nifflers. By the way, my current residence is near Newt's estate. Newt? Newt's commander? Hagrid gasped. He is a celebrity. I've had so many questions for him. Alas, I never had the chance. His knowledge of magical creatures from his books was extensive, and his understanding was profound. It was truly remarkable. I would love to meet him. Such a possibility is not out of reach, Connor said with a twinkle in his eye, recalling that Newt would soon be sending collected niffler blood, providing an opportunity to introduce Hagrid to Newt. Though Hagrid is not the instructor for the care of magical creatures class, his passion for these wondrous beings is evident. Currently, Professor Kettleburn, who is responsible for teaching the course, has some mobility issues, so Hagrid often lends a helping hand, especially in managing the more perilous creatures. This is truly splendid. Hagrid clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement. However, the barrel behind him began to sway, and the scent of blood wafted through the air, prompting him to temper his enthusiasm. Kono, ever the sage, suggested gently, why not let me take a look at the creature you intend to feed? I can assess its health. Hagrid hesitated, but it is genuinely dangerous. You are a friend of Mr. Scamander, and I cannot risk your safety. Kono raised an eyebrow, sensing the earnest concern in Hagrid's words, which, despite their sincerity, hinted at ulterior motives. How would you rate the force of that slap I just gave you? Can any magical creature truly pose a threat to me? Besides, those erumpents would be mere delicacies in my hands. This was no idle boast. Had it not been for Scamander's intervention, the fate of that solitary erumpent would have been uncertain. Very well, since you are so insistent, let us proceed, Hagrid shrugged. But you should stay behind me. He lowered his voice, aware that certain matters should not be discussed in such a public venue. Hogwarts cannot afford any losses at this time. Hagrid's unguarded revelation of a secret concerning all of Hogwarts left Kono somewhat speechless, if careless were an adjective. Given Hagrid's imposing stature, one might say his naivety surpasses that of anyone else in the school. Try to speak less, Kono sighed. Some things are better left unsaid. You were fortunate to encounter someone as benevolent as I. Otherwise, those with ill intentions could easily take advantage of your openness. Hagrid's bright eyes glistened with moisture, and it was astonishing to witness tears from such a rugged half-giant. Professor Dumbledore once expressed similar concern for me. I never expected you would care so much as well. I am truly grateful. He wiped his tears away with a sweep of his arm and strode forward, carrying the barrel. Until they arrived at the forbidden area mentioned by Dumbledore, the corridor at the far right of the 4th floor. Hagrid cautiously surveyed the surroundings before producing a crooked, handmade bone flute. Wait, someone's coming. Kono squinted, brandishing his wand and casting a spell that sent several forceful bursts toward the end of the corridor. A series of perfectly round holes appeared in the wall, piercing through to the opposite side, releasing clouds of smoke. Meow meow, the sound of a cat echoed from the corridor's end, followed by several startled black cats leaping through the window. Galloping Gorgons. I have never witnessed such swift magic, Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment. Kono smiled slightly at the window, murmuring, it seems this school is even more fascinating than I imagined. However, such tricks can only deceive our Na'vi, Hagrid. Open the door, let me see this so-called dangerous creature you speak of. Kono's curiosity was piqued by the faint suspicion that perhaps the magical creature Hagrid was tending to could serve as the subject for his inaugural lesson. With a flourish, Hagrid produced a key, unlocking the door while puffing his cheeks and blowing into a handcrafted bone flute. The discordant notes echoed through the air, sharp and jarring, causing Kono to furrow his brow in confusion. What was this unexpected homage to the Sorting Hat? The sounds emitted from the flute were astoundingly shrill. In Kono's keen eye discerned that they were beyond the capabilities of carbon-based life forms to produce. Hagrid, shaking his head gently, continued to puff his cheeks as he ambled towards the door, the bone flute still in his grasp. Kono covered his ears, waiting patiently until Hagrid ceased his cacophony before stepping into the room. Professor Kono, please lock the door behind you, Hagrid whispered. After securing the door, Kono's gaze fell upon a colossal creature before him. This magnificent beast boasted 3 heads and was slightly smaller than a manticore, its back nearly brushing the ceiling. At present, all 3 heads were closed in slumber, their bodies gently rising and falling, seemingly undisturbed by the torturous sounds that had filled the air. How terrifying it was that such a creature could fall into a deep sleep amidst such a racket. Is this the Cerberus? Kono inquired. Hagrid lowered his voice to a whisper. Indeed, this is a 3-headed dog. I acquired it from a Greek merchant at a tavern. It's a rare magical creature, exceptionally obedient. With music, it can be soothed into slumber, just as it is now. The sheer size of the creature belied the soft sounds it made, and Kono struggled to filter out the noise to comprehend Hagrid's words. So it truly is not discerning. It can fall asleep to any tune, Kono mused, rubbing his forehead. He imagined the consequence if anyone dared to disturb it during its slumber with such a raucous instrument. They would surely find themselves in a state of eternal repose, attended to like royalty. Yes, Livy has always enjoyed listening to my bone flute, Hagrid beamed, his eyes alight with parental pride. At first, it was resistant, but eventually, it understood that it was the sound of its mother's flute. Kono felt a pang of sympathy for the creature named Livy. In a previous life, any parents who tormented their children with such ghastly tunes would likely face charges of child abuse. It was no wonder this 3-headed dog could so easily succumb to sleep. It had likely never encountered a proper melody. Yet, he had to concede that Livy perfectly fit the criteria for his first lesson, formidable and difficult to tame. As a being at the apex of the magical food chain, the 3-headed dog could easily rival dragons and manticores. Its hide was akin to that of a dragon or manticore, capable of withstanding most magical attacks, requiring the combined efforts of multiple wizards to penetrate its magical defenses. The 3 heads could each launch independent attacks, adding an element of unpredictability to its ferocity. Thankfully, being a rare magical creature, it posed little threat to ordinary individuals. Much like dragons and manticores. Hagrid, Kono said, gently tapping Hagrid's arm. Might we discuss a proposal? Hagrid placed a barrel in front of Livy and slowly retreated, opening the door. Professor, what do you wish to discuss? Could I borrow Livy for my class? I find myself in need of such a valiant magical creature for my first lesson. Hagrid hesitated. Professor Kono, though Livy appears docile in my care, it could easily cause accidents with the students. Kono blinked, but the headmaster has stated that I may seek any assistance within the castle to facilitate my first lesson. I have already enlisted Professors Flitwick and Sprout. You would be the third. Hagrid's face, hidden beneath a tangle of hair, flushed slightly. It is truly an honor to be your third helper? Kono raised an eyebrow. Is that not acceptable? I can ensure the student's safety, and the headmaster will be observing. With him present, can there be any mishaps? Hagrid seemed torn. However, if you intend to bring it to class, you must exploit Livy's weaknesses, thereby preventing it from guarding the school. Kono waved dismissively. Firstly, I do not require a sleeping three-headed dog. Secondly, I assure you that Livy's secret will remain confidential. I will employ my own methods to demonstrate the might of martial arts. At the very least, I must fulfill my responsibilities as an educator. Hagrid ground his teeth. Inhaling deeply, still conflicted. I trust in your abilities, Professor Kono, but one can never be too cautious. Kono softly asserted, next week, Newt will correspond with me, delivering some items. I shall include your letter in that correspondence. Hagrid quickly replied, of course. Livy will be more than happy to assist Professor Kono and will surely leave a lasting impression on your first lesson. On a Sunday morning, a prominently marked poster appeared on the notice board in the common rooms of the four houses. It contained details about the inaugural martial arts lesson, including the specific time and gathering location. Simultaneously, a new timetable was distributed among the students, incorporating a martial arts class into the existing curriculum. The newcomers were particularly thrilled, eager to witness Professor Kono wielding his formidable sword. Upperclassmen, too, were intrigued by this enigmatic Professor Kono. Although he had not taught throughout the week, he had made appearances in various classrooms, leaving an impression on the older students. The whispers among the freshmen about the mysterious disappearance of the giant squid from the Black Lake only deepened the intrigue. Not only the students, but even those most familiar with Kono, Professors Flitwick and Sprout, were eager to see how he would conduct his first lesson. As September unfolded, even the picturesque Scottish Highlands transitioned from vibrant brightness to a more somber hue. Though the rainfall in the Highlands was typically sparse, the sun was often obscured, leaving the atmosphere somewhat chilly. Fortuitously, Kono had chosen to commence his class on a Monday afternoon, coinciding with a sunny, breezy day. This ensured that the students would not face the peril of slipping on wet paths as they approached the delightful surprise awaiting them in his first lesson. As Snape observed the newly arrived students emerging from the castle ahead of schedule, he could not help but snort in disdain. These fellows, they dare to arrive early. The freshmen, still unfamiliar with the intricacies of Hogwarts Castle, often found themselves lost due to the sudden appearance of hidden passageways or the ever-shifting staircases, which hindered their search for classrooms. Consequently, the teachers advised the newcomers to prepare well in advance to avoid delays caused by getting lost. Snape not only issued reminders, but also enforced penalties to ingrain the lesson in their minds. Last week's tally was quite remarkable. Gryffindor House had already lost over 30 points, placing them at the bottom among the four houses. Yet, this group of students, who often sauntered into class at the last minute, surprisingly gathered on the lawn a full half-hour early for a martial arts lesson. If only Connor were aware of Snape's thoughts, he might have retorted, "You chose this, Professor Snape." The principle of treating others as one wishes to be treated seemed lost on Snape, who preferred to arrive fashionably late himself yet expected his students to be punctual. On this afternoon, the weather was splendid, perfect for an outdoor lesson. Dumbledore's voice floated from behind Snape. Squinting slightly, Snape turned to inquire in a low tone, "Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings you here?" With a gentle smile gracing his face, Dumbledore moved with an almost ethereal grace, his kindly features glowing with health. "Curiosity, of course. Are you not curious as well? Last Sunday, Pomona submitted a supplementary application to me. Severus, I presume you were delving into Connor's textbooks regarding the theory of Diagon? Have you made any progress?" Snape's cheeks twisted involuntarily. The complexity was even greater than he had anticipated. The theoretical aspects diverged significantly from potion making. In essence, while they might converge in outcomes, the paths to that convergence were still elusive to him. "Even you find it challenging?" Dumbledore asked, somewhat surprised, gazing into the distance. It seemed that curiosity about Connor extended beyond just the two of them. It was rare for the heads of the four houses to gather together. Having consulted with Dumbledore last week, Connor had afforded the faculty a rare moment of leisure during the work week, coincidentally blessed with good weather. They chose to stroll on the lawn and observe the unprecedented martial arts lesson that Connor had prepared. "Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Good afternoon, Pomona." "Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Good afternoon, Sylvanus. It seems your leg is giving you trouble." "Reparo." Sylvanus Kettleburn, the professor of care of magical creatures, shared Hagrid's peculiar fascination with dangerous magical beasts. However, unlike Hagrid, he was merely an ordinary wizard, having sacrificed a leg and an arm in pursuit of his passion. Oh, much better now. Sylvanus adjusted his wooden legs. Hagrid has taken a 2-day leave, apparently to visit his idol, Newt Scamander, so I've been quite worn out these past few days. Dumbledore nodded. I granted him a 2-day leave, though I am unaware of how he knows Scamander. He seemed to have overlooked Sylvanus' predicament. If there's anything needed during class, I would be more than willing to assist. No need. Sylvanus chuckled heartily. You, Headmaster Dumbledore, are far busier than I am. The lights in your office shine so brightly at night, like a morning star. Dumbledore was indeed the busiest among them. Flitwick and Sprout had also arrived. Dumbledore sniffed the air and detected a delightful sweetness, reminiscent of honey, emanating from Flitwick. Upon glancing at Flitwick, he noticed a few specks of white clinging to his beard, which contributed to the sweet aroma. Phileas, you have something on your beard. Flitwick, somewhat surprised, touched his beard and offered an embarrassed smile. My apologies. How terribly rude of me. Let me guess, this is food prepared by Connor? Dumbledore inquired with a smile. Indeed, Flitwick replied, carefully wiping his beard with a handkerchief. Connor had concocted a potion using seawater and several magical ingredients, resulting in a substance that solidified soy milk. He referred to the solidified soy milk as tofu brain. A rather gruesome name, yet it was delicious when paired with honey. I prefer to add some nuts for an even richer flavor, Sprout interjected. Paired with honey, you say? Dumbledore mused, gazing toward Connor's quarters. Was he the only one capable of such culinary feats? He was aware that Connor had not only observed various classes last week, but had also been teaching the house elves different cooking techniques. Though the students' menu had yet to be widely adopted, the faculty had already begun to enjoy a selection of distinctive dishes, like the dry-fried herring that had become a favorite among the teachers, a dish that had spread from Connor and Flitwick's influence. Flitwick nodded in affirmation. Thus far, yes. However, I have already shared the potion-making methods with the house elves, and I suspect they will learn quickly. Dumbledore felt a tinge of regret for not being able to savor this delectable creation combined with honey immediately. Yet, he quickly regained his spirits. Hogwarts house elves were undoubtedly the finest in all of England, and he was confident they would soon master the techniques Connor had imparted. A potion made from seawater? Is it solely for consumption? Snape stroked his chin thoughtfully. Professor Sprout, could you tell me how many magical ingredients he used? Just as Snape was inquiring about the preparation of the brine, a tabby cat suddenly transformed into a human figure among them. Good afternoon, Minerva. I did not expect to see you here. Dumbledore greeted with a smile. Good afternoon. McGonagall nodded slightly. Those little lions are always chattering about Connor. I had to come see for myself. I cannot allow that energetic bunch to become even more unruly. Minerva, you are far too strict with the Gryffindor students. Dumbledore chuckled once more. McGonagall sighed. Of course, they need to be reined in. Those little lions are far too full of energy. If left unchecked, they could blow the castle to bits. I can only imagine. Dumbledore remarked with a teasing smile. If it were the Weasley twins, they would undoubtedly declare, blow up the castle? We've never tried that. Snape, who had been deep in thought, felt his cheeks twitch slightly, while the teachers familiar with Fred and George erupted into jovial laughter. Why has Connor not yet arrived? Class is about to commence. Snape queried. Dumbledore turned to Flitwick and the others. You were closest to him. Do you know what Connor has prepared? Flitwick shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. Connor is a fascinating and enigmatic individual. He asked me for assistance in crafting a few alchemical trinkets, seemingly for use during class. I happen to know a bit more. Sprout cleared his throat lightly, holding a notebook in which he extolled Professor Snape's teaching methods. I surmised he would arrive punctually at 2 o'clock, seemingly prepared with segments and phrases designed to leave a lasting impression. A passage in the notebook was highlighted. Presumably a quote from Professor Snape. You can learn from me how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. Ahem. Flitwick coughed vigorously twice. Yet his tone was still laced with amusement. Oh, what a splendid opening. Even McGonagall, with her typically stern demeanor, appeared less rigid, her eyes narrowing slightly like a cat being stroked. Kettleburn laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. What an amusing fellow. Truly entertaining. A smile graced Dumbledore's face as he suddenly looked up at the sky, pointing at a small black dot, and said, It seems he has arrived. Professor Kono's gaze was fixed on the magical watch on his wrist. It would soon touch the ground, landing precisely on time. Observing the vast assembly of students below, He thought his decision was indeed sound. Only Snape's method could command their attention. But where was Professor Kono? Fred and George cupped their hands to their brows, scanning the surroundings, yet they could not spot Kono's figure. Could he be in the sky? I recall Ron mentioning that Professor Kono possessed a gigantic sword capable of flight. The two raised their heads simultaneously, spotting a shadow in the sky. Cool, they exclaimed in unison, shouting, "Look up. Professor Kono is in the air." The Gryffindor students were the first to react, quickly glancing skyward, noticing the ever-growing shadow. Hufflepuff students saw the Gryffindor lions looking up and followed suit. Soon, nearly the entire student body was gazing at the sky, their eyes fixed on the descending figure. Those two rascals. Kono had excellent hearing and naturally caught the twins' shouts. He released the flaming sword, plummeting toward the ground like a javelin. Where was Professor Kono's giant sword? Why hadn't he drawn his wand? Surely he would fly. Don't panic. Trust Professor Kono. Are you sure? He doesn't have a wand. An apparition is prohibited at school. It would be wise to contact Madame Pomfrey. Just as the students concluded that Kono seemed to lack anything and was about to crash to the ground in a heap, he executed a somersault, lightly tapping his toes on a blade of grass, landing gracefully. As the students exhaled in relief, a gigantic sword plummeted from the sky, embedding itself less than half an inch from Kono's side. Grass and dust flew, leaving both students and teachers bewildered. Indeed, it was an extraordinary entrance. Dumbledore gasped in surprise. "Severus, how would you rate this entrance?" Snape did not respond to Dumbledore's inquiry, but scowled at the distant Kono, saying he did not use magic. No recorded spells at all. A normal wizard cannot accomplish this, falling from such a height, without any magical protection, and emerging unscathed. Flitwick interjected. "Didn't Headmaster Dumbledore mention this before? It's a legacy from the Druids, quite distinct from our known magical system, especially since it has been lost for so long." Sprout added, "Kono's understanding of herbalism diverges from ours. For us, potions are medicinal. He transforms herbs into culinary delights." Such a simple act could ignite a discussion among the teachers, unbeknownst to Kono. He addressed the throng of students. "My surname is Kono, and you may call me Professor Kono." Kono. A few upperclassmen from Slytherin huddled together, whispering, "Have you heard of this surname? It doesn't sound like a pureblood family." A friendly reminder. "I can hear your whispers." Kono directed his gaze at the cluster of Slytherin students. "If you have questions, feel free to voice them publicly." The whispering upperclassmen fell silent. Kono continued, "Without further ado, let us commence today's lesson. First, I pose a question. Those books have been set aside for quite some time. Has anyone reviewed them? Or taken them out for casual reading? Can anyone summarize the patterns within?" The hands raised from Ravenclaw students were the most numerous, and Kono also noticed a girl named Hermione Granger from Gryffindor raising her hand. Ultimately, his gaze returned to Ravenclaw, pointing at a beautiful girl with East Asian features. "Zhang Qiu, would you care to answer?" Zhang Qiu spoke. "I believe martial arts seem distinct from the magic I understand. It appears it does not manifest externally but rather transforms the self, quite exceptionally." Kono was somewhat taken aback, not expecting a student in this magical school to encapsulate such a concept. It was indeed rare. Could it be talent or a lineage advantage? Well said. Ravenclaw gains 5 points. Understanding this concept is sufficient. I would assert that martial arts differ from all the magic you know. It cannot even be classified as a subject. It ought to be regarded as an entirely new domain, necessitating new terminology unique to this field, all of which is presented in the textbooks. At this moment, a discordant voice emerged from Slytherin, interrupting without raising a hand. "Hey, if it's dissimilar to our current magical system, why should we learn it?" A tall boy with rabbit-like incisors, malicious gray eyes, and a face marred by coarse freckles grinned widely, prompting laughter from his nearby peers. Kono had anticipated such a situation, even somewhat welcomed the emergence of a provocateur. He was certain that if he revealed his name, he would likely attract the attention of Slytherin's troublemakers. After observing for a week, he understood that the Slytherin students placed immense value on bloodlines, which alienated them from the other 3 houses. "I am not forcing you to learn," he winked. "You are Marcus Flint, correct? A 5th-year student preparing for the O.W.L. exams at the year's end. I recognize you, quite the standout. Are you wearing a wig now, or have you grown your hair back? I recall you igniting your hair during Professor Flitwick's class last week. Do you know what boiling milk looks like? I wonder if that fire-making spell has caused your brain to swell like boiling milk? A swollen brain might be beneficial for you. At least it would enhance your appearance, making it as formidable as your physique. Indeed, I do not particularly desire students like you in my class, for when it comes to examinations, your mind may ignite in flames. How then could you possibly focus on embracing this entirely new realm? In truth, you may take your leave now, for some things can indeed be contagious. I would not wish for a student who struggles with mere examinations to impart any undesirable traits upon others. Fred and George could not help but whistle in admiration. Cool. Typically, it is only Snape who targets other students in class, particularly those from Gryffindor. Now, suddenly, a Slytherin student finds himself subjected to a similar treatment by Connor. And the Gryffindor students are instantly stirred. The Hufflepuff students, however, displayed no overt reactions, their discussions primarily centered on the content of the textbook, engaging in conversations about the applications of various herbs. The Ravenclaw students seemed slightly more spirited, but their focus was on Connor, eager to demonstrate that Ravenclaw's intellect could fully embrace this new discipline. As for the Slytherin students, they appeared somewhat more subdued than before. Those standing beside Marcus Flint shifted a few paces away, wishing to avoid too much association with him. The concept of PUA, or CPU, not to be confused with the latter, is indeed a remarkably effective strategy, particularly when addressing these young wizards, who remain entrenched in the late 20th century and have yet to experience the explosion of information. Compared to the astute young minds of my previous life, these students from the magical school are considerably more naive and susceptible to the PUA tactics. Should Marcus Flint choose to leave, it would signify his lack of wit. Yet remaining would expose him to the ridicule of students from the other three houses, placing him in a most precarious position. Observing Marcus Flint's face flush with embarrassment, Connor shook his head slightly. The inspiration for the PUA tactics was gleaned from your headmaster, so if you truly wish to cast blame, direct it toward your own headmaster. As a relentless and devoted educator, Connor smiled and inquired, "Now then, does anyone else have questions? I shall answer them all with warmth and kindness." "No, no," the students exclaimed in unison. "Then let us proceed." Connor produced a cylindrical object resembling a tin can, which ascended while elongating into a 6-meter iron rod. With a soft rustle, a massive white cloth descended. This was an alchemical apparatus Connor had requested Flitwick to assist in creating. Operating on principles akin to those of a projector screen, a grand and remarkably detailed anatomical illustration emerged on the cloth, with various threads radiating from the lower abdomen, dispersing throughout the body's meridians. Connor instructed all students to sit cross-legged on the grass and asked, "Can you see the content on the screen? If so, raise your hands." In perfect unison, a row of arms shot up, including that of Marcus Flint. "Ah, Marcus Flint, your sacrifice is indeed worthwhile," Connor continued. "Now we shall commence our discussion with the concepts of inner strength, techniques, and mental practices." In the distance, Dumbledore gazed at the enormous magical screen, falling into contemplation. After a moment, he inquired, "What do you think?" "What do you mean?" snapped Snape, his gaze fixed on the group of Slytherin students, his expression less than amiable. "I find it quite commendable. To gather such a multitude of students and successfully organize them," McGonagall remarked, adjusting her glasses, clearly having noted the overall structure of the lesson. "That must be due to Professor Snape's exemplary demonstration, right?" Kettleburn chuckled heartily. "It seems I have not witnessed those little snakes falter in quite some time." Flitwick's voice rose in excitement as he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "This is my creation. It requires the combination of the magical screen spell, the seamless extension spell, the magical illumination spell, the scaling spell, and the fire and water resistant spell." He rapidly listed more than 10 everyday spells, his breath somewhat labored. This alchemical device was astoundingly clever. How to describe it? Were it not for Connor's design sketches, I could never have merged all these everyday spells, akin to his previous conception of the fan spell. "The fan spell?" Dumbledore inquired, intrigued. "What sort of magic is that?" "It involves the levitation charm and the rotation charm." Flitwick succinctly explained the principles and demonstrated with a leaf, adding, "Isn't it marvelous? If the magical energy is sufficiently potent, it could rival the wind vortex spell. The most crucial aspect is that while the wind vortex spell necessitates continuous casting, the fan spell requires no such effort and can maintain its effect indefinitely." Observing the leaf spinning and generating airflow, Dumbledore reflected on how, despite Connor's mere week in this castle, so many fascinating events had transpired. This was merely the beginning of the lesson, and he wondered what further surprises Connor would unveil in the time to come. Although his spirits were high for reasons unknown, a dull throb began to pulse at his temples. What could possibly be amiss? As Connor conveyed the entirety of the martial arts concept in his inaugural address, all participants experienced a nearly suffocating sensation. From Dumbledore's erudite perspective, martial arts as a subject seemed rather excessive, if Connor harbored such aspirations. He could easily establish an entirely new school based on the martial arts system. Martial arts encompasses more than just inner strength, techniques, and mental practices. It also necessitates the study of medicine, potion making, and dietary supplementation. The first three concepts form the broad framework of martial arts, resembling the most stable triangular structure. The subsequent three concepts serve as pillars within the triangle, fortifying the overall concept of martial arts. The breadth of martial arts is so vast that even 7 years at Hogwarts may only afford a rudimentary understanding, akin to the study of magic. What do you think? Severus? Dumbledore inquired. As headmaster, do you believe Slytherin students can grasp this? I do not believe so, Snape replied, his lips tightly pressed, as though possessed by McGonagall. In contrast, McGonagall appeared more relaxed, seemingly confident in Connor's teaching thus far. Snape continued, they have doubted Connor from the outset. I do not believe that will change. Is that so? Dumbledore nodded, noting Snape's evident confidence. Indeed. Meanwhile, Connor had completed his foundational concepts. This encapsulates the holistic idea of martial arts. Your expressions appear quite perplexed. In light of this, I shall grant you 3 minutes to select a representative from each house. Each representative may pose one question. Among the 4 houses, Ravenclaw and Slytherin exhibited the most composed reactions. Ravenclaw engaged in quiet, orderly discussions, seemingly accustomed to such extensive dialogues. Slytherin, on the other hand, had several students step forward, including Draco Malfoy, whom Connor had met on the train. They huddled together, whispering softly amongst themselves, leaving only Malfoy standing at the forefront. Rather than a discussion, the Hufflepuffs seemed to be exchanging opinions, encircling a tall and handsome young man at the center, continuously engaging in conversation around him. This slender, striking youth was Cedric Diggory, who appeared to be quite popular in Hufflepuff House. Last week during a break, Kono had witnessed at least 2 girls presenting Cedric with love letters. Gryffindor was the most chaotic, with several students vying for attention, and their method of resolving disputes was refreshingly straightforward. The Weasley twins produced several identical-looking candies, offering them to the final contenders. A handful of students simultaneously swallowed the candies, and apart from Fred, the rest turned pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Thus, Fred emerged victorious, becoming Gryffindor's representative, with representatives from the other houses also stepping forward just in time. Let us commence with the last place. Kono gestured towards Fred Weasley, asking, is there anything unclear regarding what I just mentioned? Fred glanced at the Gryffindor students behind him, inquiring, when can we fly? Just like after the start of term feast when you and Professor Dumbledore soared about. We wish to learn that. That is not flying, Kono corrected. It is a technique known as lightness, a skill that enables rapid movement and evasion using external aids, classified under the 3 fundamental concepts. Could you demonstrate it? Just how far can one move? Not only Fred's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, but the expressions of the Gryffindor students mirrored his anticipation. One question. There will be a demonstration later, allowing you to gain a fundamental understanding of martial arts limits. Kono turned towards Cedric, who was positioned at the front of the Hufflepuff line. Now, it's your turn, Cedric. Cedric's face flushed, radiating a youthful vigor, as a few girls behind him emitted peculiar sounds. They want me to inquire whether alchemy and dietary supplements are focal points of the martial arts class? Ah, good question. Kono mused softly. To put it plainly, one must be formidable in oneself. The 3 fundamental concepts are paramount, while everything else serves as support. If you wish to accelerate the cultivation of these concepts, alchemy and dietary supplements are highly effective, and medicine aids in understanding your opponent, though it requires the accumulation of experience. Next, Malfoy. Our question is quite straightforward. Malfoy cleared his throat, standing tall and asking, how can martial arts help us establish glory? It seems we cannot perceive that indeed. A valid point. Kono suddenly leaped forward, arriving within the Slytherin ranks, seizing Marcus Flint effortlessly. Marcus Flint's eyes flickered with confusion, barely able to comprehend the situation. No one witnessed Kono's movements, only feeling a gust of wind followed by its swift disappearance, and then observing Marcus Flint being hoisted aloft like a quail. Do you understand now? Kono adjusted his cloak as he held the suspended Marcus Flint, whose body swayed with the motion. Do you believe he possesses glory now? A collective gasp escaped the students. They were uncertain whether Marcus Flint retained any glory. But one thing was clear, this professor held grudges. They could only regard Marcus Flint with pity while silently reminding themselves to avoid provoking Kono. I am not one to harbor grudges, Kono stated as he gently lowered Marcus Flint, even straightening his robes. You simply stood out to me. I hope you don't mind. Slytherin gains a point. From a distance, Snape's face darkened, his wand drawn, sparks erupting from its tip. The heads of the other 3 houses' heads could hardly contain their amusement, even the typically grave McGonagall displaying a faint smile. Kono continued cheerfully, "Students, glory must be earned through your own efforts. I am merely a professor, not your parents. The kind of glory you wish to achieve depends solely on yourselves. If he could have stopped me and brought me down, wouldn't he then have glory to boast about? He could say, I just knocked down a professor from Hogwarts. A gentleman's authority is not established without strength, without demonstrating might. One cannot ascertain true capability." Kono narrowed his eyes suddenly. Is there any doubt remaining on this matter? None. None at all. The students hurriedly shook their heads, realizing that with such statements made, they dared not voice any further questions. Kono nodded in satisfaction. Now, only Ravenclaw remains. Zhang Qiu, the floor is yours. Zhang Qiu responded, Professor Kono, while we all believe that martial arts is an exceptionally profound discipline, we are still uncertain about how to approach it, struggling to form a coherent concept. Ravenclaw's representative was the quickest to select, and their discussions were more efficient than those of the other 3 houses, leading to a question that resonated well with their scholarly style. This is an excellent question, rich in depth, indicating that you have engaged in serious contemplation, Kono remarked. What, in your view, is the essence of magic? How would you define its concept? This question ignited a lively discussion among the students, yielding a plethora of responses. Some asserted that magic serves as a weapon, aiding them in overcoming adversaries. Others claimed that magic is unique, attainable solely by those endowed with innate talent. Yet others suggested that magic facilitates convenience in life, allowing for many problems to be effortlessly resolved. Enough. Kono interjected with a firm tone, observe. You all lack a unified understanding of magic. Each of you possesses your own interpretation. The same holds true for martial arts. Magic is intangible. It resides within your being, released through a tangible wand, transforming into manifest power. This enables the various spells you just articulated, conjuring flames, freezing water into ice. These are all embodiments of magic. Martial arts follows suit. If magic can directly affect the external world through a wand, what happens when it is applied internally? How does it influence oneself? It was still Zhang Qiu from Ravenclaw who spoke up. The racial talent is indeed formidable. Precisely. Kono smiled. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Martial arts is about transforming your body into a wand. You need not rely on a wand to unleash the power within you. Professor Kono, what is the difference between transforming the body into a wand and wandless magic? A student inquired. Kono replied, that is material you will encounter in your 6th year. You should be more aware of the limitations than I am. Wandless magic often significantly diminishes magical efficacy, and many spells cannot be cast at all, correct? This understanding stemmed from his week-long preparation, in which he anticipated potential questions from all 7 grades, allowing him to respond with ease. Noticing the nods of the upperclassmen, he continued, by advancing martial arts to a higher level, one can indeed transcend the limitations imposed by wandless magic. For instance, Kono spread his arms, and suddenly, a tempest erupted around him, a golden mist forming a protective barrier before him. The connection to the wand was akin to a key unlocking a door. Now he no longer required a wand to project this barrier. Yet, the wand had not entirely lost its significance. With its enhancement, the power of the barrier could be elevated further. You may test this and see how it differs from your ironclad charm, Kono stated. Observing that no one had taken action, he added, if you can breach my barrier, I will award the house an additional 100 points, I assure you. The allure of house points prompted several students to draw their wands, casting various spells against the barrier. Fireballs, ice shards, and beams of light merely caused the barrier to ripple slightly before being extinguished, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The upperclassmen were taken aback. They had already encountered wandless magic and understood that the ironclad charm could not be cast without a wand. This indicated that if martial arts could be cultivated to a deeper level, one could indeed circumvent the shortcomings of wandless magic. They also began to grasp the concept of transforming the body into a wand. Since the body had become the wand, it was naturally unbound by any constraints. Excellent. We shall now proceed to the demonstration phase. Kono glanced at his watch, noting that an hour remained, ample time. He waved his hand, summoning 4 transparent glass vials filled with capsules resembling vivid red blood. Shaking the vials, he called out, representatives of the 4 houses, step forward to collect the elixirs. These will aid you in swiftly grasping the fundamentals. As the backdrop shifted, the chaotic lines of the anatomical diagram faded, leaving only a few azure threads representing the meridians extending from the dantian throughout the body. This world is biased. Beings within the so-called magical realm, like wizards, inherently possess higher starting points than others. Thus, Kono could bypass the initial energy cultivation stage and directly guide them in harnessing the power within their bodies. The displayed meridians were designed to be the most robust and easily navigable pathways. By utilizing the blood essence elixir he prepared, students could quickly sense the flow of magic within one of their meridians. Feel this flow of magic, then meditate, allowing the magic to surge from your dantian and traverse the entire meridian. I shall grant you 10 minutes. After that, a rather enjoyable game awaits, which will complement your current meditative experience. While the students engaged in meditation, the observing teachers began to converse. What does he mean by game? Dumbledore sensed an ominous undertone and quickly inquired. Flitwick shook his head, seemingly referencing a textbook he had been calibrating since Friday evening. Calibrating a textbook over the weekend? Kettleburn suddenly asked. I saw him at Hagrid's hut, gathering all sorts of flesh. It seemed he was preparing to feed something. Feed what? Dumbledore suddenly realized. Newt and Kono were acquaintances. Hagrid's absence indicated a meeting with Newt, suggesting that Kono had introduced them. This implied Kono must be aware of Hagrid's three-headed dog. At that moment, a tremendous tremor erupted from the direction of the castle, followed by a cacophony of destruction and the resonant sounds of barking, accompanied by a loud, somewhat familiar laughter. Come on, everyone. Professor Kono needs your help. Ha ha ha. The disturbance from the castle startled the meditating students. They turned towards the castle, witnessing a cloud of dust emanating from the fourth floor, causing them to panic. What was that sound? Is there an attack on the castle by dark wizards? Is it the Dark Lord? He has not fallen yet. Don't be foolish. This is Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. The Dark Lord has already been defeated. We still have Harry Potter, the savior. Kono cleared his throat and declared, do not concern yourselves with these trivial details. Tell me, how do you feel? Have you become familiar with the flow of meridians? 7 minutes have already elapsed. It feels somewhat warm, a peculiar sensation, but I have memorized it. First, let us respond to Kono. Surprisingly, it is that first-year Gryffindor student, Harry Potter. Come on, everyone. Professor Kono requires your assistance. Ha ha. As the stones of the castle crumbled and fell, a loud and boisterous voice rang out. Fred and George sprang up from the ground. It was the voice of Peeves. Peeves has blown up the school. How could we be left out of this? Kono extended his hand backward, offering a friendly reminder. You too. Speak less. Do you have no fear of death whatsoever? The twins, following Kono's gesture, turned to see Professor McGonagall under the shade of a tree. Whether it was the shadow cast by the tree or Professor McGonagall's genuinely foul mood at the moment, her expression was terrifyingly dark. Oh no, oh no. It seems we will be reported to our parents again. The twins wailed in unison. Seeing you still full of spirit brings me relief. Kono maneuvered over the heads of many individuals to reach the twins. He placed his wand upon the nape of their necks, as if taking their pulse. Well done. You two may be rather unruly, but your talent is unexpectedly impressive. This will allow for some enjoyable play. Enjoyable play? Fred and George began to chase after Kono, but he effortlessly leaped through the four houses formations, leaving them far behind. The twins decided to wait at the edge of the Hufflepuff formation, and as Kono put away his wand, they approached again, eager to know what was enjoyable. Quite impressive. You've digested a portion of it. It seems this is indeed the effect of talent. Kono pointed into the distance again. Let me show you the marvels of lightness. Look over there. Something fun awaits. This time, all the students turned their gazes towards the castle, witnessing what was undoubtedly the most indescribable scene they had encountered since the beginning of the school year. A ghost radiating light like the early morning sun was laughing exuberantly, its exaggerated and comical mouth wide open. The ghost's body undulated as it sat astride a massive magical creature. This creature was also formidable, with 3 heads covered by hoods, obscuring their 6 eyes and 6 ears, leaving only their wildly wagging tongues free. This spectacle, any student who had attended this class would say, even years later, would declare, even if I were dead, entombed in a coffin, I would become a ghost and recount this day's adventures to passers-by. Kono offered a friendly reminder. Remember the flow of your meridians. It will aid you in running faster and allow you to experience the benefits of martial arts. He added, by the way, the house that remains standing until the end will receive a reward of 50 points. Let us begin. with Konoe's command. Though a command was hardly necessary, the students had already fled in terror from the colossal magical creature. A three-headed dog. It's a three-headed dog. This is a XXXXX grade magical creature. Why is it here in the castle? The Hufflepuff students, being knowledgeable, quickly identified the three-headed dog and even recognized its danger level. Magical creatures are categorized into 5 danger levels, with the most perilous being XXXXX grade beings, such as various breeds of dragons and three-headed dogs. These represent creatures capable of eliminating wizards, essentially impossible to tame or domesticate. In contrast, the lowest level, X grade, can be likened to pests in the human world, such as cockroaches and ants, annoying and seemingly endless. Upon hearing the Hufflepuff studentess words, the other students urgently inquired, "How do we deal with the three-headed dog? It's coming towards us." "I don't know." The Hufflepuff student shouted, "I only know it's an XXXXX grade creature. Just think about those dragons. They are of the same level. There is no way we can defeat it with our strength. Merlin's undergarments. It's on par with dragons. The magical creature pursuing them is a being of the same caliber as dragons. All they could do was curse and continue to flee. Split up. This way. At least our chances of survival are a little higher." A Ravenclaw student suggested. "There is really no need to be afraid. This is Hogwarts. And the professor's 1T just stand by." Another Ravenclaw student added. "Cedric, you all run to the other side. We'll go this way." This was Oliver Wood from the Gryffindor Quidditch team speaking. "All right. Splitting up is fine." Cedric led a group of his fellow students while Wood led another group. Once they had distanced themselves from the other 3 houses, a Slytherin student proposed, "Why not go directly to the professors? Let them handle the problem." Isn't that rather dishonorable? Dishonorable? Professor Kono teaches that glory must be earned through one's own efforts. We stand tall while they lie down. We shall claim all the glory and house points. The 4 houses adopted their characteristic approaches to the situation. The Ravenclaw students scattered, recklessly running across the grass. The students now lamented that Hogwarts' vast grounds were too expansive, the three-headed dog too swift, and most infuriatingly, Kono had chosen to hold class right in the middle of the field. This meant that if they truly wished to return to the castle and utilize the natural advantages to evade, it would take longer and increase the difficulty. Haha. My dear Weasleys. Peeves is coming. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted from behind the Gryffindor formation. "Don't come over here." Buxinji and JPG, the Weasley twins, screamed with their hands over their faces. Above them, a massive shadow loomed. Peeves had summoned the three-headed dog, which leapt from the ground and was now suspended in midair. Boom. With a tremendous sound, although the three-headed dog did not pounce on any Gryffindor students, the force of the impact knocked all the students down. "Relax, children, relax." Peeves shouted this before darting off in another direction, calling out, "Dear Badgers, Peeves is coming." Hufflepuff faced a fate similar to that of Gryffindor, as Peeves, with the three-headed dog in tow, turned towards the Ravenclaw formation. The Ravenclaw strategy was to scatter, making their formation the most dispersed. Peeves patiently herded them towards a common point, forcing them to eventually form a moderately sized group. Following that, another aerial assault occurred, with the drool from the three-headed dog creating a dazzling rainbow in the sky, accompanied by a boom. Peeves emitted a cacophony of sounds as he rushed toward the increasingly close Slytherin formation. Upon hearing the roars from behind and Peeves' strange laughter, the Slytherin students immediately shouted, "Is Hogwarts preparing to abandon us? This is a creature of extraordinary danger. It is not merely a flobberworm or a puffskein. We could perish." Not at all. In the blink of an eye, Konuo suddenly appeared before them, exclaiming, "How could I possibly allow you to be harmed? This is merely a game. You shall experience the benefits of lightness in this game. Look, are you not running much faster now?" They turned to follow Konuo's gesture and, to be fair, it indeed seemed they were sprinting at a significantly swifter pace than usual. Just as they pondered this realization, a dark shadow loomed larger. Boom. The three-headed dog knight descended from the sky, causing all 4 houses to collapse simultaneously, almost as if they had reached an unspoken agreement passively. At that moment, no more than 20 minutes had elapsed. Glancing at his watch, Konuo felt a sudden headache. There was still half an hour of class remaining. The combat prowess of the ghostly creature combined with the three-headed dog exceeded his expectations, though they had merely been knocked down by the shockwave. It certainly felt like a total defeat. What if he gathered them all together and did it again? However, that might eliminate the element of surprise that Snape's class typically held. If the students were aware of Konuo's thoughts, they would surely rebuke him, claiming that Snape's neglect of proper instruction was truly detrimental. Konuo withdrew his wand, pressing it against Malfoy's neck. sensing that the energy within him had been nearly depleted. He similarly examined the necks of the other students, confirming that all had exhausted their energy reserves before nodding in satisfaction. While the process appeared somewhat casual, the outcome was indeed successful. The primary objectives of the first lesson were twofold. Firstly, to leave the students, who had awaited this moment for so long, with a surprise they would cherish for a lifetime. It seemed they had barely achieved this goal. Secondly, and more straightforwardly, to ensure that the students could fully absorb the effects of their energy within a single class, thereby eliminating the need for post-class assignments. Nevertheless, would it not be preferable to have them write a reflection? Something akin to Professor Canuo's first lesson? Canuo pondered whimsically. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea. Recalling the tribulations he had faced regarding reflections on the first lesson, vowing not to become a tyrant but to remain true to himself. He must also show concern for these diligent students. Canuo beckoned the Slytherin students, calling, "Come, come, little snakes, gather together hand in hand. I shall bestow upon you a blessing. No, wait, a blessing. I shall inspect the damage to the castle." McGonagall's voice was low as she transformed into a tabby cat, leading the way from beneath the trees. "This is the most fascinating class I have ever witnessed." Catterburn laughed heartily, marveling at how Canuo had tamed the three-headed dog. Such a formidable creature is not to be trifled with. "I too am quite curious," Dumbledore mused, rubbing his temples. His train of thought was a mystery as to how he had orchestrated such a lesson. A reasonably good introduction, followed by a standard lecture, culminated in an unexpectedly exhilarating chase. The key was that the orchestrators of this chase were a three-headed dog and a mischievous ghost. How had Canuo tamed the ghost? Why did it radiate a golden light? In contrast, a typical mischievous sprite would emit a pearly white glow similar to that of a ghost. And that three-headed dog? It was as docile as a true pet. Suddenly, he recalled Sprout mentioning that Canuo had spent the previous weekend in the right corridor of the 4th floor, presumably taming the three-headed dog. Had he not been engrossed in his own studies of the foundational lightness techniques, he might have noticed Canuo's peculiarities. From this perspective, it seemed that Canuo had brought an abundance of new knowledge to Hogwarts, a wholly new realm known as martial arts, alongside 3 fundamental concepts derived from this notion. Even disregarding these, there were various delicacies. He was already anticipating the tofu pudding. What delightful flavors and textures might arise from its blend with honey? He felt a sense of urgency, pondering when the house elves might unravel this culinary mystery. Canuo gathered students from each house together, holding hands, to bless and soothe their startled spirits. Ultimately, the students from the 4 houses returned to the grassy expanse, albeit with a slightly altered assembly. Besides the teachers and students, there was now an additional individual and ghost. The ghost, being a tangible, mischievous sprite, could remove the muzzle from the three-headed dog. Once freed, the three-headed dog extended its tongue simultaneously, attempting to show affection to Canuo. He gently pushed it away, ensuring that its slobber did not tarnish his coat. Canuo proclaimed, "You may now feel and attempt to channel your magical energy, engaging the entire meridian system to observe the effects." The students glanced at the three-headed dog trotting back. Nearly in unison, they shivered. Then, they closed their eyes to sense the changes within their meridians. Spread out, run about, experience this newfound speed. Canuo observed their excited expressions and reminded them, "Do you not feel a sense of lightness?" Indeed, it felt peculiar. It was akin to a levitation spell. Yet, the levitation spell could only be cast upon inanimate objects. In the tone of a physical education instructor, Canuo concluded, "All right, take a moment to appreciate the changes in your bodies. You have 10 minutes for free activity before we conclude." Hermione from Gryffindor suddenly raised her hand, inquiring about the assignment. "Hey." Many students turned to glance at her. Canuo shrugged, declaring, "No homework today. You have all worked hard." "No homework today. You have all worked hard. Should you have any inquiries regarding concepts or practices, feel free to seek me out. If anyone wishes to prepare in advance and encounters difficulties, you may also come to me." Upon hearing this, the majority of students erupted in cheers. As students, what could be more delightful than the absence of assignments? Particularly in a subject as vast as martial arts, they had indeed feared that Canuo would suddenly demand a lengthy reflection by next week. The Gryffindor students were the most animated on the lawn, relishing the exhilaration of their newfound agility. The Weasley twins intercepted the gleaming ghost. Ravenclaw students gathered in small circles, engaging in discussions about the workings of their meridians, even preparing to visit the library to validate their hypotheses. Hufflepuff maintained a relaxed atmosphere, smiling as they centered their conversations around the creation of energy pills, speculating about the materials involved. Meanwhile, Slytherin observed the raucous Gryffindor from a distance, smoothing the creases of their robes to ensure no grass clippings marred their appearance, as maintaining one's composure was of utmost importance. Kono has accomplished the goal of completing one task, and is now preparing to embark on a leisurely life of relaxation. However, just as he was about to cast his spell, he was intercepted by McGonagall, whose lips were pressed into a thin line, and Dumbledore, whose expression was notably relaxed. In front of the castle, the lesson was exhilarating, fraught with uncertainties. Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked that if he were not past the age of schooling, he would be eager to sample the flavor of that potion. This blood vitality pill, gentle in its effects, is quite suitable for the elderly, especially since the ingredients are all provided by the school. Kono swiftly produced a small vial of blood vitality pills. Dumbledore took the potion, his demeanor becoming even more relaxed. Just as he was about to speak when McGonagall interjected. "Professor Kono," McGonagall said, her expression grave. "I must admit that your lesson was indeed astonishing. But the method employed raises some concerns. Should an accident occur, it could easily lead to disaster." The rhythm of the entire lesson was well controlled, and Kono assured, "If anything happens with Fluffy, I will intervene." Suddenly, a rumbling sound reverberated through the ground as the three-headed dog, hearing Kono call his name, came bounding towards him. Thus, Fluffy squatted behind Kono, creating a balance in numbers, while McGonagall and Dumbledore faced a looming shadow that obscured the sunlight, giving an impression of being at a disadvantage. Adjusting her glasses, McGonagall continued, "Although there is only one lesson per week, I believe your approach need not be so radical. We cannot allow Fluffy to create a gaping hole in the castle." She led the trio around the castle, arriving at the base of the gaping hole. The wind rushed in through the opening, producing a mournful sound, evoking a sense of desolation. "Well, it does look quite disheveled," Kono nodded. The three-headed dog seemed to sense the conversation pertained to him, letting out a whimper. "Such a degree of repair will require a skilled craftsman." And the cost McGonagall pulled out a piece of parchment from her pocket, revealing a string of numbers. "By the way, don't wizards have a repairing charm?" Kono fished out a wand from his martial arts kit and recited, "Reparo." Alas, that may not suffice, as the magic protecting this castle is of an ancient variety. Thus, a simple repairing spell cannot be directly applied. McGonagall suddenly fell silent, for she saw the scattered bricks trembling. These bricks seemed to be rewinding, ascending to the heavens at a pace reminiscent of Newton's tears, gradually converging at the sight of the castle's breach. Kono felt a surge of inner power flowing through his wand into the castle. The entire structure appeared to be a thirsty traveler, suddenly encountering a clear spring, eagerly absorbing his energy. This was a sight Kono had never witnessed before. Not only he but even Dumbledore and McGonagall were witnessing it for the first time. "Woof?" Fluffy barked at the now restored wall. "How can it be repaired so effortlessly?" McGonagall adjusted her glasses again, drawing her wand. She cast a transfiguration spell on a distant blade of grass, transforming it into a husky. "My magic is intact, yet indeed ineffective on the castle." Suddenly, she began to comprehend why Dumbledore often rubbed his temples when addressing Kono. It truly was rather peculiar. Something is amiss. Why should I allow the castle to siphon my power? Is it attempting to absorb my strength and become sentient? Kono resolved to sever the connection, snapping his wand in two. 1-1. The core of the wand was destroyed, and the exploitative relationship between Kono and the castle was severed. The repairing charm is truly remarkable. Reparo. Kono produced a unicorn hair wand, casting the spell on the broken wand. McGonagall cautioned, "Professor Kono, a wand cannot be repaired with the repairing charm." Observing the remnants of his wand reforming, Dumbledore retrieved his wand, gazing at it for a moment before returning it to his pocket with a long sigh. "Professor McGonagall, since it has been restored, shall we consider this matter resolved? It appears the castle has suffered no significant damage." Kono indicated towards the fully restored wall. "Not only has it escaped injury, but it seems the castle's weathered appearance has rejuvenated, as if it has regained some youth." "Remarkable." McGonagall set aside her fingers, massaging her temples, adjusting her glasses for the third time. "Professor Kono, your inaugural lesson was a resounding success, yet I hope future sessions might be a tad more stable." "After all," Dumbledore interjected, "Minerva, such an approach to teaching has its merits. After all, each subject possesses its own pedagogical method. In fact, incorporating more practical content is beneficial." Following Voldemort's fall, the Ministry imposed numerous restrictions on the school, necessitating significant alterations to our curriculum. Perhaps we should take Kono's suggestion and consider this matter settled. Furthermore, we must address this large fellow before escorting him to the room on the 4th floor. McGonagall sighed. Very well. However, safety remains paramount. This afternoon, with no classes, she decided to consult Madame Pomfrey. Perhaps today as stimuli had been excessive, as her temples throbbed. After all, with age comes the necessity for self-care. One cannot indulge in late-night endeavors like Dumbledore, who often stayed up late and had a penchant for sweets. Dumbledore and Kono returned to the castle entrance, leading Fluffy past Snape's office and stopping before a grand oil painting of the castle. Dumbledore produced his wand and tapped the painting thrice. The castle depicted within the painting began to rotate, the brown door expanding until it encompassed the entire canvas. He grasped the door handle, stating, "This castle possesses a spirit, Kono. It can bestow certain abilities typically reserved for headmasters, such as this door." Behind the door lay a pitch-black tunnel. Dumbledore illuminated his wand and ventured forth, while Kono followed, channeling his inner energy. Dumbledore noticed a bright glow behind him, far more radiant than the light from his wand, and gestured for Kono to proceed ahead. "You may lead the way. I shall follow the light's guidance." Kono was unfazed but remarked, "I do not know the path, no worries. Just follow this road to the end," Dumbledore replied, originally positioned in the middle. Dumbledore found himself at the back of the line as Fluffy insisted on tailing Kono closely. Dumbledore began to ponder. XXXXX-level magical creatures have been tamed. Even the mischievous poltergeist, who typically colludes with students, seems rather obedient, and those portions of the castle that cannot be repaired by a simple spell have also been restored. The key lies in the walls indeed displayed some alterations. This is the wonder of the Druids. This is the wonder of the Druids. He continued to reassure himself internally, ultimately feeling his mood stabilize, embracing optimism once more. Under the guidance of the little golden statue, a glimmer of light emerged from the torch ahead. Accompanied by the sound of bricks shifting, they finally arrived at the restricted area for students on the 4th floor. Kono pointed to the trapdoor and inquired, "Are you wary of someone? Or do you intend to lure someone here? Why is there a door here?" During his solitary training sessions with Lewis, he had discovered a trapdoor beneath, leading to a hollow corridor that connected several rooms. Dumbledore did not deny the existence of a suspect, though he was still under observation. Suddenly, he produced a new note, his expression grave, and said, "If one day a message appears on this note, I hope you can assist me. Come here and help me drive that person away." Kono did not take the note, replying, "I am merely a professor, a figure of academia. Dealing with villains should be left to the authorities, the Aurors." Dumbledore's hand remained extended. "You are correct. It is indeed prudent to avoid involving more people. However, if it were you, I would feel more at ease. How about this? You take the note, and should you choose to come when the time arises, I can offer you adequate compensation based on the level of danger." Isn't discussing money a bit presumptuous? After all, who are we to each other? "You are my headmaster." Kono finally accepted the note, thinking that as a member of the school, such matters were indeed his responsibility. "Excellent," Dumbledore exclaimed, producing a key to unlock the door to the room. "Let us leave. What should I do if I still need to bring Lewis for instructional purposes? Should I seek you out each time?" Kono asked. Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, you can inform me in advance. Otherwise, if we continue with such dramatic entrances, Minerva may express her grievances." Kono queried, "Is it not possible to grant me any of the headmaster's privileges? I only require access to this room to avoid unnecessary complications." Dumbledore shrugged. "I'm afraid this privilege is exclusive to the headmaster. This castle is no simple matter. Each headmaster must be nominated and ultimately recognized by the castle to assume the role." He recalled their recent entrance into the room, puzzled. "Wait a moment. You were at the forefront. How did that wall open? You were the headmaster. How should I know?" Kono sighed. "At that moment, I was in the lead. Saw a wall appear, thought we had arrived, and then the wall opened." Dumbledore was bewildered. "Try going over there again. If you possess the privilege, simply think about opening the door, and the wall should part for you." Kono stood at the forefront, doing nothing, and the wall, akin to that of Diagon Alley, swiftly rearranged itself, transforming into a large opening. Dumbledore felt uneasy. The poltergeist, Peeves, had only ever shown respect to Bloodman Barlow and himself, yet now there was Kono, who could command Peeves. This privilege, which ought to belong exclusively to him as the headmaster of Hogwarts, had inexplicably been extended to Kono. What is happening? Whose Hogwarts is this? Let us venture outside to test this further. Dumbledore gestured for Kono to proceed first and suggested they try downstairs. "If you can open the door, it will certainly ease matters in the future." They returned to the large painting at the 1st floor, where Dumbledore indicated, knocked 3 times on the painting. If you possess the privilege, the door will appear. Kono knocked, thud, thud, thud. Each knock resonated within him, and when the door did not appear, a small weight lifted from his heart. Thud, thud. 5 rhythmic knocks. The castle began to rotate, and the door expanded. Thus, his heart sank again. However, this confirmed one thing. The castle still recognized him as the headmaster, albeit now with an additional share of privileges. Let us explore other areas, Dumbledore suggested. There are numerous secrets within this castle that even I cannot fully uncover. He led Kono to the 5th floor, where a painting of sunflowers adorned the wall. Kono, try to open a passage from here. Use the same method, knock 3 times on the painting. Thud, 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 thud. Kono did not hesitate, delivering a rhythmic series of knocks. Dumbledore exhaled in relief, realizing that the castle's privileges still belonged to him, having merely opened a small back door for Kono on the 4th floor. Upon confirming this, he deduced that it must be due to the exceptionally unique repairing charm that allowed the castle to recognize Kono's essence. The charm applied to the room on the 4th floor had granted him access only to that specific area. The necessity of 5 knocks indicated that this privilege was subordinate to his headmasterial authority, a crucial detail. Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Kono's shoulder and earnestly said, Kono, feel free to speak up if you need anything. As long as it is within the castle, you can communicate your wishes to me. Do not attempt to dismantle anything on your own. Kono shrugged. Might it not be too troublesome? Not at all. It is merely a minor matter. During the week that Kono began his 6th year, the majority of discussions within the campus still revolved around him and the martial arts classes he taught. Unlike other subjects, in this class, all students were on equal footing. It was precisely this equality that allowed them to engage freely in conversations regarding martial arts. Moreover, Kono's prowess commanded respect from all, for how else could he have tamed a 3-headed dog? He even managed to elicit behaviors from this creature that rivaled those of a shepherd dog. However, this notion was swiftly corrected. After all, it is well known that shepherd dogs are utilized for herding, so if a 3-headed dog were a shepherd dog, it would lead to chaos in the classroom as students were pursued. Silence. You've said enough. Do not speak further. Not only students were engaged in discussion. Teachers were equally intrigued, particularly Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts, who was most attentive to various aspects of martial studies. Unfortunately, whenever he approached the conversing students, they would scatter as if fleeing from a plague. Returning to his office, Quirrell's previously timid expression, akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost, transformed into one of coldness and dullness, mirroring his demeanor. The office belonging to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had grown equally foreboding, with large windows that once allowed ample sunlight now boarded up by heavy planks. The only source of illumination in the room came from a distant desk where a candle flickered, nearly burnt out, casting its last glow and warmth. Obstacles abound. Dazzling sights. Quirrell continuously cast various defensive spells to thwart any potential eavesdropping or surveillance at the door. In class, he appeared as a stammering fool, lacking both talent and notable appearance. At this moment, he exhibited the qualities expected of an exceptional wizard, showing no signs of stuttering. Each incantation was uttered with clarity and precision, as magical brilliance erupted from the tip of his wand. After completing all necessary protective measures, he exhaled in relief, tucked his wand into his pocket, and stepped into the center of the room. The office's furnishings were quite simple, consisting of a bed tucked in the corner, a desk not far from it, a large suitcase, and 2 mirrors reflecting one another. These mirrors, positioned one in front of the other, allowed Quirrell to catch a glimpse of the back of his head in the dim candlelight. He gradually unraveled the purple turban from his head, and with each layer he removed, the stench of decaying garlic intensified in the room. Once the turban was fully stripped away, a viscous liquid clung stubbornly to its edges, refusing to drop. This head is beyond salvage. Ah! The candle flame flickered suddenly, prompting him to gasp. The snake-like face emerging from the back of his head sighed deeply. Quirrell, it has been half a month. Why do you still startle so easily? If you are truly afraid, do not seal the windows. Master. Quirrell shivered, reverting to his state from class. I fear being discovered. Coward, why must I, Voldemort, encounter such a worthless wretch as you? I have bestowed upon you an abundance of magical knowledge, yet you remain as timid as an armadillo. And why can you not maintain some semblance of hygiene? This room reeks of rotting garlic. But, Quirrell's eyes narrowed, his face contorting into a grimace akin to a shriveled eggplant. I wish to wash my hair, but you have been sleeping. Voldemort exclaimed in exasperation. Silence. Is this the attitude with which you approach your shortcomings? Why can you not excel at even the simplest tasks? Do you possess even a modicum of desire to become a Death Eater? I once held high hopes for you, but now you have left me deeply disappointed. Headmaster. Quirrell's expression twisted further. I apologize. I am incapable of anything. Voldemort brusquely interrupted him. Enough. Speak to me. What transpired during the last combat class? What are your thoughts on the course? Very well. Quirrell nodded. Do not nod. I am dizzy. Quirrell ceased his nodding and began to recount the events of the previous day's class in meticulous detail. Voldemort's serpent-like crimson eyes seemed to brighten. Are you suggesting that even Dumbledore praised the blood-replenishing potion? And that the students' physical conditions have improved? Why, yes. Quirrell replied, hesitating to nod again. But Connor only teaches one class a week, and he does not seem eager to engage with me. I remember his expression during the start-of-term feast. Do you think he has noticed my peculiarities? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Voldemort declared emphatically, my disguise is such that even Dumbledore cannot perceive it. This is the magic of immortality. It is beyond your comprehension. Do you understand? Not really. HM? I understand. Great master. Excellent. Voldemort began to strategize. Since he possessed a potion capable of enhancing physical abilities, perhaps the Philosopher's Stone had been entrusted to Connor by Dumbledore. Yes. Dumbledore's high regard for him indicates that Connor is indeed formidable. You must find a way to infiltrate his office. Investigate thoroughly. Bring back any crucial clues you discover. But no one would hide secrets in their own residence, would they? My power is not yet sufficient. This is something you must figure out for yourself. You must believe in yourself. You will certainly overcome all obstacles to complete your task. Voldemort spoke earnestly. These are all tests I have set for you. You should know that anyone worthy of being my Death Eater is a formidable warrior. This is your trial. Why, yes. Quirrell expressed gratitude. I will not betray your trust. Act swiftly. Although Connor may possess the Philosopher's Stone, the fourth floor also merits exploration. Last time Snape thwarted you. This time, seek a way to enter. Voldemort yawned. Dumbledore specifically mentioned that location, indicating it too harbors secrets. Otherwise, why would he assign Snape to guard it? Do you understand? Understood. Master, I promise to fulfill the task. Good. I have high hopes for you. Strive diligently. The crimson in Voldemort's gaze faded, and he fell silent, succumbing to slumber. When a highly controversial figure emerges, while the majority may recognize and accept him, there will always be a faction that harbors jealousy, eager to uncover his hidden flaws. Fred chopped the sneeze word into tiny pieces, glancing back to see Snape reprimanding Lee Jordan. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What do you think Professor Connor will teach in the next class? George donned gloves, placed the chopped sneeze word into a cauldron, and with one hand waved his wand in circles over the cauldron while stirring with a spoon in the other. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Have you heard? There are rumors that Professor Connor was once an inmate in Azkaban. Who told you that? Fred picked up another ingredient, this time slicing it carelessly, even mixing in the dirt and roots. The Slytherin Quidditch captain. Flint. That oaf? Is he spreading rumors? Don't forget, he was treated like trash by Professor Connor on Monday. It should be true. I asked someone from Ravenclaw, and they mentioned seeing a report about it in the Daily Prophet over the summer, though it seems there are more developments, so we must wait. Fred raised an eyebrow. Retrieving a mortar to crush the bad blood herb, preparing to extract its juice, summer? That can't be right. A recently released Azkaban inmate would not be in a sound mental state. Remember? At the beginning of term, he claimed to be an Auror. Besides, if you just got out of Azkaban, you should be depressed by now. Back then, we even joked about him being Percy and Charlie. George poured the juice of the bad blood herb into the cauldron, adding an entire sprig of wolfsbane, continuing to stir. Yet, indeed, he appears nothing like someone who has been through Azkaban. After all, one would be drained of joy by the Dementors. Look at him. He seems happier than any of us. Connor, the joy of a 6-day workweek. One cannot comprehend unless they have experienced the grind of corporate life. Joy? Snape's cold voice emerged from behind Fred and George. Gryffindor loses 3 points. Today's topic is the Confundus charm, so joy is unnecessary. He approached their cauldron. Observing the yellowish and greenish potion within, tell me, Weasley, what color should a successfully brewed Confundus potion exhibit? The two individuals swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. With the colors of blue, magenta, bright yellow, and black distinctly delineated, Snape pointed at the remnants of soil on the cutting board, admonishing, "Why have you not removed the dirt from the roots?" 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. He raised his wand, clearing the failed concoctions from their cauldrons. You have half an hour left. Just enough time to brew a confundus potion. If you fail, I shall take delight in your misfortune. Ha, ha, ha. In the distance, Marcus Flint emitted a laugh akin to that of a troll. However, Flint, the purveyor of slander, soon found little humor in the situation. For at noon, students from Ravenclaw returning from the library discovered newspapers dated from the summer on the bulletin board. There were 2 reports concerning Connor's imprisonment in Azkaban. The first was a statement from the Auror office, declaring that Connor had been incarcerated for assaulting an Auror. For days after the initial report, a new one emerged, significantly larger and occupying nearly half a page of the Daily Prophet. This new report not only refuted the prior claims but also included numerous clarifications. Notably that the esteemed magizoologist, Newt Scamander, had personally vouched for Connor, asserting that the incident was merely a misunderstanding. Additionally, the 2 assaulted Aurors stated that their wands had accidentally misfired, resulting in the unfortunate injury, and out of shame, they had attempted to frame Connor. Although the connection between an Auror's assault and a magizoologist was puzzling, the students aware of the truth sensed that Connor's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Upon learning this news, Harry was taken aback, causing a piece of overcooked potato on his fork to plummet onto his plate, splattering meat juices. It was no wonder Hagrid had returned the other day, gifting me a few quills made from bowtruckle feathers. Hagrid's words were indeed true. Professor Connor had introduced Mr. Scamander to Hagrid. What do you know about this insider information? The Weasley twins, who had been engaging Ron, shifted to flanking Harry. So Hagrid and Mr. Scamander met? Indeed. Harry nodded, extracting a vibrant, lime-green quill from his textbook, which looked strikingly unique. This is the very quill Hagrid gave me. Incredible. Look at Flint's expression. Do you suppose he can eat anything today? Fred rose, mimicking Flint's laugh. Ha, ha, ha. Look, here comes Professor Connor. George nudged Fred with his elbow. Let's go ask him about his experience in Azkaban. Connor and Flitwick waved in acknowledgement as they took a seat, contemplating what to have for lunch. The dining situation at Hogwarts had yet to undergo full transformation, rendering this decision quite challenging. Perhaps I shall simply have some deep-fried eel balls. I recently taught them how to prepare it, and the eels are perfectly plump at this time. Deep-fried eel balls are a renowned delicacy from Chuanjo, made by mincing eels or other fish, mixing them with sweet potato flour, and forming them into balls. A clear chicken broth appeared in a golden bowl, with plump, glistening fish balls bobbing atop, dancing amidst finely chopped green onions, as if performing in water. Professor Connor, we have something to ask you. The twin voices of the Weasley brothers chimed in unison. Yes, go ahead. Connor nodded, scooping a round fishball into his mouth, savoring the tender texture that resulted from the collision of the fishball and his palate. A single bite revealed a delightful crispness on the outside, while the inside boasted a nuanced, layered delicacy that was utterly irresistible. The 2 swallowed in unison before inquiring, Professor Connor, did you truly spend time in Azkaban? Indeed. Connor scooped another fishball, a few days, perhaps. The food was dreadful, just mashed potatoes and peas every day. Is that what you're concerned about? They thought to themselves. Fred asked, what about the Dementors? Have you encountered them? They seem terrifying. They can absorb happiness. I have encountered them, and I drove them away, Connor replied, nodding, considering that perhaps the fishballs were a bit too monotonous. He craved braised pork. Drove them away? George inquired. Did you use the Patronus charm? Can Professor Connor cast it without a wand? No. Connor shook his head, stating that he had only heard of the Patronus charm. Thus far, he was still learning various household spells, such as those for automatic laundry folding, dishwashing, and boiling water. For him, these spells were highly practical and suited his needs. Compared to magic, martial arts offered less assistance. Magic indeed compensated for certain shortcomings. As far as we know, it is only this ancient magic that can repel Dementors, Fred remarked. Professor Connor, did you use a different spell? The Heart of Tranquility, he suggested. You may feel for yourselves. With that, Connor silently recited the Heart Sutra in his mind. Suddenly, he realized that in such a secure environment as the Great Hall, merely reciting it with inner strength might not yield the same effect as in Azkaban. So he intensified his focus, allowing his aura to radiate like sunlight. Instantly, not only did Fred and George feel it, but nearby teachers and even students in the front rows sensed it as well. They experienced an inner peace, tranquility, akin to the sensation of dozing on a couch in a warm afternoon sun. George slapped his cheeks, feeling quite pleasant. But why did it seem familiar? Fred, do you remember? Fred shook his head. I also find it familiar, but I can't recall where I've experienced it. They did not dwell on it further, and George continued. Haha, that's good. We were actually worried that you were truly tormented by the Dementors in Azkaban. Connor exclaimed. Oh? Were you just concerned for me? Fred grinned. Indeed. Also, after class, we spoke to our Ravenclaw friends, and it turns out Flint is the one spreading the rumors. We shall help you share the truth with more people. Seeing the genuine smiles of the twins touched Connor slightly, after so long as a cog in the machine. It had been ages since he encountered someone proactively seeking to clarify his situation. At that moment, steaming braised pork appeared on the plate. The aroma released from a blend of various spices, coupled with caramel notes, wafted through the air. The enticing caramel color, glistening sheen of fat, and thick cuts of meat, accented with a sprinkle of vibrant green onions, rendered it visually irresistible. The Weasley twins' Adam's apples bobbed uncontrollably as they swallowed several times, their stomachs growling. They had yet to eat lunch, having been preoccupied with gathering first-hand information from their Ravenclaw classmates before seeking out Connor. As Connor heard the protests emanating from the stomachs of the two individuals, he softly inquired at the dining tray, "Rabbi, is there any more braised pork? If so, I would appreciate it if you could bring me another serving." Shortly thereafter, a glistening portion of braised pork appeared alongside the plate. He pushed the tray towards them, saying, "Here you go. Consider it a consolation. I noticed that the hourglass for our house has lost 2 grains, and I believe Professor Snape deducted points from you during class. Did he not? Such minor issues. After all, the old bat does this quite frequently." The two responded with radiant smiles, not hesitating to take the plate, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Connell." They carried the golden platter around the Slytherin long table, with Fred grinning and gesturing towards Connor while sharing a few words with Marcus Flint, whose expression turned sour in response. Just as the 2 Gryffindor students departed, a new wave of Gryffindors arrived, their inquiries largely mirroring one another, namely, how they had entered, how they had exited, and what the environment had been like inside. Connor's responses were refreshingly blunt. "I was sent in by an Auror, and I was invited out by Dumbledore. The food there was quite lacking." Strangely enough, such straightforwardness only made the eyes of the Gryffindor lion sparkle even more. If the attack on the Aurors was indeed true, and it involved 2 of them, it implied that neither was a match for Professor Connell. What then? Was the extent of his power? As for his third remark regarding Azkaban's conditions, he simply stated the food was poor. The Gryffindors observed Connell enjoying fish balls, steaming braised pork, and a fragrant fried rice dish adorned with red and green. Indeed, it appeared that not only was the food in Azkaban unsatisfactory, but their own dining fare at the student table was also lacking. The age-old adage rang true: comparisons breed discontent. Some Gryffindors even made audacious claims, suggesting that the food at Hogwarts was on par with that of Azkaban. The raucous Gryffindor students eventually departed, needing to escort a few obviously confused classmates to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination. As the lions retreated, the soaring Ravenclaw students approached Connell. Their inquiries diverged from those of Gryffindor, focusing instead on how Connell had dealt with the Dementors, who siphoned away joy. Connell recounted his earlier conversation with the Weasley twins and showcased the Calmness Sutra. The little eagles were captivated by this method Connell intended to share, eagerly brandishing the Introduction to Martial Arts manual for further questions. However, as Connell compared the materials, he suddenly realized a critical oversight. In drafting the Introduction to Martial Arts, he had neglected to include phonetic annotations. Without these, the Calmness Sutra would be impossible to read or teach. He had previously experimented with this classic text while in Azkaban. If they attempted to pronounce it in English, it would be akin to a cow plowing a field, an exercise in futility. This was why he had resorted to scratching out phonetic symbols on the wall, facilitating a friendly interaction that allowed the prisoners to learn them swiftly and chant the sutra within 3 days. Observing the twinkling excitement in the eyes of the eager Ravenclaws, juxtaposed with Professor McGonagall's serious demeanor from days past, Connell concluded that such friendly interactions were not suitable for them. Therefore, the content of the next class was decided. Silence. You may consult Zhang Qiu upon your return to see if she can still speak Chinese. If she can, let her teach you. Why? The little eagles inquired eagerly. Connell replied, the next class will cover the Calmness Sutra, which can only be recited in Chinese. Should Zhang Qiu still speak the language, you will have an advantage over the other houses. And what about the points? The eagles pressed. Connell smiled. I am quite generous with points, as per the usual. If you can surpass the other houses, I shall award you 50 points. Zhang Qiu, who had just arrived in the Great Hall with her textbooks, suddenly noticed the unusually fervent gazes of her classmates. Eh? Is there something you need? Why are you all staring at me? She began to step back, disappearing once more from the hall. Chaser. The Ravenclaw students dashed off, and Slytherin students soon gathered around. The Slytherins, primarily composed of newcomers, had developed a favorable impression of Kano due to his earlier blessings. The Slytherin students were quite intriguing. They approached Kano not to inquire about his experiences or teachings, but rather to focus solely on whether points could be earned, and if so, whether it could be a substantial 50 points at once. Observing the house hourglass, which showed Slytherin far in the lead, Kano gained a clearer understanding of the Slytherin ethos. These little snakes prioritized honor, relishing the feeling of superiority. While one could argue various points in other areas, the competition for the House Cup left no room for excuses. The numbers in the hourglass were irrefutable evidence. What? You claim Professor Snape delights in deducting points? And what of your head of house? Surely, they wouldn't deduct points from their own house. In contrast to Ravenclaw's thirst for knowledge and Gryffindor's pursuit of adventure, Slytherin pursued a more concrete and defined objective. Hufflepuff was not to be neglected either. What Kano could initially resolve in a mere 10 minutes had now stretched into nearly half an hour. They, too, were anxious. Inquiring about the ingredients used in the dishes served to Fred and George, marveling at the unique flavors. Hufflepuff students were likely the most closely connected to house elves, able to recount the newly popularized dishes among the little badgers. The badgers had already begun to anticipate the future, bypassing the next class on spiritual teachings and looking to engage in a new round of potion-making and culinary courses, eager to immerse themselves in the healing arts. As the students surrounding Kano dispersed to attend to their respective affairs, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Kano, you truly are quite popular," Fred Weasley remarked cheerfully. Kano swept the last remnants of fried rice into his mouth, exclaiming, I have made a concerted effort to remain low-key. After all, I've only conducted one class. Look at you." Fred patted Kano on the shoulder. "The impression you've left on them far surpasses anything we could manage. Are you aware of Madame Hooch from the flying class? She came to inquire about you, eager to witness the capabilities of a soaring sword." Kano shook his head. "Madame Hooch. I understand that she teaches students to ride broomsticks, but I have yet to meet her." Fred explained, Madame Hooch is rather busy. When not occupied with school matters, she serves as a Quidditch consultant outside." After concluding a somewhat busy lunchtime, Kano returned to his office. The pleasure derived from the delicious meal gradually fading, and worries about the upcoming class content steadily increasing, considering that his lesson needed to cater to the entire student body. He realized he might have to devise something new, a method for all students to collectively memorize Pinyin. However, this task proved far more challenging than teaching the inmates at Azkaban to learn Pinyin. Firstly, the number of inmates was minuscule compared to the multitude of Hogwarts students. Secondly, he had engaged in friendly interactions to enhance their understanding, allowing the inmates to grasp the material swiftly. Facing a crowd of students, especially with the potential presence of other teachers observing, would not be appropriate. Kano scratched his head. The usage of Pinyin was essentially ingrained in his very being. Without proper organization, commencing a lesson could lead to a scenario like this. "Kano, how is this possible? This is B. How could you mispronounce it?" Student, responding B. "Oh, Kano, listen to me read it. B. Not like that. You must first do this, open your mouth, then this, change your mouth shape. And finally this, start to sound it out. Do you understand?" Student, B. "Kano, no, not like that." As this scene played out in his mind, Kano felt a headache beginning to form. However, it also reminded him of something, the children's Pinyin alphabet. Yet, this was a unique product of Huaxia, where the pronunciation of could be directly associated with fish, allowing for a simple drawing of a fish to aid in teaching. But here in England, he was faced with a group of locals who spoke pure English, rendering such associations meaningless. He would need to make some localized adjustments. With this thought, his headache intensified, and he was surprised to find that evening had already arrived. Gazing at the resplendent galaxy outside, Kano recognized that his biological clock had interrupted his thoughts, signaling it was time to absorb the moonlight. Although his body no longer benefited from this practice, habits are hard to break, and a good habit should not be neglected. By the time he descended from the tower, the hour had unwittingly struck midnight. The once silent corridor was unexpectedly filled with the sounds of Peeves the poltergeist. Old Filch. Come catch me. I'll lead you to those students who refuse to sleep. Don't run away. You can't escape." The voice grew fainter as Kano reached the 5th floor, where a warm yellow spirit appeared before him. "Peeves, why are you teasing Filch again?" Kano inquired, perplexed, as he noted that Peeves should no longer be as antagonistic towards Filch as before. "Professor Kano, Peeves chuckled, leaning closer to say, I'm helping a few students who sneaked out at night. Otherwise, they would be caught by Filch. Just as Kono was about to ask Peeves if the students were the Weasley twins, he noticed several first years hurrying down the corridor. This corridor led to the forbidden area for students, and had Kono and Peeves not been present, the watchful eye of the caretaker would have undoubtedly been upon them. However, seeing that these first years bore no signs of injury, they must have been unharmed. Kono swiftly leapt to the 4th floor, positioning himself in front of the students. Gasping for breath, they stammered, Professor Kono. Kono looked at the boy with hair as fiery as his name, TSK TSK TSK. It seems mischief runs in the family. Not just Fred and George, but you too, Ron, have inherited the family's fine tradition. I. Ron's face turned nearly as red as his hair. All 4 were Gryffindors, and it was quite late for them to be passing through the forbidden corridor. Kono bent slightly. Still smiling, you're unharmed, so it appears my lesson had a positive impact. Upon seeing Kono's cheerful demeanor, the 4 students' eyes glistened with tears. The round-faced, slightly plump boy even sniffled. Peeves, I will find you. I must find you. Filch's frantic, breathless voice echoed from the direction of the 6th floor stairs. The 4 first years' expressions shifted to one of anxiety as they instinctively glanced around. Kono remarked, Peeves, could you divert the attention? Help these children out? Of course, Professor Kono. Peeves is at your service. Peeves exaggeratedly bowed, his head and feet touching to form an O shape. He then soared upward, taunting Filch. Isn't that Filch? What took you so long? Those students are already almost back in their common room. Kono cast a glance towards a dark corner. Then returned his attention to the 4 students, observing, you all seem quite well behaved, yet here you are, gallivanting into the forbidden area during the 2nd week. Perhaps due to Peeves drawing Filch's attention away and Kono's mischievous tone, the 4 students began to calm down, wiping their tears in unison, appearing pitiful. They eagerly recounted their day's escapades to Kono, explaining how Harry and Malfoy had clashed during flying class, which inadvertently led to Harry being recruited by the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Malfoy then began to mock them, challenging Harry and Ron to a duel in the trophy room that evening. Hermione had overheard their conversation and had followed them out to prevent the confrontation. Neville, the most unfortunate of them all, had suffered an accidental injury during flying class, and upon returning, had forgotten the password and could only sleep outside the common room. However, they did not encounter Malfoy. Instead, Filch had come patrolling with his cat. Hearing this, Kono couldn't help but chuckle, having already deduced who had summoned Filch. These Slytherin students truly resembled snakes, preferring cunning ambushes rather than direct confrontations. No wonder Gryffindor and Slytherin had always been rivals, as they were akin to warriors and thieves. Neither willing to yield. Hermione exclaimed indignantly, I told you. Malfoy was tricking you. Why did you believe him? If it weren't for Professor Kono, we would have been caught by Filch. The other 3 boys lowered their heads in silence, seemingly trying to distance themselves from her. Kono rubbed his nose and inquired about the details. When you arranged the duel, did you make any threats, or merely agree on a time and place? A faint sound of fabric brushing against the wall caught his attention, and he heard it clearly. The expressions of the 4 students were unanimous, their mouths agape in disbelief as they looked at him. I am not your headmaster, Kono continued with a grin. Besides, what use is it to suppress your nature? Instead, let me teach you a thing or two. If another duel is arranged, you must first throw down some threats, then agree on the time and place. When making threats, be sure to speak loudly so that everyone hears. If the other party hesitates to agree or simply turns away, it indicates that they merely intend to deceive you. So you should remain astute and not fall into their trap. However, a few individuals appeared somewhat uncertain. Kono pointed towards the staircase, noting that the Slytherin cohort, being particularly protective of their house points, would never risk losing them by engaging in a duel with you. It would be wise to retreat. At this hour, Peeves is still leading Filch in circles. Should he suffer a sudden demise, you might find yourselves confronted by the ghost of Filch in the future. The group collectively shuddered at the thought of the ghostly Filch materializing from the walls, accompanied by his spectral cat, and hastily made their exit. Once they had departed, Kono turned his attention back to the dark corner he had been observing. Headmaster, still awake at this late hour? To his surprise, Dumbledore acknowledged him with a calm demeanor. I was simply checking in on a student of particular interest to me. That famous one. Harry Potter? Kono speculated. Given that this world revolves around Harry Potter, it would be rather expected. Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully, then nodded slowly. What are your impressions of him? Kono raised an eyebrow. His perception of Harry still clouded by the memory of being reprimanded by Snape, resulting in a significant loss of points. Well, It seems that aside from Professor Snape's apparent disdain for him, Professors Flitwick and Sprout hold him in good regard. Indeed, many speak of him as a good child. Dumbledore mused, rubbing his temples as if feeling weary. And what of you? What is your perspective? Kono shrugged, responding with a rehearsed statement. Harry Potter is a disciplined, humble child who interacts harmoniously with his peers. Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, as those words felt premature for someone who had only recently emerged from the Forbidden Forest. Kono added, in truth, children should be allowed to play and learn freely. As long as their values are intact, there are no significant issues. Besides, you wizards, with your peculiarities, will never go hungry. In his studies of magic, Kono encountered some peculiar principles, including 5 notable exceptions to the basic law of transfiguration known as Gamp's Law. These exceptions pertain to food, life, magical items, gold, and substances that wizards themselves find incomprehensible. Wizards cannot conjure these items through magic, yet they can summon them using various spells like the summoning charm. Even spells like the freshwater charm do not magically create water. Rather, they transport nearby water sources. Thus, it can be concluded that wizards do not produce food or water. They merely act as transporters of available resources. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully at Kono's observation, acknowledging that they should not excessively interfere with Harry's growth, but rather guide him gently in the right direction at pivotal moments. He patted Kono's shoulder, affirming, indeed, allowing you to attend this school was my wisest decision. Huh? Kono replied, somewhat bewildered, realizing that he was merely jesting about the notion of becoming a life mentor. Since Kono began teaching the Quiet Heart Sutra, over half a month had passed, and October had arrived. Despite some difficulties along the way, with the assistance of stimulating potions, the students had nearly mastered the recitation of the sutra. The aforementioned potions, namely the Brain Enhancer and the Talent Elixir, enhanced cognitive abilities, making one more intelligent and improving memory. The Talent Elixir emphasized the ability to apply knowledge creatively, distinguishing it from the Brain Enhancer. However, few potions are palatable. These two, while effective, induce a sensation akin to drinking life-giving water, yet leave a slick feeling in the throat due to the use of castor oil as a primary ingredient. Consequently, despite their efficacy, few students opted to consume them. To address this, Kono innovatively utilized essential oils, borrowing silverware from Dumbledore's office. By pouring the Brain Enhancer and Talent Elixir into the silver vessels and creating a mist-like effect, he enhanced the potion's efficacy. The results were indeed remarkable, albeit visually unappealing. To achieve the desired mist, Kono conducted his lessons indoors, gathering all the students in the Great Hall. As he led a group of students, eyes glazed and murmuring sounds like B, P, M, F, D, T, N, and L, amidst swirling mist, the scene resembled an ethereal realm, evoking an unorthodox atmosphere akin to a dubious religious gathering. Professor Trelawney, who shared the class, praised his sessions highly and even borrowed some silverware from Dumbledore. Yet, this still did not meet Kono's standards, as they lacked practical application. Students needed to develop the ability to recite the sutra in real-life situations amidst various distractions. In martial arts, theoretical knowledge without practical application is futile. It is preferable to engage in physical training that appears formidable. Thus, Kono envisioned himself traversing the sea with a sword, preparing to revisit Azkaban in search of a suitable boggart to use as a teaching tool. Since the students expressed interest in how he could use the Quiet Heart Sutra to counter a boggart, it would be prudent to allow them to experience it firsthand. As they were nearly proficient in the sutra's recitation, the map he held was a rough draft, generously provided by his friends Williamson and Putlaw, both of whom had once been Aurors and were familiar with escorting prisoners to Azkaban. Although the island housing Azkaban could not be precisely charted, they had managed to outline a general route. Regrettably, the North Sea was vast, and even with the use of his sword to traverse it, he would require considerable time for the journey. During this period, he intended to begin utilizing the new abilities granted by the martial arts Golden Pill. After living in the school for over a month, the pill, now partially restored from its icy fissures, exhibited a peculiar capability that required the blood of various magical creatures, bestowing him with different powers based on the type of blood acquired. This power was unconventional, even exceptionally magical. It remained uncertain whether the extraordinary abilities derived from the beliefs of wizards were responsible for the pill's restoration, enabling it to impart such fantastical abilities. Creatures like the Puffskein, Bowtruckle, and Goblin, if provided with sufficient blood, could yield remarkable results. Thus, he is endowed with rather whimsical abilities such as cuteness, scratching, and burrowing. Given that creatures of the XX level are generally diminutive in size, even if he wishes to employ the ability of cuteness, he would likely need to extract a considerable amount of fluffy blood to meet the required dosage for its utilization. However, he now possesses a more advantageous option, the blood of the horned camel beast. Newt regularly supplies him with this blood and has commenced an active initiative for their wild reintroduction. For the large horned camel beasts, such blood extraction would not adversely affect their physical well-being. Instead, it could stimulate a positive response in their bodies to adapt to their environment. By utilizing the blood of the horned camel beast to manifest his abilities, he could acquire a protective keratin layer akin to that of the horned camel. With a substantial quantity of the blood, he could even fashion a suit of armor from the keratin generated. As it is only October, the amount of beast blood available for his use is limited. Thus, he cannot construct a full suit of armor, but can certainly manage a helmet. This helmet would suffice, as it merely needs to be worn on his head. Additionally, with the inherent strong magical resistance of the horned camel beast, he need not worry excessively about the various spells set by the Ministry of Magic at Azkaban. His primary concern lies with the possibility of those spells peering into his visage, should word spread that a notable professor from Hogwarts found himself in such a predicament. It would tarnish his reputation considerably. Unbeknownst to him, Kono has arrived at the heart of the North Sea, where the scenery has begun to darken ominously, with swirling clouds twisted in an unsettling manner. After flying a bit further, he finally beholds a towering spire. The ominous Azkaban is now within sight. As a foreboding prison etched into the memories of all adult wizards, Azkaban requires no more than 2 wizards at the gates, with no additional guards necessary. Looking up, he can discern several elongated figures resembling tattered cloaks drifting above the tower. Wherever they pass, even the moisture-laden air near the coastline becomes despondent, transforming into icy particles or snowflakes that descend gently. Kono retrieves a barrel of beast blood from his martial arts elixir, the peculiar aroma wafting forth, undeniably fresh. While the elixir preserves various items, it cannot sustain living entities. Otherwise, he would have long since cultivated crops within that little world, which is indeed a pity. He plunges his hand into the beast blood, which instantly glimmers with a golden hue, transforming into a substance that appears both fluid and solid, levitating with his hand. With a gentle wave above his head, the blood cascades down, gradually coalescing into a jagged, purplish-gray, menacing helmet. Seizing the opportunity, he also directs some of the beast blood onto his flying sword. The once pristine silver of the scarlet flame sword becomes enchanting, its intricate patterns morphing into blood-like motifs, while the fiery red gem in the hilt turns a dark crimson. The sword, which previously radiated a phosphorescent glow, now exudes an aura of muted purplish-gray. With the helmet complete and the scarlet flame sword reconfigured, he turns his attention to his external features. His chest rises and falls as he takes deep breaths, his body expanding and contracting, every sinew and muscle producing a crackling sound reminiscent of shifting grains. The towering figure of 2 meters suddenly diminishes by 20 centimeters. While his form swells, the lining stretched taut, muscles pronounced as if hewn from stone. He clears his throat, controlling his vocal cords to inhale and exhale rhythmically. His previously slightly hoarse and resonant voice transforms into a more piercing and resonant sound, embodying the classic tone of a nefarious villain. Pleased with the result, Kono inspects himself once more, confirming his readiness before extracting a similarly purplish-gray cloak from his elixir, replacing his original white garment. These cloaks are custom-made from the exquisite garment shop, imbued with various enchantments during weaving, perfectly adapting to his form after rapid alterations. With everything in place, he sets forth. Kono swiftly approaches the shoreline on his sword, yet as the tip of the scarlet flame sword crosses the beach, it abruptly halts, plummeting to the ground. Simultaneously, a myriad of buzzing sounds emanate from Azkaban. These sounds possess magical properties that inflict no physical harm, but torment the mind. Ah, magic. Kono gazes into the distance, spotting 2 wizards adorned with gray hats racing toward him. As they run, they brandish their wands at their throats, issuing warnings that drown out the buzzing. Halt. Raise your hands. Surrender. Any resistance will exacerbate your punishment within Azkaban. This warning stems from the enchantments that saturate most wizarding structures designed to repel muggles, ensuring that only wizards may enter these protected realms. Noticing Kono's silence, they cease their verbal warnings and commence their assault while running. Spells manifest as vibrant streaks of light, striking the beach and splashing into the waves, generating sprays of water. What a peculiar display of spellcasting. Kono finds himself perplexed. Do these two believe that casting spells while running creates a striking visual effect or serves to fabricate an illusion of ferocity? As he strolls leisurely as if perusing a market, the accuracy of the two wizard spells becomes increasingly erratic, resembling a chaotic fireworks display. This is because the two wizards, starting from the prison gate, have been running and reciting spells. By the time they approach him, Kono notices their lips have turned pale. Sighing, Kono muses that these gatekeepers ought to possess formidable prowess, yet they appear rather feeble. In truth, he is unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Ministry of Magic and the implications of being a guard at Azkaban, compared to being stationed at the Centaur Liaison Office, which is already a marginal department within the Ministry. Guarding Azkaban is the true torment. Typically, those assigned to Azkaban are wizards lacking magical proficiency, often sent there as a form of punishment for previous transgressions. Moreover, the Dementors occasionally seek a new source of joy and may emerge from Azkaban to the beach, engaging in benign interactions with the guarding wizards, exchanging joy for negative emotions, a rather amicable arrangement. Unfortunately, these guards, having lost their joy, find their magical abilities further diminished, their magical essence waning. As they draw nearer, Kono suddenly raises his wand and bellows at one of the wizards. Stupefy. A swift red beam shoots from the tip of his wand, aiming directly at the wizard's nose, only to dissipate into thin air. Before the bewildered guard wizard could comprehend why nothing seemed to be happening, a fist the size of a cauldron suddenly appeared before his eyes. Following that, darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed to the ground. Another guard wizard arrived just in time. Upon witnessing his companion fall, fear overtook him, and he let out a shriek before fleeing in terror. Konuo, noticing the guard's retreat, felt a surge of joy and promptly retracted his wand into his martial arts golden core. With a powerful kick, he surged forward like a gust of wind, pursuing the fleeing guard wizard. Stupefy, he shouted, delivering a decisive blow to the wizard's head. After neutralizing the two guard wizards, Konuo looked up at the sky, where several elongated figures draped in tattered cloaks began to emerge. These figures appeared to lack substance, twisting and entangling with one another, resembling an unspeakable filth. Simultaneously, the already murky sky grew even darker, reminiscent of the ominous calm before a storm, as clouds seemed to be soaked in ink. The buzzing sound at the Azkaban beach continued to wreak havoc on the senses. From atop the tower, more and more elongated figures poked their heads out, squeezing through the newly opened windows of Azkaban. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the terrifying ambience of a horror film where the gates of hell had swung open, allowing a procession of specters to roam freely. The dark clouds above seemed influenced by these figures, beginning to shed snowflakes in a surreal manner. Meanwhile, the tower echoed with intensified screams and maniacal laughter, no longer restrained by the presence of Dementors. This one looks rather unappealing. Too many scars on its hands. Even I feel a shiver down my spine just looking at it. Why is this one so decayed? It looks like I could wring juice out of it. Hiss, why is this one's mouth so indecent? Such morbid curiosity. How do you even come to be? The Dementors floated around Konuo, opening their wrinkled, barely recognizable mouths in a desperate bid to siphon joy and positive emotions from him. Ah, if only you weren't so small, I would have chosen you. Konuo continued to scrutinize the Dementors, ultimately selecting one that barely met his approval. This particular Dementor had a cloak that was torn in a regular pattern. Its size was appropriate, and the scabs exposed were less conspicuous than the others, making it the most visually appealing among the lot. You shall do, he declared, stomping his foot and leaping into the air to grasp the chosen Dementor. I recall a time when a new source of sustenance arrived, ultimately overcoming the Dementors. I watched as the Dementors from the lower levels ascended to the mid-levels, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, I resolved that if I encountered that sustenance again, I would ensure victory. Now that sustenance has presented itself before me, I must ponder whether this opportunity may be the only one in my lifetime. I believe the fear of Dementors stems from our exceptional ability to absorb joy. To restore the glory of the Dementors is our solemn duty. As this thought crossed his mind, the Dementors observed a man in a menacing helmet suddenly leap into action, emitting a chilling sound as they lunged toward him. Konuo, soaring through the air, noticed the Dementor he selected rushing towards him, its long, bony hands flailing as if ready to fight. It was as though the Dementor was eagerly offering itself, presenting its neck to him without the need for adjustment. Grasping it felt akin to holding Peeve's hand, cold and rough. The Dementor's tattered cloak added a layer of texture. These entities, transcending life and death, seemed utterly unafraid of mortality. Peeves had previously provoked him, But this Dementor boldly adopted a welcoming stance. While Kanua was not the only one taken aback, the prisoners peering through the small windows atop the tower were equally astonished. Though the Dementor surrounded the man in the helmet, none dared to act recklessly, hesitant to approach. Even those who had languished in Azkaban for nearly a decade had never witnessed such a phenomenon. It was always the wizards who feared Dementors, compelled to learn the Patronus charm to defend against them. It was unheard of for Dementors to fear wizards, clustering together without daring to strike. Faced with an intruder in Azkaban, Dementors usually acted without hesitation, directly seeking to claim souls with their infamous kiss. Just as confusion settled among them, one Dementor finally initiated an attack, only to be seized by the man in the helmet, its cloak fluttering like a marionette in the wind. This prompted a genuine disbelief among the observing prisoners. However, this was not the end. A sudden burst of golden light erupted below. The surrounding Dementors, as if confronted by a Patronus, fled at incredible speed, seeking refuge from the encroaching light. Following this, they witnessed a large, elongated purple-gray object soar past them, accompanied by a resounding boom, as the man in the helmet ascended after it. As the Dementors continued to flit about chaotically, the prisoners began to converse. Isn't there a magical barrier prohibiting flight here? Why not consider why a wizard would intrude without searching for anything, merely clutching a Dementor and fleeing? Did you see that golden light? Are you suggesting it was those down below? Over 2 months prior, the Dementors in the lowest level of Azkaban had suddenly surged upward, plunging the already bleak existence of the prisoners into deeper despair. In recent weeks, they would occasionally glance down, curious about the events in the lowest level that had prompted such a mass escalation. In the stillness of night, the peculiarities of the lowest level became especially evident, with a faint golden glow emerging and the sound of obscure chants echoing through the air. Shall we listen closely and try to memorize what they're saying? If the golden light below and the one from the man in the helmet are connected, we might have a chance to escape. Escape. The prisoners, liberated from the oppression of the Dementors, felt hope rekindled. If we could escape, we could search for our master. Keep your voices down. That man is watching us. The prisoners, previously engaged in hushed discussions, fell silent, turning their gazes toward a man with long black hair. His face was largely obscured, revealing only a pair of gray eyes that spoke of despair. Seemingly indifferent to the attention, he collapsed onto his bed, lying motionless. Ignore him. A sharp female voice erupted in laughter, declaring that he had lost his soul. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us focus on how to escape this place and continue our search for our master. At that moment, the soul-sucking creatures glided through the window, returning to their respective posts. They detected a plethora of positive emotions in the air and hastily began to absorb them, as if the earlier events had never transpired. Meanwhile, the prisoners, who had been fervently planning, saw the fervor on their faces dissipate, returning to their initial state. We are weary. Let it all end. Each day we ask, why has our master not come to rescue us? Useless. Again that sharp female voice. We must save ourselves. Our master is waiting for us. Hiss. The soul-sucking creatures intensified their voracious inhalations. The sharp voice softened. Perhaps we shall revisit this at night. If sounds arise, we shall listen, and if not, we can treat it as a lullaby, conducive to slumber. Once again, it was a new Monday in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Ravenclaw students held pieces of bread in one hand and phonetic symbols in the other, diligently familiarizing themselves with the phonetics. Additionally, the young eagles would quiz one another individually using the phonetic symbols or directly draw from the Calm Heart Sutra for questioning. George shifted his gaze away from the Ravenclaw table, pondering. It is Monday once more, and it seems Professor Kong will lead us into practical exercises. Much like the first class. Practical exercises. Fred glanced towards the teacher's table. Could it be a confrontation with that three-headed dog from last time? Did we manage to disturb it to death? George thoughtfully considered. I believe it would not mind listening to music before dinner. Professor Kong ventured into the Forbidden Forest yesterday. Harry said after swallowing a piece of bread. Hagrid informed me that it seems he is preparing to find new textbooks. How exciting. New textbooks. Fred and George whistled in unison, for Professor Kong always managed to procure unexpected materials, and we eagerly anticipate it. In recent martial arts classes, they had remained within the hall, reveling in the enchanting ambience of swirling smoke. Today, they finally returned outdoors, stepping onto the familiar yet strange grass. However, this time they had learned their lesson, gathering within 20 meters of the castle entrance to assemble. This was to avoid any new tricks from Professor Kong. If it were another three-headed dog or a ghostly knight, they could swiftly retreat into the castle. Once inside, They could leverage the terrain to restrain the three-headed dog's movements, ensuring their safety. This time, Professor Kong defied expectations, appearing before them even before 2 o'clock. Select a few classmates to help me move the tables. Bring the long tables from the Great Hall, he instructed the students from the 4 houses. The students exchanged glances, utterly unaware of what Professor Kong was planning. Just as their phonetic lessons in the hall had been unremarkable, Professor Kong had conjured magical and formidable new teaching iterations. Consequently, other teachers, facing memory-intensive subjects, would borrow silverware from Dumbledore to vaporize the brain-awakening potion and talent potion during class. The 4 long tables delineated the areas of each house, and Professor Kong cleared his throat, stating, "Let us first assess your grasp of the Calm Heart Sutra." As anticipated, Ravenclaw and Slytherin fared well. Hufflepuff was passable, while Gryffindor experienced some stumbles during the random recall. In summary, all 4 houses demonstrated a commendable understanding of the material, and it was time for dessert. Just as Dumbledore, having assessed the students' recitation, was about to return to the headmaster's office, he abruptly halted. This course progression seems quite peculiar. Let us observe further. With a clap of his hands, an array of glass bowls suddenly appeared on the 4 long tables, accompanied by jars of candy and rows of straws. Moreover, each student found a crystal-clear goblet before them. Soon, enormous oak barrels equipped with faucets emerged, releasing a delightful aroma of milk tea into the air. "Professor Kong, what is the meaning of this?" Nearly everyone exclaimed, their noses twitching greedily as they inhaled the enticing scent of milk tea. "Is it possible they believe we have toiled too hard and wish to reward us?" "Quite likely." Professor Kong clapped his hands, and a variety of candies, fruits, and snacks manifested within the glass bowls. Some bowls contained a blend of fruit and crushed ice, embodying a dreamy allure. Others were filled with magical candies they would typically purchase from the Duke of Honey, and still, others featured round pearls, the transparent ones smaller than the brown ones, which were 2 to 3 times their size, and a plethora of colorful ice creams awaited eager students with spoons in hand. Create your own milk tea according to your preferences. Watch me demonstrate. Professor Kong approached the long table, and a transparent goblet appeared. He first approached a bowl brimming with round pearls. "These are called pearls, and these are sago. You should try them. They are delightful." He then scooped some fruit, finishing with chocolate. He approached a bowl filled with chocolate liquid, took a brush from its edge, and coated the goblet's inner wall with chocolate before turning on the faucet to fill it. The milk tea swirled exuberantly within the goblet, the various ingredients melding into one. The colorful fruits danced alongside the sago and pearls, resembling not merely a cup of milk tea, but a treasure freshly unearthed. "Here you go, Headmaster. Why not give this cup a taste?" Professor Kong offered the milk tea to Dumbledore. It was then they realized that, unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore had silently blended into the Gryffindor table. A remarkably creative approach to consumption, so imaginative. Dumbledore showed no hesitation as he seized a straw from the long table. Taking a sip, he exhaled deeply, the chill of the slushy transforming into a rainbow in the air. The flavors of the pearls and sago were delightful. I suggest you all partake in this experience. The various milk tea accompaniments prepared by the house elves were genuine magical creations. For instance, the slushy could turn the expelled cold air into colors, and some candies would cause one to float uncontrollably for a while, showcasing a myriad of enchanting effects. With the headmaster's endorsement, all students became animated, eagerly glancing at Professor Kong, their faces brimming with anticipation. You may concoct your milk tea as you desire. Those who are less confident in the Calm Heart Sutra, do remember to review it. We shall have a pop quiz shortly, Professor Kong advised as he turned. Presenting his back to them, "I will fetch some items. Remain here and do not wander." In the face of yet another extravagant classroom experience, Hufflepuff was most delighted, instinctively beginning to utilize the chocolate liquid to create art upon the transparent goblets. Observing their enthusiasm, students from other houses, unwilling to be outdone, commenced their quest for the perfect tea accompaniments. Dumbledore, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been quite some time since he had seen the 4 houses interact so harmoniously. Hufflepuff, often the underdog despite its sizable population, had finally taken center stage, bustling around the long tables of the other houses. Even the previously stern-faced Slytherin students wore faint smiles as they brushed elegant serpentine patterns. Ravenclaw students contemplated the ideal proportions to experience all varieties of tea accompaniments without choking. In contrast, Gryffindor students displayed no such reservations. energetically creating designs on their goblets with Hufflepuff's assistance, stuffing in their favorite tea companions with bold flair. Yet, as various sweets were consumed, Dumbledore suddenly felt a throbbing pain at his temples. The expenses incurred would likely fall upon the school, which could not simply borrow magical candies from muggles. It would require a significant expenditure of galleons. While this lesson had, to some extent, fostered camaraderie among the four houses, the cost weighed heavily on his heart. With this thought, he gulped down the tea in his cup and began to concoct his own blend, momentarily escaping into a realm of fantasy, free from worries. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where an unprecedented new discipline awaits, placing you all on equal footing at the starting line. For your safety, please adhere to the following rules. First, diligently fulfill every command issued by Professor Kono, lest unforeseen consequences arise at any stage. Second, if you find it difficult to memorize phonetic symbols, locate the nebulizer and mix the Brain Awakening potion with the Talent potion in a 1-to-1 ratio. This will assist you in swiftly memorizing the phonetic symbols. Third, remember that indoor classes are generally safe, albeit somewhat ethereal, presenting minimal risk. Fourth, should outdoor lessons be required, exercise vigilance and select a location in close proximity to Hogwarts Castle. Fifth, strictly follow each procedure outlined by Professor Kono, maintaining heightened alertness. Do not allow the relaxed and jovial atmosphere of the class to dull your guard. Sixth, if Professor Kono is present, proceed boldly through each step, regardless of perceived danger, for he will ensure your safety. Text obscured. Though some excitement may ensue, your lives will remain unharmed. Seventh, once Professor Kono initiates the eating and drinking phase, maintain the utmost vigilance, as you will encounter unpredictable circumstances. Text obscured. Whether it be creatures of XXXXX danger level or bizarre entities transcending life and death, anything could emerge in Professor Kono's class. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, most students had concocted their cups of tea and were indulging in them. Even those facing the O, W, L, and N, E, W, T examinations found a fleeting moment of respite amidst their intense studies. Just as they began to prepare their second cups, Professor Kono emerged from the castle, cradling a large, antiquated box that appeared to be over a century old. Given Hogwarts' nearly 1,000-year history, the presence of such a box was not surprising. What captured their attention, however, was the figure of Peeves, who had undergone a complete transformation in appearance. His mouth curled into a mischievous grin, and his comically large eyes sparkled with a prankster's delight. The sight of Peeves caused a sudden tightening in the students' chests, activating the latent magic within them, readying them for a hasty retreat. Fear not, for today, the boggart will not make an appearance. Kono set down the box, creating a subtle tremor in the ground, which heightened the students' sense of caution. They recalled the last time when, after a seemingly benign 10-minute break, a three-headed dog had sprung from the castle. Merlin knew what might emerge from this heavy box. Kono clapped his hands and, glancing at his enchanted wristwatch, announced, "You have 3 minutes to prepare your tea, particularly with extra chocolate. The test will commence thereafter." Dumbledore, observing Kono's return, retreated to the side with a cup of tea brimming with tapioca pearls, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the large box. Originally a weapon chest, this antique had been used to store various armaments since the school's founding. Though adorned with wood, its interior was composed of hefty granite slabs. Watching Kono maneuver the box without the aid of magic, relying solely on his physical strength, struck Dumbledore as oddly familiar. He had long suspected Kono possessed the potential of a human-shaped dragon, and this was merely a trivial task. All students vacated the long table and formed 4 large formations around the box. "How many of you can cast the Patronus charm?" Kono inquired, standing at the center. A few hands were raised. Among the upperclassmen, only 20 or 30 were familiar with the charm. However, a palpable restlessness began to ripple through the students as they sensed the impending challenge. Kono turned to his left and declared, "Let's begin. Hufflepuff, you shall stand before the box, and when the Dementor emerges, recite the Calm Heart Sutra." A chorus of dismay erupted from the 4 house formations, with some students, well acquainted with Dementors, contorting their faces in fear, on the verge of tears. "What is there to fear?" Kono reassured them, patting the box. "Isn't your goal to learn this, so you may one day confront Dementors? Imagine the scene, encountering a Dementor in the wild alongside your loved ones. You stride confidently towards it. When everyone doubts your capability, you simply gaze at it and silently recite the Calm Heart Sutra. The Dementor flees. And imagine the praise your family would bestow upon you. Consider this, while others must brandish wands and chant spells to repel Dementors. You stand before one and send it running. Envision that transcendent feeling. The cacophony of students gradually diminished, particularly among those from Gryffindor, who appeared to be brimming with anticipation. Even the Slytherin contingent could conjure the vivid imagery conjured by Kono's descriptions in their minds, whether it involved wandless magic or driving away Dementors. These were tales worthy of glorification. Indeed, painting a grand vision proved to be the most effective strategy, especially when addressing a group of students still ensconced within the ivory tower of academia. However, mere inspiration was insufficient. A tantalizing incentive was also required. Kono continued. The house that endures the longest will not only earn an additional 100 points, but may also propose a request within the realm of martial arts, which I shall endeavor to fulfill. What are you hesitating for? Do you wish to disappoint the headmaster? Upon hearing these rewards, the Hufflepuff students swiftly rallied together, fully prepared to accept the challenge. Present were not only Professor Kono, but also Headmaster Dumbledore, who observed the proceedings from a distance while sipping tea. The presence of these two figures assured the students that they would not be endangered, thus emboldening them to accept the challenge. You may commence. I shall now unveil the box. Kono abruptly pushed the lid aside. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings seemed to dim, the once bright afternoon sun vanishing, replaced by the oppressive gloom that precedes a storm. This storm-like darkness swiftly enveloped the faces of the Hufflepuff students. Moreover, the box itself appeared to shift to a darker hue, becoming an eerie black, with a frosty mist creeping along the ground to the box's edge. The students' thoughts seemed to drift into a void, a dimension devoid of life and warmth, where everything was frigid. Suddenly, a pair of emaciated arms emerged from this dimension, their skin wrinkled and marred by growths reminiscent of tree knots. Though these protrusions were not overly pronounced, were they more evident, they would evoke a greater sense of dread. A figure of neither great nor small stature began to drift out of the box, its tattered cloak swaying rhythmically. As the figure oscillated, the students felt as though an ice block had lodged itself in their chests, rendering them breathless. The chill radiated from their chests throughout their bodies, nearly incapacitating them and obscuring their thoughts, leaving them only with the sound of the cloaked figure's labored breaths. As this sound reverberated, memories of their recent endeavors began to blur, as if something had been stripped from their minds. Soon after, recollections of recent misfortunes flooded their thoughts, prompting reflections on their previous disappointments and sorrows. All right, everyone, listen closely to me. Recite with me. The old one said, the way is characterized by clarity and murkiness, stillness and motion. A voice emerged, sharp as a finely honed sword, cleaving through the void and severing the silence and coldness. This voice seemed to possess the power of incantation, as described in the Heart of Tranquility. One half of the split dimension ascended higher, while the other sank lower. A sliver of light appeared within this dimension, soon followed by more luminescence, as the previous darkness revealed itself to be merely the twilight before dawn. In that moment, the students found their resolve, following the voice as they began to recite the Heart of Tranquility. The old one said, the way is characterized by clarity and murkiness, stillness and motion. Clarity is the essence, while murkiness is the manifestation. Thus, the sun is bright and the moon is dim. The sun is dynamic and the moon is still. They felt the once vacant dimension solidify beneath them, guiding them through the interplay of clarity and murkiness, drawing them ever closer to the dawning light. They finally emerged from the darkness and void, returning to reality. Come, the pygmy puff will warm you. Kono's voice harmonized with the students' recitations in the void. A warm sensation enveloped them, though it soon became overwhelming, igniting a burning sensation along their backs. Kono quickly sensed the anomaly and instructed, too much. Lower the temperature. Lower it. At this moment, the students finally looked up, realizing the source of warmth above them. The pygmy puff floated like a small sun, its golden form slightly reddened, radiating a warm, orange glow akin to a heater. The natural warmth of the pygmy puff, combined with the afternoon sun, swiftly dispelled the chill from their hearts. Only then did they realize the ferocity of Professor Kono was indeed beyond their comprehension. They watched as Kono gripped the Dementor's neck and forcefully shoved it back into the box, while simultaneously slamming the rumbling lid shut. Feeling better? If all goes well? We can do another round, Kono remarked, glancing at his magical watch. If you maintain this pace, we might have time for another attempt. Another round. The students, who had initially intended to retreat for more chocolate to soothe their nerves, cried out in unison. Since they sought excitement, they would fully embrace it. Kono, unfazed, even offered praise. You all performed admirably. You simply didn't realize it. No one faltered, and in the end, you all managed to break free from the Dementor's grasp alongside me. Take a moment to rest. and then we shall try again for reinforcement. He moved to the center of the students, speaking softly, 100 points for your house, plus 1 request. You are now resting earlier than the others, making you more likely to secure these rewards. The Hufflepuffs collectively gasped, uncertain if this was appropriate. No worries, let us complete the first round. Kono smiled, noting their earnestness. You may rest. Defeating the Dementors is not as daunting as you might believe. Do not equate it to the Patronus charm. What you must do is chant the incantation, ensuring each word emanates from your heart. Take your time to digest it. Once everyone is ready, we will review together. The Hufflepuff students returned to their long table, observing the other 3 houses as they faced their own Dementor assessments. The performances of the other 3 houses were quite similar. The Dementor's skeletal hands gripped the edges of the box, leaping forth with alarming suddenness. As the Dementor fully emerged, the surrounding light dimmed significantly, and the air stilled, transforming into a biting winter chill. The second house to undergo the test was Slytherin, who stood still, none daring to recite the incantation at that moment. Professor Kono intervened, his entire being radiating golden light as he seized the Dementor by its neck, echoing the same command. All right, everyone, listen closely to me. As the Dementor swayed in his grip, the surrounding scene rapidly returned to normalcy, transitioning from the depths of winter back to the warmth of late autumn. It is rather perplexing why the students of Hufflepuff suddenly felt a twinge of pity for the Dementor during the impromptu assessments of Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The Dementor's demeanor appeared relatively stable. However, after being confined in its box for the 3rd time, when it was time for Gryffindor to take their turn, the box, which was already more than half opened, showed no sign of the Dementor resurfacing. It was not until Connor summoned a wisp of golden dragon energy, extracting the creature as if it were a toy from a claw machine, that the Dementor finally made its appearance. At this moment, not only Hufflepuff but also the other 3 houses began to feel a sense of compassion for the Dementor. Perhaps this was the reason why a few Gryffindor students had not entirely lost their ability to act and were even able to guide others in reciting the Calm Heart Sutra. However, just as they were beginning to find their rhythm, an unexpected incident occurred. The boy, who had long been the center of attention and was known as the boy who lived, Harry Potter, suddenly collapsed to the ground. The Gryffindor students were momentarily taken aback as another golden dragon emerged, swiftly pulling Harry to Connor's side. Harry's complexion was alarming. 2 streaks of tears marked his cheeks, and his eyes glistened with remnants of tears, his pallor akin to that of a ghost. Connor first checked his breathing, then pressed gently on his neck, finally flipping Harry's wrist to check his pulse. At that moment, Dumbledore approached with urgency, inquiring about Harry's condition. Connor nodded, his heart racing with concern. The boy seemed malnourished, looking as frail as a monkey. He should consume more pumpkin, lamb, and longan, and maintain a light diet for recuperation. It should not pose a significant issue. By the way, the pumpkin and lamb should ideally be steamed. If he continues to eat roasted pumpkin and lamb, it might be detrimental. Remember, he propped Harry up and retrieved a wand made from a unicorn tail hair from his martial arts essence, placing it against Harry's temple. The wand emitted a gentle silvery light, and as the glow enveloped Harry, his previously pale face began to regain color. Connor continued to use the wand, employing acupuncture techniques on several points on Harry's head. In less than a minute, Harry began to stir, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and confusion. Dumbledore spoke softly, asking, "Harry, what happened?" Harry shuddered, and the terror in his eyes deepened. "I felt as if I was drowning, submerged in icy waters. Then I heard someone screaming. She seemed to be in great pain. I desperately wanted to help her, but the screams grew louder, and I felt increasingly powerless, until I lost consciousness." Dumbledore's long, strong fingers rested gently on Harry's forehead, soothingly caressing as he murmured, "Poor child, that indeed sounds like a dreadful memory." He then turned to Connor. "I would like to take this child to Madame Pomfrey for a thorough examination. Would that be convenient for you?" "Take him away," Connor replied, extending his hands. Given his current state, he was not fit for class, and it was perfectly acceptable for Dumbledore to take him to the nurse. "Oh, there's one more thing I must mention. This child, well, seems to be exhibiting symptoms of a soul-splitting condition. Although it does not entirely fit the description, I am not certain. You should consult a specialist." "Soul-splitting?" Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "Could you elaborate?" Connor stroked his chin, pondering how to articulate it. Perhaps it could be described as an incomplete essence of the soul. However, Harry's case is quite unique. It might be more appropriate to refer to it as a multi-soul condition, as though there were extraneous elements in his mind. However, I am more adept at acupuncture than medical theory. My understanding is merely superficial. There are similar medical texts in the martial arts essence, but they are not very advanced, only mentioning various ailments without offering specific solutions. Dumbledore regarded him with a knowing look, then smiled. Thank you very much. I believe I have a clearer understanding now. Once Dumbledore departed, Connor clapped his hands, summoning the students from the 4 houses back to his side. A minor incident. Mr. Potter has accompanied the headmaster to the infirmary. We still have half an hour left. Let us attempt once more to see if we can use the Calm Heart Sutra to withstand the Dementor's attacks. The earlier interruption had not caused much of a commotion. These young witches and wizards possessed a remarkable resilience to stress. They perceived encountering minor mishaps during the learning process as a perfectly normal occurrence. From Connor's observations, the round-faced Gryffindor boy had blown up his cauldron in the first potions class yet remained unharmed. This lad, named Neville Longbottom, appeared to have quite a sturdy constitution. He had suffered a broken bone during the last flying lesson, yet was still lively enough to join Harry and the others on their nocturnal escapades into the Forbidden Forest. In the second round of assessments, Hufflepuff students were again the first to begin. The process proceeded smoothly. The Dementor only exerted a brief suppression over them. And soon the upperclassmen successfully recited the Calm Heart Sutra. The situations for Slytherin and Ravenclaw mirrored this, both completing their assessments after a brief bout of suppression. However, yet again, an incident arose within Gryffindor. This time, despite Connor having extracted the Dementor from its box, it floated listlessly in place, devoid of energy. Even after some time, it remained in that state, refusing to alter its surroundings. Upon reflection, this was not entirely unexpected. If the Dementor's sustenance is happiness, then Connor's assessment was akin to inviting the Dementor to a banquet. Yet, each time the Dementor feasted to its heart's content, Connor would seize it by the neck, forcing it to regurgitate the joy it had consumed. If this had only happened once or twice, it might have been bearable. However, after being subjected to this treatment 7 times, by the 8th, the creature simply surrendered. After all, if it could not consume anything, it might as well abstain entirely, thereby avoiding the torment of vomiting. Professor Connor, the Weasley twins led a protest from the entire Gryffindor house. It's not that we failed the assessment. It's this Dementor that refuses to move. At this moment, a sense of accomplishment surged among the 4 houses. They had long heard of the Dementor's fearsome reputation. Yet this time they had subdued it within the classroom. Indeed, this Dementor had lost its will to resist, even its instinct to absorb joy. Connor grasped the Dementor's robe and shoved it back into the box, admonishing, "Reflect upon yourself. You are the worst Dementor I have ever encountered." The poltergeist shook its head, casting a sympathetic glance at the box containing the Dementor. As beings that transcended life and death, witnessing the Dementor in such a state evoked an unusual sympathy. Why not consider this? Connor devised a plan. Since Gryffindor had already spoken during the first round, they could call this round a draw. Consequently, each house would receive an additional 25 points, and each could pose a question to me, as a reward for the successful completion of this assessment. The students from all 4 houses nodded in agreement. Although the points were fewer, the opportunity to ask a question was entirely acceptable. Let us commence with the first question. Beginning with the earliest accomplishments of Hufflepuff, do you have any inquiries? After a brief discussion, it was Cedric, the handsome young lad, who blushed as he posed the question. Professor Kong, we are eager to know the recipe for the dish that Fred and the others took last time. Are you sure you don't want to change it? Kong raised an eyebrow, thinking they might be at a disadvantage otherwise. This group of badgers was simply too earnest, asking such a straightforward question, which left him somewhat amused yet perplexed. Reflecting on the previous dish, Kong recalled that it was the braised pork he had ordered in the Great Hall last month. At that time, inspired by the Weasley twins, he had sent a portion of the braised pork to the 2 who had yet to dine. Cedric shook his head, stating that this was the consensus among the students, and they did not feel at a loss. Very well, Kong nodded, retrieving paper and pen from the martial arts elixir to write down the recipe for the braised pork. As October waned and the winter approached in England, he supplemented it with several nourishing medicinal dishes suitable for the autumn and winter seasons. Upon receiving the recipe, Cedric's face lit up with surprise. To consider the well-being of these kind-hearted badgers, Kong gestured for silence, reminding them that these rewards were private and should not be shared in class. Of course, I mean during class. If you wish to share with other houses after class, I have no objection, as these are your decisions. The second house to make a request was Slytherin, just as Kong had anticipated. The little snakes approached him, and just as they were about to speak, he took the initiative. Raising his arm, he made a prohibitive gesture, stating, Professor Trelawney advised me to avoid contact with anyone associated with Flint recently, as it may bring misfortune. Is there such a person among you? The Slytherin students exchanged glances, their eyes landing on Marcus Flint, who stood in the center. The Flint family was a pure-blood wizarding family, their crest a vividly red flint stone. Of course, they all understood that given Professor Kong's formidable prowess, there was no reason to fear the kind of predictions made by Professor Trelawney. Marcus Flint, aware of this, regretted his earlier actions and prepared to leave, covering his face. Observing Flint's demeanor, Kong called out to him, "Come back. I simply wish for everyone to adhere to the classroom order. Can we achieve that?" At this, the little snakes nodded vigorously, even adjusting their stances to stand tall before quietly asking, "Professor Kong, we wish to learn techniques regarding flying broomsticks. Is there a way?" Kong stroked his chin, pondering the request. Flying broomstick techniques? Indeed. We wish to learn how to maintain better balance during high-speed flight and ensure that the quaffle is less likely to be intercepted during passes. This involved two aspects, thus forming two inquiries. Kong raised an eyebrow, indicating they must choose between maintaining balance and improving quaffle passing. After a difficult deliberation, the Slytherin students ultimately selected the former. Kong then retrieved the Introduction to Martial Arts manual, turning to page 152 to teach them the foundational stance, supplemented by the Calm Heart Sutra. To maintain balance on a flying broomstick, the most crucial factor is the unity of waist and horse. Only when the center of gravity and limbs are coordinated can one mobilize the entire body to sustain balance. Achieving this level of unity, combined with the Calm Heart Sutra, allows for a harmonious mind and body. At this realm, even soaring through the skies like Kong would pose no significant challenge. However, since the little snakes began their learning through questioning, Kong earnestly reminded them to progress gradually during their practice to avoid bodily harm. Satisfied with their answers, the little snakes returned to formation, simultaneously adding a new rule to the Hogwarts Code. Rule 8. Professor Kong is a person of temperament, with a keen regard for classroom order. Please treat his class with caution and do not disrupt the order. A crossed-out note read, "Do not attempt to offend Professor Kong, or you may suffer both physical and mental repercussions, with the timing of such repercussions being uncertain, hence remain prepared at all times." Next, it was Ravenclaw's turn. The little eagles posed intriguing questions, particularly curious about the principles behind Kong's recent rescue of Harry. Ravenclaw was the most diligent in their studies, and their inquiries regarding the acupuncture techniques used in the rescue were not documented in the Introduction to Martial Arts Manual, Medical Edition. This edition was the thinnest of the textbooks, primarily focused on familiarizing students with acupoints and meridians. Understanding these concepts is vital, whether in everyday practice or during combat, thus necessitating a gradual approach. While this content could be covered in a single lesson, individual variances in physical condition required personal exploration. To ensure safety, Kong conducted a brief assessment to confirm that at least those asking questions had a foundational understanding of acupoints. After a round of questioning, the little eagles confidently responded, satisfying Kong. Since they had self-studied to this extent, imparting this knowledge was entirely appropriate. Seeing them leave joyfully clutching the acupoint diagram, Kong felt a twinge of sentiment. As they say, a master leads one to the door, but the journey is theirs alone. Young wizards face numerous magical subjects, and Kong did not expect them to devote excessive attention to martial arts. The breadth of magical content was already ample for their studies, and augmenting their knowledge with martial arts would require an impractical amount of time. Understanding this, he opted for a teaching model that made learning less ethereal and more immediately gratifying. Through various innovative and engaging instructional methods, he endeavored to create lasting memories of the classroom experience, igniting their passion for learning. Moreover, concluding each segment of lessons allowed for a clearer comprehension of previously acquired knowledge. This approach resembled the concept of an inaugural lesson at the beginning of term, progressing through the guidance of blood-sheet pills, culminating in the eventual introduction of the three-headed dog. Such a layered progression would enable them to appreciate their own advancements in speed. Similarly, it took Kong over a month to complete the teaching of mental techniques. Although aided by the wake-up potion and Talon elixir, the overall process remained somewhat tedious. Thus, Kong devised a method to incorporate the Dementor, a being transcending life and death, into the classroom. By uniting the houses against the Dementor, not only did he foster camaraderie among the students, but he also provided a tangible representation of their learning outcomes. This would help them realize that their month-long efforts had not been in vain, dispelling any prior impatience or reluctance from their learning journey. At last, It was the turn of the young lions, whose inquiries were quite unique. They wished to learn to cast the sonorous charm without the aid of a wand. Much like Connor, the wizards possessed a relatively straightforward spell known as the sonorous, which required a loud incantation to be effective. The method involved placing the wand against the side of the throat while reciting the spell, ensuring that the wand remained in position throughout the casting, thereby amplifying the speaker's voice according to the caster's intent. However, this charm bore a measure of risk, as many incidents recorded at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries were attributed to the sonorous spell. Most of these accidents occurred during various Quidditch matches, where enthusiastic commentators were unexpectedly struck by a bludger, resulting in a rather chilling fate. Who said Gryffindor students lacked attention to detail? They were remarkably perceptive, having observed that Connor never employed his wand to enhance his voice during lessons. This keen insight, however, often found its application in rather peculiar contexts. Connor's method for amplifying his voice was an extension of the lion's roar technique, as it merely involved sound amplification. The training regimen was considerably less intricate than that of the lion's roar. He meticulously documented the technique and even added several stringent stipulations. Should any of these young lions persist in their efforts, they would not only master the sonorous charm in its martial form, but could potentially learn the lion's roar, thus becoming, in some sense, true lions. Nonetheless, Connor doubted their chances of success, as the initial requirement for mastering the lion's roar was quite challenging. Practitioners needed to rise at the break of dawn, around 3 or 5 o'clock, and find a tranquil environment to practice, regardless of the weather. From Connor's observations, the general rising time at Hogwarts was after 7 o'clock, with the young lions being particularly notorious for their slumber, often awakening around 7:30. As October drew to a close, they approached the end-of-month Halloween feast, along with some minor changes. Firstly, the weather had shifted. Being situated not far from the ocean and at a considerable elevation, approximately 1,000 meters above sea level in the Scottish Highlands, a damp chill enveloped Hogwarts. Most students donned scarves or thicker cloaks during classes, yet still found themselves shivering from the cold breeze that infiltrated through the windows. The only exception among the students was the Hufflepuffs, who, thanks to Connor's autumn and winter dietary supplements, filled the first floor with an enticing aroma. This delightful scent was not merely a blend of various spices, but mingled with the savory essence of lamb, composing a warm ode. Even Snape would occasionally pause to analyze the myriad potion ingredients present in the air, to discern which students hailed from Hufflepuff without relying on their attire. One could simply observe their complexions. Those with rosy cheeks and radiant expressions, often clad in fewer robes than their peers, were undoubtedly Hufflepuffs. While the Ravenclaw students lacked the rosy glow of their Hufflepuff counterparts, they too appeared invigorated. As the house most dedicated to scholarly pursuits, Ravenclaws thrived on intellectual nourishment. The acupressure charts obtained from Connor allowed them to remain ever alert. The changes among the Slytherins were less pronounced yet equally conspicuous. Those clad in Quidditch robes returned to the castle with their legs splayed, resembling crabs. To an unknowing observer, it might appear as though they were diligently practicing some technique imparted by Professor Connor. In truth, these Slytherin players, overly eager to advance in their foundational stance training, found themselves awkwardly traversing the castle. However, judging by their expressions, the foundational stance training seemed to benefit their Quidditch performance significantly. Occasionally, individuals would venture to the Quidditch pitch to observe team practices or gather intelligence. Regardless of their intent, they would notice that the Slytherin players had indeed improved, flying with greater steadiness and speed than ever before. The young serpents appeared full of confidence regarding the forthcoming Quidditch matches after Halloween. As for Gryffindor, they were perhaps the loudest group within the entire Hogwarts castle. Standing on the moving staircase of the 6th floor, George suddenly realized he had forgotten something on his arm. So he called out towards the 8th floor. "Fred, please grab my textbook from the table. I forgot to bring it." Not only his twin brother, but also the students nearby were aware of his oversight. While Gryffindor students might not excel in serious academic pursuits compared to Ravenclaws, they undeniably possessed a remarkable talent for whimsy. Originally, the vocal techniques developed by Connor for his lessons had been repurposed for various calls. Instead of actively searching for their forgotten items, the young lions now simply shouted towards the common room, confident that a housemate would retrieve the lost belongings. But what if everyone had vacated the common room, leaving no housemate to assist? In such cases, it became imperative to ascertain which subjects' materials had been left behind. If it were Professor Connor's class, a swift dash upstairs to retrieve the items was essential. After all, Professor Connor was a man of temperament, and disrupting his class was not an option. Conversely, if it were potions class with Professor Snape, it was best to let it go. After all, one would lose points in class anyway, so why fret over a textbook? Just let it be. However, due to the incessant noise created by the young lions throughout the castle, they had become the prime targets of Filch's scrutiny. Thanks to the meridian pathways taught by Connor in the first lesson, even first-year students were not easily caught by Filch. Even if Filch were to suddenly emerge from a hallway, combined with the ambush from Mrs. Norris, Gryffindor students could swiftly escape the scene of their mischief. To this end, Filch conducted extensive research and ultimately concluded that these changes among students were due to Connor's arrival at the school. He promptly dispatched an order to the Leaky Cauldron for a complete set of textbooks compiled by Connor, preparing to employ the techniques of others to counteract them. The notion of using magic to defeat magic now necessitated a strategy of employing martial skills to overcome the prowess of these young lions, who displayed hints of extraordinary capabilities due to their martial training. The relationship between Halloween and Halloween Eve bears a resemblance to that of the Spring Festival and New Year's Eve in Chinese culture. Halloween Eve falls on the last day of October, during which Hogwarts hosts a feast comparable in scale to the opening banquet. To prepare, Dumbledore convened a meeting with the teaching staff on the afternoon of the 30th to discuss a simple plan for the upcoming Halloween feast. The meeting took place in a room on the 8th floor, which usually appeared as an abandoned classroom when a meeting was required. Dumbledore would move a dining table from the side to accommodate the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we find ourselves on the eve of Halloween. As per our tradition, let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Kong, who has recently joined our team, Dumbledore proclaimed, initiating a round of applause. Just as the other faculty members joined in, a golden bowl unexpectedly appeared before him. To the astonished gazes of several teachers, a bowl of silky tofu topped with honey and crushed nuts materialized in front of Dumbledore. The sweet aroma of honey and the rich scent of nuts gradually permeated the modest room. Dumbledore felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had forgotten this delightful indulgence. Lately, he had taken to enjoying a bowl of tofu as a dessert after his midday meals. Given his busy schedule, the dessert only made its appearance when he clapped his hands. While this was merely a personal preference, its sudden appearance at this moment seemed somewhat out of place. He observed Professors Flitwick and Sprout smiling, while Kong wore a bemused expression, as if stifling laughter. McGonagall had a serious demeanor, her lips pressed into a thin line. Trelawney appeared somewhat dazed, her pupils lacking focus, as if lost in thought. Snape's gaze was peculiar, seemingly fixated solely on the bowl of honeyed tofu. Was the honey and nuts somehow offensive to him? With years of experience as headmaster, Dumbledore took such unexpected occurrences in stride. He cleared his throat and pushed the bowl of tofu slightly forward. Esteemed colleagues, this is called tofu pudding, a delightful soy-based delicacy. Its presence here is thanks to Professor Kong's creative inspiration. This year, we are fortunate to welcome fresh talent into our team. Moreover, the overall academic performance this year has surpassed previous years. Hence, I conferred with Professor Kong and decided to treat our students to this delightful dish. He gestured for Kong to elaborate. I am still not entirely familiar with this dish. Today marks my first encounter with it. Therefore, I shall leave it to you to enlighten us. With that, Dumbledore noticed Kong's stifled smile vanish, realizing that smiles are indeed contagious. When one fades from a face, it often finds its way onto another. Me? Kong rubbed his brow, having thought he was merely a bystander, here to assist and fulfill his duties as a professor. Yet, with Dumbledore inviting him to explain, he had no choice but to bring the matter to light. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a penchant for warfare. Colleagues, allow me to elucidate this dish, which the headmaster is not entirely familiar with. With a clap, he emphasized the word unfamiliar. A house elf appeared before him. Professor Kong, Rabbi is delighted to serve you. Good afternoon, Rabbi, Kong greeted, pointing to the tofu pudding on the table. Could you prepare a serving for each professor? Also, please add honey, red bean syrup, and crushed nuts, chili flakes, and soy sauce. He listed a plethora of sweet and savory toppings for the tofu pudding. Once the house elf had presented all the ingredients, and the enticing aromas filled the room, the nature of this impromptu luncheon shifted. Before his arrival, the Hogwarts kitchen had adhered to traditional recipes passed down since the school's founding. While Hufflepuff students had improved the flavors over the years, the variety of recipes had never expanded. Thus, this tofu pudding was a novel experience for most faculty members. The tofu itself boasted a unique silkiness and flavor, with the additional toppings enhancing its taste. As he spoke, Kong began demonstrating. He added red bean syrup and pumpkin balls to Dumbledore's bowl and pushed it toward him. On a festive occasion like Halloween, We could drizzle it with caramel or chili oil, disguising it as some grotesque creature's brain, perfectly capturing the spirit of the holiday. Indeed, McGonagall's lips relaxed, reflecting on the students' recent commendable performance in class and their improved efficiency in learning magic. Introducing a new delicacy as a reward for Halloween was indeed a splendid idea. It neither felt out of place nor failed to convey the school's appreciation for its students. Truly, Professor McGonagall maintained her perspective as both a teacher and an advocate for the students. In that moment, Dumbledore and Kong were in perfect accord. Dumbledore seized the opportunity, rising to his feet. We have over half an hour left, just enough time to sample this delightful treat as a post-meal dessert. Please, do not hold back. With the headmaster's encouragement, the previously restrained teachers eagerly sprang into action. However, most lacked experience, imitating Flitwick and Sprout by adding honey, crushed nuts, and sweet toppings to their tofu pudding. In contrast, Snape skillfully reached for a bowl of soy sauce, deftly scooping a spoonful into his dish, then adding chili oil, crushed nuts, and a sprinkle of cilantro. Dumbledore now understood the source of Snape's earlier peculiar gaze. It appeared that Snape had long since mastered the art of tofu pudding preparation, and the two were clearly not aligned in their preferences, given his affinity for savory flavors. Next to Snape, Kettleburn followed suit, successfully joining the savory faction. After swallowing several mouthfuls of the savory tofu pudding, he exclaimed, "This tofu pudding is truly invigorating. It feels as though I am dancing with a fire dragon. Exhilarating." Once the faculty members had thoroughly enjoyed their post-meal treat, the impromptu meeting finally returned to order. The teachers unanimously agreed that featuring this dish at the Halloween feast was an excellent idea. Dumbledore smoothly delegated the task of decorating the castle for the following day, effectively concluding the meeting. Early the next morning, as students awoke and made their way to the Great Hall, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of rich, fragrant soy milk wafting through the air. Upon entering the hall, the first sight to greet them was Professor McGonagall, who was pointing her wand at the decorations adorning the walls. What had once been simple white circles transformed into a throng of dancing skeletons under McGonagall's transfiguration spell. Although these skeletons were small, their skeletal structure appeared remarkably lifelike, showcasing McGonagall's mastery of the art. Professor Flitwick held his head high, directing his wand toward the ceiling, where the original blue sky was replaced by an ominous blackness, followed swiftly by a bright, glaring moon that failed to illuminate the entire night. The scene appeared somewhat eerie, yet perfectly suited to the theme of Halloween. McGonagall called out to Flitwick and then scattered a flurry of confetti into the air. As scraps of paper danced in the air, Professor McGonagall cast spells upon them, transforming the once white fragments into an inky black, gradually forming the shape of bats that even emitted faint squeaks. Professor Flitwick raised an approving hand gesture, and after McGonagall had turned the scraps into bats, he too waved his wand, causing the faux bats that had fallen to the ground to float instantly. Not entirely pleased with the floating faux bats, he flicked his wand upward. The previously lifeless bats sprang to life, flitting about as if they were truly alive on the ceiling. Witnessing this spectacle, the young eagles eagerly exclaimed to Professor Flitwick, "Professor Flitwick, I wish to learn this." "Of course, no problem," Professor Flitwick cheerfully replied. "This afternoon, we have a class with Gryffindor, and we will teach the levitation charm during the lesson." With a thud, Hagrid carefully set down an enormous pumpkin, causing the floor of the Great Hall to tremble. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, "Professor Kono, I truly appreciate your assistance. Otherwise, it would have taken me ages to bring all the pumpkins into the hall." Professor Kono silently set down another equally massive pumpkin and waved his hand, remarking, "This pumpkin is quite hefty. It serves as excellent exercise." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore had declined to assign Kono any tasks regarding the decoration of the castle, which had prompted Kono to spend the early hours fishing by the Black Lake until he spotted Hagrid carrying a gigantic pumpkin toward the castle. Since both activities were merely ways to pass the time, Kono decided to observe the scene that unfolded. Suddenly, a flock of over 100 owls swooped into the Great Hall, circling the sky in search of their respective recipients. These owls were indeed magical creatures. Much like the distinction between ordinary individuals and wizards, they also differed from regular owls. Owls capable of integrating into the magical world possessed a unique talent. They could locate recipients without an address, provided that the recipients did not deliberately conceal their whereabouts. Should a recipient employ magic to obscure their location, the owls would become lost as well. "What a massive package!" exclaimed the students as they marveled at the owls. At that moment, a package carried by 5 owls slowly hovered above Kono's head. The owls appeared utterly exhausted, their feathers ruffled and looking almost twice their normal size. Poor creatures. Hagrid expressed sympathy, recognizing the effort it took for them to deliver the parcel. Who could have sent this package? Kono furrowed his brow as he examined the parcel resting on the ground, noticing a seal on the side. Beneath the seal lay a letter. Patched Cauldron Shop, Dear Mr. Kono. The cauldron you customized with the automatic heating, stirring, separating, cleaning, timing functions, and the ability to transport cooked food into bowls has been completed. Please collect it. If satisfied, kindly promote our shop. Upon successful transaction, we can offer you a 3-point rebate. Yours sincerely, York Pache. Finally, the hot pot has arrived. This was undoubtedly the highlight of Kono's day. To him, Halloween was merely a day without a holiday. Such occasions hardly felt like celebrations, merely a festive night at best. The hot pot, however, was entirely different, imbued with a sense of ritual. Now that winter had set in, he, despite his natural resilience to cold, felt the absence of a hot pot during the season. Moreover, this was not an ordinary hot pot. It was a genuine magical hot pot. He only needed to prepare the broth and ingredients, while all the cleaning and other tedious tasks could be entrusted to magic. Since he had left his fishing gear by the Black Lake that morning, he decided that today's activity would involve catching a large fish to serve as the main ingredient for tonight's hot pot. Unfortunately, whether due to an inner restlessness or some other reason, the fish seemed to be keenly aware of the bait. After sitting by the Black Lake for an eternity, he had yet to catch a single fish, leading him to suspect that the mermaids might be meddling. Deciding to dive into the depths of the lake, he discovered the mermaids and their trained Grindylows were busy adorning their abode, seemingly preparing for a celebration. Convinced that the mermaids were not intentionally causing disturbances, Kono returned to the shore, casting his line once more. Perhaps the old adage of fishermen never returning empty-handed held true, for although he did not catch a large fish, he did reel in a dilapidated little chest. The chest bore an inscription of a magical script, appearing worn yet surprisingly intact. Alohamara, Kono invoked, adhering to the principle of using magic against magic, but the chest steadfastly resisted his enchantment. With a thump, he abandoned his wand and opted for a physical approach, easily prying open the chest. Inside lay a pendant-like piece of jewelry, crafted from a silver-like material, intricately carved with the likeness of a lioness head, its mouth clasping a vibrant red gemstone, looking rather exquisite. Upon returning to the castle after tidying his fishing gear, Kono noticed an unusual atmosphere that contrasted with the anticipated laughter and camaraderie of the Halloween feast. The castle echoed with the sounds of hurried footsteps, and he could hear students shouting about a troll. A troll? Had Dumbledore devised some peculiar entertainment? Feeling that merely a pudding was insufficient and required the addition of a troll for extra flair, his earlier misfortune of not catching fish seemed to evaporate in anticipation of what game Dumbledore had orchestrated. Was it akin to a temple escape game, with a troll chasing students through the castle? This was the magical world, after all, where wizards engaged in wild antics. Their most beloved sport, Quidditch, required flight, while injuries such as fractures could be healed in mere hours, ensuring that student injuries would not disrupt the following week's classes. With no cosplay or trick-or-treating activities planned, if something grand did not unfold, Kono would hardly regard Hogwarts Halloween as legitimate. As he entered the Great Hall, he coincidentally encountered a throng of students pouring out, each face painted with terror and panic. Among them, a Slytherin student passed by, prompting Kono to employ a swift maneuver to pull a small boy towards him. "Don't grab me, please." "Eh? Professor Kono?" Malfoy whimpered, squirming in protest. Only upon recognizing Kono did he settle down, the flush of fear still evident on his cheeks. Whatever happened to the elegance of Slytherin? Kono unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks, questioning, "Are you not in the midst of a giant monster escape?" As he regained his composure, Malfoy quickly grasped Kono's line of thought. "Professor, a giant has indeed appeared. Professor Quirrell just came in to report that he discovered it in the basement. Then he fainted. Headmaster Dumbledore instructed us to return to the common room with the prefects." Raising an eyebrow, Kono posed a profound inquiry. "Why would you fear a mere XXXX-level creature? Have you not encountered a three-headed dog before?" "Oh, right," Malfoy exclaimed, but quickly shook his head. No. A giant is something even adult wizards struggle to handle, and you weren't present at the banquet, so." With a broad smile, Kono bellowed to the entire castle, "But now I am back. Let us broaden your horizons." He beckoned, "Students, come, gather in the hall. It's just a giant. We've faced a three-headed dog before. Why fear a mere giant?" Upon hearing his voice, Most students halted. The leading prefects refrained from acting independently, casting inquiring glances toward their head. Observing Flitwick and several other heads returning students to the hall, Kano asked, "Where is your Professor Snape? Why isn't he here?" "Professor Snape instructed us to return to the common room on our own," replied a tall girl with an icy demeanor, Gemma Farley, the Slytherin prefect. "Then I shall take charge. Who is willing to join me in seeking the giant?" Kano inquired. Gemma Farley shook her head, succinctly responding, "No objections. I am more than willing." Kano continued with fervor, "Excellent. Now, remain silent. We must first ascertain the giant's whereabouts." Instantly, all students fell quiet. McGonagall began to massage her temples, pondering how this energetic group of Gryffindors had never been so compliant before her. In the hushed castle, murmurs and the sounds of wood and floorboards creaking could be heard. Kano extended a finger, commanding, "Let us proceed," toward the girls' lavatory. "Utilize the meridian routes I taught you in our first lesson and move at full speed." The students dashed after Kano, leaving the three heads in utter disarray. "They're certainly spirited," Flitwick remarked, "and their speed is remarkable. Perhaps I should delve into Kano's textbooks myself." Sprout smiled mysteriously. "I've reviewed the recipes he provided for my students. After incorporating those potions, their physical condition has significantly improved. However, I cannot reveal this in front of Professor Snape. I dread to think of the consequences." McGonagall sighed. "I wonder where Headmaster Dumbledore has gone. His presence would certainly provide me with greater peace of mind." Flitwick gazed ahead. "I recall he was among the first to leave. He is likely already addressing the giant." In the distance, the girls' lavatory lay in ruins, with several breaches in the walls. Besides the incessant thudding of blunt instruments against the walls, cries of students could be heard. "It's Ron's voice. Ron is inside," the Weasley brothers called out anxiously. "And Harry. I can hear Harry's voice, and Hermione's. Who would have thought a giant would be here? Truly impressive. Gryffindor is a breeding ground for talent. Not only do we have the Weasley twins, but now there are 3 emerging talents in the lavatory as well." Boom. The lavatory door suddenly exploded, a wooden beam retracting through the massive opening. Countless fragments scattered as the door burst open, hurtling toward Kano and the students. "Ha!" Kano roared, a massive golden protective shield enveloping him. Amidst the astonished and exhilarated gazes of the students, he swiftly dashed into the doorway. "Goodness," Kano thought, unable to voice his thoughts. The stench within the lavatory was overwhelming, akin to a grotesque concoction of pickled herring and soiled socks, producing a truly appalling odor. The danger posed by the giant at this XXXX level was amplified by the noxious scent, delivering a dual blow to both the physiological and psychological senses. "Release that giant. Allow me to handle it." Kano executed a dragon capture technique, pulling Ron, who was on the verge of being flattened, to his side. Ron stood there, visibly shaken and bewildered. The giant, towering nearly 4 meters, was covered in a layer of skin resembling granite, suggesting formidable defenses. The giant, oblivious, swung down with its club, sending debris flying. How cumbersome. Kano leaped, landing on the giant's back, swiftly pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to its thick, callous thigh, with a series of cracking bones. The giant howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. "Wow, that was incredible! Idle, idle." The students who had reached the lavatory door were awestruck by Kano's daring attack, erupting in cheers. However, as they inhaled deeply, their expressions soured, and they collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. "What is that smell?" Kano approached them, emitting a sound that suggested even idols need not genuinely retch. The young eagle, covering its nose, immediately noticed a peculiar alteration in Kono's voice, which was not articulated through his mouth. Observing Kono's expression, it appeared he was entirely unaffected by the foul stench of the giant. The young eagles, having spent over 2 months with Kono, quickly deduced that this was likely yet another magical technique derived from martial arts. They had learned a spell known as the bubblehead charm, which resulted in mumbling speech and a rather unsightly bubble resembling a fishbowl atop one's head. At this moment, their interest in this new magic was piqued. "Professor Kono." "Ugh. I wish to learn this, to speak without using my mouth." "Ugh. And to not smell the foul odor." "Ugh." Kono leaped beside the struggling giant, seizing a piece of its flesh and dragging it before the students. "This is ventriloquism. Next month, when I commence teaching internal energy cultivation, if you grasp it swiftly, I shall impart this to you. As for breath control, that is even simpler. I can teach you that right away. First, retreat outside. Open the windows." He cast a glance at Harry and Hermione, who were supporting each other. "Come on, fledglings, quickly step outside." Staying in here too long will shorten your lifespan. The giant continued to thrash about, prompting Kono to gently pat its head, commanding it to be still. You all sit cross-legged on the ground and silently recite the Heart of Stillness Sutra, relaxing your minds. This is the first step. Excellent. Now, while the air outside remains untainted by the giant, take a deep breath in. Use your magical energy to feel this breath as it flows through your chest and then into your lower abdomen. He demonstrated, moving his hands from the center of his chest to his lower abdomen. Once this breath reaches your lower dantian, it should feel akin to swallowing water. Maintain this energy within without allowing it to dissipate. Remember to relax and complete this naturally. Splendid. Do not cease reciting the Heart of Stillness Sutra. It will assist you in this relaxation process. When you feel the urge to gasp, take another breath and repeat the process. Do not despair and refuse to breathe it. I do not wish for a ghost to attend my class in the future. At this point, many of the students, who had already entered a meditative state, could not help but chuckle, breaking their concentration. Hold it. Hold it. Kono raised an eyebrow. Now, we have a practical lesson at hand. Let me demonstrate how to deal with such a behemoth. He dragged the giant away from the students to a safe distance. A warm glow emanating from his hand as a powerful blessing landed upon the giant's head. The giant stirred awake, mumbling, and upon seeing a human standing at its chest level, it became excited once more. Since being released by another human, it had not feasted. Humans, being the prime delicacy on its menu, promised the utmost indulgence. It swiftly swung its arm, extending its palm to seize this food, only for the human to deftly dodge to the side, evading the attack while making a sound. Its movements were sluggish, and even employing the meridian circulation method taught in the first lesson was sufficient to evade its assaults. Harry, Hermione, Ron, were you three using that meridian circulation method to dodge just now? A nod will suffice. The giant, undeterred, swung its long arms once more, this time with both hands. Yet still, the human evaded effortlessly. See? As long as you are swift enough, this cumbersome creature poses no threat to you now. So why did Harry and the others ultimately face danger? Firstly, they cornered themselves. Secondly, they lacked effective means of attack. If you were to find yourselves in a similar predicament, what spell would you use? The stunning spell? Just nod in response. Most of the students nodded. Incorrect. The stunning spell is meant for foes of similar size if you possess sufficient strength and utilize that meridian circulation method to charge forward and deliver a punch. The results would be equally effective. What you should employ is the repelling spell. Kono swiftly retrieved a wand from the martial arts elixir and declared, "Repel at full speed, Flipendo." He sidestepped the giant's assault while directing his wand toward the joint beneath the giant's knee. Bang! The invisible repelling spell struck there, causing the giant, which had been prepared to counterattack, to lose its balance and topple to the ground. Ugh. This is a practical technique known as acupressure. By targeting the enemy's weak points, one can inflict effective damage even against foes far larger than oneself. Seeing the giant felled by a simple repelling spell, the students gasped, accompanied by a chorus of retching. The giant's foul odor spread rapidly, saturating the area in front of the lavatory with its unique stench. Scourgify, Tergio. Professor Flitwick cast a cleaning charm, the resultant wind transforming into an unsightly greenish-yellow hue, whisking the giant's odor out the window. Thanks to Professor Flitwick for his assistance. Now, I will select a few upperclassmen from each house to apply what I have just taught in practice. Kono swiftly chose several upperclassmen from each house and delivered a firm slap to the giant's knee, using his internal energy to aid its circulation. Come now. Recite the Heart of Stillness Sutra and maintain a calm and composed mindset. Remember, staying calm gives you an advantage over others. With Kono's support, the upperclassmen understood they were unlikely to be harmed and gripped their wands, preparing for action. The giant rose again, casting a timid glance at Kono before lunging at the other humans before it. However, these humans were equally swift, and its attack was evaded once more. The initial human even cast a glow upon its knee with the wand. I used to enjoy devouring humans like any other giant, until a spell struck my knee, and I turned to a vegetarian diet. Now, together, aim at the glowing sphere on its knee, and use the repelling spell. Kono commanded. Repel at full speed, Flipendo. The students shouted in unison, their collective spirit palpable. 8 repelling spells struck the giant's knee simultaneously, producing a resounding crack. The giant let out a painful howl and collapsed to the ground once more. It lay there, mumbling incoherently, seemingly bereft of the courage to rise again. Clap, 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 clap. At that moment, a thunderous applause resonated from the direction of the Great Hall. Dumbledore and Snape approached the girls' lavatory, having heard the giant's incessant mumbling. "That giant is pleading, spare me. Do not strike me again," he remarked. In his youth, he was deeply passionate about scholarly pursuits and had studied the languages of various sentient beings. Whether it was the tongue of giants, merfolk, or goblins, he could comprehend them all to some extent. "Professor Kong, I believe we can conclude today as supplementary lesson, allowing the students to return and revel in the Halloween banquet. Can we not? Oh, indeed. You all have yet to savor the tofu pudding. This matter is of considerable significance." Kong Nuon nodded vigorously, urging everyone to hurry back. "There is a formidable challenge to face tonight." Dumbledore cast a curious glance at Kong Nuon, bewildered by his sudden exuberance. For when he had encountered him by the Black Lake that afternoon, his countenance had been as grim as the darkest coal, except for Harry and his two companions. Along with Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, the rest had vacated the girls' restroom. Before departing, Kong Nuon had thoughtfully employed a reparative charm to restore the dilapidated restroom to its former glory. Fortunately, this place was quite ordinary, devoid of hidden passages. Otherwise, Dumbledore would surely have summoned professional repair personnel for maintenance. As Hagrid approached to remove the unconscious troll, McGonagall was reprimanding the three young lions. Hermione, with a pout and tears brimming in her eyes, implored, "They came to find me, Professor McGonagall. If anyone should be expelled, let it be me." Harry and Ron stood in shock, disbelief etched across their faces, before instinctively positioning themselves in front of Hermione. "Professor McGonagall, it's not like that. It's all my fault from this afternoon." As Dumbledore observed the trio defending one another, he interjected to prevent Harry and Ron from continuing. "Minerva, this is Halloween Eve. Why not allow the children to enjoy the festivities? Since Professor Kong has resolved the matter, let us consider it closed. I trust the children have learned their lesson." He turned to the three young lions. "Will you repeat this behavior?" "Never. Absolutely not," they exclaimed in unison, their movements synchronized, brimming with camaraderie. "It remains perilous. Moreover, one must also consider the sentiments of other students." McGonagall's expression remained stern, her words pointed. "Of course, indeed. Right, children?" Dumbledore again looked at the trio, who nodded like chicks pecking at grain. As the five Gryffindors made their way to the Great Hall, they could already hear an impassioned voice resonating from afar. Kong Nuon bellowed, "Come, come. Those who prefer sweet should sit on the left, while those who enjoy savory take the right." Is there a preference for spicy? Then you shall occupy the back rows for now. Let us see how many we have." It seems a bit sparse. Otherwise, why not sit among the savory group? This way, the numbers will balance, and you may exchange opinions with one another. Excellent. Your factions are now established. Let the gathering commence. I invite the sweet faction to speak first and share your viewpoints. Professor Sprout, could you kindly assist with the amplification charm? As Kong Nuon's voice faded, a student spoke up. "Only sweet tofu pudding allows one to experience its true essence. The velvety, sweet, and tender texture is simply unparalleled, whether enhanced with white sugar, maple syrup, or chocolate sauce. Each complements the tofu pudding exquisitely." Kong Nuon then interjected, "Wonderful. An excellent statement. Now, let us hear from the savory faction. Please articulate your thoughts." Professor Sprout, once more. "I beseech you." Another student chimed in, "The satisfaction derived from savory tofu pudding is unmatched. The collision of minced meat, crushed nuts, shredded cucumber, and sauce creates an explosive sensory experience. Can you comprehend this? Furthermore, if one adds a spoonful of chili oil at the end, it awakens the vitality throughout one's body. I feel capable of challenging a troll right now." As Dumbledore entered the Great Hall, he spotted Snape lurking in the shadows at the entrance, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Severus, what are they arguing about?" Dumbledore inquired hastily. Snape raised an eyebrow. "I truly pity Quirrell. His head must be quite foul for him to concoct such a diversionary tactic, yet it does not seem to be your foremost concern." Dumbledore sighed softly. "He shall attain nothing, for I have yet to place anything within. My hope in asking you to watch over Quirrell stems from my fear that he may harm Harry." Snape replied in a measured tone, "As long as Mr. Potter learns from Professor Kong for a couple more years, he should be capable of subduing Quirrell and rubbing that foul head into the ground." Dumbledore chuckled lightly, nodding, "Indeed. The knowledge imparted by Professor Kong is exceptionally practical. I believe you have come to appreciate that as well." Snape shifted his stance, still shrouded in shadow. "Professor Kong is quite adept at evoking emotions. It is astonishing that the usually composed Hufflepuffs are embroiled in a debate over tofu pudding. Is there truly such a thing? I must take a look," Dumbledore said, following Harry and his companions toward the Gryffindor table. He gleaned the details of the situation from the Weasley twins. As the students returned to the Great Hall to resume the Halloween banquet, Kong Nuo presented the special tofu pudding for the occasion, elaborating on the two distinct styles of consumption. For the other three houses, this was a novel dish, allowing them to select toppings according to their preferences. Gryffindor opted for the conventional pairing they had enjoyed with milk tea. Slytherin and Ravenclaw followed suit. However, Slytherin, aligning excellently with Snape, chose the savory tofu pudding, while Ravenclaw indulged in both, starting with a small portion of savory before switching to a small serving of sweet. This peaceful situation suddenly erupted at the Hufflepuff table. Proximity to Hogwarts kitchens had rendered the Hufflepuffs exceptionally knowledgeable about food, granting them absolute authority. Tofu pudding was no secret to them, having long been a privilege reserved for a select few teachers and never before showcased. As the students began to relish the tofu pudding, Kong Nuo posed a question. Students, which do you find more delectable, the savory or the sweet? The other students responded in unison. Both are delicious. Yet, the Hufflepuffs unexpectedly divided into factions, extolling the virtues of each flavor of tofu pudding. Thus, the enthusiastic Professor Kong initiated a debate. Dumbledore was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Pomona would allow this rather frivolous debate to proceed. There is nothing to hinder. Fred laughed dismissively. Professor Sprout stated she hadn't seen Hufflepuff students so spirited in ages. By the way, George quickly added, Professor Sprout also mentioned it's the first time in many years that all four houses have been so harmonious. Uffed. Fred scoffed. Those Slytherin students are the odd ones. Clearly, the sweet is far superior. The Weasley twins resumed their playful banter, yet their words struck Dumbledore with a sense of cognitive dissonance. Indeed, it had been far too long since such harmony had graced the four houses. The gaze of Slytherin House lacked its customary indifference, as if they were not a part of Hogwarts, isolating themselves with an outsider's attitude. They now scooped out silken tofu, allowing the savory sauce to seep to the bottom of the bowl, while attentively observing the ongoing debate. Time seemed to rewind several decades, to a period when the smoke of the Wizarding World War had just begun to spread, and Voldemort was yet to be born. Back then, the four houses of Hogwarts had only occasional disputes, unlike the heightened tensions of recent years. All right, clapped Connor, the jester. Since both sides have such strong opinions and have painted their salty and sweet combinations so vividly, let us commence the free debate. His words acted as a spark, igniting a frenzy among the Hufflepuff students. Professor Connor, why did you play sweet last? Do you believe sweet tofu pudding inferior to the savory? You are biased. Connor remained cheerfully silent, reveling in the chaos of debate. So what? This indicates Professor Connor's discerning eye, and as the creator of tofu pudding, his choice of salty first grants us unilateral victory. Unilateral victory, you say? Then we can argue that Professor Connor's seating arrangement, placing those who chose sweet tofu on the left, indicates his initial endorsement of sweet pudding. Moreover, have you noticed your numbers for savory tofu are dwindling? You even require reinforcements from those who prefer spicy tofu, unlike our widely accepted sweet tofu. Sweet is the way to go. Eating savory would mark you as a heretic in the Middle Ages. You would be bound to a cross by muggles and burned. Of course, savory is the choice. It was the consumption of sweet by wizards that led to their identification by muggles, resulting in their execution. Honestly, why would I not simply enjoy a beef-filled Yorkshire pudding instead of savory tofu? Only sweetness can provide me with such unique delight. Following my reasoning, why would I not indulge in a cauldron cake? Only the savory can impart meaning to my existence. Could it be true? Is there really someone who prefers savory? What distinguishes them from a troll? That's enough. A fondness for sweetness makes one a mere nuisance. No wonder they're so bothersome. At least trolls are XXXX level creatures, while nuisances are merely XXX level. I am far superior. Connor furrowed his brow and cleared his throat, swiftly regaining control of the discussion. Free debate does not equate to free insults. Please maintain restraint and strive to articulate your viewpoints to persuade others. Should anyone continue to dance on the minefield, I would not hesitate to have you share a room with a Dementor tonight. Picture it. Peeves as a warm air machine, and the Dementor as a cold wind machine, providing you with an exquisite experience of contrasting sensations. Though they had triumphed over Dementors before, it had been through collective strength. The nature of such creatures was not something they could easily handle alone. Thus, the debate transitioned into a harmonious exchange. They began to showcase their skills, engaging in the preparation and explanation of tofu pudding in a dignified manner, attempting to sway one another. However, the opposing side remained unconvinced. while students from other houses were intrigued. They craned their necks, eager to learn the ingredient combinations showcased by the Hufflepuff students. Yet, the debate, which many believed would conclude with a clear victor, ended in a most absurd manner. Back at the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins, acting as the hidden dragons, finally made their move. They not only added taro balls and red bean syrup to their tofu pudding, but also drizzled chili oil, beef sauce, and a sprinkle of cilantro on top. They then approached the Hufflepuff table, observing closely. The sweetness of the red bean syrup and the richness of the beef sauce instantly captivated the attention of both the savory and sweet factions. With wide eyes, they fixated on the Weasley twins, who were blissfully unaware of the situation, as they scooped a spoonful of soy sauce and poured it over their creation. Why the silence? They slurped. Let the music play and the dance continue. Don't look at us. Even Cedric, known for his good temper, grew mildly irritated, pointing at the golden bowl in George's hands. George, could you enlighten us on what that unnameable substance in your bowl is? This. George slurped again, taro balls, pearls, red bean syrup, honey, maple syrup, and a chocolate frog. What else did I add, Fred? Fred chimed in. A scoop of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chili oil, chili rings, beef sauce, soy sauce, and what was that? Oh yes, we added a generous handful of soul cilantro. Ahem. Dumbledore timely intervened, bringing the twins back to order. Students, the hour grows late. Perhaps we should conclude our evening's banquet here? I can see your feedback on tonight's tofu pudding is overwhelmingly positive. Henceforth, this dish will be officially added to the menu, to be enjoyed as a dessert. No. The voice that spoke was none other than Hufflepuff's head boy, Gabriel Truman, who raised his hand. Headmaster Dumbledore, your suggestion is splendid. However, to classify tofu pudding as a dessert is something I cannot endorse. If it is to be served, let it be as a savory dish. Dumbledore quickly cast a glance at Connor, as if to say, you created this mess. You must resolve it. Connor shrugged, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. Well then, as we near the end of the banquet, allow me to summarize. Tonight's tonight's debate has been quite engaging. It is evident that you all genuinely cherish this culinary delight. Whether sweet or savory or sweet, both flavors are delightful. Each has its admirers. Therefore, as long as you enjoy your meal, there is no need for contention, right? However, the students remained somewhat hesitant. Those still inclined to argue were met with Connor's warm smile. How about we all share a room with the Dementors tonight? Does anyone have objections? None. Though Halloween had concluded, the sweet versus savory versus sweet, tofu pudding flavor war among Hufflepuff students had not entirely subsided. The Hufflepuff students, having evolved from young badgers to hedgehogs, would politely inquire of friends from other houses, what type of tofu pudding do you prefer? Initially, students from other houses would candidly express their preferences for either flavor. However, they soon grew wiser, retorting, what about you? What is your tofu pudding preference? Upon hearing a badger declare their allegiance, they would quickly agree, yes. I also enjoy that flavor. Let us have that for lunch. Each badger possessed their unique tofu pudding ingredient list, far surpassing the haphazard combinations crafted by students from the other three houses. Thus, students from the other three houses, embracing the principle that whether sweet or savory, all food is delightful, would rendezvous with the Evernavi Hufflepuffs in the Great Hall, indulging in a hearty feast. Mornings, we join them for savory fare. Afternoons, we seek them out for spicy delights, and evenings, we conclude with a bowl of sweetness. Gradually, this saying permeated among the students of the other three houses, and even the Hufflepuffs became aware of it. They, too, realized that perhaps the debate itself was futile, merely reflecting minor differences in individual palates. The crux of the matter was simply whether it tasted good. Eventually, the conflict gradually subsided, and Connor, the instigator and merrymaker, temporarily retreated into silence. As he had pledged on Halloween Eve, he would commence teaching cultivation techniques the following month. He feared that during the internal energy lessons, a student from either the savory or sweet faction might suddenly have a mental breakdown, causing their magical energy to backfire and resulting in a mouthful of blood being spewed forth, which would be disastrous. In the 2 months leading up to the Christmas holidays, he needed to teach the students how to properly utilize their internal magical energy to guide the circulation of internal energy. The students hailed this period as their favorite 2 months, showering it with praise. The process of guiding internal force was intricate, and even the slightest error could damage the meridians, so Connor's teaching was methodical, ensuring that no student fell behind. Moreover, thanks to Peeve's efforts, The Great Hall during Connor's lessons became the warmest place in the entire castle. Peeves would soar into the air, transforming his body into an orange-yellow hue, and then whirl around the hall, radiating heat into every corner. Even the teachers would gather at the staff table at this time, requesting the house elves to serve steaming bowls of tofu pudding, openly indulging in slacking off, which was indeed a delightful affair. Of course, according to the law of magical conservation, not really. When one group of people experiences great joy, unhappiness often befalls another group. And currently, the most unhappy person in the entire school was probably Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. He was extremely anxious. His plan on Halloween could only be considered half successful, although he learned that a three-headed dog guarded the place where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. He still hadn't devised a solution. Moreover, after Halloween Eve, he continued to be ambushed by Snape, who would launch venomous attacks, leaving him speechless. Most importantly, the day of Voldemort's awakening was approaching, and he was finding it difficult to explain himself. Displeasing Voldemort was a terrifying prospect, especially since Voldemort resided on the back of his head. If Voldemort was dissatisfied, he would launch magical attacks on his already diminished brain. A Cruciatus curse aimed directly at the head was something Quirrell never wanted to relive. Quirrell, clutching a package under his arm, returned to his office. His previously apprehensive expression transformed into one of solemnity. He raised his wand and expertly cast anti-eavesdropping spells on the door to ensure that no one could pry into the secrets of the room. Having done this, he went to his desk, tore off the outer wrapping of the package, and used a vanishing charm to erase the packaging. When he saw the martial arts textbooks inside, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Whether I can avoid torment today depends on you, he thought. He bolstered his spirits and immediately began to age the textbooks with his wand. Quirrell, having once been a professor of Muggle studies, understood that Muggles possessed a technique for aging objects, making them appear ancient and more valuable. He was now using a similar spell to age the originally brand new textbooks, making them seem more ancient. At least, Voldemort mustn't discover that these books were newly purchased. Humph, humph, why does it smell so bad? Why is it getting worse? Just as he had completed the aging spell, he felt an itching sensation on the back of his head. He quickly waved his wand, moving the desk against the wall to the center of the room, standing with his back to the desk. Phew, stay calm. His magic wasn't strong enough to use legilimency to pry into my mind, as long as I stay calm. Untying his turban, Voldemort's snake-like face was revealed. Excellent. Quirrell, I'm very pleased with your performance this time. It seems you've obtained satisfactory results? Quirrell said, yes, Master. I have thoroughly investigated how many obstacles they have set up to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Now, as long as we deal with the three-headed dog guarding the entrance and distract Headmaster Dumbledore, we can obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, it seems you have been working diligently lately. The honor of the Death Eaters is beckoning you. Voldemort rarely injected a touch of theatricality into his tone. Tell me how you did it. Quirrell eagerly began to narrate, embellishing some of the mundane details with dramatic flair. It seems those old fools are already wary of you. Voldemort's tone became somewhat stern. Don't attempt to probe Harry, as I told you last time. Avoid stirring up trouble. That three-headed dog. Isn't it the one the wizard named Connor used in class as teaching material? Can't you deal with it? No. Master, Connor is more formidable than we imagined. Quirrell recounted Connor's feats of punching a Halloween troll and strangling a Dementor. Voldemort suddenly became angry. So, the smell on this turban. You picked it up while spying outside the window that time. Quirrell was shocked. Wait, Master, I have something else to tell you. Please wait a moment. Voldemort gritted his teeth, his face appearing even more hideous and terrifying. Speak. Quirrell quickly waved his wand, flipping open the aged textbooks one by one on the desk. Master, I risked my life to infiltrate Connor's office and obtain the original copies of his textbooks. Take a look. I believe they will be helpful for your recovery. Quirrell was confident that he could divert Voldemort's attention with these textbooks. After all, not only were the students studying them, but even the busy teachers would find time to research them. The miraculous effects of martial arts were slowly being revealed in the school. Voldemort looked at the textbooks, which had a strong magical aura and appeared ancient and material. Quirrell, cast a Lumos Maxima. I want to see clearly. Why do you always keep the room so dark? I told you not to seal the windows last time. You never learn. You are the worst servant I've ever had. Quirrell dared not let Voldemort discover his aging magic. So he directly waved his wand, causing the books to float into his hands. Master, allow your servant to read to you. These are Connor's treasured ancient originals, and I have been studying them for several days. Otherwise, with your current constitution, you may not be able to persevere through the entire book. Very well. It seems you still have some semblance of a servant. Voldemort grunted, awaiting the continuation. Quirrell not only read aloud, but also used magic to display the images in the mirror, making it easier for Voldemort to view them. Meridians? Acupoints? Mental cultivation? Internal energy? What novel concepts? Although Voldemort's eyelids began to droop, his voice did not betray any fatigue. I sense a new possibility on my path to immortality. These concepts are sufficient to transform the corporeal system I have constructed. Kylo, I see your efforts clearly. Continue to persevere. In the future, the seat of the foremost Death Eater shall undoubtedly belong to you. Upon hearing this, Kylo felt a surge of joy within. He seemed to envision a future where he would become Voldemort's most esteemed Death Eater, relishing the exquisite experience of wielding such power. However, the next moment, Voldemort shifted his tone, reminding him to remember to complete the task. Whether in the study of martial arts or in understanding the three-headed dog, thorough research is imperative. Kylo shivered involuntarily, yet, I do not have that much time. My schedule for defense against the dark arts classes is completely full. Voldemort brusquely interrupted Kylo, admonishing him not to make excuses. You are only in your 30s. What reason do you have to find excuses? Am I not attending classes with you? But you can sleep. I truly have to face those students. Kylo mumbled. You are still young. Enduring hardship will be beneficial for you. When you sit upon the throne of the foremost Death Eater, you will comprehend the immense value of the time you have carved out. Let me offer you another hint. Based on my understanding of him, Hagrid, as the owner of the three-headed dog, is also a target from whom information can be extracted. Approach him with some dangerous magical creature offspring, and you shall exchange for useful intelligence. He cannot keep his mouth shut. I know him too well. After imparting these words, Voldemort finally exhausted all his energy and slowly closed his eyelids, falling silent. Without Voldemort's gaze upon him, Kylo became somewhat calmer, beginning to contemplate his next course of action. Attempting to befriend Kono seemed implausible. A teacher who only works 1 day out of 6 has no common ground with him. Thus, he could only focus on Hagrid. The offspring of dangerous magical creatures are mostly prohibited items, rendering ordinary acquisition impossible. Contacting those unscrupulous dealers to procure them would require a substantial sum of money. Regrettably, due to Voldemort's possession, all his galleons were currently devoted to purchasing potions for his recovery, leaving him with little savings. He had considered whether to invade Gringotts once more. Yet the memories of his last encounter, with a dragon attacking him, instantly quelled that thought. Unfortunately, since graduating, he had remained at the school, solely responsible for teaching Muggle studies, thus only knowing some dubious methods of making money related to Muggles. However, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. The time for the Quidditch Cup was now upon them. While passing through the corridor, Kylo encountered the Weasley twins engaged in conversation. Overhearing them mention the Quidditch Cup and the crucial term, galleon, the impression these twins left on him was profound, were it not for them. He would not have cast a sticking charm on his scarf to ensure it would not be snatched away. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, cautiously approaching the twins to eavesdrop on their discussion. Their conversation was brief, yet the content was exceptionally unusual. It was only now that Kylo learned that whenever the Quidditch Cup was about to commence, wizards of hidden identities would hold prize bidding at the Hog's Head Inn. Given that the Hog's Head was already a melting pot of various characters, such a peculiar enterprise was entirely normal. The wizards conducting the betting would purchase information from students, considering factors such as the lineups of both teams, to establish odds for the convenience of other wizards wishing to place bets. Due to Harry Potter's renowned status throughout the English magical world as the boy who lived, and being exceptionally recruited into the team by Professor McGonagall as a first-year student, most wizards betting were highly optimistic about Gryffindor this year. Additionally, the recent disgrace of the Slytherin team during practice had left the once-favored Slytherin house in a cold reception this year. The Weasley twins were contemplating whether to pull together some of their personal funds to join in the betting, as this could expedite the launch of their prank product business. However, owing to the school's explicit regulations prohibiting student participation in such activities, they were currently hesitant. Although the Weasley twins were notoriously mischievous, they often skirted the edges of breaking school rules without facing significant penalties. It was merely that Filch could not abide their antics, leading to a constant clash between him and the twins. Yet, Kylo was not a student. He was a bona fide teacher. No, wait. With Voldemort residing in his mind, he was no longer a pure teacher. Thus, having shed that innocent guise, he felt entitled to involve himself in such schemes. Reflecting on his school days as an exceptionally obedient student who had never incurred any penalties or engaged in such thrilling activities, he felt an intensified longing for this endeavor. Experiencing a sense of excitement akin to the anticipation of tasting forbidden fruit for the first time. Well, he had not yet had the chance to taste that forbidden fruit. It was merely a metaphor. With this thought, he suddenly fortified his resolve. Since Voldemort claimed he was still young, he must engage in some youthful indiscretions. On Sunday morning, the long-awaited Quidditch Cup, a source of excitement for the entire student body, was about to commence. The recreational activities for wizards were somewhat lacking. Aside from the foul-smelling bludgers, the explosive exploding snap, and the combative wizard's chess, Quidditch remained the sole entertainment. Quidditch is a match devoid of a specific time limit, as long as neither team's seeker has captured the golden snitch. The game will persist indefinitely, with the longest match lasting 3 months. In contrast to football and basketball, Quidditch features only 7 players per team, and unless in extraordinary circumstances, these 7 must endure the entire match. Although the number of players is fewer, the variety of balls used in Quidditch is extensive. Each Quidditch team comprises 1 seeker, typically the fastest, most agile, and keenly perceptive member, tasked with locating the golden snitch to score 150 points and conclude the game. Before the seeker captures the snitch, all scoring must be achieved through 3 chasers, who pass the quaffle to score 10 points per successful goal. The keepers, stationed before their respective goals, are responsible for preventing the quaffle from entering any of the 3 hoops. Additionally, 2 beaters are required, responsible for hitting the bludgers away from their teammates and towards the opposing players. The bludgers, enchanted with magic, behave like frenzied hounds, relentlessly targeting players, necessitating the beaters to manage them effectively. Kono himself possessed little understanding of the rules of Quidditch, yet beside him sat Flitwick, the esteemed head of Ravenclaw. Despite his unsuitability for the sport, was well-versed in its regulations. This knowledge mirrored the style of the Ravenclaw team, renowned for their adeptness at exploiting the rules. They often pointed out infractions that even the referees might overlook. Seated at the back of the viewing stand, Kono and Flitwick engaged in casual conversation. Noticing Professor McGonagall's eager expression, Kono chuckled, remarking that he had thought she would not favor such a fiercely competitive sport, preferring instead that her Gryffindor cubs behaved with decorum. Flitwick waved his hand cheerfully, acknowledging that while McGonagall was typically stern with her students, it was precisely because of her that the Gryffindor Lions had not turned the school upside down. Nonetheless, in terms of the Quidditch match, she wished to see her house triumph more than any Gryffindor player. Is that so? Kono expressed mild surprise, recalling that typically, when the Lions and Snakes broke school rules, the Lions seemed to face more penalties. Her strictness was a hallmark of her character, governing not just herself but also her students. Flitwick leaned in closer, speaking in a tone meant only for Kono's ears. This was told to me by Pomona. McGonagall was once a member of the Quidditch team herself. During her 7th year, in a match that determined the championship, a foul by a Slytherin player resulted in her suffering a concussion and several broken ribs. That match was lost without doubt, which is why she follows every Gryffindor versus Slytherin match, hoping to witness a decisive Gryffindor victory. Since she was sidelined due to a foul, she wishes for her team to prevail with honor. Kono rubbed his nose, suggesting that perhaps McGonagall should abstain from watching this match, as it might elevate her blood pressure. Flitwick raised an eyebrow, inquiring if it was due to a question posed by Slytherin. "Ah, Professor Flitwick, you are astute." Kono praised him. Flitwick let out a long sigh, mentioning that he had perused Kono's textbooks, finding many worthy subjects for study, particularly the section on acupressure, which enlightened him. By the way, is it related to standing meditation? I believe that is the most beneficial aspect for flying, and perhaps the Slytherin team's recent clumsiness stemmed from this? Kono smiled, commenting that their impatience led to their mishaps. Yet their current demeanor indicated effective training. Ms. Hooch entered the center of the pitch with her broom, and the 2 teams swiftly approached her. Although the match had yet to commence, the tension in their gazes was palpable. As Ms. Hooch blew her whistle, both teams soared into the air. Lee Jordan, a close friend of the Weasley twins, took charge of the commentary, unabashedly showing his favoritism towards Gryffindor during the match. At this juncture, McGonagall's role became evident, as she would often intervene when Lee's exuberance became excessive. As Flitwick had mentioned, McGonagall hoped to see Gryffindor triumph through honorable means rather than cunning tricks. The match unfolded with fervor. Each time the Gryffindor team scored, McGonagall displayed her enthusiastic side, cheering and clapping, while Harry sported the latest Firebolt 2000. The other players used older models, rendering their brooms inferior to those of Slytherin. Kono observed that the Slytherins had put considerable effort into mastering their brooms, elevating their capabilities far above those of Gryffindor. Whether executing the complex Pekingese maneuver or the highly efficient double-eight ring defense, the Slytherin team demonstrated proficiency reminiscent of professional players, managing to mimic these advanced techniques with remarkable accuracy. Although Kono did not grasp these terminologies, Lee Jordan was keenly aware of their significance. Would block the goal. Alicia steadied the quaffle, preparing to throw it past the towering Slytherin players. Blatching employed the double-eight ring tactic, thwarting Gryffindor's attack. Merlin's beard. Is this the same Slytherin team that struggled like a scorpion last month? Lee exclaimed, showcasing his natural talent for commentary, even weaving in rap-like phrases. As Lee enthusiastically narrated the game, Slytherin had established a 150-point lead. However, if the Seekers could not catch the golden snitch, Gryffindor still had a chance. They needed to hold their ground. Any further widening of the score would render even a snitch capture futile. Look, Harry and Slytherin's Terrence Higgs have spotted the golden snitch. He suddenly shouted, directing the audience's gaze skyward. The snitch was so diminutive, resembling a ping-pong ball with wings, that the Seekers had to possess remarkable eyesight to capture it as it darted through the air. Both Seekers nearly identified the snitch simultaneously, but Harry's smaller stature and superior broom allowed him to approach it with greater speed. Harry's accelerating. He's gaining. His hand is almost touching the snitch. Go, Harry, Lee shouted, his excitement palpable. Just as Harry dove to seize the snitch, his broom suddenly trembled uncontrollably, plunging dangerously downward, nearly throwing him off. Yet, in a remarkable turn, it surged upward again, allowing him to regain his position amidst the perilous maneuver. The rising Harry inadvertently caused Slytherin's Seeker to evade him, and the snitch vanished from sight once more. Oh, Merlin's beard. What just happened? The snitch has disappeared, Lee exclaimed, barely managing to keep pace with the unfolding drama. During this harrowing moment, Kono noticed Harry muttering under his breath. Good lad, Kono teased, I taught you well. Staying calm is crucial now. Though Harry's broom continued to shake violently, his anxious expression had transformed into one of composure, his mouth moving rhythmically in controlled breaths. Kono scanned the crowd, noting that only Snape and Quirrell, seated nearby, displayed unusual intensity, their expressions serious, their eyes fixed intently on Harry's tumultuous broom. As Kono was about to bestow his mastery of the flicking fingers upon the two, Gryffindor's Phoenix Chick sprang into action. Hermione directly knocked Quirrell to the ground and then unleashed flames upon the hem of Snape's robe. Moments later, the fire began to spread across the robe, prompting Snape to hastily rise and draw his wand to extinguish the flames. Quite impressive indeed. Alas, not a Ravenclaw's doing, Flitwick remarked with a smile as he watched Hermione's back. Kono inquired, which one? It was Quirrell. Flitwick sighed, with Professor Dumbledore present, we cannot act as we wish. What? A simulation game? Kono rolled his eyes, quickly grasping Flitwick's deeper meaning. It implied that Dumbledore's presence at the school kept everything under control, thus rendering their intervention unnecessary and inappropriate. The match continued, and taking advantage of Harry's earlier mishap with his broomstick, Slytherin once again secured 30 points. Perhaps due to Hermione's earlier interference and Snape's decision to sit beside Quirrell, the latter refrained from further actions. He even wore a smug expression, applauding Slytherin's goal. Ultimately, Harry, in a remarkably dramatic fashion, caught the golden snitch with his mouth during a swift dive, thus concluding the match. Though capturing the snitch awarded an additional 150 points, Slytherin still triumphed with a score of 210 against Gryffindor's 190. After the match, the three Phoenix Chicks sought out Kono. Harry bore a look of disappointment, while the other two appeared anxious. Professor Kono, may we speak in a different location? Hermione said with an air of mystery, and the two boys nodded in agreement. Kono followed them to the changing room beside the Quidditch pitch, where the Gryffindor players had yet to depart. The Weasley twins approached first. Professor, did you teach them some secret weapon? I can't fathom why we fell so far behind. Previously, Slytherin's team relied on the advantage of their flying brooms, ending matches by capturing the golden snitch. Yet, despite their talented seeker, they lost so thoroughly this time. It was utterly baffling. Isn't this what you chose for yourselves? To use the amplification charm without a wand, Kono shrugged. A few days ago, you were on the 7th floor and the 3rd floor, taking turns playing with Peeves. Wasn't that enjoyable? Fred covered his face, lamenting, joy can be fleeting. Now it has shifted to those Slytherins. Kono remained unfazed, stating that foundational training was essential. Once you begin to grasp your internal strength, I will guide you through standing meditation. I hope you do not find it tedious then. After dismissing the Gryffindor players, the three Phoenix chicks finally had the opportunity to converse. Each bore an expression of harboring a profound secret. Hermione leaned against the changing room wall, listening intently before whispering. Professor Cano, we suspect Professor Snape intends to harm Harry. The incident involving Harry earlier was orchestrated by Professor Snape. Harry appeared visibly shaken, adding, if I hadn't recalled Professor Cano's teachings and recited the Heart Sutra during that critical moment, I might have fallen. Ron chimed in, Harry, Hermione is right. A supporting role, perhaps? Cano stroked his chin, disliking riddles, thus opting for clarity. There is indeed someone plotting against Harry, but that individual is not Snape. It is Quirrell. Your defense against the dark arts, Professor. Professor Quirrell? The trio's expressions mirrored astonishment, as if they had heard an outlandish tale. This revelation exceeded their expectations, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron shared their impressions of Quirrell. But he appears so weak. We learn nothing in his class. He is often bullied by Fred and the others. That is precisely why Gryffindor's hidden talents shine through, Cano countered. One must not judge by appearances. Consider Professor Flitwick. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he was a champion duelist in his youth. Noticing the trio's contemplative expressions, he encouraged them further. You may investigate on your own. I am new here and do not possess vast knowledge. That makes sense. Thank you, Professor. They bowed sincerely, vowing to investigate thoroughly and report back to him with their findings. The day after the Quidditch match, McGonagall visited to relay information, and Harry learned from Cano about Quirrell's malevolent intentions. According to the Festinger law, once misfortunes begin to occur, similar events tend to follow in rapid succession. Shortly after McGonagall's departure, Hagrid sought him out, revealing that he had inadvertently disclosed Nicholas Flamel's name. This was somewhat anticipated, as he intended to use Hagrid to relay this small hint to Harry. He understood Hagrid well, recognizing that Harry would ultimately glean these clues from him. However, hearing that Harry was inquiring about Quirrell caused him to feel a pang of unease. This indicated that Harry and his friends trusted Cano's words and had begun their investigation. Such as Gryffindor's nature, inherently drawn to perilous adventures, he could not stifle the children's instincts while also needing to ensure their safety. During Halloween, had he not been supervising the girls' restroom, the troll could have easily taken one of the little lions, especially when Harry suddenly climbed onto the troll's head. He admitted feeling a moment of heart-stopping fear. He did not wish for Harry to meet a disastrous end. Fortunately, Cano arrived swiftly, successfully rescuing the three young lions, or he would have been prepared to intervene. Alas, the mere thought of Cano made Dumbledore's temples throb anew as haunting memories assailed him. He felt the sweetness of the tofu pudding diminish, the aromas of honey and maple syrup fading. Using his wand, he ground the honey candy into powder, stirring it thoroughly before taking a sip. Although the honey candy bestowed a light, buoyant sensation, the flavor seemed amiss. That joyous feeling appeared irretrievable. Cano's presence has undeniably brought positive changes to Hogwarts. He serves as a catalyst and a barometer, not merely regulating the relationships among the four houses, but also guiding them toward a brighter trajectory, allowing each house to shine in different domains. However, the school's expenses have significantly increased. This year's students seem more voracious than those of prior years, coupled with the ingredients for tofu pudding and milk tea, many of which are potion materials and magical candies. Expenditures are accelerating far more rapidly than in previous years. Hiss. Why does the mere thought of Connor always lead one astray? Ahem. Dumbledore gently tapped his head, attempting to dispel the myriad combinations of milk tea and tofu pudding from his mind. Although he remained uncertain about the extent of Voldemort's impact on Hogwarts following his reign of terror over the magical world, he recognized that a good beginning had been established. Yet, as long as Voldemort remained a lurking threat, his return would inevitably continue to affect the school. This made Dumbledore increasingly concerned about the prophecy concerning Harry and Voldemort. Dumbledore was certain that Voldemort still lived, yet the means by which he had survived remained a mystery. Since the protection Lily had bestowed upon Harry would only last until his 17th year, Dumbledore felt compelled to nurture Harry to avert the worst possible outcomes. Naturally, if Voldemort could be dealt with before Harry came of age, then Harry could graduate from Hogwarts without having to confront Voldemort directly. Knock, knock, knock. Dumbledore. I'm coming in, came Connor's voice from outside. Just a moment. Dumbledore called out hastily. He rose and retrieved the sorting hat and the sword of Gryffindor from the cabinet, then approached the perch to whisper, Fawkes, please take these 2 items away from me. Fawkes looked at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly unaware of the reason behind such a request. Dumbledore handed over the items, saying, Just do as I ask, and I promise to bring you some braised fish in return." With a soft chirp, Fawkes vanished in a burst of flame, clutching the sorting hat and the sword of Gryffindor. Dumbledore then opened the door, apologizing. "I was just attending to some personal matters." Connor shook his head. "It's no problem. I have plenty of time." Indeed, after spending more time with Connor, Dumbledore often found himself with a headache. Connor was undoubtedly the most leisurely teacher in the entire school. Even Quirrell was overwhelmed by his full schedule, while Connor still found time to fish each day. Initially, when Dumbledore inquired why Connor fished in the Black Lake, Connor had responded that he was meditating. After several inquiries, he finally revealed that he sought to catch the giant squid that had once dwelled there. Speaking of the giant squid, it boasted a long history, seemingly residing in the Black Lake since the establishment of Hogwarts. However, after its encounter with Connor on the first day of term, the creature had mysteriously vanished without a trace. "Come, let us sit and converse," Dumbledore beckoned, guiding Connor to a seat. "How are you finding life here? Are you adjusting well?" "It's fine," Connor replied succinctly, blinking. He then added, "Oh, the teachers are friendly, and the students are eager to learn." Dumbledore immediately recognized this as mere politeness, a persistent source of frustration for him. While the quality of Connor's classes was consistently high, he became exceedingly evasive whenever the topic turned to work. It was as if he had suffered some past trauma, making him averse to such discussions. However, once the subject shifted to other matters, he seemed to come alive, exuding a vibrant energy. There was a sense that discussing other topics invigorated him. The challenge lay in Dumbledore's attempts to use the legilimency spell to glean Connor's inner thoughts. More often than not, he was met with nothing more than a glowing golden sphere. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed to ease the tension, rising to unveil a large object cloaked in gray fabric. As he pulled the covering away, a magnificent mirror was revealed, reaching the ceiling with a gilded frame. The mirror was supported by two sculpted dragon claws, ensuring it remained upright. "This is the Mirror of Erist," he explained, capable of revealing the deepest and most fervent desires of those who gaze into it. "Would you care to try?" Through Harry's experiences and Connor's earlier demeanor, Dumbledore understood that straightforwardness was often the best approach when communicating with someone like Connor. "Such an item exists. I shall take a look," Connor replied without hesitation, turning towards the Mirror of Erist. He soon displayed a look of confusion. "Are you certain it reflects the most urgent and intense desires?" Dumbledore inquired. "What do you see?" Connor gazed at the mirror, where a golden, ice-crackled martial arts elixir appeared, leaving him at a loss for words. Surely, he could not confess that his mind was adorned with an elixir of martial arts, especially one with a cracked surface. As if responding to his thoughts, the elixir flickered twice before vanishing, leaving only his reflection. "Nothing much, just an ordinary mirror. It does not reveal what you claim." "The deepest, most fervent desires," Connor said, brushing aside his bangs. It seemed that his recent fishing and teaching endeavors had lessened the ferocity in his brows, granting him a more scholarly and affable demeanor. It had been far too long since he had engaged in any serious battles. Even the ogre he was currently reforming failed to provide the thrill he sought. With only teachers and students in the school, he found it challenging to be provoked. An instigating conflict now contradicted his cultivated persona. "A bit vexing, isn't it?" Dumbledore remarked with a knowing expression, nodding gently. "I invited you here today to show you something." He approached the bookcase and tapped one of its compartments with his wand. The compartment slowly vanished, revealing a translucent, resplendent ruby within. Just by observing, Connor could sense that this ruby was extraordinary, a far cry from the mere beast's blood he had encountered before. Dumbledore placed the stone on the desk, facing Connor directly. "Do you recognize this?" Connor replied candidly, "I've never seen it before, but I can tell it is quite remarkable. Extremely remarkable." "Indeed," Dumbledore smiled slightly. "This is the object Quirrell seeks, known as the Philosopher's Stone, or as Muggles refer to it, the Sorcerer's Stone. Though the names differ, the accounts of the Philosopher's Stone are remarkably similar. Primarily, it is an alchemical creation with the fundamental ability to transmute base metals into gold. However, what captivates Quirrell, or those behind him, is its capacity to produce the elixir of life, granting immortality." "Immortality," Connor nodded, suddenly recalling that his roommate had mentioned the concept of the Philosopher's Stone. He had merely noted its abilities to transmute gold and create the elixir of life before the conversation ended abruptly. It seemed that the alchemist Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, had met an untimely end shortly after introducing the artifact. Not only had Nicholas Flamel perished, but the Philosopher's Stone had also been destroyed. This meant it had merely served as a disposable tool for fishing, contributing little to the overarching narrative of the Harry Potter series. Kono gazed at the shape of the magical stone and was suddenly reminded of the gem system from the online games he played in his previous life. It seemed quite fitting for embedding. Moreover, if the magical stone was indeed so powerful, it should belong to the highest echelon of gems. "Can I give it a try?" he inquired, pointing at the magical stone as he rummaged through his martial arts golden cord to retrieve an 18-inch staff. After nearly 6 months, Ollivander had finally crafted a wand that met Kono's specifications. Being the finest wand maker in England, this staff made of white ash appeared quite grand, with meticulous attention to detail. Both resilient and flexible. If one were to mention a flaw, it would be the absence of a core. According to Ollivander, the wand's dimensions were too large, leading to poor magical conductivity due to core contact issues. In Kono's understanding, it was akin to a cannon where the cores Ollivander produced could only be likened to bullets from a handgun, incompatible in caliber. Ollivander, racking his brain for a solution, carved a groove in the middle of the staff and conceived an integrated core module for the wand. He intended to stack the core materials within this module, hoping that a quantitative change would induce a qualitative transformation, thereby achieving perfect magical transmission. However, the stacking of core materials required a fundamental compatibility, necessitating Kono's assistance in the search. Yet, since Kono was still teaching at school, they agreed to embark on their quest for suitable core materials after the summer break. Dumbledore observed as Kono unexpectedly produced a long, immaculate staff, smooth as ivory, from an unknown part of his person, and he felt a sudden pang in his temples. Where did that come from? I did not see any magical artifacts related to the non-disillusionment charm. Nevertheless, he noted the groove in the middle of the staff. Was Kono intending to embed the magical stone in that groove? Dumbledore's mind began to race, contemplating whether to allow Kono to proceed. Kono was generally a fine individual, yet many of his endeavors had an unpredictable nature. Even the simple act of enjoying a bowl of tofu pudding had once stirred the Hufflepuff Badgers into a frenzy at school, let alone a magical stone known as a legendary alchemical artifact. Yet, his curiosity piqued. He wished to witness what Kono would concoct next. Dumbledore tentatively asked, "What do you intend to do? And what purpose does that staff serve?" This wand, lacking a core, was crafted by Ollivander. He mentioned that the existing cores were incapable of conducting magic. "Hence I am exploring alternatives," Kono explained. Dumbledore stroked his beard, intrigued. Firstly, this was a wand specifically designed by Ollivander, and he wondered about the potential power once the core integration module was completed. Could it rival the Elder Wand? Secondly, with Voldemort already eyeing the magical stone, he had initially planned its destruction once his fishing expedition was complete, a decision he had previously conferred with Nicholas Flamel. Thus, he gestured invitingly. Why not give it a try? There is little to lose. Is that wise? What if something goes awry? Kono hesitated, recalling the previous incident with the Gryffindor sword. You are beginning to show foresight. Dumbledore internally scoffed. Despite his concerns, he waved his hand dismissively. It is perfectly fine. I shall bear the responsibility if anything occurs. With that, Kono ceased his objections, took the magical stone from the table, and pressed it into the groove of the staff, deciding to see if it would embed. The groove allowed ample space. Yet the stone could not secure itself and clinked about. Just as Dumbledore's anxieties began to ease, the magical stone emanated a gentle red glow, and suddenly, the groove in the staff came to life, the wood seemingly growing to envelop the stone snugly. Ding. Gem embedding successful. Magical stone -1. Ding. Gem embedding successful. Magical stone -1. Kono anticipated the sudden onset of a system notification. However, it was merely a figment of his imagination. Nonetheless, the magical stone was indeed embedded in the staff, which began to transform as a result. The originally ivory-white staff's ends morphed, sprouting golden veins reminiscent of leaf veins. Beginning to grow, the veins stretched slowly towards the glowing magical stone, the pace languid enough for both to ponder what was transpiring. Oh, they both began simultaneously, uttering the same interjection. Perhaps you should speak first? Their remarkable synchronicity was evident. Yet before they could articulate their thoughts, a greater anomaly emerged. Now, not only was the magical stone glowing, but the staff itself began to radiate light, and even the castle quivered in response to the pulsating glow, akin to the soft purring of a cat and its gentle tremors. First and foremost, I have not wronged any of you. This staff was given to me by Ollivander. If there are any questions, feel free to consult them. Furthermore, I purchased this staff with genuine currency. Dumbledore, you are well aware of the price of a custom wand, especially one of such extraordinary design. Dumbledore listened patiently until he was interrupted by a firm knock at the door. He exchanged a glance with Kono and called out, "Enter." Kono swiftly stowed the staff within his martial arts golden core as the door swung open, revealing a serious-looking McGonagall striding into the office. "Headmaster Dumbledore, it seems the castle has undergone some peculiar changes." McGonagall barely managed to complete her sentence as the tremors subsided. Dumbledore began to massage his temples, clearing his throat softly. "Minerva, have you been overworking yourself? With only 2 or 3 days until Christmas, perhaps you should consider taking a proper break?" McGonagall, keeping her lips pursed, remained silent, standing still to ascertain whether she was experiencing an illusion. Just moments ago, the entire castle had indeed been trembling. While some students and a portion of the faculty might not have noticed such subtle vibrations, she was certainly not among those instructors. However, the castle now stood tranquil, as if it had just experienced a passing. After a moment, McGonagall adjusted her glasses and remarked, "It seems so. Perhaps I have been a bit too stressed lately." Dumbledore smiled dismissively. "Minerva, could you please step out for a moment? Kono and I need to discuss some educational matters. Let us hope it truly is that simple." McGonagall sighed, recalling how Professor Snape had docked Gryffindor 30 points the previous day for Harry and his friends attempting to breach his office. Ahem. Connor nearly faltered, but managed to disguise it as a cough. McGonagall paid no heed and continued conversing with Dumbledore. "I felt that the matter needed to be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, I genuinely feared for the safety of Harry and his companions. The situation was not as dire as I had imagined." Dumbledore tapped his forehead with one finger while patting his chest with the other, signaling that as long as I remained at the school, he would not dare to act recklessly. Once McGonagall departed, Connor retrieved the caduceus again, its glow persisting. The tremors of the castle struck once more. Dumbledore advised, "Put it away. We cannot afford to create such a commotion. Regarding the anomaly with the wand, we could consult Mr. Ollivander directly, for he is the expert in this field." Indeed, the changes in the caduceus and the castle's tremors were intrinsically linked. As long as the glowing caduceus was exposed, the castle would tremble in response. Though of the ice-cracked design, I must say the advantages of this martial arts elixir are numerous. How splendid it would be if it could be used for farming. Dumbledore scattered a handful of flue powder into the fireplace, and the flames instantly transformed into a vibrant green. He leaned in and called out, "Ollivander, are you there?" The flue powder serves not only for transportation. By inserting half of one's body into the emerald flame, one can converse in real time, provided the other fireplace is also connected to the flue network. Soon, Dumbledore withdrew from the fireplace, and Ollivander's face emerged, surrounded by a halo of flame. Ollivander appeared well, albeit slightly thinner than the last time Connor had seen him. His cheeks gaunt as if stretched over an old hide. He looked around, surprised, and greeted Dumbledore. "And Connor? What did he mean by "and Connor"? Why the exclamation?" Connor leaned closer to the fireplace, exclaiming, "Your wand is in trouble, a grave one. You must prepare for compensation." Ollivander was indeed taken aback, stammering in response. "Has it exploded?" "That shouldn't be the case. The material of this wand is undoubtedly the most ancient of all the woods I have ever used. I have merely smoothed the exterior, without harming its essence. The groove was carved utilizing the natural hollows of the tree. It should be intact." Ollivander spoke this without taking a breath, causing Dumbledore to worry that he might suddenly faint from breathlessness. Thus, he quickly clarified, "The issue lies within the wand's core. We inadvertently inserted the Philosopher's Stone into that groove, and now we cannot retrieve it." "Cannot retrieve it?" The topic of the wand immediately captured Ollivander's attention. "Did you force it in? Or did you use some adhesive potion? These were trifling matters. If you bring it to my shop, I can easily resolve it." Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. "Wait, Dumbledore, you are speaking of the Philosopher's Stone, the alchemical artifact? Only Nicholas Flamel has truly created that. Capable of turning stone into gold and granting immortality?" "Yes," Dumbledore nodded. "Wait there. I shall come immediately. Please open the transmission permissions for the flue network." A glimmer sparked in Ollivander's eyes before he vanished from the fireplace. Dumbledore produced his wand and tapped the fireplace several times, sending sparks flying. Soon, the flames transformed into a vibrant green once more, and Ollivander emerged from the fireplace, clad in a robe dusted with wood shavings. "To use the Philosopher's Stone as a wand core. Incredible! Unbelievable! Where's the wand? Let me see it." Dumbledore quickly halted Ollivander, reminding him to maintain the composure befitting an esteemed wand maker of England. With a clap of his hands, a dazzling burst of fire revealed Fawkes the Phoenix before the trio. Dumbledore instructed them, Let Fawkes take you to Hogsmeade and see if any anomalies persist at the castle. In a flash of flames, Connor and Ollivander found themselves in the snow-laden Hogsmeade. As Christmas approached, the village was bustling with life, adorned with festive decorations and imbued with a sense of holiday spirit. The phoenix is a rare and difficult-to-tame magical creature. Connor, enchanted, could not resist running his fingers along its plumage, right down to its tail feathers. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Fawkes bore no ordinary scent. Instead, it exuded a warmth akin to sunlight, enveloping him in a serene aura. Its body temperature was astonishing. While it could not function as a heater like a house elf, cradled in his arms, it served as a delightful warmth provider, perfect for winter. How could one describe it? Perhaps it could be likened to a winter day spent basking in the sun, the warm rays flooding the room, filling it with a cozy, languorous ambience. Fawkes perched on Connor's hand, seemingly aware of his gentle intentions, its beautiful ruby-like eyes displaying a hint of playful reproach. It flapped its wings, attempting to leap from Connor's palm, yet despite its efforts, it remained grounded. The confusion in its stunning eyes was palpable. Ollivander, observing this peculiar sight, noted how the phoenix continued to flutter on Connor's hand, unable to take flight, as if it were engaging in playful antics with him. Connor grinned, having employed a subtle technique to dissipate the force whenever Fawkes attempted to take off, thus denying it a sufficient leverage point to launch into the air. However, this was the magical world, and suddenly, a radiant blaze enveloped Fawkes, and it vanished from sight. The ability of apparition was indeed enviable. Connor sighed, and under Ollivander's eager gaze, he produced the caduceus. As the caduceus appeared in his hand, both Ollivander and Connor were momentarily taken aback. The once smooth caduceus had undergone a transformation, as if it had been pressed the rewind button, reverting from a staff to a tree trunk. Its surface was now adorned with uneven patterns. Though it lacked the meticulous craftsmanship, it exuded a natural comfort. Moreover, the staff no longer glimmered, but instead emitted a gentle warmth akin to jade, embodying a state of effortless elegance. Ollivander circled Connor, each step punctuated by his exclamations. By Merlin's beard, perfect condition, perfect condition. After orbiting Connor like a satellite, Ollivander finally halted, addressing him with utmost caution. May I touch it? Connor handed over the caduceus, his expression bemused. Could you please use a more normal tone? Your voice is rather effeminate. Ollivander's subsequent actions were equally peculiar. He closed his eyes and extended his hands, calloused and wrinkled, to caress the caduceus, as if striving to imprint the sensation in his memory. However, such behavior only clarified Connor's understanding of Ollivander's intent. During his intermittent periods of rest, he engaged not merely in fishing daily, but also absorbed a plethora of knowledge from the magical realm like a sponge. Wizards possess a remarkable artifact known as the pensieve. With their wands, they can extract memories, and, when they wish to revisit them, they need only pour the memories into the pensieve. At this moment, Ollivander was relying on his visual and tactile senses to recall the transformed wand, the double staff. He exhaled deeply, his expression complex as he handed the wand to Connor, feeling that perhaps this was the most remarkable piece of work in his life, albeit it could hardly be considered solely his creation. Isn't this one made of ashwood? Connor raised an eyebrow. I seem to recall advising you that ashwood is the best material. Ollivander shook his head. Certainly not. If a wand of this size were made from ash, it would require wood that is at least a millennium old, and such wood is exceedingly rare. Thus this wand is actually crafted from a type of wood from China. Several centuries ago, my ancestors brought this wood from China, aiming to develop an entirely new wand material. However, traditional wand-making techniques could not sculpt it. The Ollivander family has continually improved wand-making processes, hoping that one day they could tame this wood. So you succeeded? Connor twirled the wand, his affection for the double staff reaching its zenith. Although the wand had undergone a significant transformation, its uneven surface felt remarkably comfortable, perfectly suited for executing various actions. Not only that, he sensed that this wand seemed almost alive, resonating harmoniously with his very breath, creating a profound connection. It felt as if they were reciprocally drawn to each other. Damn, this book has introduced a female protagonist, and it's a wand. Connor thought humorously. I don't know Ollivander's expression was intricate. I felt an inexplicable urge to attempt restructuring it, employing the same wand-making techniques. This time, the structure was exceptionally successful, flowing smoothly as if it had been awaiting you all along. Do you comprehend? My theory is not flawed, while my other wands would also yield to you. This wand is undoubtedly the most suited for you. Wouldn't you agree? Connor stroked his chin, observing Ollivander's intense gaze, and nodded gently. Meanwhile, A tempest of emotion surged within him. Could he truly be the fabled chosen one? How could what brought from China centuries ago suddenly be moldable? By the way, Ollivander, what is the name of this wood? Kunlun wood. Ollivander's pronunciation was clumsy, yet Connor recognized the Chinese term. His mind was no longer merely tumultuous. It felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Did this world encompass not just a magical realm, but also the art of cultivation? Otherwise, why would a celestial realm like Kunlun emerge? Amidst a flare of flames, the Phoenix Fox appeared with Dumbledore before them. Fortunately, since you departed, the castle has remained unchanged. Connor shrugged. It's no big deal. It's probably just a problem with the wood. This Christmas holiday, I intend to visit China. There are numerous modes of travel within the magical world. Apparition is a rather advanced means of transportation. When wishing to travel to other countries, one must consider the risks of splinching and nausea during consecutive uses of apparition. Should a wizard unfortunately splinch while traveling on a busy road, their journey would likely be over. Due to the existence of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, such incidents could leave ordinary people deeply traumatized, and one might even find themselves imprisoned. Traveling by broomstick carries similar risks. If an ordinary person were to catch sight of a wizard, mistaking them for a UFO or urban legend, the exposed wizard could also find themselves facing a dreary prison sentence under the same statute. In contrast, using a portkey is a relatively low-risk and expedient travel method. However, upon discovering that to use a portkey, one must arrive at a designated location at a specific time, Connor decisively opted for the most convenient mode of travel, flying by plane. Perhaps having spent too long at Hogwarts had caused him to nearly lose touch with the outside world, almost forgetting that it was the 1990s and that ordinary transportation had advanced significantly. Traveling by plane also afforded him leisure time to reflect on history, to revisit the chronicles of this world. Through simple reading, he discovered that the accounts of ordinary people regarding China had diverged significantly since over a century ago. Although foreign warships had forcibly opened China's doors, a group of powerful individuals soon emerged, exacting a heavy toll from those who had intruded. Since then, no one dared challenge these formidable figures, choosing instead to explore other territories. In the following 30 years, with the aid of these powerful individuals, the former feudal dynasty of China was peacefully overthrown, giving rise to a new nation. Subsequently, China began to flourish, its technological advancements progressing in tandem with other nations. Thanks to the influence of these powerful individuals, even amidst the two world wars, China remained largely unaffected, continuing to lead in various developments on the global stage. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the tiny nation neighboring China. The events that unfolded there also deviated from Connor's previous memories. This nation participated in the world wars, and over 50 years ago, its entire population mysteriously vanished, leaving only an isolated island behind. Not only did ordinary people from other countries send investigators, but even the magical world dispatched wizards to probe the mystery. Their findings were unexpectedly uniform, as none could explain the phenomenon with existing knowledge. It was then that Connor realized that the existence of these powerful individuals gave rise to the notion of a mysterious Eastern nation. In the records of the magical world, wizards and those powerful individuals were not regarded as the same entity. The sudden inability to access certain locations, as Newt had mentioned, did not pertain to the country itself, but rather to the secret realms of Chinese wizards. With the advent of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, wizards seldom engage with ordinary people. Those graduating from magic schools who could not find work in the magical world would, under the guidance of the Ministry of Magic, struggle to integrate into the world of muggles. They would often end up as factory workers or in the service industry, becoming waiters or servers. These wizards, assimilating into the muggle world, typically sought entertainment only in places like Diagon Alley, avoiding ordinary venues to prevent revealing their identities. Under such constraints, the mystical realm of Huaxia is rendered inaccessible, aligning with Newt's assertion that it has suddenly become unreachable. Curiously, this phenomenon also occurred over 50 years ago. Upon realizing this, Kono let out a long sigh. Although this realm is otherworldly, the abrupt disappearance of all inhabitants from that diminutive land invoked an inexplicable sense of exhilaration within him. He thought to himself that he ought to procure a wooden fish to strike. Alas, the invention of the smartphone had yet to materialize. Otherwise, he could have downloaded an electronic wooden fish app to perform the tapping automatically, sparing him the hassle of doing it manually. As Kono understood, the history of Huaxiao in this world had been rewritten. Even in the province of Xiqiang, which was not particularly prosperous in his previous life, the streets appeared bustling with vitality. Numerous shops lined the thoroughfares, exuding a rich classical Chinese aesthetic, contrasting starkly with the cold, steel jungles of his former existence. The midday sun bathed the red bricks and green tiles, along with the vividly colored eaves of the buildings, imbuing this vibrant city with depth and gravitas. On the lively streets, beyond the familiar sounds of Mandarin, the people of Huaxia conversed fluently in English, engaging seamlessly with tourists. This, perhaps, epitomizes the most significant difference between this world and Kono's past life. A palpable confidence emanated from the very core of Huaxia's populace. Prior to his arrival in Huaxia, Ollivander had recounted the location where his ancestor had obtained the Kunlun wood, situated in the vicinity of the Kunlun Mountains bordering Xiqiang. Later, Ollivander discovered notes left by his ancestor containing approximate coordinates that would assist Kono in pinpointing the exact location. Thus, Kono arrived with a clear objective, intending to dedicate merely half a day to procurement before setting off for the Kunlun Mountains the following day. During his shopping excursion, a familiar palpitation surged within him, as if to remind him that his return to Huaxia was premature. Nevertheless, he suppressed this sensation, casually purchasing a wooden fish from a place offering incense and offerings, striking it a few times. Regrettably, even after this, the sense of unease persisted, compelling him to rely on sheer willpower to stave off further contemplation of the feeling. The nights in Xiqiang were equally vibrant and bustling, with the sounds of distant shopping malls promoting their wares through loudspeakers, and the savory aromas wafting from various food stalls mingled with the smoke of barbecues. Unable to resist, Kono ventured out of his hotel into the snack street, sampling every variety of delicacy before returning. While exploring the snack street the previous night, Kono had conducted a thorough investigation of the city, just as Newt had mentioned. He found no trace of the wizarding realm within the vast metropolis, nor could he sense the presence of individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. Neither wizards nor those possessing formidable abilities were detectable. This realization struck him as jarring, akin to discovering an individual drinking soy milk among a crowd solely indulging in bean juice, especially a heated version of it. However, the more jarring the experience, the more resolute his determination to investigate the Kunlun Mountains became, even as the palpitations intensified, uncertain if it was merely due to overeating. As for the Kunlun Mountains, they were adorned with numerous titles in Kono's past life: Kunlun Su, the foremost divine mountain of China, the Mountain of 10,000 Ancestors, Kunlun Hill, or Jade Mountain. Throughout Huaxia's history, Kunlun has always been regarded as the progenitor of all mountains and referred to as the ancestor of dragon veins. This marked Kono's inaugural visit to the Kunlun Mountains. In his previous life, he had often worked overtime, and the mere satisfaction of sleeping in on holidays had left him no inclination for travel. As he soared above the Kunlun Mountains on his Chi-Yin sword, he was struck by the grandeur of the snow-clad peaks, stretching majestically into the clouds. Gazing down from the heights, he was enveloped by a profound sense of righteousness that compelled him to bow in reverence. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the potential for his Chi-Yin sword to malfunction unexpectedly, much like the wizarding realm of Azkaban, which imposed flying restrictions. If a wizarding realm indeed existed in Kunlun, it would likely enforce similar prohibitions. As he observed a bird soaring nearby, effortlessly propelling itself with its tail feathers, his apprehensions began to dissipate. However, just as he was nearing his destination, he suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened ominously, resembling ink. The thick clouds roiled with thunder, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? To ensure his safety, Kono urged his sword into a dive, heading straight for the ground below. Yet, as he descended closer to the earth, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. He felt every hair on his body stand on end and maneuvered the Chi-Yin sword to evade the impending strike. Just as he narrowly escaped, a bolt the size of a bowl crashed into the spot he had just vacated. Simultaneously, the sensation of unease intensified to an almost unbearable level. Could it be that I did not strike the wooden fish sufficiently yesterday? Kono cursed under his breath, continuing to navigate the Chi-Yin sword downward while constantly altering his trajectory. The frequency of lightning and thunder behind him escalated, each strike narrowly avoided, as if they were choreographed to accompany him in a deadly dance. Boom! Kono nearly collided with the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Quickly regaining his footing, he wielded the Chi-Yin sword to dodge the relentless barrage of lightning while glancing toward the distant destination. Ahead lay a vast valley, flanked by innumerable peaks resembling swords, each exuding an aura of menace when viewed in isolation. Yet, As these formidable formations intertwined harmoniously, the ominous presence dissipated, transforming into an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Most notably, while the periphery of the valley was engulfed in lightning, the valley itself remained untouched by any trace of it. At that moment, Kono's stubborn spirit surged forth. This was the first time he had encountered such an occurrence in this life. The inexplicable palpitation, coupled with the bizarre lightning strikes, was fortunate that he possessed a masterful physique, enabling him to react swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to cinders. Kono executed agile maneuvers amidst the flashes of lightning, swiftly approaching the valley. The life and death tension morphed into exhilaration, propelling him into a unique state of being. This state was exceedingly difficult to articulate. Some referred to it as flow, while others called it a state of unity with nature or a transcendence of self and environment. The specific nomenclature mattered little. The essence lay in Kono's experience of a thrill unlike any he had ever known. As Kono boldly stepped into the valley, the sweat on his body felt as though it were evaporating, forming tendrils of mist around him. In that instant, he cast a glance around the valley. While its majestic aura remained unaltered, it seemed to lack a certain vitality. Yet, he paid it no mind, letting out a resounding cheer of delight. Even amidst the confusion of whether his heart raced due to stimulation or a lingering sense of palpitations, the moment he felt the intensity peak, the sky suddenly transformed into a blinding white. It was not merely the heavens that had turned white. The entire valley was enveloped in an expanse of whiteness. As Kong Nuo looked up, his pupils nearly constricted to a pinprick, for an indescribably vast flash of lightning had silently descended. If the earlier flash had been the size of a bowl, now it was akin to the magnitude of an aircraft carrier, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. The moment he realized the lightning was perilously close, a thunderous roar powerful enough to rupture eardrums followed suit. He drew the Qi Yin sword from his martial arts essence and pointed it skyward, defiantly challenging the impending doom. Recognizing this might be his final moment, he struck a pose with the sword aimed at the heavens. At least it had to look striking. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Kong Nuo eventually regained his senses, discovering the surroundings were still engulfed in a blinding white, leaving him unable to discern the nature of his environment. Something was amiss. This was the territory of Huaxia. Even if it were not the underworld, it must be the celestial realm. What was with this entire expanse of whiteness? Was he in some sort of paradise? Feeling his body, he found it intact, though his mind felt vacant, as if he had lost something he could not recall. However, his innate sense as a master remained, guiding him forward in a singular direction. After traversing several hundred meters, the scenery shifted, revealing an array of inscriptions around him. These inscriptions bore a striking resemblance to the magical runes concealed within the wall of Diagon Alley, yet they exuded a more grandiose and ancient essence, reminiscent of a blend between clerical and oracle bone scripts. Continuing forward for another 100 meters, the scene morphed once more, with the inscriptions in the void outlining archways. These archways were shrouded in a chilling black mist, while the ground was suffused with nebulous purple energy. Kong Nuo stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. He could feel the source of his palpitations emanating from the cold black mist surrounding these archways. When his focus shifted away from the mist, he noticed, at some indeterminate point, a figure materializing from the largest archway. This figure bore no resemblance to modernity, adorned in a tall crown and flowing robes. It ambled towards him with a leisurely gait. As the figure approached, Kong Nuo realized it was an elderly man, crowned and draped in a crane cloak. The old man, with his snowy hair and youthful visage, sported a long, white beard, embodying the demeanor of an immortal. What a realm of cultivation! Kong Nuo internally scoffed. He immediately raised his hand in a gesture of halting, proclaiming, "Before you, divine being, halt." The once jovial old man suddenly froze, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed quite amusing." Kong Nuo raised an eyebrow, and only when the old man drew near did he catch a glimpse of his true visage through the swirling purple haze. The old man bore an uncanny resemblance to the character Qing Wei from the ancient tale Xian Jian Qi Xia Zhuan 3, and Kong Nuo found his fondness for him inexplicably increasing. To be able to passively enhance one's fondness, what a formidable skill. Kong Nuo cleared his throat and introduced himself. "I am Kong Nuo. May I inquire your esteemed name, elder?" "You shall not know my name just yet," the old man chuckled. "Truth be told, you should not be here. It is not yet your time." Kong Nuo nodded and suggested, "Then I shall call you Qing Wei Daozhang. I rather like that name." The old man, still grinning, stroked his beard, saying, "The wind of Qing Wei nurtures all things. A splendid name indeed. You may certainly address me as such." "Young friend Kong Nuo, Kong Nuo continued, is this a realm of cultivation? What then am I? A martial cultivator? And what are those sorcerers? Are they practitioners of magic? You may perceive it thus, Qingwei Daozhong affirmed. In truth, there are myriad paths to the ultimate truth. Each can seek fortune and connection to the essence. Why concern oneself with labels? He elaborated on the various methods, noting that while the Western world had commendable practices, every individual with potential could solidify their innate gifts. In the land of Huaxia, similar methodologies are employed. Yet, such methods are also bound by innate talent. While the initiation is simple, the ceiling is low, making breakthroughs challenging. You should have some understanding of this, I presume. Kong Nuo immediately grasped that Qingwei Daozhong referred to those sorcerers, including the ones from the now-sealed mystical realms of Huaxia. Before he could probe further, Qingwei Daozhong continued, your martial path can also lead to the ultimate truth. I trust that the martial essence has already demonstrated this to you. Kong Nuo was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, he voiced his conjecture aloud. This martial essence was bestowed upon me by you, wasn't it? You wish for me to undertake some task? Qingwei Daozhong nodded, then shook his head, not quite. The martial essence merely signifies a connection between us, but we have no demands of you. Simply continue being yourself. What you are doing now is sufficient. Devoid of any pressure. Kong Nuo crossed his arms and mused, I find this somewhat perplexing. I can discern that the situation here is not favorable. If the martial essence and I are intertwined, it is undoubtedly a hope for me to dispel this black mist, is it not? Qingwei Daozhong's expression turned approving. Yet he shook his head again. Events have transpired. Every matter has its resolution, and haste is futile. Some causalities lie with us. Thus we do not place our hopes upon you. Just as you have sensed, we have continually prevented you from coming here. The previous lightning was yet another obstruction. However, the knowledge contained within the martial essence exceeded our expectations, leading us to ponder. Since it has come to this, why not meet? Kong Nuo scratched his head. Realizing Qingwei Daozhong was a master of riddles, every statement seemed layered. He decided to speak candidly, I am but a fighter, unversed in your convoluted ways. Surely you must provide me with a goal? I have no intention of relinquishing the martial essence. At the very least, lay out your terms. I shall fulfill what I can, and for the rest, you may as well perform a cranial operation and extract the martial essence. The satisfaction in Qingwei Daozhong's eyes deepened as he took 7 steps forward, raising 3 fingers towards the heavens. We do not require anything of you. Simply continue your life as you have been. Consider it our wish, live joyfully. Kong Nuo stroked his chin, contemplating a new question. Are you monitoring me through the martial essence? Hence, my every action falls under your purview? Moreover, can you manipulate my thoughts through the martial essence? Otherwise, why would I experience these palpitations? Qingwei Daozhong retracted his fingers, shaking his head as he paced. The martial essence does not belong to this realm. It is fated for you and connected to us. The texts of Taishan Gaining Pian and Qingjing Xian Jing were added by us. Aside from that, we have not undertaken any other actions. The relationships involved are rather intricate. Perhaps only after you have repaired that martial arts golden elixir will you truly comprehend. As for myself, how much longer must I wait to form my own martial arts golden elixir? Kong Nuo inquired. I do not know, replied Daoist Qingwei, shaking his head. The martial arts path is entirely new. Young friend Kong Nuo, you are unique in this world. Kong Nuo pressed further. If martial arts is so exceptional, why then did you include Taishan Gaining Pian within the martial arts golden elixir? Daoist Qingwei sighed, for that golden elixir is fractured. Based on our numerous deductions, we determined that Taishan Gaining Pian and Qingjing Xian Jing are to be employed to mend it. According to our conjectures, once the martial arts golden elixir is restored to wholeness, you will receive the true inheritance from it and gain a comprehensive understanding of our circumstances. From your demeanor, it appears that you are not at all anxious. Kong Nuo raised an eyebrow. If that is indeed the case, I shall continue to relax. After all, it seems there is little for me to do. Certainly, Daoist Qingwei responded with a smile. I am aware that you hail from the other world of Huaxia. Both realms share commonalities, so let us propagate this Huaxia culture. We possess the foundation. We have the qualification. Kong Nuo chuckled. You need not worry about that. I initially believed this world lacked Huaxia, hence I adopted the guise of a druid to make it easier for them to comprehend. Since you all are referred to as those possessing great power, should I disseminate this knowledge, they would likely be eager to accept it. However, are you truly willing? These matters hold significance for Huaxia as well. Do you genuinely wish to share with them? Daoist Qingwei waved his hand dismissively. Being overly protective only leads to decline. The ultimate pursuit is the unity of all under heaven. However, I have a request. I hope you can leave a copy of all the knowledge contained within the martial arts golden elixir, as I will begin seeking individuals to promote it within Huaxia. Kong Nuo had no reason to refuse. He felt a sense of fulfillment in contributing. Of course, no problem. Shall we begin now? The Christmas holiday is quite lengthy, lasting a full month and a half, perfectly sufficient to engage in something meaningful. Moreover, he could consult Taoist Qingwei to fill in the gaps in his understanding of certain knowledge within the golden elixir. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Kong Nuo was taken aback by the array of gifts that filled his office. With the martial arts golden elixir serving as his backpack, the office's furnishings were quite simple, consisting merely of a bed and a desk set. Normally, if he wished to indulge, he would arrange gatherings with Flitwick and others in Sprout's room. Since martial arts is a brand new subject, the original teacher's office was not utilized. His office had been converted from an abandoned classroom on the 6th floor. Even so, the Christmas gifts filled Kong Nuo's office to the brim, stirring a warm feeling within him. With just 3 days until the start of term, he found the perfect opportunity to unwrap the gifts. Otherwise, when the little devils returned to school, if they inquired about his satisfaction with the gifts, he would be at a loss for words. Most of the younger students had sent him gifts. Those from wizarding families, like Ron, gifted magical candies and other small trinkets, while those from Muggle families, like Hermione, offered stationery or hand-drawn cards. The older students, facing graduation pressures, had also sent Kong Nuo many gifts of a much higher caliber, often imbued with magic. Some crafted dolls depicting Kong Nuo in a trench coat descending from the skies, a recurring theme from their first class. Though it seemed a bit absurd, one could still glimpse the effort these students poured into their presents. In addition, teachers with whom Kong Nuo had formed close ties also sent him gifts. Sprout, as usual, presented him with a pot of magical peppermint leaves to invigorate the spirit. Flitwick gifted him his notes on spells, the pages pristine and even carrying the fragrance of fresh ink, indicating they were meticulously transcribed after careful organization. Dumbledore also sent a large box of assorted candies from Honeydukes, appearing to encompass a variety of flavors, likely all personally vetted by the old beekeeper, representing the finest quality offerings from Honeydukes. It took him an entire day to unwrap all the gifts, sampling an array of candies along the way. The following day, he sought out Sprout to request a comprehensive list of herbs, intending to concoct a batch of elixirs as a return gift. During his time in Kunlun, aside from passing on the knowledge of the martial arts golden elixir, he had also sought Taoist Qingwei's guidance on alchemy and medicine, thus gaining some enhancement that would now prove useful. However, there was a tinge of regret, for until he truly restored the martial arts golden elixir, he could not meet with Taoist Qingwei again. HM? Reflecting on this, he suddenly slapped his own face. What was there to regret? Was he not merely a loquacious enigma? It was simply a matter of passively enhancing familiarity. Alchemy is indeed akin to potion making. It similarly necessitates attention to the proportions of ingredients and the time required for extracting various materials. The intervention of forces such as magical and internal energy is crucial for successfully crafting potions and elixirs. Furthermore, alchemy is a discipline steeped in experience, as each ingredient's growth age or environment varies. Therefore, during the alchemical process, the practitioner must rely on experience to manage the heat and timing. A significant deviation could result in diminished efficacy of the elixir, and potion making follows the same principle. Given that Hogwarts lacks gigantic alchemical furnaces, Kong Nuo had no choice but to utilize the potion classroom, where he could use the cauldrons left by students. He first prepared various materials, grinding chalkstone into a fine powder, slicing herbs, and juicing others. By the time he completed these tasks, it had unknowingly turned to evening. After such an extended period of meticulous work, even he began to feel drowsy. As Kong Nuo exited the classroom, the moon was slowly climbing above the treetops when suddenly a figure appeared in the quiet room. Snape, narrowing his eyes, inspected each prepared material, letting out a hum of approval. The distribution of these ingredients, both in size and weight, was executed with remarkable precision. Even a potion master such as Snape found it difficult to critique. After surveying the area, he faded back into the shadows, leaving the classroom in tranquility once more. The next morning, after attending his early class and breakfast, Kong Nuo returned to the classroom, only to find that Snape had already been waiting there. Perhaps it was not quite accurate to say he had been waiting. After all, Snape, cloaked tightly in his robes, always exuded an aura of someone poised to pounce on their prey. Snape's words were succinct and to the point. You sought out Professor Sprout to request numerous materials. And to prevent the resources of Hogwarts from being treated as mere refuse, I decided to come and observe. Although there was little direct communication between Kono and Snape, it was evident that Snape possessed a certain air of arrogance. The concoction of blood-chi pills requires merely 2 hours, and each batch can yield 9 pills. Given the number of students and faculty at the school, only 3 rounds of preparation would suffice to meet the demand. Naturally, achieving this efficiency necessitates utilizing all the cauldrons available in the classroom. Kono cheerfully retrieved a barrel of horned camel's blood from the Marshall Dow Golden Pill and announced his intention to craft blood-chi pills. You should have seen it in the first class. Are you interested? Snape sniffed, intrigued by the mention of horned camel's blood. This is the catalyst for the potion? Kono was somewhat astonished. It was no wonder Snape was a master of potions. Setting aside his brusque demeanor, Snape had already grasped the significance of horned camel's blood, indicating his comprehensive understanding of alchemy. Without further ado, Kono began to adjust the flames of each cauldron according to the magical timepiece, igniting them one by one. Snape, observing from the side, gradually opened his previously narrowed eyes, revealing a glint of surprise. As Kono methodically opened the cauldrons and added the ingredients, he had already allocated the materials based on prior experience to ensure that the simmering times would remain consistent within each batch. This meticulous approach minimized the risk of producing flawed pills while managing the flames. After each ingredient was added, he would cover the cauldron, channeling a surge of inner energy into it. This force caused a golden aura to manifest around the flames, and rhythmic bubbling sounds emerged from within. Snape, stationed in the corner, remained silent, his earlier lethargy replaced by an upright posture, his keen eyes absorbing every detail of Kono's process. During the simmering period, he occasionally noted observations in a small notebook. Curiously, Kono managed to catch a glimpse of this notebook and was unexpectedly intrigued. It contained some peculiar entries, such as November 24th. Gryffindor's point deduction target achieved. Truly, a formidable potions professor. Time passed swiftly, and the first round of potion making concluded, leading to the second round where the catalyst would be added to enhance the efficacy. Kono adjusted the flames to their lowest setting and introduced the fragrant horned camel's blood into the cauldron, transforming the slightly viscous liquid into a vibrant red hue. This shade was not garish. Rather, it radiated vitality and warmth, a sight that was truly pleasing to behold. The sight of such a red color stirred Kono's appetite and evoked thoughts of hot pot. Perhaps hot pot would be a delightful dinner choice. A whole pot of spicy broth, complemented by the ingredients he had procured from China, paired with a lighter clear soup for his companions who might not appreciate the fiery broth. He could even extend the invitation to Snape. After witnessing Snape adding chili to his tofu pudding, Kono realized that Snape, the Slytherin head, was indeed a different breed compared to the other faculty members. As time drew near, Snape's voice cut through the air, stating that he did not wish for this batch of materials to go to waste. Kono promptly glanced at the magical timepiece and confirmed that it was indeed time to introduce the next ingredient. Noticing that Snape's tone was less severe than usual, Kono discerned that Snape was not as difficult to approach as he had initially thought. One simply needed to learn to decode the underlying implications of his words. It was not overly complicated. Understanding the first half of Snape's sentences sufficed, as the latter half often served to embellish the former while providing a touch of sarcasm. No wonder he lacked friends at school. Kono shook his head, adjusted the flames to increase the heat, and began adding the next ingredient. The prior reduction in flame intensity had been to allow the horned camel's blood to fully express its properties without losing potency due to excessive heat. With the liquid's color now stable, it was time to escalate the temperature for the subsequent step. In potion making, similar stages exist where the flame intensity is adjusted according to the materials used. The distinction lies in the absence of a final solidification step in potion brewing, resulting in the creation of liquid potions, some of which can possess rather peculiar flavors. I have a question. Snape straightened his posture and inquired, his tone less frigid than before. Why must sugarcane be added? In analyzing the entire formula after the first round, I could identify the function of each ingredient. Yet I remain perplexed about the inclusion of sugarcane. It neither enhances the quality of the blood-chi pill, nor does it serve a purpose. In fact, due to high temperatures, it may even increase the likelihood of flawed pills during the solidification stage. Why is sugarcane necessary? Truly, Snape was a master of potions. After just one round of preparation, he had nearly dissected the properties of the ingredients, demonstrating the practical benefits of drawing parallels. Because it makes it taste better, Kono replied, tossing one of the newly crafted pills into the air. Want to give it a try? Snape drew his wand, and the pill halted mid-air before him. The glimmering crimson blood-chi pill, if not for the deliberate description, might easily be mistaken for a piece of hard candy due to its sweet aroma and translucent texture. This was one of Kono's achievements over the past month. He had successfully made the pills mentioned in medical texts far more palatable. Since the esteemed Qingwei Taoist had granted him the freedom to experiment, he had no intention of delving too deeply into serious inquiries. Rather, he preferred to enhance his work according to his own inclinations. While it might lack practical application, it was enjoyable and delicious. Observing Snape's hesitant expression, Kono stroked his chin and continued, "Professor Snape, just consider this. If those young lions are all vigorous and full of energy, how will you, as a professor, stand up to them without improving your own physical condition? Will you still maintain your authority in class? Besides, we are colleagues. I would not lead you astray, would I?" Seeing Snape hold the pill in his hand, still unconsumed, Kono pressed on, "You can assess its properties and help me identify any areas for improvement. The blood-chi pill is designed to enhance physical strength and inner energy, aiding in healing if injured, somewhat akin to the effects of white fresh essence. Please, give it a taste and provide your feedback." As it was a request for feedback, Snape gazed at the warm blood-chi pill resting in his palm before finally tasting it. Upon contact with his tongue, a sweetness emerged, subtle yet accompanied by a unique fragrance that rapidly filled his mouth. Though he was reluctant to admit it, this pill was indeed quite delicious. A stark contrast to typical potions. Feel free to chew it and let me know how it feels. The texture is another avenue for improvement. Kono's voice chimed in once more. Some students enjoy mindlessly chewing on things. During their last experience with potions, many struggled with bitterness and nearly expelled it. The concoction possessed a delightful, springy texture, neither overly firm nor adhesive, rendering it palatable even as a mere confectionery. As Snape savored it, an exotic fragrance meandered down his throat, diffusing into a comforting warmth that permeated his being. Familiar with the textbooks, particularly the sections on meridian pathways, he readily grasped the necessary actions. As seasoned wizards, they instinctively assimilated and applied such knowledge. He promptly channeled his magic to assimilate the potion's effects, relishing the soothing sensation akin to a warm bath. "Confound it," he mused, "this surpasses even the finest potions. Unacceptable. Yet, I sense a newfound agility, a resurgence of youthful vigor." He shuddered, dismissing the notion of reliving his student days, preferring instead to revert to his pre-Hogwarts era. Kono observed the transformation in Snape's complexion, a vibrant flush replacing its former pallor, creating a stark contrast. It was akin to witnessing a robust figure relishing an ice cream cone amidst the desolation of autumn. Snape exhaled deeply, acknowledging the potion's efficacy. "The effects are remarkable, precisely as desired," he conceded grudgingly. "The taste and texture are commendable. However, could we perhaps explore alternative flavors?" Kono, understanding Snape's implication, grinned. "That presents a challenge. However, I intend to host a hot pot feast for Flitwick and the others this evening, complete with a fiery chili broth." The great hall lacked the desired ambience for such a gathering. Kono found himself once more in Sprout's office, diligently preparing the meal. As the head of Hufflepuff, Sprout's office uniquely featured a hearth. Furthermore, the room exuded warmth, adorned with an assortment of magical flora that swayed rhythmically to music, creating a vibrant and engaging atmosphere. "Remarkable," Kono exclaimed, observing the cauldron. Sprout, ever affable, brandished her wand near the wash basin, causing an array of vegetables and fungi to frolic gleefully in the water, cleansing themselves before neatly arranging themselves onto waiting platters. Flitwick entered, carrying several blocks of frozen tofu. "Kono, why freeze the tofu? Won't that complicate the cooking process?" "Frozen tofu is indispensable for hot pot," Kono retorted, sealing the lid on the clear broth, readying the fiery concoction. "Professor Flitwick, your assistance is required. I fear the plants may attempt an escape upon detecting the aroma. We must consider Professor Sprout's abode." Flitwick approached, wand in hand. "How may I be of service?" "Ah, this exquisite fragrance is akin to a melodious composition." Kono positioned a basin of chilies near the simmering oil, its enticing aroma permeating the air. "Professor Flitwick, please dispel the smoke with magic once I add the chilies." Alas, we lack an extractor hood, necessitating this improvisation. Protected by potent enchantments, Hogwarts Castle precluded the use of electrical appliances. Fortunately, magic provided a convenient alternative, rendering a mere household spell sufficient to replicate the function of an extractor hood. As Kono busied himself with the chili broth, Dumbledore floated into the room, bearing a basket of seafood. Observing the professors immersed in culinary endeavors, he quipped, "Kono, how may I assist?" Kono, wielding a spatula, instructed, kindly tell the shrimp. Then puree them. Also, remove the moisture from the frozen tofu on the table using a vanishing charm. Magic imbued him with inspiration, culminating in the imminent hot pot soiree. With the school year commencing tomorrow, this represented a final moment of respite for the faculty. Professors Kettleburn, the instructor of care of magical creatures, and McGonagall arrived. Laden with an assortment of meats, including lamb, beef, and various organ meats. In matters of gastronomy, wizards exhibited a more adventurous palate than their muggle counterparts, readily sampling a diverse range of ingredients. Of the core faculty, only Snape, still engrossed in brewing the blood-replenishing potion, remained absent. This was precisely why Kono was present. He had enlisted Snape's assistance and extended an invitation to the hot pot feast. After considerable deliberation, Snape acquiesced. By the time the broths were prepared, Snape should have completed the potion. Dumbledore transformed the oblong table into a circular one, and the guests seated themselves, pouring generous servings of butterbeer, anticipating the feast. For those who favor spice, there is the chili broth. For those who do not, I have prepared a mild broth, Kono announced, introducing the two broths. This magical hot pot obviated the need for a divider. Upon contact, the broths distinctly occupied their respective halves. Should Kono attempt to introduce chili broth into the clear broth, the magical hot pot would promptly return it to its original vessel. Magic was truly remarkable. Upon infusion, the broths formed miniature whirlpools, a feature of the magical hot pot that prevented ingredients from adhering to the pot. Moreover, the magical properties ensured that the ingredients remained intact. Even delicate items such as brains. Kono outlined the procedure, amused by the attentive demeanor of his older colleagues. The heating is now automated. We await Professor Snape's arrival. Kono returned to the hearth, preparing to slice the beef and lamb. Professor Kettleburn had personally selected the cuts, favoring ribeye and chuck, ideal for hot pot. Speaking of which, Dumbledore interjected, "Did you invite Severus?" "Indeed. He is assisting me with the blood-replenishing potion. I am reciprocating with a meal. He is a decent fellow, merely reticent," Kono responded, slicing a piece of chuck. Dumbledore paused, then remarked, "Your magical hot pot is essentially a cauldron, is it not?" I recognize the mark of Potage's Cauldron Shop. Their cauldrons are of excellent quality, albeit slow to deliver. It required over 2 months for mine to arrive. Kono retorted, "Is there an issue?" As Dumbledore was about to speak, the distinctively sardonic and measured voice of Snape interrupted the moment. "I had previously issued a warning to Hufflepuff. Should anyone dare to place anything other than potions in the cauldron, they would come to regret their existence in this world." Connor swiftly turned, suddenly sensing a sharp, menacing energy emanating from Snape's direction. He deftly sidestepped, and the piercing force shot towards the wall, leaving behind an exceedingly fine mark. Remarkable swordsmanship, he marveled. Yet, there were many more such strikes aimed at him. Nevertheless, Connor remained unperturbed, even placing a slice of beef in the path of the sharp energy, which effortlessly sliced through, allowing a delicate piece of meat to drift gracefully into the bowl. Realizing that he posed no threat to Connor, Snape squinted again and set down a beast hide pouch on the ground. "Very well, I shall take my leave." Connor promptly laid down the piece of meat and swiftly approached Snape, clasping his shoulder and saying, "Since you are here, why leave? You have been of immense assistance to me today. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Besides, this is called hot pot, although it is prepared using cauldron techniques. It embodies my love for hot pot. Won't you come and see what I have added to it?" Snape found himself unable to escape Connor's formidable grip. And with the castle's limitations on apparition, he was unceremoniously guided to the side of the hot pot. Kono picked up a slotted spoon to stir the spicy broth, which was ingeniously transformed from a crucible spoon, causing Severus Snape's pupils to tremble in astonishment. "I must return. I, Severus, would rather perish of hunger than consume anything from this cauldron." Despite Snape's desire to rise, his body remained firmly pinned down by Kono, rendering his knees useless. The expressions of several teachers were taut, with Professor Catterborn visibly trembling, and particularly Professor McGonagall, whose lips were pursed into a fine line, her eyes squinting as if she had spotted a tantalizing toy for a cat. "Look at these," Kono exclaimed, beginning to fiddle with the spices in the broth. "Professor Snape, you have misunderstood me." Snape's voice was low, his nostrils involuntarily flaring as the enticing aroma from the broth began to tantalize him. Cinnamon, lemongrass, licorice. As a master of potions, he immediately recognized the various ingredients within the broth. These were materials he had previously utilized in potion making, rendering them entirely familiar to him. Their applications were diverse, ranging from treating boils to accelerating wound healing and providing pain relief, everything one could desire. However, he had never encountered such a combination before. Employing so many ingredients simultaneously, when used individually, their flavors could be rather peculiar, yet now, amalgamated within the cauldron, they birthed a delightful fragrance that heightened his salivation. Kono and Snape had been preoccupied for most of the day, leaving no time for lunch. Now, lured by this delectable scent, Snape felt as though he could devour a fire dragon. In truth, this was a rather serious academic discussion. Kono adopted a solemn demeanor, explaining that due to the high altitude and humidity of Hogwarts Castle, he had deliberately concocted this large pot of potion to dispel dampness and cold, ideal for winter consumption. Application. Flitwick began to tremble, involuntarily revealing his right thumb, which he waved towards Kono. Kono continued, "Professor Snape, as a master of potions. Weren't you just discussing things in the potions classroom? Now you can sample and see if the effects I aimed for have been achieved." Snape maintained his stoic expression, though the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Well then, I shall begrudgingly sit down. This cauldron doesn't appear to. Fine. Very well. Since you, Professor Snape, have graced us with your presence, let the potion tasting commence." Kono interjected, preempting Snape's sardonic remarks. Based on his previous interactions with Snape, Kono recognized that hearing the first half of Snape's statement was sufficient, as the latter half would likely be a critique. Excessive listening could elevate one's blood pressure. "Professor Snape, your knife skills are exceptional. Here are several more ingredients. Perhaps you could assist in slicing them?" Snape's jaw twitched at the sight of the meat chunks Kono presented. However, since he had already seated himself, standing up again would only complicate matters. Waving his wand, several chunks of meat levitated and, aided by the severing charm, were sliced into translucent, paper-thin pieces. Elegant. Truly elegant. No wonder he is the head of Slytherin. Kono clapped in admiration, exclaiming that Snape's magical slicing was nothing short of extraordinary. Snape emitted a cold snort, not even glancing at Kono, continuing with his spell casting. Dumbledore cast a knowing glance at Kono, surprised that even Snape, a solitary figure, could be swayed by Kono's charm. This was undoubtedly due to Kono's unconventional nature and his ignorance of Snape's past. "Come on, let us begin," Kono declared, producing two nearly identical wands and lowering mushrooms and seaweed into the pot first. These ingredients possessed a natural sweetness and saltiness, enhancing the flavor of the broth without overshadowing it. The mushrooms had been professionally vetted by Professor Sprout, ensuring no perilous varieties would be present. Additionally, Kono was well acquainted with the quickest route to the infirmary, thereby minimizing the risk of mishaps. Well, mostly. Apart from Flitwick and Sprout, the expressions of the other teachers shifted slightly upon witnessing Kono wielding two wands. "Now, you can empathize with my predicament. Observe how I use two wands to handle mushrooms. Can you grasp the anger I feel when cooking with a cauldron?" Snape's half-closed eyes scanned the teachers, and the slightest smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, though the movement was so subtle that none noticed. Unexpectedly, as Kono approached the point where the mushrooms were nearly cooked, they began to levitate into his bowl. A room filled with aged professors, whose collective experience surely exceeded 500 years, turned their gaze towards him. Under such scrutiny, even Kono felt a tad overwhelmed. As a piece of king oyster mushroom flew into his bowl, he hastily stammered, "Ahem. This. Let me clarify. It's the cauldron's fault. It automatically transports cooked food. Materials. To my bowl. Perhaps. Professor Flitwick, could you assist in modifying it?" "Oh, so it's a spell." "That's a simple fix," Flitwick remarked, tapping his wand against the pot's smooth edge, causing a small protrusion to emerge. "Now, just gently tap this bump with your wand, and the function will deactivate. When you wish to reactivate it later, just tap it again." Kono eagerly applauded, gesturing, "We can begin. Let us finish this pot before starting another. We have both spicy and mild options." Demonstrating first, he lifted a golden needle mushroom with his two wands and placed it into his bowl. Aside from Flitwick and Sprout, the others were not accustomed to using two wands simultaneously. Under Dumbledore's leadership, the wizards displayed their talents, drawing their wands to cast levitation spells around the pot. The teachers maneuvered the mushrooms into the air before diving into their bowls, creating a rather spectacular scene. "Ah, and the dipping sauces," Kono suddenly exclaimed, realizing he had almost forgotten such essential items. No sooner had he spoken than a row of small ingredient bowls appeared, each lined with tiny gold bowls. Kono proceeded to demonstrate, mixing and matching flavors according to his taste. Dumbledore noted the absence of honey and sugar among the ingredients, a hint of wistfulness crossing his features. As the gathering continued, even Snape found himself perspiring profusely, his complexion flushing further as he bit into a piece of beef coated in spicy sauce. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. It was truly delicious. The long Christmas holiday came to an end, and for those teachers who participated in the formal potion seminar, it was an experience they would not soon forget. During their discussion, they witnessed Professor Snape, flushed and sweating profusely, a scene that left an indelible impression on them, perhaps even worthy of historical documentation. After all, even those professors who had once instructed Snape had never encountered him in such a state. Dumbledore was quite pleased with this Christmas holiday. Although the Philosopher's Stone was lost, he still gifted Harry the invisibility cloak, and as anticipated, Harry soon stumbled upon the Mirror of Erised in an abandoned classroom. Thanks to Connor's Calm Heart Sutra, Harry's mindset was notably enhanced. Before he could even offer guidance, Harry, accompanied by his dear friend Ron, had already visited the mirror several times. They quickly discerned the line between reality and illusion, thus never returning to that room, choosing instead to relish their Christmas holiday. However, the carefree duo faced Hermione's stern reprimand after the holiday, for the three had previously agreed to use the long Christmas break to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel. This was merely a minor episode within the grand tapestry of Hogwarts Castle. Post-holiday, the most significant change came from Professor Snape. Typically, Snape sported a waxy, pallid complexion, his brooding eyes scanning the students with a dismal glare. Yet, upon his return, subtle alterations appeared in his visage. He bore a few youthful blemishes upon his face, and his eyes exhibited a slight redness. On one occasion, a Gryffindor student even witnessed Snape shedding a few drops of blood from his nose in the corridor. However, the rumor quickly dissipated when students discovered that Gryffindor had lost 30 points in the House Cup. A few days later, while Snape's youthful blemishes had vanished and the nosebleed ceased, the noticeable flush on his face remained. Consequently, Snape sought Connor for clarification. Receiving a straightforward answer, ample vitality and balanced energies indicated that the blood chi pills infused with the essence of a horned beast were indeed effective. Snape held a small vial containing 2 blood chi pills, yet his expression reflected inner turmoil as he pondered whether to continue their consumption. According to Connor, adhering to the treatment regimen with the remaining pills could effectively promote blood circulation and dispel stagnation, potentially alleviating any prior ailments when combined with foundational internal training. With Snape's matters resolved, Connor finally commenced a martial arts class after the Christmas holiday. Observing the apprehensive demeanor of the students, he wondered if they feared he might conjure some peculiar spectacle. Clearing his throat, he addressed the class. "Ah, dear students, Merry Christmas. I have received your gifts, and I have unwrapped each one. Though our time together has not been extensive, I am deeply touched that you remembered me during the holiday season. Naturally, according to holiday customs, receiving gifts necessitates reciprocation. Thus, during this Christmas break, I concocted a batch of special blood chi pills as a token of my gratitude." He proceeded to distribute the blood chi pills stored within the martial arts elixir, which appeared like vibrant candies, leaving the students in a state of incredulity. "Didn't some of you enjoy chewing on them before?" Connor raised an eyebrow, recalling their previous expressions of distress. "This time, I've improved the formula. Since this is the first class of the new term, let us not make it overly burdensome. First, consume 1 pill, and then pair it with the foundational internal training I have previously taught for optimal digestion. Long live Professor Connor." The students erupted in cheers, particularly the Gryffindor contingent, whose enthusiasm was the most fervent. During the Christmas break, they too had assignments to complete, and the Hogwarts faculty took their responsibilities seriously, diligently grading the work. Thanks to the aid of magic, grading was far less laborious for these teachers than for their non-magical counterparts, allowing for a seamless completion of assignments. Consequently, the most spirited of the Little Lions had the lowest completion rate. Professor McGonagall, as head of Gryffindor, upheld an unwavering educational philosophy, sternly punishing those students. They were now required to dedicate an additional half-hour daily to complete any unfinished assignments, ensuring their content was thorough and detailed. However, Connor soon discovered that 3 vials of blood chi pills had been emptied. Upon inspection, he noted the absence of 3 Gryffindor students, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He hurriedly summoned Peeves to fetch Professor McGonagall and detailed the situation to her. "This is rather troublesome." McGonagall pursed her lips. "Professor Dumbledore just left this morning. It is said that due to the Cold War between the Mysu and Sioux countries, he must attend a meeting regarding the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Laws. Given his position as chairman, If we adhere to the timeline of the ordinary world, it is indeed the moment when the Sioux Confederation holds its final meeting, announcing its dissolution into 15 separate nations. The rise of Huaxia has led it to tower over others, thus not affecting the discord between Maisu. When a nation is still weak, its claims of desiring agrarian pursuits and avoiding conflict go unheeded. Yet, when a nation becomes so powerful that it cannot be shaken, its declarations of merely wishing to farm are taken at face value. It is both infuriating and amusing. Connor raised an eyebrow, recalling a note Dumbledore had left him. Upon retrieving the note from the martial arts elixir, he found it devoid of any writing at first. Gradually, the words began to materialize. I am attending a meeting. Beware of Quirinus, Quirrell. Connor stared at the slowly revealing words with a sense of exasperation. The martial arts elixir indeed shielded magical signals. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to intervene. For Dumbledore had effectively entrusted him with the Philosopher's Stone, which granted new life to the Kunlunwood, transforming it into an invaluable asset. This presented an opportunity to test the wand's potency while rescuing Harry. On the following Monday, the second week after the Christmas holiday, the morning class was once again Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was inquiring about the assignments that had yet to be submitted. Mr. Finnegan, pray tell, you claimed your assignment was left at home. It has been a week. Why has it not been sent? Simon Finnegan lowered his head, trembling as he produced a commonplace envelope. Professor McGonagall, my father sent me a letter. He said our cat sneaked into my room and shredded my assignment notebook. Then, I forgot to close the window, and the wind blew those fragments away. My mother couldn't repair the assignment. Upon finishing his words, Seamus raised his head, revealing a profoundly regretful expression. Professor McGonagall accepted the envelope, her brows arching high as she read the letter. Mr. Finnegan, if only your attitude towards your assignments mirrored your penchant for excuses. With a flick of her wand, she transformed the once content-filled parchment into a blank sheet of parchment, a remarkable feat of transfiguration, even mimicking the handwriting adeptly. Mr. Finnegan, I shall grant you an opportunity to redo your assignment, provided you disclose whose idea this parchment was. Seamus stared at the blank parchment, momentarily dumbfounded. Just as he was caught in a web of indecision, Professor McGonagall delivered a decisive blow. If you fail to reveal it, the originally 10-inch paper will need to be doubled to 20 inches. Without a trace of hesitation, Seamus declared, it was Fred and the others. I even gave them a silver sickle. They assured me it was foolproof. Ron slapped his forehead in despair. That's it. This summer, Fred and the others will face Mom's wrath. And you still care about them? Harry appeared restless, pondering that perhaps there would be no summer at all. If Quirrell obtains the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort might return. Upon returning from the holidays, after a week's diligent effort, they had uncovered the identity of Nicholas Flamel and learned that the Philosopher's Stone possessed the ability to grant immortality. Hermione expressed her concern, questioning the suspicious nature of the dragon egg. Why would Hagrid encounter a traveler illegally carrying a dragon egg during the Christmas holiday? Why not just consult Professor McGonagall? Ron suggested nonchalantly, believing she would undoubtedly intervene if informed. I doubt it, Hermione countered, not sharing his optimism. Weren't we just speaking with Professor McGonagall? She relayed similar sentiments to Hagrid, advising us not to worry excessively. Suddenly, Harry conceived a plan. If we can procure evidence of Quirrell's intention to steal the Philosopher's Stone, won't they all believe us? Hermione, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation, inquired, are you suggesting we utilize the invisibility cloak to sneak into Professor Quirrell's office? Precisely. Harry nodded. During the break, he, like Professor McGonagall, was absent from the school, making our investigation impossible. However, on the evening of our return last week, I witnessed Professor Quirrell sneaking something back into the castle. I believe, if we can find that item, we will have our proof. Why not seek Professor McGonagall? Ron reiterated his previous stance. Hermione replied, without evidence, it would merely appear as if we were attempting to sow discord between Professor Quirrell and the other teachers. I think Harry's right. We should take advantage of the break between classes to investigate. If we discover anything unusual in his office, we will report it to Professor McGonagall immediately. Ron's expression turned to one of horror. Are you Hermione? The very same who once thought being bitten by Fluffy is better than expulsion? Conducting a covert investigation of a teacher's office constitutes a breach of school regulations. Just look at Professor McGonagall now. Are you truly prepared for this? This is an opportunity to save the magical world. Harry felt invigorated by Hermione's enthusiasm. The invisibility cloak will keep us undetected. Have you forgotten the Christmas holiday? We encountered Snape on the way and managed to evade his search using the cloak. Therefore, I believe this plan is entirely feasible. We are Gryffindor. Hermione nodded in agreement. Indeed, the emblem of Gryffindor House is a lion, symbolizing bravery and adventure. You are remarkable. You are noble. Ron sighed. Given that, what reason do I have not to participate? When do you plan to act? How about at noon? Hermione proposed, suggesting they take advantage of Professor Quirrell's absence during lunch to investigate. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Quirrell clapped upon hearing Ron and Hermione's account. Thankfully, Quirrell's focus was solely on Harry, wishing to avoid complications. Otherwise, at the next feast, they would have to endure watching Peeves and the Fat Friar while they feasted. Beside him, Professor McGonagall wore a furrowed brow, her lips nearly invisible as they pressed together. In Quirrell's office, reeking of garlic and troll, besides Ron and Hermione, there lay a dragon egg that occasionally quivered. As for Harry, he had been taken away by Quirrell and was currently unaccounted for. Though Quirrell knew Harry had certainly been brought to the fourth floor. Perhaps this was a reflection of cultural differences between East and West. The informed individuals, including McGonagall, despite their discontent, did not oppose Dumbledore's plan to cultivate a savior. They could only caution Harry and his friends to refrain from getting involved, thus potentially shielding them from danger. Yet, how could one expect spirited, curious adolescents not to engage? Moreover, as Gryffindors, recklessness was in their nature, leading to the impulsive decision made during their transfiguration class that morning. Such extreme individual heroism, Quirrell could only understand, expressed as, yes, you are right. But he would certainly not support it. Leaving Professor McGonagall to continue managing the two little lions, Quirrell hurried to the fourth floor forbidden corridor. The entrance to the corridor had already been opened, and the three-headed dog, Fluffy, was desperately trying to nudge the door open, having caught Quirrell's scent. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the trap door had been opened, and Fluffy wore a woeful expression, lowering his head and whimpering. Quirrell immediately understood the situation. I see. He patted one of Fluffy's noses, and the other two heads leaned in. It's not your fault. After all, who told him to use Harry as a human shield? During the classes before the Christmas holiday, he occasionally let Fluffy out for friendly interactions with the students. Over time, Fluffy had memorized the sense of these students and engaged in playful interactions suited to his size. Thankfully, the students' physical fitness had improved, so no accidents occurred, allowing for a friendly chase to ensue. However, this also posed a risk, as Quirrell no longer needed to find a way to use the three-headed dog to place Harry in front. Fluffy would refrain from attacking because should he do so, Harry would certainly be the first to be bitten in half. At this moment, Snape approached. Seeing Quirrell present, his previously anxious demeanor calmed. With a cold expression, he stated, "If you encounter the challenges I have set, drink the smallest vial of potion. You've come too. Are you not descending with us?" Quirrell inquired, perplexed. Not interested. Snape turned on his heel but paused to add, "Be cautious of those flames. Don't get burned." After soothing Fluffy, Quirrell promptly descended through the trapdoor. A significant transformation occurred beneath the trapdoor, where several obstacles of minimal difficulty were arranged. These impediments included a frenzy of erratic vines, a swarm of rather dim-witted magical keys flitting about, a massive wizarding chessboard, and a colossal beast that had expired in situ. Kono's approach was straightforward. He employed a few conventional maneuvers. He shattered the vines that ensnared him, smashed the lock that required a key, disregarded the tickling assaults from the wizard's chess pieces, and ultimately held his breath to traverse the room, evading the noxious stench of the giant. What a farce of wizardry! Frowning, he arrived at the chamber that Snape had mentioned, discovering a long table adorned with a row of potions. He retrieved the potion indicated by Snape, opting not to consume it immediately, but rather to hoard it for potential exigencies. The room contained two doors, and upon his entrance, flames erupted. The door he came through ignited with purple fire, while the other was engulfed in black flames. Kono stroked his chin, contemplating the two types of flames. How terrifying they were. Could the colors of the flames possibly be those of the legendary? Naturally, this was not the world of Dopetsong Cheong. So these were merely magical flames, not the exotic fires suitable for cultivation. Adhering to the principle of prudent accumulation, Kono did not overlook these flames, promptly utilizing his martial arts golden elixir to capture them entirely. Although the golden elixir could not be used for agriculture, it was indeed a logical means for storing items, such as collecting flames. Upon completion of his collection, when the two flames were released from the golden elixir, they transformed into two orbs. He unscrewed a bottle on the table that resembled nettle wine and dripped the liquid onto the black orb, with a sizzling sound. The fragrance of the wine wafted up alongside curling wisps of white smoke. What a marvelous find! The temperature was stable and enduring, perfect for preparing a sizzling feast. Originally beaming with delight, Kono quickly composed himself. There were still pressing matters to attend to. He extracted a stick from the golden elixir, which felt like an unadorned wooden rod in his grasp. However, upon closer inspection, one could not help but be drawn to its seemingly mundane exterior. Even the breath was subtly affected by the faint glow emanating from it. As he held the stick, it suddenly bent, poised to strike. He restrained the end of the stick and remarked, "I initially intended to name you the Rui Jingu Bang, but alas, you are nothing more than a wooden stick, unworthy of such a legendary title." The stick struggled to break free from Kono's grasp, yet it lacked the strength. Kono continued, "How about choosing from a few alternative names? Kunlun Stick, Rui Rod, or Qianji Staff? Pick one." The stick straightened once more, and a line of ancient Chinese characters appeared where a magical stone was originally embedded. Qianji Stick. Splendid. How delightful that it has bestowed upon itself a name. He marveled. Qianji Stick, let us transform into a magical stone, lest we delay in retrieving Harry. In high spirits, the Qianji Stick exhibited no hesitation. A halo enveloped its length, and it began to shrink, ultimately morphing into a stone indistinguishable from a magical stone. The door, now devoid of flames, resembled the walls of Diagon Alley, adorned with a shimmering blue light, dreamlike in its quality, with a magical inscription floating in its midst. Stepping through the threshold, he entered an ancient, spacious chamber, where torches were affixed to the walls, their bright flames dancing energetically. The room was both bright and damp, with verdant moss growing in the crevices of the walls, imparting a rather eerie ambience. In the center stood the Mirror of Ariste, with Quirrell and a large, wrapped bundle facing it. At that moment, Quirrell exhibited none of his usual stammering, his voice a frantic shout directed at the bundle. "What did you see in there? You better speak the truth. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? Hand it over." The large bundle protested, "I saw nothing. I assure you the Philosopher's Stone is not here. Headmaster Dumbledore will not permit your success." The bundle was, in fact, Harry, with only his sweaty head protruding, completely swathed in blankets. Given the situation, it appeared he could easily be placed in a pressure cooker, as if being prepared for boiling. To prevent this unfortunate child from becoming the first wizard suffocated by blankets, Kono promptly interjected, "Ahem. Quirrell, I am here to negotiate." Quirrell was still roaring at Harry, when suddenly the purple turban on his head burst open, revealing a grotesque snake face. What a peculiar sight. Kono was momentarily taken aback. Having a face on the back of one's head would leave no blind spots during a confrontation. "Kono, I know you. The martial arts professor," the snake face hissed. While Harry's expression turned peculiar, his previously sweaty face paled instantly, and he emitted a pained cry. "Humph. Ah." Such a foul Harry was no longer of use. Kono shook his head and stepped forward, immediately catching a whiff of a strange odor. A bizarre amalgamation of garlic and the stench of giants. Observing Kono's grimace, the snake face scoffed, its crimson eyes flaring with malice. "You indeed sense my terror. Let me tell you, I am Voldemort." Kono held his breath, shaking his head, muttering, "This face on the back of your head is even worse than Harry's screams." Voldemort's snake visage became even more menacing, yet he refrained from attacking at that moment, instead asking irritably, "You said you wished to negotiate? What terms?" "Precisely this. The Philosopher's Stone you desire is in my possession." Kono shook the magical stone he had transformed from the Qianji Stick. Voldemort squinted, and given their proximity, he indeed sensed an extraordinary power emanating from the ruby. This power was immensely intriguing, not merely vast but imbued with a vitality that, if absorbed, would evoke an unparalleled pleasure within him. Philosopher's Stone, Accio. He silently cast, attempting to summon the stone with a nonverbal spell. The stone remained utterly unmoving in Kono's hand, impervious to the magical pull. This circumstance only reinforced his belief that this gem was the Philosopher's Stone, hence the summoning spell could not simply seize it. Harry's pale face grew increasingly frantic as he stuttered, Professor Kono, you must leave. We cannot allow him to obtain the Philosopher's Stone." This poor lad had been thoroughly duped by Dumbledore. Kono sighed inwardly, yet still waved the stone, suggesting, "How about this? You return Harry to me, and I shall relinquish the Philosopher's Stone to you. This proposition should benefit us both." Voldemort pondered. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone under such simple conditions seemed an appealing prospect. However, why should he negotiate? He was the Dark Lord. Moreover, he had recently enhanced the elixirs in the martial arts textbooks, tending to Quirrell's physical condition. While Quirrell's strength was not particularly formidable yet, he was sufficient to deal with an average wizard. Coupled with the dark magic he wielded, Even an Auror would be no match for him. Actually, he didn't hold Quirrell in high regard, initially intending to co-opt him into his ranks. However, Quirrell's opening remark was utterly repulsive, an insult that rendered him unfit for service. "Have you considered my proposition?" Quirrell glanced at his magical watch. "I must return to prepare my end-of-class summary. Please don't delay me." These words further solidified Voldemort's resolve to eliminate Quirrell. Yet, acquiring the Philosopher's Stone took precedence before dealing with Quirrell. He would ensure Quirrell experienced the full terror of Voldemort's wrath. Having made up his mind, Voldemort responded, "No problem. How do you propose we proceed with this exchange?" Quirrell suggested, "Since Harry is thoroughly swaddled, you can deposit him in the middle, and I'll toss the stone to you. Would that be acceptable?" Voldemort pondered this, finding it a reasonable proposition. Placing Harry in the middle would allow him room for reconsideration. He desired both Quirrell and Harry's lives. With the terms agreed upon, the bulky Harry was unceremoniously tossed into the center. The farther he was from Voldemort, the more his expression relaxed, though still perspiring profusely. His odious moans ceased, replaced by muttered pleas. "Professor Quirrell, leave quickly. Don't let Voldemort obtain the stone. It will disrupt the peace of the magical world. Dumbledore is excessive. He's bewitched a good child." Quirrell brandished the stone. "I'll count to 3, then toss it over." Voldemort nodded, simultaneously issuing commands to Quirrell's soul. "Quirrell, use the summoning charm to control Harry, give me control of the wand, and I'll eliminate Quirrell first." Meanwhile, Quirrell began counting. 1. As the word left his lips, Quirrell hurled the stone and dashed toward Harry, a golden dragon materializing in his hand, the dragon capturing skill activated. Having heard Quirrell's recitations about Quirrell, Voldemort was aware of the martial arts professor's capabilities and prepared for Quirrell's unconventional tactics. "Package Accio. Avada Kedavra!" Quirrell and Voldemort exclaimed simultaneously, exploiting the advantage of 2 souls to cast 2 spells at once like a two-headed ogre mage. With Harry ensnared by the dragon capturing skill, Quirrell felt a minor tug. Despite breaking free momentarily, a green beam shot from Quirrell's wand. This was Quirrell's first encounter with the unforgivable curse. He felt an exceedingly bizarre force, akin to the world's primal energy. In essence, the killing curse was fatal upon contact unless defended against. However, it was slow. A simple shift in position allowed him to evade the green light. Naive, Voldemort exulted inwardly. His killing curse hadn't fully disengaged from the wand, sweeping toward Quirrell like a laser. Yet, his true target was no longer Quirrell, realizing he couldn't harm Quirrell with his current body. The killing curse aimed at Quirrell was a feint, his true target being the rapidly approaching Harry Potter. Playing unfairly, are we? Quirrell immediately discerned Voldemort's intention, forcefully kicking a stone slab forward. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The killing curse, nearing but not yet striking Harry, vanished into thin air. Not only Quirrell, but Voldemort was stunned. What was happening? Quirrell successfully caught the package, immediately liberating Harry from his constraints. He fed him a specially made blood-chi pill and began channeling internal force to restore his strength. He inquired, glancing at Quirrell's slightly charred hand. "Harry, why did Quirrell wrap you in a cotton quilt?" Harry gasped for breath. He touched me, and his hand seemed to burn." This clarified why Dumbledore had created such an elaborate playground for Harry to indulge in make-believe. The situation was now clear. For some reason, Quirrell couldn't touch Harry, and spells like the killing curse couldn't harm him. In short, Harry had plot armor. This makes things easier. Quirrell gazed at Harry, whose complexion was gradually returning to normal. "Feeling better?" "Much better. Professor Quirrell, much better. I'm assigning you a temporary task, a very simple one. Beat up Voldemort." "Beat up? Beat up Voldemort?" Harry seemed incredulous. "Can I do it?" Voldemort, still in shock, overheard Quirrell and Harry's conversation and grew infuriated. He realized that, due to Lily's protective magic, he couldn't harm Harry. He wanted to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone and escape as quickly as possible, returning to kill the students after he recovered. He realized the stone had transformed into a stick, seized by Quirrell's dragon capturing skill, suspended in midair. This enraged Voldemort further. The Philosopher's Stone had been a mere stick, and he felt utterly deceived. He began analyzing the situation. His infiltration of Hogwarts hadn't been entirely fruitless, though he hadn't obtained the stone. He had gained access to Quirrell's teaching materials. These materials, combined with his extensive knowledge of dark magic, hinted at a different path. By leaving and assimilating this knowledge, he could advance further on the road to immortality. Having assessed the situation, he commanded Quirrell to relinquish control, intending to flee before Dumbledore returned to the castle. "Fumos." He muttered the smokescreen charm, filling the room with smoke. Under cover, he cast 2 killing curses toward Quirrell and Harry. However, as he rose to fly toward the door, a quaint, wooden fly swatter appeared before him. Ouch! Voldemort was swatted to the ground, Quirrell's face slamming into the floor. Quirrell continued wielding the fly swatter, which transformed into a palm leaf fan. Golden light emanated from the fan, instantly dispelling the smoke from the smokescreen charm. He charged forward, the palm leaf fan becoming slender. Quirrell struggled to his feet, only to be met by the Thousand Machine Staff, which struck his chest, targeting the center acupoint, followed by the Zhongji and Qi-Hai acupoints. At that moment, an astonishing event occurred, leaving Quirrell and Voldemort in a state of bewilderment. They felt a dizzying sensation as their bodies became utterly unresponsive. Rendered rigid in place, Harry, witnessing Quirrell suddenly stiffen, was reminded of that fateful Halloween night when Professor Quirrell had effortlessly incapacitated a massive troll with a mere pressure point technique. Tentatively, he turned to the now-returned Professor Quirrell and inquired, "Professor, did you just use a pressure point on them?" Quirrell ruffled Harry's hair, acknowledging his cleverness. "Well done. Now it's your turn." Although Harry appreciated the gesture, a hint of trepidation lingered within him. However, as Voldemort's presence loomed, he felt as if the scar on his forehead might split open, nearly overwhelming him with pain. "I think I smack." Quirrell swiftly brandished his wand, sending the invisible Voldemort retreating once more. "What were you saying?" The wand suddenly elongated, targeting the 3 pressure points on Quirrell's body. This time, Quirrell stood there in an even more disheveled state, his legs trembling slightly, his body rigid. Harry, suddenly devoid of the urge to justify himself, regarded Voldemort with a tinge of pity. He recalled how his classmates had shared their strategies for combating Dementors upon his awakening. Even the perilous Dementors were mere teaching tools in Professor Quirrell's capable hands. Perhaps utilizing Voldemort as a learning tool wasn't entirely out of the question. Moreover, this lesson was a private one, a privilege not extended to other students, thus he must cherish this opportunity to meet Professor Quirrell's expectations. Unbeknownst to Harry, Quirrell casually remarked, "Your headmaster believes you can handle Voldemort, which is why he orchestrated such a grand scheme." "A scheme?" Harry was taken aback. Were all these trials set forth by Professor Dumbledore? "But the Philosopher's Stone," Quirrell countered. "Did you truly believe those obstacles could thwart Voldemort when he took you captive?" Noticing Harry's silence, he continued, "The stage is set, the final boss is prepared. And now it is your turn to conquer." Still feeling the weight of pressure, Quirrell added, "Shall I weaken Voldemort further? You must act swiftly. I still need to prepare for class." Harry shook his head, struggling to rise from the ground. He began to recite the Heart Sutra, gradually regaining his composure. Observing Harry's rapid recovery, Quirrell nudged him forward. "Do you know how to fight? I recall you grew up among Muggles. Surely you've had your share of brawls?" Harry nodded, though he primarily had been on the receiving end of beatings from his cousin. "That's good enough," Quirrell affirmed. "Focus on enhancing your speed and drawing near. Follow my instructions for your attacks. I'll speak slowly, listen carefully, and maintain a calm mindset to execute your moves properly. But you've already cast your spells. Why fear anything else?" Quirrell chided. "That killing curse didn't take you down, and besides, Voldemort's touch darkens when he approaches you. Your attack and defense are both activated. Now go." Voldemort, furious at the prospect of a mere child humiliating him, swiftly cast a silent curse, a dark spell erupting from the tip of his wand. As anticipated, the curse proved ineffective. As soon as it approached Harry, it dissipated into nothingness. Empowered by this realization, Harry surged forward, sprinting directly at Voldemort. His speed far exceeded Voldemort's expectations, and with a few powerful strides, he closed the distance, charging forth like a determined tank. Voldemort had never encountered such a combat approach, eschewing the customary long-range spell dueling for a swift, Muggle-style engagement. He could almost sense the dread of medieval wizards facing an onslaught of Muggles. As they dispatched one, several more would pounce, subduing the wizards. From a distance, Quirrell shouted, "Excellent. You've closed the gap. Now strike at his center. Sidestep. Use your shoulder to collide with his chest." Harry, displaying an innate aptitude for combat, executed each step with surprising precision. Although somewhat slow, he adopted a proper stance akin to a shoulder tackle, crashing into Voldemort's chest. Harry's strength was not remarkable. Yet empowered by his circumstances, his impact caused Quirrell to buckle slightly, dark smoke billowing from his ropes. "Now, aim for his toes. Be precise. Strike hard." This was a tactic Harry was well acquainted with. Having been caught by his cousin Dudley, he often employed this maneuver to create an opportunity for escape. With a swift kick, Quirrell and Voldemort howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, their 3-dimensional feet now flattened like cardboard. Quirrell recalled a memorable scene from Ip Man and directed, "Finish him off." support his head, and slap him across the face. Which face? Harry hesitated, but the earlier trepidation had dissipated. However, it posed a genuine dilemma. Voldemort resided in the back of Quirrell's head, making it challenging to discern which side constituted the face. Perhaps you two should discuss it amongst yourselves? Determine which is the back of the head and which is the face, Quirrell suggested. Suddenly, a fifth voice emerged in the room, frail and accompanied by labored breaths. Perhaps. My timing is off. No, your timing is impeccable. Quirrell raised his hand to check his magical watch. I've resolved your matter. The little one should be done recuperating. I must return to class. As Quirrell led Ron and Hermione back to their lesson, the remaining students were left in shock. Unable to fathom that anyone would miss a martial arts class, especially Hermione, who had always upheld the image of a diligent student. Under Dumbledore's insistence, Quirrell refrained from mentioning Voldemort's presence at the school, though he mused that Voldemort, at this level, hardly warranted the title of Dark Lord. As for why Harry and his friends had skipped martial arts class, Dumbledore's explanation, albeit tenuous, was within the realm of reason. In the minds of wizards, it made sense. Ultimately, Harry and his friends had discovered that Quirrell was secretly harboring a dragon egg, and they sought to sneak into his office to observe it closely. Unfortunately, a nervous Quirrell caught them, locking them in his office until Quirrell ultimately rescued them. According to a tip-off from Dumbledore, Quirrell believed that using dangerous magical creatures for instruction would enhance the overall classroom atmosphere, prompting him to procure a dragon egg. The students exhibited a high degree of acceptance towards this notion. However, they maintained a skeptical stance regarding whether Quirrell could indeed conduct a commendable class. A few days later, the three timid little lions visited Professor Quirrell. Upon seeing them, Quirrell deducted 10 points from Harry and Hermione, marking his inaugural use of such authority. Harry was perplexed. Professor Quirrell, why have you deducted our points? Did we not together vanquish Voldemort? Quirrell replied, there is no need to shy away from that name in my presence, unless uttering it brings misfortune upon you. As for the deduction, I believe you already know the answer within yourselves. Noticing the silence from the two, along with Ron's slight discomfort, he continued, in school, it is best to seek help from teachers when issues arise, especially with matters of great significance. Even if Professor McGonagall had disallowed your involvement, why did you not heed Ron's suggestion to come to me first? Seeking assistance from a teacher in times of difficulty is the prudent choice. My tenure as a professor commenced this academic year, and I am unaware of your previous experiences in education. However, during my studies, I sought help from my teachers at the first sign of trouble. Consequently, I will award Ron 10 points. Have you considered how your parents would feel if Voldemort had chosen to eliminate you and taken Harry to procure the Philosopher's Stone? Upon hearing this, the trio's faces reflected genuine fear, and tears began to well in their large eyes. Quirrell tossed them some candies, saying, I understand that courage and adventure are essential qualities for entering Gryffindor, but remember, it is courage and adventure, not recklessness and self-destruction. What is adventure? It is embarking on a journey only after thorough preparation. What is courage? It is the ability to confront challenges without fear when the moment demands it. From a distance, applause resonated as Dumbledore, clad in a purple satin robe, entered the office, exclaiming, that was simply marvelous. I too overlooked that aspect. He gently suggested to the three lions, why don't you take your leave? I have matters to discuss with Professor Quirrell. After Harry and the others departed, Dumbledore surveyed the room, noting that aside from the chair beneath Quirrell, there were no other seats available. This, however, posed no challenge for him. With a flick of his wand, an elegant, plush armchair materialized behind him. I regret to inform you that Voldemort has escaped, he sighed. Quirrell's condition is also dire. He is in a symbiotic relationship with Voldemort, who dominates this connection. Consequently, Quirrell has inevitably succumbed to a state of unconsciousness, which is challenging to remedy, necessitating his transfer to St. Mungo's for treatment. Quirrell raised an eyebrow. He escaped? How did that happen? Could you not prevent it? Dumbledore shook his head. This world is vast, with many mysteries beyond my comprehension. Voldemort fell over a decade ago, yet continues to exist in a spectral form. There must be secrets hidden within this phenomenon, but I must take my time to uncover them, much like the current situation. Dumbledore elaborated on his plans for the entire academic year. From Quirrell's initial exploration of the Forbidden Forest to the release of the troll on Halloween, where he stood by in readiness. By the Christmas holidays, having passed his trials, Harry was finally prepared to complete the challenges set before him, awaiting Quirrell's arrival. At the Mirror of Arist, he had prepared contingencies. Had Harry and his friends failed to unearth Quirrell's scheme, Quirrell would have emerged from the encounter with nothing, because of the ancient magic safeguarding Harry. Even in confrontations with Quirrell, he would remain unharmed. Ultimately, Quirrell's understanding of having crossed the headmaster while attempting to flee became clear. From the moment Quirrell entered the school, he had already ensnared himself in Dumbledore's web. Even as his plans faltered and Dumbledore returned to the castle, Quirrell, as true master, Voldemort, had slipped away, leaving the unfortunate Quirrell as the sole victim. In truth, these events bore little relevance to Quirrell. After all, he had successfully thwarted Voldemort once. With no casualties, Quirrell had been dismissed and was no longer part of Hogwarts, regrettably, and he had instilled confidence in Harry. Dumbledore was exceedingly pleased with this outcome and even contemplated whether to grant Quirrell a raise, if not for the constraints of a one-year contract. Such an increase would be assured. With the threat posed by Quirrell now eliminated, Dumbledore could enjoy a brief respite to meticulously plan for the next academic year. During this private meeting, Quirrell took the opportunity to emphasize the renaming of his martial arts class to Chinese martial arts. He also clarified that he had no affiliations with the Druids. Dumbledore, the astute elder, exhibited no surprise. He had been anticipating Quirrell's explanation for quite some time. As dawn broke, several letters of inquiry from parents surfaced, stirring the students, who had just begun to escape the remnants of the holiday and return to a tranquil school life, into a frenzy. Among the Ravenclaw students, several had parents who were healers at St. Mungo's. They sent letters inquiring why Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, was at St. Mungo's. Through their communications, the news of Quirrell's admission due to brain and soul damage swiftly spread throughout the school. Numerous theories circulated regarding Quirrell's predicament, the most ludicrous yet convincing being that Quirrell had been discovered by Professor Quirrell, who retaliated against him, resulting in Quirrell being punched into St. Mungo's for a series of intricate treatments, including regrowth of his occiput. Given Quirrell's past feats of subduing a three-headed dog, capturing a Dementor, and kicking a troll, it seemed remarkable that he had not met his demise from a single punch delivered by Quirrell. For the students, the annual transition of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was a common occurrence. However, this year, Quirrell's performance was particularly dismal. He had not even lasted a full term before being inexplicably dismissed. The crux of the issue lay with the 5th and 7th year students, who were preparing for their O.W., L, and N.E.W.T. examinations. With Defense Against the Dark Arts being a compulsory subject, there was no one available to guide them in their revisions. Consequently, Dumbledore convened a second meeting of the Tofu Brain Committee and ultimately determined to personally instruct each year group. Dumbledore, I cannot comprehend. Yet I am profoundly shocked. Quirrell played a significant role in this outcome, as he believed Dumbledore was the mastermind behind Quirrell's inability to teach, thereby leaving Dumbledore to resolve the aftermath. Most of Hogwarts faculty were preoccupied, leaving them unable to devote time to instructing the students in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore's anticipation of leisurely enjoying desserts while crafting plans for the upcoming academic year was abruptly thwarted. Dumbledore, during the meeting, intended to ensnare Connor in his plans. However, Connor resolutely declined, citing the necessity of preparing for the end-of-year examinations as his justification. Nonetheless, the benevolent Connor extended a modicum of assistance to Dumbledore, crafting a set of mock examination questions titled 5 years O.W.L., 7 years N.E.W.T., based on the 5 years high school entrance exam 3-year simulation. Dumbledore, once an exemplary educator, effortlessly deduced the types of questions likely to appear in the O.W.L. and N.E.W.T. examinations, owing to his continual engagement with examination content. Furthermore, teachers from other subjects recognized the uniqueness of the 5 years O.W.L., 7 years N.E.W.T. mock exams and subsequently devised their own tailored simulations. Consequently, the 5th and 7th year students found themselves overwhelmed, laboring through an ocean of questions to consolidate their prior magical knowledge. The crux of the matter was that they could not voice their grievances, for this series of mock exams proved genuinely beneficial, providing them with a greater sense of assurance for the upcoming tests. In the realm of ordinary mortals, students submerged in a sea of questions would find it nearly impossible to alleviate their mounting stress. However, within this magical world, the students attended a school of sorcery. Magic and diligence were ever present. With the aid of the joy charm and the happiness potion, students embarked on a journey of both pain and joy in their studies. Connor's teaching plan progressed steadily, and after guiding the students in internal cultivation, they commenced their training in the foundational stance of martial arts. This initial stage of learning was rather monotonous. Apart from the Slytherin Quidditch team, most students had never engaged in similar exercises. Thus, during the early sessions, Connor wielded a transformed soft rod, the Thousand Mechanisms staff, to gradually correct the students' postures. This process was laborious, as the longer the students held the stance, the more their movements naturally began to distort. At such times, Connor provided gentle assistance, using the soft rod to apply pressure on specific points, helping them stabilize their stances. Initially, the students displayed impatience. However, they were astonished to discover that the typically boisterous Weasley twins were among the most diligent practitioners of the foundational stance. After several inquiries, they learned that the Slytherin team's dominance in the current Quidditch Cup stemmed from their commitment to practicing the foundational stance. The students' spirits were immediately invigorated. The flying broomstick, the most ubiquitous and representative mode of airborne transportation in the magical realm, allowed them to showcase their exceptional flying skills before family and friends, a source of great pride. Moreover, upon mastering the foundational stance, they found that it not only enhanced their physical coordination and balance but also served to relax their bodies and minds. Thus, the extraordinary spectacle of the Hogwarts examination season unfolded. The soon-to-graduate students, facing the NEWT exams, would stand in their respective common rooms, practicing their stances while engaging in mutual questioning, reminiscent of a collegial discourse. The OWL and NEWT examination spanned a full month. The primary distinction between the two lay in their scheduling, with the OWL exams commencing 2 weeks prior to the NEWT examinations. During these 2 weeks, each day was dedicated to a subject examination, requiring students to participate in written tests in the morning and practical assessments in the afternoon. Both examinations necessitated the utilization of the Great Hall, which would undergo a complete transformation, adorned with various magical safeguards against cheating. As other year groups resumed their classes, the examinees would proceed to the Great Hall, preparing for their assessments. A colossal hourglass would dominate the hall, and once the sand had fully drained, it signified the conclusion of the examination time. Both exams were overseen directly by the Wizarding Examination Authority, whose staff were typically of advanced age, some having even monitored Dumbledore's exams in his time. Consequently, they expressed astonishment at Hogwarts' overall performance this year. Thanks to the emergence of the 5 years OWL, 7 years NEWT mock exams, this cohort of students exited the Great Hall brimming with confidence. Similarly, aided by the Calm-Heart Sutra, students demonstrated greater proficiency in the practical assessments than their predecessors. Naturally, they fervently hoped that the 5 years OWL, 7 years NEWT would not be a fleeting phenomenon but would endure, benefiting future students. As the OWL and NEWT examinations concluded, June arrived swiftly. Connor changed out of his early class attire and gazed through the window at the expansive grounds of the castle, where 2 figures stood out prominently. He had long noticed them, Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor and Argus Filch, the school caretaker. Filch, often at odds with the students, diligently adhered to the training regimen vaguely outlined in the Introduction to Martial Arts manual, appearing each morning outside the castle to engage in rigorous exercise. Despite his inherent disadvantages, including rheumatism that caused him to hunch and walk with difficulty, he persevered, enduring until Neville's training concluded, displaying remarkable tenacity. Although Filch typically interacted with students in a hostile manner, Connor was reluctant to engage with him. Instead, his focus remained on Neville, the new student of particular interest to him. Initially, he deemed Neville rather unremarkable, performing adequately in most subjects, and at times, dismally so, burning feathers in charms class and exploding cauldrons in potions class. The only subject in which he excelled was herbology, often receiving praise from Professor Sprout during Connor's gatherings with the faculty. Unbeknownst to Connor, he began to notice Neville returning to the castle, weary but resolute after his exercises. Evening after evening, with only half a month remaining until the end of the academic year, Connor resolved to observe Neville for a while longer. Should he return to school next year still committed to his training, Connor would seriously contemplate nurturing this promising student. After all, he recognized that Neville's physical capabilities surpassed those of his peers, albeit accompanied by a certain timidity that hindered his full potential. Remarkably, in terms of perseverance, Neville stood out as the most resolute among all 7th-year students. Dressed and ready, Connor donned the lion head pendant he had fished from the Black Lake, preparing to exit his office. Since the martial arts golden elixir would dampen signals, he carefully arranged the various items acquired from the magical realm within his office. The only item that elicited a peculiar reaction was the lion head pendant, which occasionally emitted a red glow, instilling in Connor a sense of being observed. This feeling, elusive yet profoundly intricate, allowed him to perceive that the scrutiny originated from the lion head pendant, yet he could not discern its true source. However, now was not the time to ponder this. As the adage goes, when soldiers come, one must defend. When water rises, earth must be piled. If this posed a problem, it would inevitably confront him. Presently, he found himself in need of a sparring partner. If an opportunity for confrontation presented itself, he would welcome it eagerly. Today marked the final day of the academic year's examinations, coinciding with the assessment for martial arts class. The examination paper prepared by Kono was not overly challenging. Aside from the required transcription of the Heart of Stillness Sutra, it consisted of various fill-in-the-blank and multiple-choice questions concerning acupoints and meridians. This section was intrinsically linked to the subsequent practical examination. The written portion took place in the auditorium, where the long tables, with the assistance of Flivy, had been partitioned with wooden boards to create small cubicles, thus preventing students from whispering to one another. In reality, the teacher's proctoring was a battle of wits against the ingenuity of cheating. Unlike the stringent OWL and Newt examinations, the academic year's exams did not carry the same weight of consequence, alleviating fears of disqualification due to dishonesty. Consequently, students showcased their talents and creativity in their attempts to cheat. They procured a variety of elaborate feather quills or experimented with invisible ink to write on the parchment designated for answers. Some meticulously concealed notes beneath their shoes, within their nails, on their thighs, in the centers of their palms, or inside the walls of their personal vials. Teachers, drawing from past experiences, provided advice on preventing cheating, generally suggesting the preparation of anti-cheating quills and parchment, followed by stern warnings regarding the consequences of dishonesty. However, due to the overwhelming number of examinees in martial arts, it proved impractical to prepare an adequate supply of anti-cheating kits, which were self-funded and not reimbursable by the school. After several days of contemplation, Kono decided to employ a magical approach to counteract the magic of cheating, enlisting Peeves to serve as a mischievous deterrent. He instructed Peeves to invite the school's ghosts to assist in proctoring the exams. Whereas other teachers could only summon the ghosts of their respective houses, Kono, having not graduated from Hogwarts and being responsible for all students across 4 houses, occupied a unique position within the neutral good, not evil, teaching faction. The ghosts, having adapted to Peeves' newfound tranquility and anticipating the impending quietude of the castle with the year's end, readily agreed to assist. Kono's strategy involved rotating the proctors, allowing ghosts from his house to monitor the tables of other houses, a plan that garnered the ghosts' support. For instance, the Bloody Baron took charge of overseeing Gryffindor students, while nearly headless Nick monitored Slytherin. As the Bloody Baron floated above the Gryffindor table, the silvery liquid from his form occasionally dripped onto the surface, causing the riding lions to shiver in trepidation. Nearly headless Nick, not to be outdone, lowered himself to the table level. Removing the ruffled collar that secured his head, ghosts can don or doff their garments at will. This allowed him to float back and forth, his head wobbling disconcertingly, producing a truly chilling effect that left the Slytherins pale. In contrast, the proctoring style of Professor Grey from Ravenclaw, overseeing the Badgers, and the Fat Friar from Hufflepuff, supervising the Eagles, was considerably more congenial. This was undoubtedly influenced by the intrinsic characteristics of their houses. Most Badgers were quite honest and would not dare cheat under scrutiny, while the Eagles exhibited similar propriety, maintaining perfect posture even in the presence of the Fat Friar's watchful gaze. Moreover, Peeves dutifully served as the central air conditioning system of the auditorium, ensuring that the sweltering June heat did not disrupt the examination environment. All participating students approached the exam with the utmost composure. Kono sat languidly in the examination proctor's chair at the front of the auditorium, gazing vacantly at the cold blue figure of the poltergeist, Peeves, hovering in midair, exuding a chilling breeze. Peeves was well acquainted with the exam questions, and would ultimately assist in grading the papers. His sole responsibility today was to oversee the examination, after which he could enjoy a leisurely respite until the next academic year. However, the prospect of complete idleness seemed rather tedious, prompting Kono to contemplate a visit to the old Sully Inn for a bit of amusement. At that moment, Two familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the auditorium. One was Hagrid, a half-giant standing a towering 3.5 meters tall, and the other was Newt Scamander, an elderly gentleman clad in a tattered suitcase and a blue-green overcoat. Newt appeared remarkably spry. Despite his wrinkled visage, he exuded neither age nor fatigue, and his cheeks bore a healthy flush. He waved vigorously towards Kono, joined in his enthusiasm by the beaming Hagrid. Kono exchanged a knowing glance with Peeves, who promptly saluted, before making his way towards Newt and Hagrid. Upon their meeting, Kono and Newt engaged in a brief exchange of Tai Chi, their hands moving in harmonious rhythm. Newt, it seems your Tai Chi practice has flourished. No wonder your health is improving. I presume the culinary skills of your companion, Loris, have also evolved. Newt chuckled. Indeed. Loris's culinary prowess has indeed blossomed. If I hadn't dedicated myself to mastering Tai Chi and increasing my physical activity, I would likely have gained a considerable amount of weight by now. He then glanced at the row of ethereal ghosts in the auditorium, somewhat astonished. It seems you have adapted to life at Hogwarts, even enlisting the ghosts to assist with proctoring. He chuckled. What a splendid idea. I recall when I was a student, Dumbledore, serving as a substitute for the Defense Against the Dark Arts, had his fair share of headaches. Kono suddenly recalled an amusing incident during the Second Tofu Conference, where Dumbledore had been outwitted, and he chuckled at the memory. Newt. Interestingly, the headmaster is currently substituting for the Defense Against the Dark Arts as well. How remarkable. It seems time is indeed cyclical. After a brief exchange, Kono learned that Newt was not only there to assist him, but also to present Hagrid with a dragon-keeping license. The 1709 Wizarding Conference had passed a law prohibiting the keeping of dragons, rendering it illegal under normal circumstances, with violators facing imprisonment in Azkaban. However, for academic and research purposes, one could obtain a license with the relevant approvals, allowing for the legal keeping of dragons. Hagrid, a fervent dragon enthusiast, had a suitable space in the grounds to care for the dragon egg left by Quirrell. Unsurprisingly, the first to exit the auditorium were the Ravenclaw students. Their gazes filled with admiration as they regarded Kono, Newt, and Hagrid, both as a magizoologist and the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Newt represented an aspiration for the young eagles. The written examination soon concluded, and under Kono's guidance, the students gathered by the banks of the Black Lake. Most exhibited curiosity, while the seventh-year students displayed a mix of uncertainty and apprehension regarding their futures. Shortly thereafter, Hagrid approached, pushing a swaying cage from which a distinct, foul odor emanated. Kono wasted no time, tearing away the covering to reveal a troll, bound tightly by iron bars and utterly incapable of escape. Holding his breath, he addressed the students using ventriloquism. For the 7th years, our time together has been brief. I am aware of the Christmas custom wherein you present me with gifts, and I sincerely appreciate it. Yet, I also recognize the challenges you may face in seeking employment within the magical realm, particularly without connections. From my understanding, a wizard capable of taming a troll will possess a distinct advantage in securing a position within the magical community. Thus, I have invited Mr. Scamander to witness this event. Should you succeed in defeating this troll under his supervision, Mr. Scamander will provide you with a certification. Given his esteemed achievements in magizoology, such a certification will undoubtedly ease your paths to becoming an Auror, a creature trainer, or a troll security officer. Having once walked this path myself, I empathize with the difficulties faced by graduates stepping into the professional world. As I am an old acquaintance of Mr. Scamander, I have arranged this opportunity for you. Though it may only be a matter of months, you are my students, and I hope the skills I impart will flourish in your hands. Therefore, should any of you struggle to find your place in the world, I would find myself quite embarrassed. At this juncture, many of the 7th-year students had tears welling in their eyes. The reality for most wizards is far from idyllic. They cannot openly display their magic before muggles, lest they breach the secrecy laws. In truth, passing the O.W.L. examinations merely indicates a certain level of magical proficiency, allowing one to live as a wizard. The N.E.W.T. certifications obtained after passing the examinations serve as a testament to one's exceptional magical abilities, thus facilitating job opportunities within the magical world. Receiving a certification penned by Newt himself carries weight equivalent to that of the N.E.W.T. results. It was then that they comprehended the reason behind Kono's recent lessons focusing on trolls, aimed at preparing them for this very day. Kono continued, as the saying goes, "A master can only guide you to the door. It is up to you to walk through it. Furthermore, I have not gone easy on this troll. It has been enhanced and is among the strongest of its kind. This is to ensure the validity of Mr. Scamander's certification. I hope you understand. This is your opportunity. Whether you seize it depends solely on you. Reflect on your ability to conquer this troll, and if you believe you can, step forward. The students did not squander Kono's goodwill. In that moment, all the 7th-year students took a collective step forward, undeterred by the intensified stench of the troll. Their earlier uncertainty had dissipated, replaced by exhilaration and inspiration. Even though Kono had been at Hogwarts for less than a year, they felt keenly the distinctiveness of this professor compared to others. The 7th-year students possessed a commendable average level of skill, particularly bolstered by the effects of the specially crafted blood chi pills, enhancing their physical prowess beyond that of previous cohorts. Once more, Kono shared tactical insights on tackling trolls. And under Newt's watchful gaze, the 7th-year graduates embarked on their first and final martial arts assessment. Meanwhile, the other 6 years of students remained engaged in their own endeavors. During Christmas, an abundance of Duke's honey candies remained uneaten. Adhering to the principle of waste reduction, all the candies were concealed within spherical orbs, serving as both examination tools and rewards. These numerous spheres possessed various magical properties, enabling them to undulate and move laterally even on grassy surfaces, requiring students to employ anticipation and reflexes to pinpoint their locations. Each orb was adorned with concentric patterns resembling a dartboard, designed to differentiate accuracy levels. Students could utilize both physical and magical means of attack. By applying force to the orbs, they could shatter them after a certain number of strikes, retrieving the candies within, along with examination and house points. If executed with precision, a single strike could suffice to break the orb and claim the rewards. To further motivate students and foster a desire for high scores, the orbs were color-coded: white, green, blue, purple, and gold, each containing a diverse array of candy rewards, with varying point increments based on color. A white orb yielded merely 1 point, green 3 points, blue 6 points, purple 10 points, and a golden orb granted 20 points upon destruction. In essence, the examination mirrored certain gameplay mechanics from past online games, transposed into the classroom setting. Professor Kono retrieved a scoreboard and a stack of petite cards, followed by the 5 colored spheres, tossing them into the air. As the orbs descended, their magical properties activated, causing their heights and positions to fluctuate dramatically, with angles becoming increasingly challenging. He demonstrated various techniques to the students while elaborating on the examination rules. Observe closely. You may employ this gesture known as the Phoenix Eye Fist to strike the center of the orb. Extending his left hand, he hooked his thumb against the fingernail of his index finger, with the second joint of the index finger protruding forward, forming a shape reminiscent of a drill bit. The configuration, resembling a phoenix's eye, earned its name. Once the students mimicked the gesture, he swiftly rotated his arm, launching the Phoenix Eye Fist like a drill, striking the center of the golden orb with a resounding clap. The orb vanished into thin air, replaced by a box of chocolate frogs in Kono's hand. Simultaneously, the scoreboard for the 4 houses increased by 20 points. If you seek a more magical approach, you may also wield your wand and utilize our commonly employed repelling charm. Kono produced a wand and demonstrated the second method, casting Flipendo, twice in quick succession. The first charm struck a purple orb, causing it to rebound toward him. In that moment, the orb's center shifted to face him, as if it were purposefully meeting the spell, ultimately vanishing, leaving behind a few buzzing honey candies. Next came the third method. Kono seized the candies and flung 2 of them into the air. These candies struck the centers of 2 orbs, yielding a few lemon snowballs and birdie bots every flavor beans. Now, allow me to demonstrate one final technique. Kono transformed his wand into a baseball bat, tossing a birdie bots bean, which directly struck the last orb, resulting in a mound of cockroaches. Upon witnessing Kono's 4 demonstrations, the students' eyes sparkled with excitement, clapping fervently while eager to try their hand. These young wizards, apart from engaging in wizard's chess, gobstones, and exploding snap, had limited entertainment options, often resorting to flying on broomsticks. This did not resemble a practical examination, but rather an incredibly enjoyable activity, effortlessly igniting their enthusiasm. However, beneath the surface, the practical exam was designed to assess the students' reflexes and precision. Mastery in martial arts and spellcasting was crucial, enabling them to swiftly evade attacks and accurately strike adversaries. Kono distributed the prepared cards to the students, which were linked to the orbs. Striking an orb would yield corresponding examination points. He then offered a final advisory. The principles governing these orbs were inspired by the wandering spheres Hence, caution was paramount. Had this been his first lesson? The students might have dismissed it as a jest. Yet now, they had compiled 8 rules, the 5th being to closely follow Professor Kono's every procedure and maintain heightened vigilance, lest they become complacent amid the classroom's lighthearted atmosphere. Kono summoned the previously prepared orbs from the martial arts elixir, producing at least 1,000 orbs that floated around the students in a myriad of colors, appearing delightfully plump. When faced with the white orbs, the students appeared quite at ease. These orbs were the least dynamic, drifting slowly, making it easy to collect the cockroach mounds and earn examination points. Soon, a group of upperclassmen, dissatisfied with the sluggish white orbs, turned their sights toward the golden orbs. However, they quickly realized the implications of the wandering sphere concept. The golden orbs moved with remarkable speed, and if insufficient force was applied to shatter them, they would retaliate with even greater swiftness. Like the wandering spheres, they would relentlessly pursue the attackers without mercy. In an instant, a cohort of Gryffindor students, led by the Weasley twins, found themselves besieged by the golden orbs. The Slytherins, initially planning to target the golden orbs, paused their intentions to first clear the easily scored white and green orbs. Regardless of their year, all students made swift progress. Kono glanced at his waist, where the lion-headed pendant no longer flickered, emitting a radiant red light comparable to a 100-watt bulb. Simultaneously, the sensation of being observed became unmistakably evident. He discerned that the scrutiny emanated from the depths of the lake. So, no more pretense, is it? Just as I wished. The Black Lake, known for its frigid waters, rarely exceeded 10 degrees Celsius. Additionally, the lake's depths housed various fish, grindylows, and merfolk, presenting a certain level of danger. Typically, Kono considered this place a playground, often fishing from the shore with a rod, and if he caught nothing, he would plunge into the water to retrieve fish. Today, however, the Black Lake presented a stark contrast. A massive whirlpool had formed at its center, accompanied by countless undercurrents, instilling a sense of dread in Kono. The students had made notable strides in their internal arts and breath-holding techniques, and he had prepared a second examination plan to test them underwater. Yet, given the tumultuous currents beneath the Black Lake, he could only wonder how many students would emerge unscathed. Consider the image of being surrounded by a multitude of spectral students, incessantly lamenting the tragedy of my demise, a sight too exquisite for him to endure. While such undercurrents may seem ominous, they possess their own advantages. Certain elusive fish drawn by these currents can be easily captured with a mere gesture and subsequently confined within the alchemical vessel of martial prowess. After a brief period of contemplation, Kono has now ascertained that the vast whirlpool of the Black Lake is undoubtedly the product of sorcery. This conclusion stems from 3 observations. First, there is no visible sign of a whirlpool on the surface of the lake. Second, a fiery glow has emerged at the center of the vortex. And third, the colossal squid, absent for nearly a full academic year, is presently hovering above the whirlpool. The squid, exhibiting a remarkable degree of sentience, extends 5 tentacles in a beckoning gesture towards Kono before gracefully diving into the luminescent whirlpool. Without hesitation, Kono swiftly maneuvers his body, akin to a shark slicing through turbulent waters, and follows the giant squid into the swirling depths. The whirlpool serves as a magical conduit, revealing inscriptions that maintain its passage, reminiscent of the wall in Diagon Alley and the portal leading to the Air East Mirror. At the terminus of this mystical pathway lies a chamber of considerable grandeur, comparable to the hall of a castle. This is not surprising, as wizards possess the ability to utilize a spell known as the undetectable expansion charm, which expands confined spaces significantly. Such powerful magic is highly advanced and lies beyond the scope of standard curriculum. One must either self-study or seek instruction from a knowledgeable mentor to master it. The chamber's decor is steeped in Gothic architectural splendor, with stained glass windows depicting vibrant imagery, notably featuring a long-haired man resembling a lion's mane. In one window, this leonine figure wields a sword, vanquishing armored warriors with a variety of sword techniques. Conversely, the opposite window illustrates him brandishing a wand, from which fierce beasts of flame emerge, overpowering robed wizards. At the center of the room lies an extravagant crimson carpet adorned with golden trim, upon which stands a middle-aged man, the very protagonist of the stained glass. He boasts a mane of chestnut-brown hair, alongside a similarly abundant beard that obscures part of his visage. Upon his head rests a tattered hat, a revered artifact of Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat. Draped in a scarlet robe trimmed in gold, he is fully equipped with shoulder, elbow, wrist, leg, and knee protection, and wields a magnificent sword encrusted with rubies, the Gryffindor sword. His gloved hand gripping the sword is intact, while the other glove is worn, revealing his ring and pinky fingers. As he slightly furrows his brow, an air of latent ferocity and indignation emanates from him, reminiscent of a lion idly awaiting the return of the huntress. Kano regards the fully armed figure and speaks. Godric Gryffindor, is it? One of the founders of Hogwarts. It is not solely Kano who scrutinizes Godric. Godric has been discreetly observing Kano for the better part of the semester. Kano stands tall, his robust physique and strikingly handsome features exuding an air of tranquility, devoid of any apparent worries. Most notably, despite possessing formidable strength, he does not emanate a hint of menace. Instead, he conveys a sense of elegance and ease, inspiring trust and affection in those who gaze upon him. It is indeed I, Godric replies, his voice deep and resonant, reminiscent of a lion's roar, yet slightly muddled and hoarse. Kano, Professor Khan, a being of enigmatic origins from the mysterious East. You are neither a wizard nor one of those enigmatic Eastern practitioners. Yet your essence remains akin. Raising an eyebrow, Kano inquires, did the headmaster speak of you? Is there a connection between you two that he neglected to divulge? Godric shakes his head. I have visited the East and possess some understanding of that group of practitioners. Initially, I presumed you to be among them. Perhaps due to the nature of being an animagus or the prolonged transformation, my thoughts became somewhat disordered, clouded by instinct. Ah, so you are an animagus? Kano muses, stroking his chin. I wondered why I could not find any tentacles at that time. It appears you were recuperating. Godric nods, acknowledging the truth of this revelation. Your strike roused me from my confusion. As Rowena once advised me, time will reveal all truths. Thus, I wish to observe you further, ensuring you pose no threat to the school. What a petty assumption to judge a gentleman's intentions. Kano shrugs nonchalantly. So have I passed your test? Is this pendant a token you intended for me? Godric does not deny it. Indeed, it was meant to serve as a means of observation. I had not anticipated it would take until after the Christmas holiday for me to utilize it. It was during this period that your care for the graduates led me to believe, perhaps we should meet, and I owe you an apology. My earlier blunder in my animagus form nearly resulted in a regrettable incident. Seeing Godric, resembling a lion, bow in apology, Kano is taken aback. But he quickly waves his hand dismissively. It is of little consequence. I was rather pleased to have had the opportunity to spar. How about this opportunity? Shall we engage in another bout? The school is filled with teachers, and I hesitate to strike at my colleagues. But you are different. He gestures towards the stained glass. You two have a passion for combat. Am I correct? I trust you have no reason to decline this proposition? Godric's eyes gleam with excitement. Kano's suggestion resonates deeply with him, for he too has been yearning for a challenge. It is precisely for this reason that he has long maintained his animagus form, suppressing his desire for battle with the instincts of his animal counterpart.